60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Asbury, Yum, Stanton, Brownsville, Belmont, Hickory Point, Oakland, Chickasaw State Forest, Uptonville, Taylor Chapel, Warren, Shep, Teague, Whiteville, Bolivar, Pattersonville, Somerville, Moy Corner, Fayette Corners, and Laconia. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Chester, Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison. This is a blowing dust warning for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas. Blowing dust warning now in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. Wind advisory remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. What? For the blowing dust warning, widespread blowing dust. For the wind advisory, south winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Where? Crittenden and Mississippi counties. When? For the blowing dust warning, until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. For the wind advisory, until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Impacts: severely limited visibilities are expected. Travel will be dangerous and possibly life-threatening. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Persons with respiratory. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Fayette, northern Hardeman, southeastern Haywood, southwestern Madison, and west central Chester counties. At 3:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Somerville, or 17 miles west of Bolivar, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Asbury, Yum, Stanton, Brownsville, Belmont, Hickory Point, Chickasaw State Forest, Uptonville, Taylor Chapel, Warren, Shep, Teague, Whiteville, Bolivar, Pattersonville, Somerville, Moy Corner, Fayette Corners, Laconia, and Illville. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Chester, Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison. This is a blowing dust warning for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas. Blowing dust warning now in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. Wind advisory remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. What? For the blowing dust warning, widespread blowing dust. For the wind advisory, south winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Where? Crittenden and Mississippi counties. When? For the blowing dust warning, until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. For the wind advisory, until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Impacts: severely limited visibilities are expected. Travel will be dangerous and possibly life-threatening. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Persons with respiratory problems should make preparations to stay indoors until the storm passes. Be ready for a sudden drop in visibility to near zero. If you encounter blowing dust on the roadway or see it approaching, pull off the road as far as possible and put your vehicle in park. Turn the lights all the way off and keep foot off the brake pedal. Remember, pull aside, stay alive. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. This is a wind advisory for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Penobscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weekly. Wind advisory remains in effect from 7 a.m. this morning to midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Watts, south winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour expected. Where, portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When, from 7 a.m. this morning to midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Impacts, gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. This is a wind advisory for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Penobscot, and the following counties in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weekly. Wind advisory remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Watts, south winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Where, portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When, until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Impacts, gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Mississippi, northeastern Crittenden, central Tipton, southwestern Lauderdale, and north central Shelby counties. At 3:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Dixonville or near Wilson, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Burleson, Evadale, Venetia, Grider, Hampson Archaeological Museum State Park, Carson Lake, Osceola, Roden, Locke, Chilton, Randolph, Slowenville, Delpo, Beeman Shelby Forest State Park, Bassett, Marie, Gilstown, San Souci, Fulton, and Fort Pillow State Park. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for eastern Arkansas and West Tennessee. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the storm shelter or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi, and the following counties in Tennessee, Lauderdale, Shelby, and Tipton. This is a wind advisory for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Penobscot, and the following counties in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weekly. Wind advisory remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Watts, south winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Where, portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When, until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Impacts, gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. This is a wind advisory for the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Penobscot, and the following counties in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weekly. Wind advisory remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Watts, south winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Where, portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Southeast Missouri, and West Tennessee. When, until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Impacts, gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WWH-30 in Dyersburg, the voice of the National Weather Service. The current time is 3:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Tipton County is canceled. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Fayette, northern Hardeman, southeastern Haywood, southwestern Madison, and west central Chester counties. At 3:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Somerville, or 17 miles west of Bolivar, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Asbury, Yum, Stanton, Brownsville, Belmont, Hickory Point, Chickasaw State Forest, Uptonville, Taylor Chapel, Warren, Shep, Teague, Whiteville, Bolivar, Pattersonville, Somerville, Moy Corner, Fayette Corners, Laconia, and Illville. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. For your protection, move to an interior. Tornado watch number 98 remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time Thursday for the following counties: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Penobscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Fayette, northern Hardeman, southeastern Haywood, southwestern Madison, and west central Chester counties. At 3:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Somerville, or 17 miles west of Bolivar, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Asbury, Yum, Stanton, Brownsville, Belmont, Hickory Point, Chickasaw State Forest, Uptonville, Taylor Chapel, Warren, Shep, Teague, Whiteville, Bolivar, Pattersonville, Somerville, Moy Corner, Fayette Corners, Laconia, and Illville. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Chester, Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Mississippi, northeastern Crittenden, central Tipton, southwestern Lauderdale, and north central Shelby counties. At 3:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Dixonville, or near Wilson, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Burleson, Evadale, Venetia, Grinder, Hampson Archaeological Museum State Park, Carson Lake, Osceola, Roden, Locke, Chilton, Randolph, Slowenville, Delpo, Beeman Shelby Forest State Park, Bassett, Marie, Gilstown, Sans Souci, Fulton, and Fort Pillow State Park. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for eastern Arkansas and West Tennessee. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the storm shelter or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi, and the following counties in Tennessee, Lauderdale, Shelby, and Tipton. Tornado watch number 98 remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time Thursday for the following county, Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Penobscot, and the following counties in Tennessee, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Weakley. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Flood watch remains in effect from 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon through Sunday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Portions of East Arkansas, including the following areas: Clay, Craighead, Crittenden, Cross, Green, Mississippi, Poinsett and St. Francis, Southeast Missouri, including the following areas: Dunklin and Penobscot, and West Tennessee, including the following areas: Benton, Tennessee, Carroll, Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Henry, Lake, Lauderdale, Madison, Obion, Shelby, Tipton, and Weakley. When? From 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Extensive street flooding and flooding of creeks and rivers are possible. Additional details: rainfall amounts exceeding 8 inches with up to 15 inches possible within the watch area. This is a particularly dangerous situation with generational flooding likely. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. This is a blowing dust warning for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas. Wind advisory remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Blowing dust warning will expire at 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. What? South winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Where? Crittenden and Mississippi counties. When? Until midnight Central Daylight Time tonight. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. This is a wind advisory for the following county: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri, Dunklin and Penobscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Fayette, northern Hardeman, southeastern Haywood, southwestern Madison, and west central Chester counties. At 3:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Whiteville, or 9 miles northwest of Bolivar, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Asbury, Yum, Stanton, Brownsville, Belmont, Hickory Point, Chickasaw State Forest, Uptonville, Taylor Chapel, Warren, Shep, Teague, Whiteville, Bolivar, Pattersonville, Somerville, Moy Corner, Fayette Corners, Laconia, and Illville. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time for West Tennessee. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Tennessee: Chester, Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison. This is a wind advisory for the following counties: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Missouri: Dunklin and Pemiscot, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Haywood, Lake, Lauderdale, Obion, Tipton, and Week. The National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a tornado warning for eastern Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, south central Pemiscot County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Crockett County in west Tennessee, central Tipton County in west Tennessee, southwestern Dyer County in west Tennessee, Lauderdale County in west Tennessee, northwestern Haywood County in west Tennessee, until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Dixonville, or 8 miles southeast of Wilson, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and golf ball size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation of Wilson, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and golf ball size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Burleson, Edith, Nutbush, O'Donnell Bend, Grider, Tomato, Tyler, Covington, Luckett, Forked-Deer, Randolph, Halls, Poplar Grove, Curve, Dog Hill, Orissa, Tibbs, Durhamville, Nankopu, and Armorel. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Mississippi, Arkansas, and the following counties in Tennessee: Crockett, Dyer, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton, and Pemiscot, Missouri.
I'm ready when you are, dude.
All right, hang tight because he says he doesn't even have a lock on us. Kiefer, that is.
Do what?
He says he can't get us on the stream. He says he can't get it on his streaming computer or something. I'm trying to. He just texted me.
Oh, you talking about Kiefer?
Yeah. All right, we're all plugged in. 353 KenTenn Weather Network, and this is Talking West Tennessee. Here we are. Oh, we have a couple of more buttons to push before we're official. All right, and Mike Doles is going to give the official call on that. You ready to push the big button?
I don't know that I'm ready for anything we're probably about to go through this evening, Brian Thomas.
Yeah,
we do have a active tornado warning. This has just popped up in the last couple of minutes. We're talking about a tornado warning that covers a good section of West Tennessee over around the Covington-Brownsville area. This is going to cover a part of Dyer County, Crockett County, Haywood County as well. There's a big line of storms, one apparently that has a pretty good tornado signature in it. This is one that is radar indicated. I'm trying to expand that right now, looking at it on the radar, and yeah, it's got a really good hook in there. You can see it kind of spinning over just to the west of Brighton right now and to the southwest of Covington. This thing has got a pretty good speed on it too right now, moving to the northeast.
Sorry,
and this is a tornado warning that's going to be in effect for about another 51 minutes, Brian.
We have a brand new tornado warning. Let me hit this button. All right. We are now locked up in simulcast here at Talking West Tennessee and online at ktweather.net. And are we Are we streaming to Facebook and all of that stuff? I'm sure we are, aren't we?
Yeah, Kiefer, I believe, is bringing that up on our Facebook page as we speak. So,
okay, gang, here we go. Let's check out the warnings here. This is a tornado warning now, brand new. I'm just going to list the counties: Crockett, Henderson, Gibson, Fayette, Hardeman, Carroll, Haywood, Madison, and Chester until 5 o'clock. At 3:54, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Whiteville. That's 11 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving northeast at 50. So that makes 2 tornado polygons right here. Mike, tell us a little bit more now that we're on the air here about the Dyer County and Tipton County.
Right. That is a tornado radar indicated. This is going to be just to the south and the west of Covington right now. That thing is moving to the northeast. It's got a pretty good tornadic signature on it. Again, that is radar indicated. Neither one of these yet have been anything that has been spotted as far as on the ground. These are radar indicated tornadoes. But that one that you were talking about that goes through Crockett, it goes through Dyer, heads up towards this storm, by the way, is moving to the northeast. Like I said, it's going to be in the beeline of Ripley, Tennessee here in the next little while. I don't have a speed on that storm, but it looks like it's tracking pretty quick. And we've got the other one that just was issued a few minutes ago. It's going to be in effect for a little bit longer, probably until about 5 o'clock. Both of these are producing about 1 inch size or quarter size hail. And again, they are radar indicated tornadic right now. This is one that is over near Whiteville, Tennessee, and is moving to the northeast as well. All these storms, all these tornadoes, again, both those tornado warnings, by the way, came in a area that was already under a severe thunderstorm warning. They have now reached a area to where radar indicated tornadoes could be possible in these as well. That one near Whiteville moving to the northeast right now. And it is actually on a path towards the Jackson area. So keep that in mind, folks. If you are in any of those areas between Whiteville and the city of Jackson, may want to go ahead and seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, that's right. And we were down here on the radar, too, on the Tipton County radar just a second ago. And we're going to have to put that on mute for a second. We've got a lot of things happening, a lot of things coming in right this minute. So what Mike said there, Brighton, Monfort, just to the north here and to the west of Covington here in Tipton County. I'm going to change this over to the velocity. That's got a very good tight wind pocket right here. Okay, if you're trying to track this with us, you can track this at WNWS.com. You can also track this at KTWeather.net. Folks in the KenTenn area are getting on board and getting aware of this activity that's coming up from the south here. And as we're looking right here, you can see that tight rotation about the Gilt Edge community right there and in the neighborhood of Garland. And this is the Tipton County where it is right now. Now, let me put you back on the radar for just a second, and I can show you Henning and Ripley and all of these areas. It is moving off to the northeast, and I believe you said it was 55 miles per hour. Is that right?
It's moving fast, I can tell you that, and I would believe you. I don't have the exact number on that, but yeah, it does appear probably around 50 to 55. Okay,
and I'll let you know on the warning, too, that we just received a few minutes ago. Let me cover this one right quick. We have the Carroll County. This is Crockett, Henderson, Gibson, Fayette, Hardeman, Carroll, Haywood, Madison, and northwestern Chester County. That tornado warning goes until 5 o'clock. The one that is also for Mississippi County, Arkansas, Pemiscot, Missouri, Crockett, Tipton, Dyer, Lauderdale, and Haywood County. That tornado warning goes until 4:45. The tornado was located near Dixonville on that one there. Now, looking at the radar, I can tell you where this thing is sucking wind in right here, and it's in the Gilt Edge community. And that would be folks in the Walnut Grove community nearby, and also Elm Grove and Detroit. So this is the Lower Hatchie refuge area out here, too. Folks who are in Mount Lebanon and Bride communities in Tipton County, and the Oak Grove community also. Fort Pillow State Park is right in the line of this. If we go back to the wind product, good grief, there it is right there. It clearly there is some really strong rotation right here in this particular part of the storm. Now let's go over to coalition. I can never say the word. The CC. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at both these tornado warnings. The one that is just to the south and to the west of Covington right now, that one is moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. The one that is affecting Hardeman County, going up towards McNairy County, just to the west of Whiteville, to the west and north of Whiteville right now, and to the west of Bolivar, that one's traveling to the northeast at 50 miles an hour.
And what we're looking at on the radar, Mike Dole's here with us here on the simulcast. We have in the Garland community there in Tipton County, you see these two pink lines that have been drawn on the radar map here. This is some stuff that's being tossed up into the air. It could be particles of, it could be trash. It could be, larger objects. The lower the number that shows up on the radar, it tends to be larger objects. But right now, from everything that we can tell, this one area right here, there's a 61. So something pretty large is being shown as being thrown around in that 57. The number's going lower there now, unless that's part of the, if that's on the outside of the storm, that's on the inflow of the storm. That's between Garland and Burleson is where we're seeing this activity. This may very well be a tornado. Now, let me go back and look. I don't have a confirmation on this tornado warning that it's a tornado that's been spotted or has been seen. But folks who are in these communities here, I'm still focused on Covington and Garland and Burleson down here in Tipton County along Highway 51 and Henning. You folks right here, this is moving off to the northeast, and that puts Ripley in the polygon, also Halls. And that'd be Unionville. Folks, community is outside the polygon, but southern Dyer County will need to be looking at this in the next 45 minutes. Now, let's switch our eyes over here to central West Tennessee, where we have the tornado warning for Bolivar and all of Madison County. Mike, if you can bring us up to date on what that warning actually entails there as far as all of the counties.
That was a severe thunderstorm warning that actually went into a tornado warning. This is radar indicated. Actually, this is going to be north of Bolivar. I think Bolivar's out of the warned area as for right now for that tornado warning. It has kind of shifted that polygon a little bit. It is basically for north of the Whiteville area and to the west of there. It's got to be traveling towards the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. I don't know if, again, this is a storm that's moving out of Hardeman County, Fayette County, Hardeman County, the northwestern portion of Hardeman County, up into Haywood County, southeast Haywood, and into southwest Madison County. Now, that is a tornado warned area that's radar indicated. So that's got to be affecting those areas, probably around the Tune area. If I can zoom back in, every time I try to click on this polygon, it wants to pop up the tornado warning box to show me what it's talking about. But it's going to be to the west of Tune. So this has got to be approaching the Vildo area in the next few minutes, then traveling up towards Mercer, then maybe into the Denmark area. So any of those areas are in the path of this tornado warning that is moving to the north and northeast right now. It's more on a northerly northeast track than it is northeast. So it's again coming out of north of Whiteville, heading towards the Vildo area, then up towards the Mercer area, and then up towards Denmark. As a matter of fact, if it stays on its current path, probably going to be just skirting to the west of the city of Jackson. Again, that's if it stays on the same track it's on right now, Brian.
That's exactly right. It's Mike Dole's bringing us up to date on those particular tornado warnings right there. It is 4:03. I'm going to tell you something here in just a few minutes. I'm going to put this radar back into the wind product. Excuse me. As we zoom down here, we can see, as Mike was telling you right there, along Highway 179 and just north of Highway 100 between Whiteville and Tune community. Folks in Mercer, all you folks out here need to be in your tornado shelters right now. The Hatchie Refuge, that's Highway 223, Highway 138, and Denmark community right there. Let me slide over to the other tornado warning right here for just a quick second. And we're seeing a good pocket of rotation right there as well. Again, between Garland community, that's Highway 87, as we're pushing into Henning here, Lauderdale County communities here. And folks along these highways, this is right here on the county line. The Average community, Lee's community, Mount Lebanon, Bride community. That's what you're seeing there on your radar. Fort Pillow State Park, Fort Pillow Prison, Cherry, 3 Point, the Glimp community. That's the Dyer County and Lauderdale County warning that we've been looking at right here. And this is coming off of the, Memphis radar side here.
It's the Millington radar, probably, right, Brian?
That's right. Yeah. For the time being, where these things have spawned here, definitely want to look down its throat and see what's going on with it. But that's the rotation is right here on the Tipton County, Lauderdale County line. And in these particular communities, that's Highway 87 that runs all the way to the river there. That's Walnut Grove, Garland, Bride community, Mount Lebanon, the Average community. I have some new information I need to pass along to you as well coming up here a couple of minutes ago. Excuse me, beg your pardon here. The tornado warning was updated. This was about 5 minutes ago. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Fort Pillow State Park, moving northeast, and it's 40 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball size hail is in the storm. So if you're in Burleson, Edith, Nutbush, O'Donnell Bend, Tomato, Tyler, Covington, Luckett, Fork Deer, Randolph, Halls, Poplar Grove, Curve, Dog Hill, Orisa, Tibbs, Durhamville, Nankippoo, Armorel, and Huffman, these communities right here, you need to be in your shelter right now, because now we are seeing some pretty good size hail up here. I'm at just under 3-inch size hail coming out of this storm at Gilt Edge, Mike, and I'm already seeing mid-level rotation here just a couple of miles outside to the west of Covington.
Oh, yeah. If you look at the signature on that thing, that is that looks to be a pretty good size tornadic signature in that storm itself. I was hoping that the Lauderdale EMA camera was up, but it is not, because it's got to be making a beeline straight for that camera right now. We could have at least brought that up to kind of get a look at what they're going to be seeing that is moving that direction. But
right.
Yeah, anybody along the line of Highway 87 heading north and to the northeast right now, that is definitely going to be in the path of that tornado.
And in the polygon here, I'm going to slide back over to central west Tennessee, because we're tracking 2 different storms, gang. So bear with us, because these tornado warnings include multiple counties. And when I say multiple, I mean multiple counties. The one in central west Tennessee, Crockett, Henderson, Gibson, Fayette, Hardeman, Carroll, Haywood, Madison County. All of Madison County is in the polygon, and Chester County. And that tornado warning goes for another roughly 55 minutes. That tornado was over Whiteville, and of course this one was indicated by radar. And looking at the map, I am starting to see the storm chasers on the ground trying to drive into these things. So of course we'll have that discussion here in a little while. But if you're in the Vildo community, the Mercer community, again, Highway 223, Route 138, anywhere in the neighborhood of Toone, Tennessee, and Denmark, and Maiden, get ready, McKellar Field. You are right in the path of this thing. All of these little roads out in just south of I-40, and again, the Hatchie Refuge area, it's exit 68. If you're anywhere in this neighborhood between exit 68 and exit, 78, as far as that goes, in this 10-mile stretch of Interstate 40, there's Providence Road out there, and again, McKellar Field and South Jackson. You are in the path of this, clearly this rotating thunderstorm right here. I keep switching back and forth between radar pictures, Mike, because my other radar picture gives me updates on these storms as they come out when the National Weather Service goes back and reevaluates these things. So I get a chance to go over there and peek at the other thing too. But right in here, where's the marker? Right in here in this Vildo community, it's Highway 138, Cloverport community. There he is, by golly, there we go. And also the roads of Dry Creek Road, Antigua Road, Tobe Road, and Jones Road, all of these, Uptonville community, Shady Grove Road. Now we're getting into Mercer. Be in your shelter right now. This thing has moved again. Here's the latest radar picture that was just updated just now, as a matter of fact. We have now we have peak winds in one part of this storm. Let's go over to correlation coefficient. Let's see what's flying around in the air. And there is still some activity that is flying around in the air. There are some low drops in correlation. So That's a good indication that there's either some light objects being thrown around in this storm, and it's right here on the edge where this inflow notch is that we've been looking at. And again, that's just to the south. That's in the Cloverport community and just to the south of the Uptonville community and Mercer here in general. So that's tornado warning number 1. Now let's go back over to Dyer County, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that one. That storm still has a pretty big chunk of heavy rain coming down in it. And it has some decent wind in it as well, Mike. We're sitting here looking at it. I'm going to play this thing backwards just a couple of notches there on the wind product. It lost a little.
Look at that, Brian. Is that it looks like the tornadic signature is on the back side of that storm, which, the folks who are seeing this come into them, they're going to see a lot of very heavy rain start out. As a matter of fact, there's a good hail core out to the north point of that as well, just on the outside of that tornadic signature. But that tornado is on the back end of the storm. So folks may be seeing a lot of heavy rain come in first, and then the tornado could be on the back end of it.
Yeah, if you're not looking off to the north and the northwest and standing there in the city of Covington, you're probably not going to see anything, because if you're in Ripley trying to look at the storm, it's probably coming a flood right now, and you can't do that. You might as well just treat it as a nighttime tornado, because you can't see it. It's probably going to be wrapped in some pretty heavy rain as far as that goes. But it is still now the center of the rotation is just above the Tipton County Lauderdale County line at this point. That's along Highway 87, and that's the Fort Pillow area out there, Glimp, 3 Points, Sunk Lake, Pleasant Hill, and on the way to Lightfoot, Olive Branch, Luckett, Ashbury, and the city of Ripley in itself, now just to the west of Henning. So folks along Highway 51 4-lane and along Highway 87 going out toward Fort Pillow, you folks need to be in your shelter. Other people who need to be in the shelter right now are folks who are in Gates and Halls community. You're on the back end of the polygon, but if you switch back over to radar, you can tell that you're really not getting a lot of heavy rain right now with this particular storm. What you can see is maybe some hail on your side of the storm, but this thing is huge. It's the core of all of this is, like Mike said, is going to be down here in the Henning community along, they call that Main Street right there. It's probably old 51, but along Highway 87 and the 51 4-lane near Possum and Ashbury community, you folks are under this thing right now. Henning, again, itself, and Glimp and Pleasant Hill, this little 5-mile radius right here, folks are probably going to get a good eye of something right here, whether it is a tornado on the ground or not, which I still don't have a report on that particular severe sail right there at the moment. Now, we do have an update on that one. Yes, we do. It just came in a couple of minutes ago at 4:08. So we're looking at about 5 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Covington. Tornado and golf ball size hail. Again, this is radar indicated. The spotters, again, they are on their way. They were up in Dyer County, and I was watching them go down the map over here on their GPS. So they're heading down there to try and get an eyeball on this thing. And the thing is now we have 2 tornado warnings in West Tennessee, back over here to the one in Hardeman County and Whiteville and Mercer. We'll slide the radar over there too. And that tornado warning continues as well. Again, all of Madison County is under this tornado warning. Now, if you are in the Mercer community, this is where you're going to, the radar is kind of falling off just a little bit here, but I'm gonna hit play and rewind, and I'll show you where where we're talking about where this rotation is. So here's Whiteville, and again we were talking about the Vildo community and the Toon area right here. So we're watching that particular pocket of rotation when we were talking about this rotating thunderstorm. So let's zoom back out and get back on the current track here. That rotation is between Mercer and Meaden, and we're looking at Uptonville community right here. Highway 138, Sturtevant Crossing, Hatchie, 223 Highway. Also there in the Meaden community, that's Highway 18 and Shady Grove Road. And as things are coming back through here, we're getting a couple of other updates too. Steam Mill Ferry Road, Britton Road, Rochelle Road, all of this here in southern Madison County. Again, this thing is still on the path. It might graze to the east of McKellarfield, but that's going to put it between McKellarfield and Jackson, Mike, when this thing falls through here.
Yeah, I was trying to, again, bring up another.
Did we lose you? I think we lost Mike. He might have lost.
The storm's just now starting to move into that spot. Temperature there is still was dropping a little bit, but it is still 82 degrees in that area. Humidity, of course, way up there. The dew point is pretty high as well. So the atmosphere definitely juicy to be conducive of these type of storms. That tornado warning again in effect until around 5 o'clock. So it's still about 45 minutes left to go.
We're having a little bit of Mike's falling in and out there just a little bit, but
you'll have to forgive me, Brian. I lose your microphone about every couple of minutes.
No, that's all right. We got you. Yeah, go ahead though. Proceed.
Oh, what I was saying was the storm, the tornadic storm, the one that's affecting just to the looks like to the just to the south of the Mercer area, moving up towards Denmark, like you were talking about. The camera that is just north of that is just sending data out. There's no video on that right now, but this has got it moving up, like you said, up towards the airport. Going to be moving in that direction. Again, this storm is moving at last report. Let me check on it again and make sure, see if it is slowed down. That tornado warned area is still in effect up until about 5 o'clock. It is moving to the, it's got quarter-size hail in it. Possible tornado, which is radar indicated. It's moving northeast right now at about 50 miles an hour. So pretty strong storm there, Brian. Yeah,
that's right, Mike. And there is an update on the Madison County storm here, the one that's on approach to Madison County at 4:13. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Mercer or 11 miles northwest of Chickasaw State Forest, moving northeast at 50. Tornado and quarter-size hail. So let's put some more folks under the gun here. Hickory Flat, Neely, Huntersville, Humboldt, Jackson, Westover, Ledbetter, Madison Hall, Uptonville. Lots of folks that we've been covering this afternoon already. Lexington's in the Polygon, Fairview, Medina, Mason Grove, Blue Goose community. Once again, they've already had some activity in the last couple of days over the weekend. Henson Springs, Hillville, Cedar Chapel, Vildo, that Mike was talking about 5-10 minutes ago, where all of this activity was really intense. The Huron community and also Roberts. Take cover now. This is a tornado warning again for southeastern Crockett, northwestern Henderson, southeastern Gibson, northwestern Hardeman, southwestern Carroll, southeastern Haywood, and the entirety of Madison County. I'm going to bring you up to date on the second tornado warning that we have that is out there, the tornado that's near Covington. I'm showing 2 1/4 inch size hail still hanging into this storm, and we'll put this radar picture back over here, and it has kind of let up just a hair. I'm not going to say that nothing is there, but again, Mike, and we were talking about this the other night, when these storms and they share energy and they cycle up and they cycle down and then they hit another pocket and they cycle back up. So this one here has lost a little bit of its punch as it's coming to the city of Ripley. Now, that doesn't mean the tornado warning is canceled. People in Tolan and Woodville and Gates and Halls and all of these communities out here, Highway 19, Central, ARP, Unionville will be part of this as well. And most all of southern Dyer County, all the way from Findlay to the Tennessee River. That's not right, the Mississippi River. All of you folks right there need to be in your shelter because this thing could spin up any time. Now, we're watching the radar pictures, and we are seeing the winds cycle up, and we're seeing them cycle down. And this one has lost a little punch again, I said, as it has come into Ripley. But the tornado warning continues. Don't let your guard down on this, gang. It's very important that you keep your eyes on this. We don't have any new updates other than these are radar indicated, these tornado warnings that they've issued here. The tornadoes are indicated by radar. Clearly, we see that with all of the rotation. And we're seeing our first, way far out of our listening area here, our first East Arkansas tornado warning to the west of Forest City now. So folks who are traveling down that way, you better watch what you're doing as you cross the Mississippi River, doing business in Arkansas tonight. Again, tornado warnings continue for these areas right here. That will be Crockett, Mississippi County, Arkansas, which they're almost in the clear there, almost. But all of these folks, Crockett County, Tipton, Dyer County, the southwestern part of Dyer County, which includes Unionville and the Folks community, and Lauderdale County and northwestern Haywood counties. This tornado warning goes until 4:45 this afternoon.
Yeah, Brian, a lot of people.
We lost him for just a second there. That's Mike Dole's
A
here.
lot of people were saying, we're thinking these storms were going to be popping in later on today sometime, probably in this afternoon.
Mhm.
But these storms out in front of the cold front, because that's what's over in Arkansas right now that's spawned a lot of tornado warnings in northeast Arkansas and up into the Missouri Boot Heel. That's not the stuff that we're seeing right now. That hasn't moved across the river yet. That's going to be slowly approaching. But these are what we were worried about, these intense supercell thunderstorms that form well out in front of the cold front itself. So these can be particularly dangerous because you could have a bright sunny day and then all of a sudden it all breaks loose. Just all of a sudden here is a tornado on top of you when you wasn't expecting it.
That's exactly right. And it's 421. Most of our folks along the line have already had their legal IDs, but we are wall to wall. Mike Doles is on the radio here with us. I'm Brian Thomas. We are wall to wall from border to border. This will be the first time that we've ever done something like this. And we're covering this. Look, when you get the Storm Prediction Center giving you purple boxes, for intense this and intense that everybody's eyebrows go up, and you better get on the ball and start addressing these things. These things are not something to play around with. That's why we're here. That's why we're covering this stuff, and we're watching this stuff move up from the southwest, gang. We do have 2 active tornado warnings here as we look at the weather this evening, and you can with no new updates on that just yet, but now we have our new tornado warning just to the south of Memphis, which covers Lafayette County, Marshall and Tate County, and Benton County and Panola County. That tornado warning goes until 5 o'clock. So more activity, Mike, still moving into the West Tennessee area and the KenTenn area, and now we have a new radar picture, which looks kind of frightening, because now the storm between Mercer and Jackson has picked up, is getting a little friction here and picking up a little, it's picking up quite a bit of rain all of a sudden. There's a lot of heavy activity coming down through there. We need to take a look at that hail core, if you'll want to check that out here in just a second, because that storm is, it's picking up a little motion, it seems like. I'm going to take this screen here and roll it back just a little bit. And if you're watching, you can watch at WNWS.com. You can watch at KTWeather.com. We've got 800 million seats out there if you want to watch along with us and keep in touch here tonight with us. You can do that. Looks like it's going to be a long night. As we're looking here at the radar picture, you can see this particular area with the green and the red. That was the original rotation from this thunderstorm that prompted that warning. And since this polygon has moved, you see the lightning strikes, lots of lightning still that's involved with this too. Now this is out by McKellar Field now, where this tornado warning, where the current activity is, the rotation is, and there is a Madison County 911 camera that is down right there, so we probably won't be able to see that, but
that's the one I was talking about earlier, the one around the Denmark area that it's just giving me information. But yeah, it's got a solid hail core in the top of that, that cloud system that is moving through there right now. And there's that tornado warning signature right back behind that. So yeah, you're right about that being very close to the airport area.
Look, Mike, here we go. At 4:21, this just happened. A confirmed tornado is over Bemis, near Jackson, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Public has confirmed this tornado. I'll say it again. Confirmed tornado over Bemis, near Jackson.
That's what I was worried about.
Yeah. So this is an actual thing. This is happening, gang. You need to get in your shelter right now. You need to get in your shelter right this minute. Okay. So let me put it up here on the radar. Even though
take a look at if you can, Brian, put a track on that, because that thing is headed towards the almost close towards the downtown area of the city of Jackson. If that thing keeps up on the track that it's on right now, so if you can't put a track on that, because it is moving to the northeast. Again, that's moving at about 50 miles an hour if you can put a track on it.
As you said, 50 miles per hour, and here we go, moving this off to the Get in there. There we go. Now we'll punch in 55. And here are your times, gang. Let's zoom that out just a little bit so you can see the picture there. This is East Union, Lawrence community. Get in your shelter now. Claybrook in 15 minutes. Blue Goose in 15 minutes. Law community. That'd be Law Road. Same amount of time, about 20 minutes. Mount Gilead and Poplar Springs, Lavinia in 22 minutes. All of these people get in your shelter, and now we are starting to see a very intense wind coming out of the Bemis tornado warning. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. We have if you're looking at the stream over there, the pink polygon on the left side indicates a confirmed tornado. This has been confirmed by the public. 421. At 421, a confirmed tornado was over Bemis near Jackson. This is moving northeast. We have new information now. Can't even get the words out. Confirmed tornado at 425 was over Bemis or near Jackson. Damaging tornado in golf ball size hail. Public confirmed tornado. So even though they've just updated in the last 3 or 4 minutes, they have now updated again. So now the National Weather Service is all over this with this confirmed tornado in South Jackson. Confirmed tornado in South Jackson. Get in your shelter. If you're in Madison County, get in your shelter. I'm telling you right now. And back over to your track again, East Union, Lawrence, Claybrook, Blue Goose, all of these folks right here, everybody in the city of Jackson, everybody north and northeast and east. That's, even if you're in the Beach Bluff community, get in your shelter. Okay. Everybody in northeast Madison County, get in your shelter now. City of Jackson, get in your shelter. This is a confirmed tornado. Can't say it enough. I'll say it once again. This is from the National Weather Service at 425. This was a minute and a half ago. A confirmed tornado was over Bemis or over Jackson, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a tornado in South Jackson. Get in your shelter. Golf ball size hail. Do not stand outside and wait for a golf ball to hit you in the head. Get inside and get in your shelter. Don't wait for the winds to knock you down either. Get inside like an interior room. Get down in the basement if you have a basement. If you don't, that most interior room, it's got to be a closet or probably a bathroom or what have you. If you're in a mobile home, get out of the thing. Go get in a ditch and lay flat in the ditch. This is an active tornado. This is not a radar indicated tornado. The public has seen this tornado. It is in South Jackson. It is moving off to the northeast. Let me get back over to the radar here just a second. This is putting it, this activity here, East Union community. That's Highway 198. All of these areas, as you're seeing right here, I'm going to dump the box for just a second. Lawrence community, the entire ring around Jackson, which would be Highway 70, where that meets Highway 45 and South Jackson, the courthouse area. Go ahead, Mike. Mike Doles.
If you can go to the camera there, the Madison.
He's talking about this one.
Because they have got a camera tracking that cell itself. That's the one that is over. Let me see if I can pinpoint that for you. If you don't know where it is, it's to the available.
You're talking about the one on the hospital? Mike's having some connectivity issues down there at the moment. Again, gang, we are live. We are wall to wall, and we have the technology to try and get you safe this evening and keep you safe and keep you out of this activity. It's 428, and we're wall to wall.
Sorry about that, Brian.
No, you're okay. I'm glad you're still there.
Are you able to bring up that camera that is just to the south and east of Bemis, the 911 camera? Because they've got that camera set right on that storm that's coming out of Bemis right now.
It's the one. Okay. Yes. Let me get there. Yes, there it is. This is Madison County 911 Southeast camera.
Right.
Go ahead, Mike.
And it is tracking that storm we were talking about, the tornadic storm, the one that was spotted in Bemis. That camera is now aimed towards the East Union.
Yeah, what they're looking. Go ahead. What Mike is looking at there, gang, if you're streaming with us online, if you go to ktweather.net and click on that YouTube link over there, you can actually see what we're seeing here. This is this rotating cloud looking northwest into the southern part of Jackson into the Bemis community. And he was commenting here on these low-hanging clouds here where they have this camera. They don't have a tornado spotted here, but they're definitely keeping track of this. Again, I need to update you, too, on some of this information as quick as I can. We do have this information here. This is 5 minutes ago. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Ripley, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, tornado and $50 size hail. Emergency manager reported a funnel cloud near Ripley. That's Highway 51. Flying to get in your shelter. If you're in Ripley, if you're in Halls, Gates, anywhere from southwest Dyer County over to Gibson County and that polygon, if you're in that area, you need to be in your shelter now. So the emergency manager has seen a funnel cloud down in Ripley. There is a confirmed tornado in downtown Jackson right now. Again, I'll tell you this information. This is 5 minutes. No, this is brand new right here. At 4:29, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Jackson, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this is brand new information. But what you got to understand, gang, if you are just now jumping in here, there was a confirmed tornado between Bemis and Jackson, downtown Jackson. But now we're up to the language of radar indicated rotation. So we're back down again. Tornado and golf ball size hail. And we're looking at folks in Hickory Flat, the Neely community, also Huntersville, Humboldt, Jackson, Westover, Ledbetter, Madison Hall, Uptonville, Lexington, Fairview, Medina, Mason Grove, Blue Goose, Henson Springs, Huron, Roberts, Sand Ridge, Milan, and Bargerton need to be in there and take cover now. You're watching the video on the stream at ktweather.net. You're looking at a live picture from southern Madison County, thanks to the Madison County 911 gang over there with their tower camera. And you are just looking at that right there, that what we've been talking about. Mike, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm kind of coming and going. I think I hear you, and then I don't when we come back. But yeah, I'm watching the same thing you are.
Yeah. Yep, and there he is right there. So we're kind of keeping an eye on that. To the east of Jackson, yeah, get in that place of safety immediately. Absolutely. Again, we got to get concerned with our folks over here coming up in Gibson County and also Dyer County. These folks right here, it's very important that you all get in your shelter. I'm going to repeat the warning that has been updated just only a couple of minutes ago. At 4:25, the tornadic thunderstorm was over Ripley. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Ripley. Tornado and $50 size hail was reported by the emergency manager, Lauderdale County, down in Ripley. That was the latest information. That's about 6 minutes old now. And the information we have here in the last 3 minutes, tornado and golf ball size hail reported in downtown Jackson, and its radar indicated. We don't have any information newer than that, but what I can tell you is there's 2-inch size hail. There's some mid-level rotation still with this particular cell over here, and I'm not switching back to Weather 1 just yet because the live picture is up in southern Madison County there, looking at that basically that wall cloud trailing down there, and it looks like they got a pretty good a shot of the inflow of how this storm is being fed here. It's just to the tree line. It makes things just a little bit difficult to look at right there. But the I should say the good thing, it's a little better. It's, nobody's out of the clear here. If you are in any of these locations, now you have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming up from the south of Madison County. So let's give you this here. These are the locations that need to be in their shelter right now if you're in Gibson County. Medina, Three-Way, Oakfield, Cedar Grove, Lexington, Beach Bluff, Bemis, Jackson, Oakfield. We already said Oakfield once. All of you folks right there, Jackson, Molesis, still under the gun of this tornado warning there. Let's slide over to the left a little bit. Halls, Friendship, the folks community. Now, folks, some of you in southern Dyer County are not under the tornado warning just yet. Most of southern Dyer County is under the tornado warning, and a chunk of that would be a chunk of Crockett County there too, I would suspect. Yeah, that's right. The latest information was in at 4:25, and we've already updated you that as best as we could. But the latest from downtown Jackson is that there was a tornado reported by the public. That tornado was reported by the public in Bemis. So Bemis had some activity there, and this has been in the past 10 minutes. And that's the information that we had there. Tornado and golf ball size hail. Folks, you need to be in your shelter at this hour if you are in Madison County. The entirety of Jackson, Madison County has been under the polygon and still remains there, with the exception of some of the further places as you head down toward Brownsville. Now, we've been joined here at 4:35, and Mike Doles is also in here, and now we have new information. This might very well possibly be the severe thunderstorm warning that had just come out for areas south, which would be Chester County and Madison County. But we're continuing to watch this tornado warning, and this information here, and yeah, that's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Don't let your guard down. This is important stuff, that we're trying to, send out to the public here, and we're watching it as it's happening and unfolding, and I want you all to stick with us as best as you can. But some of the storm activity, especially here downtown Jackson, we continue to see that rotation marker right there. You see that there on the radar there in downtown Jackson. I'm going to switch this one over to the velocity there, and it's about in a radar ring where we can't see that. Let's bump this up a little bit. I may even have to give this a little tilt here so it can get up above the horizon. So if you look at this real close, you see a little bit of the darker area right here. And here's a little bit of the, this would be Westover, Bemis, Jackson, still basically the same kind of area here. If you're in Beach Bluff or Oakfield and all the communities out Highway 70 here from Oakfield up to Cedar Grove over to Lexington along Interstate 40 all the way to Henderson County, folks, get in your shelter right now. We're still showing some pretty good size hail here. The 1.5 inches is pretty good size for any storm, but you definitely don't want to be caught outside in it. Now, a tornado warning. Go ahead, Mike.
Brian, I don't know if you've been able to bring that up or not. I think the tornado warning was allowed to expire. That's the one that was affecting just south of Dyersburg, the one for Dyer County, the one that came out of Covington over towards Brownsville. I believe that polygon has gone away. So that you may want to check and see if that tornado warning has expired. But the one for Jackson is still in effect. That is in effect until about 5 o'clock. And it is still radar indicated. There was a report earlier that there was a touchdown around the Bemis area. Mm-hmm. And again, we're going to keep getting reports on that. Kiefer Ingalls has got to be standing by, checking our Facebook messages, our Facebook posts. For folks who are going to send in messages on there, if you would like to, folks, follow us on Facebook at talkinwesttn.com, and you can leave a message there if you have any damage. If you've seen anything, please let us know about that. Keeper will break in and let us know.
And as Mike said right there, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, or will expire rather, at 4:45. The wording that they had just let out from the National Weather Service, the storm which prompted the warning has weakened below the limits. And we were seeing that on the radar a while ago, Mike, that these storms are losing their punch, because if you roll it back just a little bit, you can clearly see that, those things that one over there was dying down, losing some of its wind. But again, don't let your guard down on these things, because these things can cycle their energy in 20, 25, 30 minutes and become another cell that could produce some, pretty nasty stuff here. But so don't go ahead.
Even when these things get out of here, just the ones we're talking about right now, and again, there is a tornado warning, and again, that is for Madison County, the Jackson area. It was a confirmed tornado around Bemis that has now moved out towards the Oakfield area. It's got to be moving up along the area of I-40, traveling between Jackson and Lexington. So if you're going to be on I-40, maybe 412. Leading off towards Lexington from there, you're going to run into this storm as well, so keep that in mind. But I was looking south as well, Brian, and there is another tornado warning that has been issued that is coming out of North Mississippi that is making a beeline for West Tennessee. A bunch of storms still coming out of North Mississippi. So this is just the beginning. This is going to be going on for quite a while.
Right. And we're still on this Madison County tornado warning. Again, folks, in Carroll County, and up through, the Clarksburg community, we still see some pretty good wind associated with this storm and wrapping a little bit. And right now, if you're watching on the radar there, it would put that right over I-40 at the bypass. So Union University, Sam's Club, and this area here, the latest information I have from the National Weather Service, there's a lot of people out there, and if they see something, they're going to call 911 and they're going to report this and get the information out to us, most wiki tick. But from what we see here, there hasn't been an update in 10 minutes from the National Weather Service on that particular storm cell. I'm sure they're reaching out and trying to, grab all the information that they can. But what we currently see, and I'll tell you what, from my best view that I can tell you here, there's some really strong winds still associated with this rotating thunderstorm cell, which is tornado warned. That would put it over North Highland Avenue right now and Gilmore and, the parallel roads here, 45, Old 45 and New 45 and the Carroll community up here out north, Oakfield, Young's Crossing, up there. And I mean, there's plenty of, plenty of stuff going on in this area. Still strong wind that's circulating right here. And it
looks like it's right around the Sportsplex in that area right now, about to cross over I-40. If I'm looking at the right signature here, so anywhere along I-40, it's basically along that I-40 corridor up to around where Highway 412 intersects with I-40 going towards Lexington.
Yeah, it's right here, and that's a bad place to be this time of the day. A tornado, as far as that goes, and you being in the line of a tornado, that's center of rotation. Exactly what Mike said right there is over this area here, the Sportsplex area at 45 bypass and Interstate 40. Just to reiterate what he said there, but I want to give a little more information here that they still haven't updated the information that we actually need to have, which is what is going on with this severe thunderstorm cell that we're tracking right now. And basically what you can tell by looking at radar, it's still spinning. It's still spinning, and it's over this particular area. Between Oakfield, get ready, folks out here in this area. If you are in Oilwell Road community right now, Ashport Road, Interstate 40, anywhere from Interstate 40 all the way up to, we'll just call it Fairview. If you're all the way up to three-way community up there, you need to be in your shelter now. You need to be in your shelter now. This storm had a history of producing a tornado. It was reported by the emergency. It was reported by the public. This one was, and clearly it was on radar at that time. So, and we're going to get an update on this here. There is still some stuff kind of being tossed around in the air. There's nothing that is a definite, like what you would see in a really severe tornado situation, like what they call a debris ball. That's not.
This is traveling basically on a line of Highway 70 going towards Huntington, up towards Carroll County. So the areas of Spring Creek, Cedar Grove, those areas may be affected by this cell, as well as it's moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. It looks almost like it slowed down a little bit. Let me check this real quick and see if they have updated that to how fast this thing is moving real quick here. Right now, they're still saying moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, so that has not changed. But, that storm itself is basically traveling a line of Highway 70 going to the northeast and probably going to be traveling into Carroll County real soon.
We have the reflectivity picture up on the screen right now that you see. Actually, we have a couple of them up on the screen. What you're seeing on the left side over there in the pink polygon is it's basically the tornado warning, and these things change color from red. A standard tornado warning is red, but depending on the level of tornado, what it actually is, a pink is one that has been reported to the National Weather Service. Hopefully we won't see that last color show up on here tonight. Fingers crossed, knock on wood and all of that. But what this means is that a tornado was reported with this thunderstorm cell, but it's kind of looking broken just a little bit, Mike. Is if I'm going over here, I'm going to switch over to weather 2 for just a second.
Now, if you look out to the west of this same cell, you've got some very strong hail cores. One up around the three-way area right now, that's showing a very intense hail core in it. And even down to the west of Jackson, southwest of Jackson, probably not far from the airport, a pretty good size hail core in that one as well. So probably still dumping some pretty good hail and some very heavy rain in those.
Yeah, that one's pretty solid right down there. Mercer, the one you were looking at right there, Mike, we had pulled it up over here, And that one's pretty tough meat right there. There's another one, again, the one that's over the Sportsplex area in Oilwell Road right now. It's producing at least 1.25 inch size hail. At least that's what the Doppler radar is showing at the moment. Now, this tornado warning, again, folks who are in Madison County, you remain under a tornado warning, and this tornado warning goes until at 5 o'clock. So you have another 15 minutes here as this thing cycles through, and we just have to wait and see what it does at this point. But back over to the other weather picture for just a second. I want to kind of take a look at some of the winds over here. I think we got our best wind picture out of this one right here. The tornado, it's still hanging in there, Mike. This would put it at Oakfield now, and Gilmore and Carroll community. So you're looking at these roads of Old Medina Road and Ashport Road and Oakfield and Christmasville Road. Folks who are out here in these areas, Barnes Road, there's some rural farmland out here on the Old Medina Road going to Medina. And, you know where you are, and you know where you live out here in these areas, New Deal Road. That's what we're talking about. And if you're right in the center, in the heart of Oakfield, then it's right in your neighborhood. So, folks, get in your shelter. Now, I think what we probably would need to do, since this is still showing some pretty good rotating winds, this thing is almost moving. It's moving about 1 o'clock to the north. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It was almost like it was trying to travel Highway 70.
Yeah.
Up towards Spring Creek. So
we're going to track this thing. At last we heard it was at 50 miles per hour. So with this moving off to this direction here, we'll just kind of draw us a little polygon and see where this thing goes here. We're looking at
by the way, that's a wide storm too. This isn't like, don't just think it's going to be on Highway 70 and that's it. We're talking about, like you were talking about, Brian, stretching from Oakfield all the way over to Claybrook,
yes,
even over towards Poplar Spring. So this is a very wide storm. Now it's shifted a little bit, Brian, back over towards the east as well. So it's still making a line towards the Huntington area, it looks like, up in Carroll County.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we're going to take and bounce that one out of there and move this over just a little bit here and try and anticipate the movement of this thing, because where it shows up on the radar is not necessarily what it actually is, because the pictures come in late. They're 3 to 5 minutes late sometimes. Lavinia in 13 minutes. Withhorn in 18, Terry, Howley in 20, Scott Hill and McLemoresville and Tresvant and Leach community all in 25 minutes from now. And also Wingo community and New Zion in 30 minutes, Gerald, Hillard community, Huntington in 33 minutes. And also the report coming here, quarter size hail at the Jackson Airport. That was reported at 4:45 and by one of our spotters here. So that was reported in just now. So that was the quarter size hail out at the airport out at McKellar Field.
Yeah. That's the one I was talking about just a little while ago when I mentioned that good solid hail core that was down around the airport area that was moving towards the north and east, along with that same storm that's producing that radar indicated tornado. The one that was up around Three-Way looks like it may have dissipated somewhat as far as the hail core. But yeah, that's a solid hail core down there that's now crossing I-40 from where the airport is. If you're out there on I-40 going towards the west out of the city of Jackson, yeah, you are going to see a pretty good size hail core that you're going to run into.
Yep. And I just wanted to kind of pass this information along here. That we did have some stations that were listening in to us a little bit earlier covering some of this activity. And you know what? We'll pass it along to anybody who's going to listen to us, because at this moment, the Storm Prediction Center gave us warnings, as early as yesterday, that today was probably going to be a premier event for this area. And when they put those, outlooks out this morning early on and gave us the high risk area, we know we have to be on our toes in a situation like this. So here we are, and it's that time of the day, and it's this time all of this is supposed to be coming through. Now, they said between 3 and 8, I think all of this activity is supposed to be passing through here. So far, Mike, we only have one tornado warning in addition to the one at least anywhere in the area, and that's the one in North Mississippi right now. We're still seeing quite a bit of wind in this particular thunderstorm. I'm going to click over to this three-way camera, which
while you do that, I'm going to let folks know there are still some other severe thunderstorm warnings out there. We haven't really mentioned those.
How you dropped out there for a second.
Up towards the Huntington area in Carroll County, but there's some severe thunderstorm warnings. One down around coming out of Hernando, Mississippi, up into Shelby and part of Fayette County, and then there's another big polygon that is in Hardeman and McNairy and also Chester County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning there, and another polygon with a severe thunderstorm warning that covers the city of Savannah.
Yeah. They're kind of panning around looking for some activity over there right now.
In North Mississippi, too, right now.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see here. We're at 4:50, and okay, so here's the information we have, Mike, out of this tornado warning. A tornado warning remains in effect for the next 10 minutes. Northwestern Henderson, southeastern Gibson, southwestern Carroll, and Madison counties. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over. Let me correct myself. At 4:47, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bargerton, 12 miles southeast of Milan, moving northeast at 50. Tornado and golf ball size hail reported by radar. So we continue to watch this, and radar is now indicating, well, it kind of caught me off guard there. It's a quarter inch less than a 3-inch size hail. So 2.75 is what's actually being returned.
A baseball, right?
That's a baseball size, yes. Yeah. And that's showing that, I'm not entirely sure if the Memphis radar went down or what happened there. But at last update, that's what we were showing in the city of Jackson was baseball size hail at some point in the last little bit. But that's the latest on our tornado warning, which will be the only tornado warning in Tennessee. So they're going to continue this out until 5 o'clock and allow it to expire, and we'll see what happens at that point.
I just got a picture sent in on my cell from a friend of mine that lives out towards the Bemis area in South Jackson, and he sent me a picture of a cloud that basically had that are down on the ground. Now, this was a little while ago, probably the one that was indicated on radar, and the ones you were getting messages about that had a funnel cloud or a tornado down in the in that Bemis area earlier. So I've got some pictures of that. So yeah, it could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for an actual tornado or a funnel cloud, but who knows in these kind of systems.
Shoot me an email and we'll throw it up on here if you want to.
Yeah, I'll forward the text over to you.
Yeah, that'll be good. What you're looking at now on KTWeather.net, we're streaming over there live right now. We're also streaming at WNWS.com, talkinwesttn.com. We're just all over the web, and that's okay. So, and you're probably also watching us on your Roku channel. That's right. It's coming up on the Drive at 5 here in a minute. So we're doing this wall-to-wall activity as long as these tornado warnings are affecting us. And Madison County has been under the tornado warning for the last, 35, 40 minutes here. And we continue to get information in too. And I'm getting some, for now. That's right. And sometimes you even just have to answer them over the air too. That's just how that's how it all plays out, and we do this in real time. So, if we're answering a half a dozen messages, and folks are asking questions too, and one of them is, where can we listen? Where can we watch? And like I said, you can go to talk_westtn.com if you're in Madison County. You can go to our Facebook page. I believe it's streaming live over there. There's, archive versions that's in the process of making too. KenTenn Weather Network has been around for a while, so I've covered a lot of West Kentucky and Northwest Tennessee stuff for years now, so it kind of made a home for it. So if you want to go look at the YouTube, you can do that over there too. We're just everywhere. It really doesn't matter. As long as you reach out and tell us if there's something going on in your neighborhood, or, and to tell us where you're listening from, where you're watching from.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I think we've got a brand new tornado warning indicated. This is going to be for Madison County. This is going to cover Carroll County, over in parts of Henderson County as well. And this is for the next hour and 6 minutes. This is a radar indicated tornado. Again, this is part of that same tornado warning that we were talking about in the city of Jackson. This has now been created a new tornado warning that is in effect. Let me get you the particulars on that. It's a tornado warning for northern Henderson County, southeastern Gibson County, southern Benton County, Carroll County, northern Madison County, southwestern Henry County. That is going to go until 6 p.m. at 4:54. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Jackson, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. That's tornado ping pong ball size hail associated with this possibly. And again, this is a radar indicated rotation. So that again includes those areas of Hickory Flat, Dollar, Atwood, part of Jackson, Westover, Brewston, Holiday, Medina, Fairview, Leach, all those areas up through those counties that we mentioned, Buena Vista, Hollow Rock, Clarksburg, Tresvant, Vale, any of those areas are included in this tornado warning area, Brian.
We're going to take it back over to the wind product too here, Mike, in just a second. I have to let everybody know, we're on the, excuse me, it's 4:56. You're listening to wall-to-wall coverage of Tornado Night, it seems like, here on April 2nd at WNWS Jackson, WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson, and also at WDXI Jackson, online at talkthenwesttn.com and at WNWS.com. We're everywhere. We're on Roku. Download the Roku app. Watch us work this thing. Watch some of the camera shots that we even throw up here from time to time, too, to kind of give you an idea of what's going on out there in your neighborhood. We do have new tornado warnings as Mike Doles is on here with us. I'm Brian Thomas. Good evening. Welcome back in if you're just getting back in here. It's supper time. People are trying to drive and get home, and it's a mess out there, especially if you live in Madison County or northwest Henderson County, and gang, get ready in Carroll County. This is coming your way next year, too. What we have is an active tornado warning. We had two at the same time about 45 minutes ago. One of them has been allowed to expire. The tornado warning, they were thinking about, I guess, dropping it off here, the one for Madison County, but they are continuing with a new tornado warning, which also includes outskirts of southern Henderson County and even over into Benton County, as Mike Doles was telling us right there. If you are in the path of this, which let's go ahead and tell you who's in the path of it right now. It's kind of confusing. I may even have to switch up these Doppler radar pictures. The storms is very interesting because they're not exactly supercells, so to speak, but they're kind of big blobs. They're kind of unorganized, not well-defined hook echoes, but you do see the wind that's being packed into these storms. And right now, what I can tell you is Cotton Grove community, that's where 412 and Interstate 40, parallel each other right here. Cotton Grove Road, okay? McLeary Road. If you're living in these roads, you need to be in your shelter now. Stewart Road, Liberty Claybrook Road. We're also getting into the Claybrook community, Spring Creek, Independence. This is where this storm is moving now. Also, as Mike has indicated earlier, it's taking kind of a Highway 70 path. So if you're traveling Highway 70 from Jackson to Huntington, Spring Creek, Highway 152, all of these areas right here, folks, between Medina and Hickory Flat and Cedar Grove, get in your shelter now. You are in the path of this tornado, and we continue to see these winds, the high winds that we're really seeing right here. See if we can get a forward and a backward on this. It's not well defined, but I mean, the closest winds we're looking at, it's almost 70 miles an hour. So we're getting close to hurricane force there, Mike. This right here,
Brian. Just a warning, real quick for you. I may lose power here in a minute. I've got a severe thunderstorm warning that is coming through my area right now, and that if you look down around the Hornsby area in Hardeman County, I'm right in the beeline for this pretty good storm that's about to come through.
Yes,
so
you are.
I may have to duck out for a second.
That's okay. And if you do, you do. And if you need to jump in, like we do here, just shout out and I'll shut up. That's the way we do it here. Best way to get things done around here, and that's how we get people's attention. We're doing this wall-to-wall coverage this afternoon. And, gang, thanks for listening to us. We sure do appreciate that. We're trying to keep you informed and keep these storms tracked and kind of get a pinpoint idea of exactly where all of this activity is taking place. Right now, as it sits, we have one active tornado warning in West Tennessee. And that's going to include the one that they just issued. This came out at 4:54, so it's 6 minutes old now, and the Weather Service has not updated that information just yet. A tornado warning continues until 6 o'clock for Henderson, Gibson, Benton, Carroll County, Madison County, and southwestern Henry County. The tornado was over Jackson at that point, but right now we're showing 2-inch size hail, and that's showing right there along Highway 70. Just on the outside of Jackson here. 2-inch size hail out in that Oakfield community. Any other information that we have coming in here, it's not filtering in just yet. All of the spotters were chasing the Dyer County, Tipton County tornado earlier, and that's where the storm chasers, if anybody follows those guys over there, they're along the Mississippi River, but they're trying to make their way up through here right now. I'm going to tell you, though, the high winds where they are right now along Interstate 40, if you're a semi, if you're in a passenger vehicle, get off the road, get out of the way of this thing, because it is crossing Interstate 40. This is Spain Road right here. Some other areas that we're looking at, Stewart Road, Spain Road, New Deal Road. Again, New Deal Road's just off of Highway 70 there on the way to Huntington. Waynick Road, there's a subdivision here, Seven Oaks Drive. If you're in that neighborhood there, Doak Mason Road, Springview Drive, that's Blair Lake out there, gang. That's the Blair Lake community, just south of Highway 152. And in general, Spring Creek. If you're in Spring Creek or Claybrook, get in your shelter now. Law Road community, Blue Goose, get out of the way of this thing. Winds are just packing a punch, even, several miles out away from this storm. Now, as you can see over there on Weather 1, which is the radar on the left side over there, you see the hook. You see where the inflow is on this storm. We've got the wind product right here. I'll just draw it out. So this is what we're saying when I say get out of the way. If you're on Interstate 40, if you're on 412 Highway, if you're on Highway 70, it starts to look like football plays after a while. If you're in this giant junction of road construction, or road area, I should say, you need to be in your shelter. Spring Creek community. Again, Mount Gilead. If you're in here, Claybrook, Cotton Grove is too close for comfort. Get in your shelter right now. Highway 152, along Highway 70, all the way up to Cedar Grove and Hickory Flat. And let's see, we had a radar update right there, and she's getting a little bit warmer every radar update, Mike, as we're looking right there. Are you still in there with us? He may not have. He is currently not. He's not under a tornado warning. Mike is down in Bolivar, and that would put him. Well, I wouldn't say the Lisbon community, the Hebron community. You know where Mike is. He talks about it all the time. It's just, for some reason, I just lost this all of a sudden. But he's down there dealing with severe thunderstorms right now. One tornado warning again that is active here across West Tennessee, and this is in Madison County still. Spring Creek, Oakfield community, seeing these high winds. Anybody along Interstate 40, out towards Law Road and Blue Goose area. Springview Drive, again, the Blair Lake community. And we have things coming in as far as what's going on over here. We have some information here that's coming in. It's quarter-size hail was reported in North Jackson. That was around North Park, so they got quarter-size hail. Pea-size hail in Springbrook and Law Road area right now, getting pea-size hail out of this particular storm cell right here. Waynick Drive, Doak Mason Road, folks, right in the middle of this circulation. I'm going to run back over here for just a second and see if we have, I'm going to pull that down too, so you can go, you folks out there watching at WNWS.com or at talk_NWestTN.com. You might be watching at KTWeather.net too. So thanks for watching us. We're keeping you up to date here with the tornado activity. As you can see right down here where the arrow is on the left side screen, that's where the inflow of this storm. So the activity is put now just slightly to the east of Highway 70, as you see right here. We also have Interstate 40, the red line that you see there, and just south of that is Highway 412. Latest radar picture just updated in this inflow notch. This is the inflow notch. When we say that is the part of the tornado where the winds are getting pulled from. That's the inner circulation of the tornado where it's sucking all the wind in. So we do have a hook echo here. It wasn't looking very well defined earlier. The storm is cycling up and down, so it's getting stronger. It'll get weaker, and then now we have 2 1/4 inch size hail. And so what is 2 1/4 inch size hail? It's 2 inches wide. That's what it is. So that's what we have, and that's what's coming into this storm right here along Interstate 40. Now back over to the other weather product, the wind product that we're looking at. Again, communities that we're talking about. We're still looking up here at the Spring Creek Road, the Blair Lake community. This is along Highway 70 and Highway 152 that runs down through there, down to Spring Creek and Lavinia and all these areas here. Still, if you're in the Claybrook community, be in your shelter now. High winds. Even if you don't have an actual tornado or a funnel, you do have high winds. You're in the neighborhood of the high winds. So get to your shelter if you're in any of these areas. And I'm going to repeat these areas too, gang. Lavinia, if you are around Highway 152, Highway 70, Spring Creek, Hickory Flat, Cedar Grove, Smith Community, Mount Gilead, Independence, the Law Community, and Lavinia again, still Highway 220, that's Highway 70 there once again. And she's getting pretty ramped up here, gang. We're going to switch this over to our what's flying around in the air product here, our correlation coefficient, and quite a few drops in and around this area where we're seeing some things being lofted up into the air. As you can see and follow along with us right here, there's some earlier in a storm we saw some really significant drops down into the 50s. And if you see them, that's pretty indicative of things flying around. Now, this is not what you would call a debris ball or anything like that. It's just rather scattered stuff. It's being lofted into the air here. But there are some drops either way. Indicates a lot of high wind and a lot of things kind of being blown around, definitely. This is what they call a correlation coefficient. We'll check back in with that in a little bit. Look at that hook echo right there. If you're streaming us at talkinwesttn.com or anywhere online, you can see there's positive lightning strikes, a lot of light and very heavy rain right there. And let's check out the hail product. It looks like it's a slight bit off, and maybe we can go back and check it over here on the other one. It's a good thing about having multiple radar views here. You can see various things. That's a giant hail core right there. That thing goes from there to there, all the way from outside of the city limits of Jackson, all the way down past 412, putting it into this is Law Road right here. So it's really moving stuff all over the place. So we have some pea-size hail being reported in Springbrook right now. Thanks, Chesley. Dustin also. He's that one's almost as big as a pinky finger right there. Take a pinky finger and cut it in half. That's the size of that hail. And sure enough, there it is. So hail is confirmed in this storm. Tornado warning continues. What information do we have to bring you? A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Blue Goose, 11 miles northeast of Jackson. And it's moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail. There was the 2 1/4 inch that I could not roll off the tip of my tongue a while ago. And Dustin King has actually sent in a picture of that to us. We'll review those after a while when we get a chance, if there's a time to die down here when there's not nonstop.
I don't think it will be.
I don't either, Mike. Mike Doles is back on the line with us here, live from Rural. Well,
yeah, that place.
That place. I was trying to figure. I was trying to say what the little community was a while ago, and I'm like,
it's Hornsby.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, down here in Hardeman County, we had a little storm that blew through. It looked a lot angrier than what it turned out to be. But I was tracking that hail core just like you were.
Mm-hmm.
It's just to the north and to the east of Spring Creek right now. And man, it's headed towards Cedar Grove. And you were right, man. That has got some very serious hail in it. You're talking ping pong ball size. In some places, all the way up to just shy of baseball size, what it could get up to. Because that is some serious cloud tops. When you have an inflow of wind like you were talking about that is capable of holding something the size of a ping pong ball, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of these things up in a cloud, up in the atmosphere, and eventually they get too big, they get too heavy, the wind can't hold them, and down they come. You're talking about some damaged vehicles, you're talking about damaged roofs, insurance claims, all kinds of stuff out of this storm. I have not had a chance to track where the center of circulation is because we were kind of losing internet back and forth. So where are we looking at that right now, Brian?
Okay, the center of circulation, again, it's along I-40. It's kind of in the triangle area here of Highway 70 and Interstate 40, I should say. You get my words confused here.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
I see it.
So along Law Road community and out here in the area of the lake, which lake? Well, it's the one that we've been talking about. That lake. There's so many of them out there. It's not Lake Graham. This one is going to be the one that's just south of the Cedar Grove community. And it's just all of a sudden escaped me again, just like everything else here. But that's the one we're talking about. It has the subdivision is right down there from it, and that's where all of this activity was. And that would put it in the neighborhood of Highway 152, the Law community itself. And there's Interstate 40. So sandwiched in between Interstate 40, that's going to put it on the east-west road there between Cedar Grove and the Sharon community, not the city of Sharon, the Sharon community, which is over in Henderson County. That's Highway 104 or Route 104 or whatever you want to call it there. But yeah, Cedar Grove, just to the south is where the center of the circulation is, and specifically in the Law community. Man, those are some giant returns on the radar, especially that hail core there.
Yeah, and it's just south of Cedar Grove right now. So anywhere between Mount Gilead, like you were talking about, the Sharon area, Mount Gilead, all the way up to Cedar Grove. If you were in between those on a north to south east track, then you are going to be seeing some very high winds. You're going to see this very large hail. And on the backside of that's where you got that center of circulation where the possible tornado is. So you can see all this before you even see anything that might be a tornado formation.
That's right.
So it kind of gives you a false perception about what's going on. You'll think you're already through the worst of it with this large hail and these very strong winds and very heavy rain, and that's shielding basically the inflow back behind it, which is this possible tornado.
And we were looking here, it's on top of several communities, and that's the thing about it. When you have one that's this large, you might as well just kind of bracket it in between these communities, and that would put it along Highway 104, Interstate 40, and Highway 70, which would be over the Law community right now in Mount Gilead. And these would be the roads of O'Brien Road, Utley Road, and an offshoot here. This is Law Road itself that goes down that direction there. Pillow Road, and also I can't see that one. This is along the North Fork of the Fork Deer River. If you know where that area is, which is just to the south of Cedar Grove, as Mike said right there. We're zooming in really tight right here. You see the giant hail core over just to the south of Cedar Grove on the left radar up here, and over here you also see the center of this rotation, and that would put it right there at the Law community. That's specifically where this is. There are some drops in the correlation coefficient indicating that there's things flying in the air, which again, it's not a major drop, but is a drop of something that could be that's in the air. It doesn't matter if it's tree limbs or leaves or what have you. So that it still nonetheless indicates circulation. The tornado warning continues. We don't have any new information from the Weather Service, but so I don't want to say that it was located near Blue Goose. We know that's not the case anymore. That was 10 minutes ago. So what we do see here is a tornado warning, which continues. It was reported to have tornado and ping pong ball size hail with this storm, Mike, and I'm going to try and grab a picture here in just a second and throw up on here of one that just came in the last 10, 15 minutes. That was reported shortly there a few minutes ago.
Yeah, the Smith area right now is going to be the one that's going to be seeing this extremely large hail. I was trying to zoom in on that on my radar on this end. Mm-hmm. So anywhere from Cedar Grove, Hickory Flat, any of those areas, all the way down to the Smith area, you're going to be seeing this tornado warned area that has this 1.5 inch or larger ping pong ball size hail that's in this. That is still part of that tornado warned area. That tornado warning is still in effect for the next 45 minutes, so until 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that thing is still spinning over here too. I'm seeing some mid-level rotation. There's still ping pong ball size hail. There's 2.25 inch size hail right there. That is part of this very, very bad event of thunderstorms this afternoon. I'm going to try and show you a couple of things.
Brian, this thing has been pretty long-lived, too. This thing started out well south of Jackson down in the Hardeman County area and has just stayed together and traveled. It kind of broke up a little bit, but now it looks like it's trying to get strength in it again, especially with this extremely large hail core. And it just keeps getting bigger, Brian. I don't know if you've noticed that or not. That hail core is not.
Let's head back over to the radar here, and this is what he's talking. We put this radar into motion. This is where it passed through Madison County in the last hour, and it kind of blobbed up for a little while, and now the hook is still showing pretty good right here as it left Oakfield, Mike. It's still hanging in there pretty good. Yeah. And it's somewhat following Interstate 40 now. It's kind of tough, though, because it somewhat follows Highway 70, and then maybe it just wants to defer. Maybe it wants to go to Clarksburg. So that's kind of the track on it now. It is shifted a little bit more towards the east, which is going to take it straight over State Route 424 in between Clarksburg and Highway 70. So yeah, that's a humongous hail core. It just got bigger on my radar on my screen here. And just south of where that hail core is where you've got that center of rotation just to the east of Rock Springs, a little north of Mount Gilead. That thing is headed towards the north and east. It just keeps trying to go north, and then it will shift a little farther east. So if you are in between Clarksburg, Highway 22, and then all the way over towards the west of Highway 70, any of those communities, any residential areas, and in between that, you're going to see this here in the next little bit. If you live anywhere north of, right going into Carroll County, that is basically right on the Carroll County southern border, right? That's right. And also, I still do not have any new information. I guess one of the things is most of the spotters, they're not gathered in the right place. I say the spotters. There's spotters all over the place, but we're not getting any new information from the National Weather Service as of yet. Nor are we getting any pictures out in this area. There are no cameras to actually kind of see what's going on out there. But what we can tell you, as Mike indicated right there is still some strong rotation. There's obviously a hook echo on the radar. You can see that. There's a strong rotation. There's 2.5 inch size hail. So now we're going up a 1/4 inch size, being reported back to Memphis radar. Folks in Parker's.
Let's back up to the baseball size again.
Yeah.
The 1.5 inch is about the ping pong ball size. And we give those estimates so you can kind of gauge in your mind the size of them. I know 1.5 inches, most people are thinking, well, that's probably not very big, but it's inch and a half across. So you got ping pong ball size with 1.5 inches, then that 2.5 inch size is basically about right at baseball size. That can do some serious damage, not just to property, but also if you are out in it, you don't want to be.
No, you absolutely do not. Looking back off to the west, the big line that we've been watching too is on its way. This is, we would call this a supercell at this point because it's out here. It's discrete. It's by itself. And that is exactly what they were talking about. Now, they were talking about a whole bunch of them. But this is not like Mayfield where it's on the ground and long track on the ground. It may be a long track supercell where it cycles up and down and continues to stay, within tornado warning limits. But so far out of this particular storm, it did produce a tornado when it come through South Jackson. There was a tornado warning for Bemis earlier, about an hour ago, as this thing made its way through Madison County. But now we are looking at still some rotation as this thing is cycling back up a little bit, and it has gotten a bit stronger too. If we go back over here to the radar picture, you can all these purples that you see up here amidst the red, and I mean that's a combination of heavy downpour and hail. That's large hail right there. And you put it over on the hail product, and this hail product is not doing a heck of a good job as far as updating right there. But when you look at reflectivity, you can see the hail's right there. So
what, Brian, I just got an alert here that was coming in on my phone because that's for me. Okay. A new tornado warning that has just been issued, and man, this has got some punch to it. This is going to be a tornado warning. This is radar indicated. National Weather Service issuing this tornado warning for, to the northwestern Benton County, and that's in Mississippi. Let me see, my computer jumped on me. There we go. Mm-hmm. Southeastern Fayette County in West Tennessee, Hardeman County in West Tennessee, southeastern Haywood County, southwestern Madison County, and southwestern Chester County. At 5:20, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Michigan City. That's about 19 miles north of Holly Springs. It is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. That is right now possibly a tornado and quarter-size hail. Again, this is radar indicated, and this is going to be a tornado warning for this area, and it will be in effect. Let me see if it's got a time frame on it here until, well, it's not showing me. Hold on a second. Let me bring it on down.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not showing me. Well, let me back out of it, and that will tell me. Okay, for the next 54 minutes. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at this storm. If you want to swap down with the radar down, we actually have a storm spotter there. You were talking about them a moment ago. There is a storm spotter, a tracker that is in his vehicle that is in that area. He is just on the south or on the western side of this Hook Echo that is right on the Fayette-Hardeman County line. That is going to be over towards just to the east of Collierville. So you can see that the very well-defined Hook Echo. That's a tornado warning, again, for those areas, Fayette, Hardeman, just a small portion of Haywood County, South Madison County, even stretching over into Henderson and McNairy counties as well. That's for the next 54 minutes. That's a pretty good size cell down there.
Yes, it is. And we brought the wind product up on that too. Grand Junction, LaGrange 45 community, and Highway 18 south of Bolivar down through Michigan City into North Mississippi. Good grief. That thing is prominent right there on the radar. Folks who's watching online can see this activity swirling around here, and that's over the Wolf River Refuge down there, that particular area. So yeah, and there's a guy. We may try and check in with him in just a little bit, but we'll continue to watch this too right here. The reason,
by the way, that's going to be affecting the LaGrange area. That tornado signature right now is over the area of LaGrange, like you were talking about, Highway 18, basically in that area. But this is going to be heading up towards the folks in Hickory Valley. So if you live in the Hickory Valley area there in Hardeman County, you want to go ahead and get to your place of safety now. This is going to be moving to the northeast again at about 50 miles an hour. So if you're around Hickory Valley, Center Point, Van Buren, it is over LaGrange and Grand Junction right now. Those areas, you should have already been in your place of safety at this point. If not, then you need to be there. But this is, again, going to be affecting Center Point, Hickory Valley, maybe even Van Buren in the next few minutes, and then all the way up to Middleburg, eventually going up towards Sugar Hill and into the area of Bolivar, because it's basically just about traveling a Highway 18 northeast trek right now, Brian.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that one right there, and we're going to continue to keep an eye, a look out at that one as well. Now, I have switched Weather 2 over here, which is on your left side of your screen. Weather 2 is now, we're so far away from the Memphis radar, we switched over to Paducah. So now at Parker's Crossroads in Clarksburg, which had to make Highway 22 right there, you're seeing this inflow notch still hanging out, as it has been over the last 20 minutes. We've been watching this storm cycle back up, and we still see right here the drops and some of the brighter colors that are side by side. So folks who's in Parker's Crossroads and Clarksburg, so folks who are listening out in Huntington and Buena Vista and these areas along Highway 22 and Highway 70, the roads that lead to Huntington, where you're bracketed right here, this activity is moving off. It's moving off to the roughly the north as this activity holds together. It's slowly moving to the northeast, but it's tracking north. If you want to be completely specific about it, large hail coming out of that storm right there too. Parker's Crossroads. If you're in this area right here, get in your shelter. Here's the latest information out of this tornado warning, which remains in effect until 6 o'clock at 5:22. This is about 4 minutes old. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Parker's Crossroads, or near Parker's Crossroads rather, 11 miles south of Huntington, moving northeast at 50. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail, but now Doppler radar is reporting 3.25-inch size hail at Clarksburg now. There it sits. It's right there. Some mid-level rotation.
Yeah, that gets on up there a little bit. When you get up to that, of course, I think it's a little bigger than baseball size. You're talking about softball, maybe. Once you get up into that range, that's very deadly. That's right.
You don't want to be. You don't want to be sitting on your front porch and that'll knock a hole in some wood. It just will. Those things bounce, by the way. So close your doors and your windows if you see this hail falling down in your backyard or falling in your swimming pool. Yeah, it bounces like a ball too. You don't
close your blinds as well.
Yes, and at least give you some protection from the things bouncing into the house and potentially killing somebody there. That's a very dangerous thing. We're kind of looking.
Us Southern folks love to go out on the front porch and stand and stare at stuff. Yeah. But this is a deadly situation. You cannot do that. Get inside the house. Like Brian was talking about, if you have windows with blinds, close the blinds, because if one hits that, those blinds can protect the flying glass from coming in. I heard a story from some folks who had a tornado hit their home. They were in the bathroom with the door shut, but they were cut by flying glass that came under the door because they didn't think about that part of it. So yeah, anything like that you can do to better isolate yourself from the outside world, please do that.
Yeah. You've got to protect yourself, and especially when you're seeing these kind of rotating winds and the stuff that's flying around in the air and even flying around at the surface, is dangerous. Get out of the way of it. Get in some kind of substantial shelter. That's why they call it substantial, not a rickety shelter. You don't want that, because you're going to eventually get hurt if you don't get somewhere safe. This is one of those extreme events that we, National Weather Service, they talk about it for a couple of days, and then it's the day of, and everything is coming together here. We continue to watch this thunderstorm cell that is tornadic. We have new information here too. Let me give you this, Mike. At 5:28, this is a minute old. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Parker's Crossroads, south of Huntington, moving northeast at 50. Radar indicated tornado and ping pong ball size hail. If you're in the Halley community, Hillard, Mansfield, Dollar, Brewston, Holiday, Leach, McKenzie, Tate, Palmer, Shelter, Reuton, Ephesus, Henry, Buena Vista, Westport, Hollow Rock, Parker's Crossroads, New Zion, Clarksburg. If you're in these communities, take cover now. What is an interior room? Well, an interior room is a closet in the center of the house, or a bathroom, or, some place close and tight where you can, huddle together. Hey, if you got a football helmet, put it on. This thing's headed right for you. We don't know if it's a tornado on the ground. It's not confirmed that, but what we can tell you is that we can see the winds. It's on the radar. It's science, and it's right there. So get in a closet, get in your interior room. If you're in a mobile home, a car, get out, get into some substantial shelter. Try and get into, one of the businesses along the highway if you can, and don't try and run into this thing to get away from it. Don't do that. This thing, like I said, is moving off to the north. It's along Highway 22 right now, Clarksburg, Parker's Crossroads, and Huntington. Just that stretch of highway right there that you see over there on the radar picture right there. Now, I don't want to forget about our folks down in Hardeman County either. Let's swing back down there. Mike, what are you seeing in Hardeman County? That would have, down in LaGrange, I believe, is where that was, right?
Yeah, let me close back in on that. I had kind of moved up there to the one you were talking about. Yeah, the center of circulation on this, well, I went a little bit too big there. Hickory Valley right now in the line of this. This is a tornado warning, 1 inch size, which is about quarter size hail being produced, but also possible tornado as well. This is radar indicated. Right now, if you're in the area of Center Point, it is right over the top of you, down around Van Buren, Hickory Valley. You're about to be hit by this as it's coming northeast, all the way up to Middleburg, Grand Valley Lakes. You're in the line of this as well. It's going to head up Highway 18, between Highway 18 and 125, basically. Of course, that's a big stretch, but this is a big storm right now. Middleburg, you're in the line of this. Grand Valley Lakes, like I said, it's going to travel all the way up to around the Sugar Hill area. Then it gets into the outskirts of Bolivar. Mm-hmm. And this thing is moving 50 miles an hour to the northeast. Bolivar, you're in the path of this. So go ahead and seek shelter immediately. Again, this is a tornado warning, and it covers quite a few counties. It just doesn't just cover the Hardeman County area. It's over into the extreme eastern portion of Fayette County right now. It also covers a portion of McNairy County. This thing's going to track northeast all the way through Bolivar, Silerton, parts of Hornsby, maybe, even though it looks like it's going to shift a little bit to the west of Hornsby, probably not in the direct line of it. But Bolivar, you are. Toone, you are. Silerton, you could be as well over the next 30 minutes or so. So get your place of safety immediately.
Yeah, we're watching all of that activity right there, and of course we hear the bells and whistles going off in the background, which indicates another tornado warning of some kind that is just now being issued. I don't see that activity just yet on the screen. I'm going to go ahead. There it is. While you were talking there, Mike, down to the south and west of LaGrange was a pocket of rotation. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see it. Another warning, and it overlaps part of the existing tornado warning right now too. That's the one that's just to the east of Collierville, and it is moving towards the northeast as well. As part of this same, it's almost linked up to this same tornadic cell that we were talking about that is headed up towards Bolivar right now. That new polygon basically is just to the east of that and overlaps a good portion of this same polygon that triggered that tornado warning for Fayette, Hardeman, but this is also going to catch Haywood County. It's not as big a polygon, but still it is that cell that's coming out of North Mississippi has now been triggered as a tornado spawn storm as well. Yeah,
and they're still watching still yet. There's some more rotation over in Shelby County between Oakland community and Arlington. We probably need to keep an eye on that here in just a little bit. as that activity pushes out and heads into Fayette County too. But some of these areas kind of getting repeat activity from since it started earlier this afternoon. But you know what? It hit that pocket of air just right, and all of a sudden, all of these cells just started popping up, and it's been one after another since that first tornado that was actually sighted down in Bemis. Now I have some new information I have to pass along to you. Still, this on these tornado warnings, National Weather Service keeps you updated on this stuff. At 5:32, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 8 miles southeast of Huntington, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball size hail, and the ping pong ball size hail that Dustin King had reported back down to the south of this storm earlier at Claybrook, where he lives, had just about that time turned into ping pong ball size hail. And now I'm starting to see a rotation marker at Clarksburg, a low level rotation marker, which indicates a little bit something extra going on at the ground level here. So I need to look into that here over the next couple of minutes, Mike. This thing might evolve into something.
That hail core again off that same cell you're talking about. That thing has just bloomed. I mean, like a flower that's trying to open up. That part of that storm, I can't imagine what the cloud top on that is. Probably 40,000 feet, because we were talking about some pretty good size hail that is coming out of that. So that thing has just bloomed way up into the atmosphere. That you're also seeing that little hook echo just to the south of that hail core as well. That's probably what we're talking about with that possible tornado that's moving up. Folks who are around the Brewston area, around Brewston Hollow Rock, you're in the path of this. It's going to ease its way over into Benton County, back over towards Camden. So this thing is moving again towards the northeast, but it just will not die down, Brian.
And you're talking about that hail core right there between Buena Vista and Clarksburg, which is where the major part of it is. Yeah, there is some down at Crockers Crossroads too, but the heaviest of this, your cloud tops at 55,000 feet is what's being reported by Doppler radar. 55. That's way up there. Yep. And that's that hail core right here. Now the radar has slightly gone down just a little bit. We're down to 2 3/4 now, but that's still within the limits of severe, and the mid-level rotation marker is still right there. I'm trying to make my way over to correlation coefficient here. There is a significant drop at Clarksburg and Parker's Crossroads between Holiday. Draw a line between Holiday and Clarksburg. They're basically east-west of each other here. This is where the drop is. This is where the center of rotation is. If you're out in this area, this would be where the polygon actually sits now. This still, I do not have a confirmed tornado actually in this particular area between Clarksburg and Holiday. If somebody does, I hope you've called 911 and reported it, or called the National Weather Service, because there is a significant drop in activity right here. And when I say significant, I'm talking about now we're down in the 40s. There's stuff flying in the air to the east of Clarksburg, between Clarksburg and Holiday right now. Still seeing nearly 3-inch size hail and low-level rotation with this storm. Mike, this might very well possibly be something right here. It just hasn't been reported yet.
Yeah, you've got me watching your radar at the same time. So
yes,
I was going to go up, and let me bring that up real quick. I know the let me see if I can see anything. The Carroll County EMA camera does not.
Yeah, it might be a little bit out of range there, just a little bit too far.
Screen a little bit. They're trying to send it back to see. There are a lot of rain on the lens as well, so it's going to be tough to see that Carroll County camera, or the one just outside of Huntington, towards the east side, I guess, of Huntington right now. Let me remind everybody again, Brian, while we're talking about it, we still have active tornado warnings down south of the Jackson area too, the area where I'm at. We have a couple of tornado warnings right now. We have one that it covers basically almost the exact same area as the other one, but they both popped just outside of each other. So let me give you this one. Tornado warning for the from the National Weather Service, northwestern Benton County and northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Fayette County and West Tennessee, Hardeman County, the entire county included in this, southeastern Haywood, southwestern Madison County, and southwestern Chester County. Now, that was at 5:20 p.m. A possible tornado there, a radar-indicated possible tornado located near Michigan City, which is outside of Holly Springs, about 19 miles north of there, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So we have that one. That is for southwest Tennessee. And then we have another tornado warning as well that basically overlaps part of that one. And that tornado warning is for eastern Fayette, northwestern Hardeman, and south central Haywood. And the cities in the path of that, basically Fayette Corners, Laconia, Hillville, Cedar Chapel, Vildo, Middleburg, Moscow, Williston, Whiteville, Bolivar, Miller, Hayes Crossing, Somerville, Shady. I think it's probably just one of those that is going to encompass a lot of rural area. So keep those tornado warnings in mind. Those are warnings for those counties here in southwest Tennessee.
Yeah, in northern West Tennessee, Clarksburg, Holiday, Camden, all in the line of a severe thunderstorm, which is very capable of producing a tornado. As we're looking at the product of the Doppler radar that produces, produces a return showing stuff flying in the air. If you're looking along with us here, by the way, we're streaming at talkinwesttn.com, at WNWS.com, and on the YouTube page over at ktweather.net. There's plenty of ways to look at us. You can look on also the Roku. You can download the Talkin' West Tennessee Roku app, and more tornado warning activity here. Let's see, is that new stuff coming in or is that old stuff? I don't know. We're going to check it here in just a second. What I can positively tell you right here, if you're in Clarksburg or Holiday, gang, get in your shelter. I mean, this is pretty intense stuff because we have nearly 3-inch size hail at Clarksburg, and in low-level rotation right here. If you're following along with us, all this blue area, these are intense drops in the Doppler radar indicating items that have been picked up by the wind and is being tossed in the air still. Okay, so now a new update on that picture that just came out. Holiday community, Clarksburg over here. I'm going to go grab weather 1 and put us down in this area here. Same area. Let's get the radar prod up here. Just take, oh wow. Look at the, I'm looking at reflectivity south of Brewston on that one. I haven't looked at that picture yet. Mike, I don't know if you see the same thing along Highway 114 there, Buena Vista. That thing's really moving. There's a giant hail core wrapped in all of this heavy rain too that's coming down right here. This is going to warrant switching radar sites. Let me go up here, and the closest one, well, let's try Hopkinsville for just a second. That'll give us a better shot down the throat of this thing. That's going to almost put it right there in the view of the EMA tower. I believe that's EMA right there. They're kind of keeping an eye on that. So what you're seeing is this would be the Carroll County, maybe the Sheriff's Department tower. I'm not entirely sure where that is right there, but either way, they're trying to sight this thing too. It looks like it's pointed to the south, so they're looking the right direction here to see what's taking place in this area. So again, this is a tornado warning, and the most current information that we had was a tornado warning for this area here. It goes until, what time does it go till? Until 6 o'clock. So you have another 15 minutes for the Carroll County tornado warning. This is Carroll County, Henry County, and Benton County that remains in here. We was showing some low-level shear markers a few minutes ago between Buena Vista and Holiday. We still see some pretty good drops in the correlation coefficient right here, indicating some things that might be being tossed up into the air there between Clarksburg and Holiday. Once again, I'm going to go back over to this area right here. and they're looking to the south of it. And at this point, if you're looking at the radar picture, trying to figure out where this thing is and what it's doing, if you switch back over to that right there, Huntington has a pretty good shot of whatever activity that might be coming out of this. And also the winds are just so great on this here. This between Clarksburg and Buena Vista. This is Highway 70 coming up. Excuse me, that's Highway 22 coming up between Clarksburg and Huntington. So just to the east and northeast of Clarksburg is where the center of this rotation is, and roughly putting it in a Buena Vista community, which is going to put it along Highway 70 south of Brewston here in a matter of time. I'm going to keep it on that picture right there for just a second. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Hold on just a minute. Let's go switch this over here. I can't tell you what that is. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. Let's just keep it there. So we'll just move away from the radar for a second. Maybe they have. Yep. Is that what I'm? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm also tracking this one down in Hardeman County. When you get a chance, pop one of those cameras on down there in Hardeman County. There's one on top of the hospital there in Bolivar, and this tornado warning signature is about to move right over the top of that camera.
Okay, let's go back here and take a look at, let's do Bolivar here. Here we go. And typical computer loading. There you go. Hey, we're loading. Great. Let's go back over here and try this again. There we go. Okay, there's the wall cloud. And this is the top of the hospital. This is looking south into the storm?
South. Yeah, looking south from Bolivar, the Bolivar Hospital there. They have a camera mounted on the roof. You can see the lightning strikes coming out. But that's where that center of rotation out of that tornado warned storm is headed right now. So you can see like that little drop in the clouds right there. Mm-hmm. I'm going to keep an eye on this for a little bit and see what happens out of that one. But you can see how it just curves down from the upper right corner down to that lower hanging cloud. Right.
Yeah. And that's pretty good wall cloud. I mean, it's a good indication of the stuff that we are looking at here, and that we were going to expect. Most of it's unorganized, especially out here, out in front, in Oklahoma. We tend to see a lot of stuff that's very clearly well defined. Over here, it's just kind of a mess unless you get down into Alabama, where where they get a lot more activity than that. So our stuff tends to be kind of messy. We don't get a lot of it during the daytime hours too. So this is kind of a leg up to us. We're able to see all of this stuff that's going on. I don't have any new information as of yet as far as the tornado warning. Let's see. There is something here. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Brewston, 8 miles southwest of Camden. This was moving northeast at 50. Tornado and golf ball size hail. This just came out at 5:44. So still indicated by radar, still seeing some pretty good rotation in this. Now back up into the mid-level of the clouds that we're seeing this though. But that definitely seeing this activity south of Buena Vista. This will be on top of Brewston and Hollow Rock here in just a few minutes though. So everybody needs to be in their shelter. This thing is updated again. Camden, be in your shelter. Folks in the city of Camden and everybody between Holiday and Camden, please be in your shelter right now. I'm going to cut back over to the full screen of that thing right there. The picture that Mike was talking about. And this is at Bolivar, right?
Yeah, this is the hospital there in the city of Bolivar. They're kind of panning the camera back to the right a little bit where you can see a little bit more of that cloud. But you can see how those clouds have dropped quite a bit. That is part of that tornado warning signature. I'm not seeing any rotation in those clouds as they start to move closer, but definitely it's got the indicators that that's definitely a severe storm, no doubt.
And we were sitting here looking at some of the low-hanging activity there. A lot of people mistake those things for tornadoes. In the low-hanging clouds, it's not necessarily a tornado. What you've got to be aware of is any kind of rotation that you see coming out of the wall cloud. Is it spinning? Now, is it just floating around up there? tornadic activity spins. So you just got to kind of watch the cloud base and see, kind of look at it and get an idea of what that is. If it's not spinning,
a lot of lightning strikes, but not really any rotation in those clouds right now.
Now and told you the tornado warning was going to expire at 6:00 for the Benton and Carroll County tornado. That's coming up here in about 10 minutes. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for that area right here, though, and that's it was a severe thunderstorm with 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, radar indicated. They did not issue a new tornado warning for this area. So, gang, if you're watching the web stream of Talking West Tennessee or KTWeather.net, if you're watching the web stream, the left side, you're seeing Buena Vista. You're seeing the wind product off of the Doppler radar, looking at Buena Vista and Brewston and Hollow Rock. This is in Carroll County, and on the Benton County, the Benton County line here. Over here on the right side, what you're seeing is the actual picture live from Bolivar of another tornado warning, which we're going to go and address here in just a couple of minutes. And Mike, this is getting closer to Mike and his neighborhood down there. Mike Dole's in here with us tonight, as every night when we're tracking severe weather, and we're going to switch back over to that radar picture. Holy cow, okay, Mike! That is a good hook.
Brian, if you get a chance, there is a spotter, if you can go to him, a driver spotter down there in Hardeman County. I don't know if you've got access to his, and of course you may have to mute the volume on him. But he, I think, is tracking one where he thinks may be a tornado right now at Fayette Hardeman County line.
Okay. I will give it a shot and see if he has. Well, he might. Okay. And who is this? Does it have a name on him?
It is. Hold on a second. I had it a moment ago, and now it's bouncing back off of me. Oh, here it is. Aaron J. Jack.
Okay, so we'll give Aaron J. Jack some credit here. Hey, thanks for being in our area, by the way, guy. I appreciate your being here and actually on the ground and looking at this stuff. So, yeah, he does have a little bit of rain that's coming down too right there. So he's actually watching the wall cloud of this tornadic thunderstorm, which we were looking at over here on the radar picture. And here's some while he's doing.
Had to click on it a couple of times. There you go.
So the Somerville down here. Excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself, Mike. At Hickory Valley and Williston right now, where this activity is, there's 3-inch size hail. And still some mid-level rotation going on right there. 3-inch size hail in that storm that you're looking at there. I'm gonna swap off of this here for just a second. I want to bring this up to date here. We were getting some more information, and about to let some of this get ahead of us. I don't want to. We do have a line of stuff that will be approaching us here before long. It would appear that the Carroll County, Benton County tornado warning was allowed to, well, it's not even there anymore. They canceled it. So that one's canceled. Now, here are the storm reports real quick. 1 3/4 inch size hail by the emergency manager, Carroll County. At Clarksburg, 2.5 inch size hail reported. That would be just outside at Middle Fork there. Also at Middle Fork. Public report of hail just under baseball size near Clarksburg. That big hail core that we were looking at there, Mike, just a few minutes ago. And Mike Dole's with us. He's experiencing some electrical issues, meaning he's about to get into this severe weather down there.
Yeah, I'm still tracking this tornado warning that is in Hardeman County, Fayette, and Hardeman County. I went back to that hospital camera real quick, and man, those clouds got even more ominous looking, even though that system looks like it is starting to move out of that spot for now. But man, those clouds still, when you see this, and there is a little bit of rotation in those clouds as they start to move by.
Right.
But I think that one in that Bolivar area is starting to move out. But the one The other tornado warned area is the one that is now crossing into Hardeman County out of Fayette County. That one's going to be just to the east of Bolivar. So the Whiteville area over in that neighborhood is going to be seeing this coming through here in the next 15, 20 minutes.
I'm sitting here looking at this hook on the radar, Mike. We don't normally see these things well defined. Again, I say it again, that we all the time we see these out west in Oklahoma and whatnot. Our weather we get here, we see these returns on Doppler radar. They're kind of messy unless we just have a really bad weather day, which we do today, clearly. But we can see, we can see what looks like the development of some kind of debris. I'm not going to say the word, but we're going to keep an eye on this here to the west of Hickory Valley. This could turn into something. This thing could be cycling up at the moment. I'm going to go look at correlation coefficient right here. It's very scattered all over the place right now as we're looking at this radar product, and which means, it honestly what it means is that there's some really good inflow right here, and there's a spot in the radar where there's nothing there, in the air. You can't see anything. So right. we're gonna switch back over, and if it can't see anything, then that's good. Let's not have a tornado. Let's just keep this thing, rotating in the air and be done with it. But that doesn't always work out for us. So either way, and nonetheless, we still see good, strong rotation at Hickory Valley right now, with this tornado warning, and we're seeing winds up to 67, one direction there. There's 67 there, and if you go over here, there's 35 in the neighborhood. There's a 60 right there. So, there's some very gusty winds to the west of Highway 18 at Hickory Valley right now, which is indicative of some activity going on at the surface here. I don't have a confirmed anything out of that storm right now. I'm going to take it back over to the wide view radar here to kind of get you a little bit better idea of everything going on. There is a line of tornado warnings to the west of us that will be heading this way, and all of that activity be hitting this unstable atmosphere over here in West Tennessee within the hour or two. And 3-inch size hail continued to be reported at Hickory Valley, and down in Fayette and Hardeman County here. Mike is hanging in there right now, because all of this stuff.
By the way, all those storms you were talking about that are still over in Arkansas that have not made it to the Mississippi River yet, I haven't seen any of those that are not right now tornado warned. Mm-hmm. These things are just all over the place. They're just blanketing the radar over on the left side. They're, of course, to the east of Pine Bluff. Some storms going through Little Rock, but to the east of Little Rock, every storm that is out in front of that line right now is tornado warned. So all that's still to come. That hasn't even got close to us yet. We're still hours away from that right now. Yeah,
that's right. It's going to probably finally push its way through here about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. To our best estimate anyway. I'm going to have to take weather 1 down for just a second. No, weather 2 up over here showing the intensity of that Hickory Valley storm. And there's also a very good inflow notch still in the Bolivar storm, which is pretty broad now, stretches from Toon all the way down to Bolivar. And I was looking at the rotation. It was right there near that camera. I was going to try and get something called up there. But it appears that this thing is going to attempt to load. Today is a significant day for, a lot of folks when it comes to the severe weather stuff. And I think stuff is just getting overloaded, if I'm being quite honest about it. Because when you try to call up a camera and it refuses, then you just have to back off of it and go somewhere else. Continue talking about what we're talking about. Seeing some really good, strong rotation between Toon and Bolivar, like we were talking about here along the Shandy community. We'll get back over on Weather 1 here real quick. I'm going to show you where we are. That's Highway 18. Which also joins up, Highway 125 joins up there in the polygon, and we're looking at Grays Creek Lane and Naylor Road, and these areas here, Naylor Road all the way up to Cloverport and the Hatchie River, down through here, Keller Road, over here to the Ebenezer Road, Pine Top Road, that's Highway 138 that connects to Highway 18 there running south of Bolivar. And the rotation that we see, it's pretty prominent right there at the moment, Mike. And we see the inflow notch. There's a pretty good notch on the north side of that, but this one here in the back end, south of Whiteville, is going to be one that's, that they're going to probably keep their eyes on here very soon. At least kind of examine it a little closer, because that part of the storm, that's Hickory Valley right there, who has a giant hail core upon it right now. You can't see it on the wind product, but even when you look at the reflectivity, you see the little purple right there. But if I happen to change that off of that and you go looking for ice, well, there's your hail core right there. And it's giant. And there's plenty of lightning strikes, lots of friction in the air, lots of up and down motion going on with that storm cell right there. And the one down in north of LaGrange and Grand Junction has even more than that at the moment, Mike.
Yeah, I've been watching that same one too. It's going to be affecting the Whiteville area here in just a matter of minutes. So you're talking about that hail core and the one that was coming out of just to the west of Hickory Valley, moving up towards Highway 64. It's going to be affecting parts of Laconia as well on the extreme western side of that, but it's basically going to blanket Highway 64 all the way from Laconia all the way to Bolivar. But Whiteville right now seems to be the more prominent spot for the center of that hail core and the circulation, both heading their direction right now.
That's right. I want to remind everybody who's listening and watching online at Talk in West Tennessee and at talkinwesttn.com and WNWS.com and KTWeather.net that you're listening to WNWS Jackson, WDXI Jackson, and WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson with all of this weather going on. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Brian Thomas. Mike Dole's here as well. We track storms, and we've been tracking them for how long now? We're going on 2 hours. Is that right? I've kind of lost a little bit of track here, Mike. And currently 2 tornado warnings that are still in effect. As of right now, I can tell you that.
Fired up.
What's that? Go ahead.
I said it's been, I think, since about 3:30 when the first tornado warning fired up, and we've been going nonstop since.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I just sit down to she brought home sandwiches, I just sit down and that horn starts blowing in here. I said, okay, here we go. I knew we didn't have very much time to eat, and we're not going to until some of these things die down anyway. And speaking of eating, it's supper time. I mean, people are still people are still out and about in this stuff. It's time to get off from work and go to the house. I'm going to switch back up to the Hopkinsville radar on Weather 2 for just a second. I just saw something interesting, but it hasn't loaded yet, and which is quite peculiar there. So let me try and grab this from Paducah. Paducah was pretty active there. I'm going to take it back over here to Weather 2 for a second. So now there's a hook at Camden. Between Camden coming into town at Camden, there's 1-inch size hail. Scratch that. Nearly 2-inch size hail being reported in that storm right there. Still seeing some pretty good rotation right there as far as what we're seeing at ground level. We're starting to get a little bit far away from the radar picture, and I'm just beginning to wonder if so what you're seeing right there is the pinks and there's the greens. Still some rotation at the surface. Doesn't seem as strong right now, and we have new tornado warnings now. I just have a whole list of red tornado warnings, if you could see what I'm looking at over here, Mike, for folks all now Craighead County, Arkansas, which will be Jonesboro. So we'll have to go back to the Memphis radar here in a second. I want to go ahead and do that now. We'll get back down here. Let's check out Bolivar. Let's check out Whiteville.
We've got I think we've got a new tornado warning that has been issued. No, I think that's the same one. I think because Kiefer was alerting me to sirens going off again in Madison County. I think they may have lulled for a little bit because the tornado warning that actually covers the portion of South Madison County, that one expires in about 12 minutes. Now, that is also it's a part of, even though it was not the one that triggered the warning, the one that is going up through the Whiteville area right now. So they may extend that tornado warning. I think they probably will. If they do that, it will include part of Madison County. We may have a new warning coming out here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I was getting the radar back down to Whiteville there. We can see, and still in the Toon community, and this is going to be inside the polygon, which affects Madison County. So folks in Meaden and in the Pinson community, Silerton and Deanburg, Montezuma, along Highway 100, right now there is still a pocket of rotation in the Toon community. And in Silerton here, it's Highway 125 and Highway 100, just to kind of give you a kind of a general idea, which would be putting it halfway between Bolivar and Meaden. So there you go. The last radar picture just updated on the wind product here. The center of this rotation is at Highway 100. So let me get down to it, and I'll tell you, you're in the sound of my voice. You better be taking cover, or I've already done it. 18 loop, Highway 100, Highway 18, Verls King Road. Some other, those are Clover Creek Road, King Road, Big Springs Road. That's Ben Henry Lake, if you are out by Ben Henry Lake. Teague Road in the Teague community. Deanburg, get in your shelter. Now we're at the Madison County line down here at Lowry Road. You all need to be in your shelters now. You know, your substantial shelter. You know, it needs to have 4 strong walls and then being in the interior of a home, or get in the basement if you have one of those, or your storm cellar, storm shelter, wherever you take shelter. Don't take shelter in the corner of the house on the outside, you know, facing the south or anything like that. That's dangerous. So get into your interior room. It might be a closet. Get your pillows, get your football helmet, get something, get a mattress, you know. And there's a lot of people, all they have is a bathtub. That's, do what you got to do. You're in the line of this thing. Tornado warning for Deanburg, for Teague, everybody along Highway 18 up through Meaden and Parkburg and Pinson, all the way up to Bemis, and Bemis has already seen a tornado once tonight. And that will also, again, Mike, include McKellar Field in this tornado warning that they're talking about. Good, strong rotation on the radar right now, Mike.
That's the bad part about these storms that trek out of the north part of Mississippi. They tend to wobble back and forth a little bit, but they cover so many rural areas. You're not talking about major cities. You're talking about these areas that have a lot of mobile homes, a lot of these outlying areas, these rural areas, stretching over from Whiteville all the way down Highway 100, Highway 64, Highway 179, Highway 18. All of those, there are so many rural areas out there, probably folks that do not, get a lot of the information out to them the way that they should. Mm-hmm. So, that's what I worry about more than anything else. Those folks that do not have the information getting to them the way they should have, because this is a very serious system. Hail core right now, just about over Highway 100, it looks like, to the east of Toon. Basically, it looks like it is covering, let me zoom back in a little bit here, that area that you were talking about a moment ago. It is to the east of Whiteville, and yeah, that is still inside that polygon for the tornado warned area. So yeah, if you live in any of those areas, those outlying areas that we're talking about, this storm is very dangerous. It is headed your way, and it is a tornado warned storm. Basically, I had said a few moments ago it was going to be heading a beeline for Whiteville. That's where it's at right now. It is in that area. So keep that in mind, folks. If you're going to be traveling Highway 64 west out of Bolivar, or you're coming out of Somerville on Highway 64 going east, you're going to run into this pocket. Vildo, you're next in line for that area of rotation that's coming your way, and then probably on up to Mercer.
Yeah, and round 2 for the Vildo people again, because they've already been in that activity tonight. Now, I do want to tell you, though, the latest update on the Whiteville tornado, it's 6:05, so this was 3 minutes ago. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Whiteville, 7 miles west of Bolivar, moving northeast at 50. Tornado and $half size hail reported by radar. Now, and of course, Mike was talking about the hail core crossing the Madison County line here between Meaden and Silerton at any time here along Highway 18. So yeah, there's two parts to this. But what you got to understand is there's two active tornado warnings, and they're overlapping each other. There's two different tornadoes, we'll say tornadoes, in Hardeman County. And now the latest update, the hail core, we're up to 2-inch size hail to the north and west of Bolivar. We have 1.25-inch size hail at the community this would be at the Madison County line along Highway 18. That's just south of Meaden. So we have that activity there. Back over to Weather 1, where we're looking at rotation. There's your rotation. This is the Teague community. Deanburg, Meaden, Parkburg, all of this area right here. You folks be in your shelter right now. Buck Lane, King Road, Deanburg Road, Kane Road. Other roads include Lowry Road, Parkburg Road, all of this, Meaden Melissus Road, and that one right there, which would be John Anderson Road. I don't know if it's named after the singer or not. Maybe not. Sounds kind of far-fetched. Mandy Road, Parkburg Road, right there. Also, other folks in this area will include people in the Roy community. Melissus, get in your tornado shelter. Folks in Henderson, get in your tornado shelter. Sanford Hill, Montezuma, again, and all the way down to, all the way up, I should say, to Pinson, just south of Bemis, up past McKellar Field, crosses Interstate 40. All these people in these areas need to be in their shelter right now. This is a rotating thunderstorm, which could produce a tornado. The latest information there, we don't have any on these two as of yet. The last information I gave you was 5 minutes ago. But when I look down here, my reds turn to purple, and the ones in East Arkansas, we now have confirmed tornadoes on those. And just to give you an idea, this is what's coming this way. In East Arkansas at 6:08, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was near Waldenburg. It's 9 miles southwest of Harrisburg. Particularly dangerous situation. Fire department confirmed tornado. This is in Cross and Craighead and Poinsett County, Arkansas. All of this stuff is moving in this direction. So, you need to, this is why it's so important. When you have these things that are sitting on the ground like this, you've got to have your eyes to the sky. And even as it's getting dark here, all of this activity will eventually be hitting us. And still, even further down, southwest of Marianna, Arkansas, was a tornado confirmed, large and extremely dangerous tornado, 11 miles east of Stuttgart. So that, we think, okay, well, it's small beans right here in Bolivar and everything. No, the large hail will kill you too. So that's, stay out of this stuff. These are just fair warnings, and we're trying to reach out to everybody we possibly can to tell them, don't be outside in this stuff. I know it's supper time, but cook at home, open a can of something. Don't be out, going to Red Lobster or something tonight, because you can't, it's dangerous to even be out here. You don't know when these things are going to pop up or when they're going to cycle up, and when these things will become severe to extreme. So, if you're along Highway 64, Bolivar, Whiteville, Toon community, all of these people, all the way up to Mercer, up to McKellar-Sipes Airport, down to Pinson, down to Henderson, down to Finger, Tennessee, need to be in your shelter right now. Even if you're 5 miles away from Toon or Meaden, the winds are dangerous out of these. Some of these are hurricane force winds that we're getting here, up over 80 miles per hour. We're still looking at the one at Meaden and Deanburg on the weather radar over here, if you're watching the live stream, by the way. And that right there in particular, along with the one that's coming up through Bolivar, the tornado, I should say, the rotation at the one in Bolivar has also now increased a little bit, and they are kind of watching what's going on there at that camera there. Not entirely sure what's going on, but you kind of get an idea. So this would basically be right over the areas that you're looking at here on the radar. I'm going to leave that there for just a minute and go back over here to Weather 2. So we're looking here, Bolivar. This is north and northwest of Bolivar and east of Whiteville several miles, but south of Toon. So all of this area that you're looking at right here. And the live shot that you're looking at over there is in the city of Bolivar. I believe that's at the hospital. What can you tell, Mike Doles, from all of this stuff? It's very near you, but just
actually, I have totally lost my radar connection.
Oh, you
can't get it back up. So that's wonderful.
Well, see, I was having the same problem earlier, with the radar situation too. I like I said, I think, oh well, there's a lot of people on it today. It's just a severe weather day. Well, that's very well possible. But if you look at the live stream over there, the video is up. You can see the rain drafts over there, and you can see something going on. They're panning their camera around, trying to get an idea of what this is. And on these digital cameras, and I'm just going to be honest with you, it's very hard, when the computers put all this stuff back together, it's very hard to kind of figure out, is it rotating or is it just, is the clouds just forming? What's going on here?
I just did get a confirmation that the server for my radar system is down.
Oh.
So,
yay.
And I think you've got one of the same ones, so that could be it.
Well, I've got one of them is the old trusty Weather Service radar I've been using since 2008, I guess, and it's still working after all these years. So Weather 2 is still up, still showing its strong rotation right here in the Tune community. But I'm not sure what they're seeing on that camera over there. If we're looking at like a scud cloud situation here, you don't see really any broad rotation or any kind of tight rotation as far as that goes right there. And we lost the feed. I'm not sure. No power flashes. You got to look for power flashes. You got to look at stuff at the surface level of these storms to determine whether they're tornadoes or not. That's
okay. I finally got this one back up. They have now changed from the looks of this, Brian. The tornado warning that was the one that stretched all the way up through Jackson, Madison County. This now stretches all the way up through Lexington, Luray, up through Milan, and even to Clarksburg. That tornado warned area that was earlier, that polygon, has now been changed to a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the tornado warning that was in effect for down around Hardeman, Fayette, that covered Whiteville and other areas, that one is still in effect. That remains in effect until 6:30 p.m., so about another 15 minutes on that one. A severe thunderstorm producing or capable of producing a tornado located over Whiteville, 7 miles west of Bolivar a little while ago, moving northeast at 50. Tornado and $half size hail. And again, radar indicated rotation in that. So that one is still in effect, and that one will cover some areas down there in Hardeman and Fayette counties, and that will continue for at least another 15 minutes.
I was over on the back side of this looking at the See the Storm guy. These guys, they profit off of all their storm chasing and stuff they do. And, they do good. I'm not being critical of them or anything. At least they're chasing them and they're notifying the public of these things, and they're seeing these things in real time. But there's a conflict there somewhere with these cameras going up. But just me looking on the back side of this stuff over here, it looks like he has a visual of something, but the problem is, and it's the time-tested problem in West Tennessee, there's too many dang trees. You can't see past the trees when you're
right. And that's the dangerous part of living in rural areas like this in West Tennessee. There are so many hills and valleys that, like out in Kansas, you always see these perfect videos of tornadoes going across Kansas, Oklahoma. That's because they're so flat and you can see these things coming. Here in West Tennessee, that's what makes them so dangerous, not only to the fact that they normally occur at night, but also you can't see them coming. Even if you knew they were there, you couldn't see them anyway.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, the best you can do is hear them. By the time you hear it, it's too late. So when the Weather Service sends you the alert, when you get that alert on your phone or your weather radio goes off, you better head to the shelter. It's especially at nighttime, right. Because like I said,
now, by the way, let me remind everybody, Brian, when you're talking about notifications, while we have this little lull in this, because I think they're gonna either allow that tornado warning there that's covering Whiteville and Bolivar probably to expire because the storm, the warned area. The storm has kind of got out of that vicinity, so either they're going to stretch it or they're going to change it. But I think we're out of that right now. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning that is covering Jackson, Pinson, Henderson, and all the way up, like I said, up through Humboldt, Lexington, those areas. It's a big, wide path that they've got for a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's all it is right now, thank goodness. But you're talking about warnings and alerts. Most cell phones now, when you first set those things up, make sure, if you haven't already, go back and reset it to where you get alerts for your town or your area, your zip code, if there is a tornado warning. Because mine went off a little while ago. As soon as there was one for this area, for around Hornsby, you heard it on the air that it blew off, and so you started giving me this warning sound. And it's loud enough to wake you up. If you've got your phone laying by you, the next best bet is to have something like a weather radio, battery operated. Have it plugged in. You want both, but also have fresh batteries in it. And of course, your computer, charge it up, charge your phone up, all those things before severe weather is predicted for your area. That way you can stay on top of it. Your laptop, you'll be able to open it up, battery powered, and be able to follow things like this that we give you, because we want to make sure that you stay safe out there, folks.
Mike's absolutely right. Mike Dole's here at 620. I'm Brian Thomas. You're listening to Wall Severe Weather information coming to you across West Tennessee tonight on Talking West Tennessee. KenTenn weather all over the place. We're all over the web. Yeah, those alerts are very important. Make sure your stuff is set up right. If you have weather radio that's brand new out of the box, one of those you can program. If you don't mind getting a warning for every county in your area, you go right ahead. That's up to you. Or you can program your 2 favorite counties in, that works as well, and probably works a little bit better unless you stay up all night and watch this stuff. Either way you do it, make sure that you are able to hear the weather service. Make sure you're able to get the alerts. These things are important. Yeah.
By the way, Brian, at the same time, if you don't know how to set one of those, or if you need a weather radio programmed, take it to your local fire department. Take it to your local police department. They do not mind at all setting those things up for you, programming it, especially the fire department. They want you to be safe, so they will help you with that kind of stuff. Don't shy away from asking them. They want you to be safe just like we do, so they don't mind helping you program those things.
We're watching the tornado warning that continues for, Hardeman County at Toon. We're seeing mid-level rotation markers showing up. We're seeing a little bit just shy of 2-inch size hail. And now for the first time, and it's just crazy, for the first time this evening or all afternoon, I'm now seeing the first tornado signature on radar, where the radar pulls it out and says, hey, that's a tornado, or that's a funnel cloud, or whatever. But it's producing a 4, so it's rather on the weaker side of things. And they're putting this over Toon, so this would be between Toon and Meaden, and which, if you're looking on the weather streams right now, you see the giant hail core. You see the purple just to the west of Meaden right here, and you see the hook right here. And you're looking on the other picture over here on the left. Same thing. You're looking at the rotating winds, and they're pretty stout right there too. You also see some pretty good winds in South Jackson and Molesis, between Pinson and Beach Bluff right over here. You see this green area. So that's some pretty strong wind taking place right there too. As you can clearly see right here, there is a 911 camera, and they are still watching. They're still watching some activity right there. They're kind of keeping an eye on what looks like a wall cloud there at the Madison County 911 on the south side of the county, their camera there. The latest information I have to pass along to you on the Hardeman County warning was from 6:05, so I'm not going to bother giving that back out again. All I can tell you is that there was a tornado warning. It included Bolivar and included Whiteville. There's still some...
Yeah, that polygon's still there.
Yeah.
It expires in just a few minutes. I think about 6 minutes from now it expires. I don't know why it hasn't already been allowed to expire. There is a storm just south of that, but it's not showing any signature of being tornadic right now. It doesn't even look to be a severe storm as of right now. But that's the only thing that's even close to that polygon. Everything is to the north of the polygon right now. That one you're talking about, that's part of that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, and that is in effect for about just shy of another hour. And that's got winds of 60 miles an hour, tornadoes possible with that. You were talking about that little hook echo down right around Highway 18, just to the west of Highway 18.
Right.
That is going to be heading up towards the Jackson area. But you're talking about some still 60-mile-an-hour winds is a very, very strong wind, folks.
Yeah.
That is just shy of tornadic winds. So the straight line winds that come out of those things, that can knock trees down, especially with all this rain we've had in the last hour or so, or a couple of hours. If you loosened up any of those trees, 60-mile-an-hour wind's going to take a tree down in a heartbeat.
It will. And even just what we saw from light winds today, okay, honestly, they're not light winds. I already have a tree limb down in the backyard, and I haven't had a thunderstorm yet. I mean, that's just, it's not a Bradford pear or anything like that. Those, just kind of fall. But you've got to be mindful of the stuff that blows around in your backyard. You absolutely do. I mean, that could poke an eye out. It could hit somebody in the head, If tomorrow's trash day and you're setting your stuff out, you may want to wait until about 6 o'clock in the morning to do it, because your trash can may end up, 2 streets over. Who knows? I do want to go ahead.
Let me give you this one area, I guess, of some kind of good news. It's not much, but we'll take any kind of good news we can right now. It looks like the storms that were firing up out of Mississippi that were trailing north, those are the ones that we had these tornado warnings out of. They all trailed out of Mississippi, North Mississippi, up through Shelby, Fayette, Hardeman counties. I don't see those now. Those have basically kind of gone away. I don't see anything. I got a few little storms over around South Haven, right around Tunica County in Mississippi, up into Memphis. As far as the rest of Mississippi right now, I don't see anything in North Mississippi that's going to trail north from there. But we have a big but here. Everything over in eastern Arkansas is tornado warned, and that is our next round of storms that it's going to be coming through in the next several hours. There's
some folks that we've always been KenTenn Weather Network up here, and now we've kind of joined up a little bit, especially with Talking West Tennessee. We cover pretty much all of West Tennessee at this point, but I'm really watching some of the stuff that's about to come across the Mississippi River. And I'm going to give you some examples, since all of this stuff is kind of fizzling out over here. People, don't let your guard down just yet. There is strong mid-level rotation in these storms that's coming across the Mississippi River. I'm going to go all the way up to Sykeston for just a minute. I believe that's Sykeston. Listen to this. At 6:20, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was 9 miles west of Advance, Missouri, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is a radar-confirmed tornado, which means they see a debris ball. They see stuff flying around on the radar. Now, go another 60 miles south into Craighead County, Arkansas. A confirmed tornado was over Greenfield, Arkansas, not Tennessee. 8 miles north of Harrisburg, moving northeast at 40. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. That storm also had different wording on it earlier. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, particularly dangerous situation. That was confirmed by the fire department over there at Waldenburg in East Arkansas. These things continue. The majority of them are radar indicated. Okay, so that's pretty fair assumption. All of the red boxes are going to be radar indicated. What you don't see are the actual funnels and the tornadoes that are being reported, especially in rural areas, Mike. And when you look at these radar pictures, like the black screen that we tend to look at, quite a bit, like the one that we've been tracking stuff with tonight, they don't show that one polygon that says, "Hey, there's a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground." They don't give the E word, and we know what the E word is, and hopefully we won't see that tonight at the end of the word tornado. So, but that's the only time they really start flashing on the radar and start getting people's attentions. The pink polygons are also important too. That's my point. So if you see one of these somewhere, you got to be aware of it, because that's a confirmation that there is a funnel cloud or there has been a tornado over in East Arkansas right now. There's even that was a tornado confirmed at 606, and that was at Fisher, Arkansas, right there. Still, there's a really strong mid-level rotation to the south of Jonesboro. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you will, look at each individual cell, because these are all separate from the what we call a squall line that's out in front of this frontal system that's being directed from the low up to the north, and then you got the high pressure down in the Gulf that's kind of steering this, keeping it here in this area. And that's why we're going to have rain for several days, folks. You got a high pressure system down in the Gulf. It's very strong. High pressures don't give up easy. They love to steer your weather for you. You got low pressure that's directing this cold front that is trying to make its way down, but it can't because the high pressure keeps it from it. So you have these trailing line of storms or rain, and it's going to sit right over the top of us for several days. That being said, if you look at these storms that are separate and out in front of this squall line, so to speak, right now, every one of them, Brian, at the south end have this big hook echo to them. If you notice that, every one of them do.
Every one of them, all the way. They've all got bends in them. And now you have a new tornado warning, Mike. Do you see that one?
Yes, that is for Madison County now. If you've got the details, I'll let you go ahead and bring that up, Brian.
All right, fire away. Here we go. A tornado warning for Henderson, Benton, Carroll, Madison, Henry, Chester, and Decatur County. This is the one we've been watching coming up from Toone and Meaden. New tornado warning goes until 7:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Bemis. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Tornado indicated by radar. This is round 2 for Bemis. So,
and round 2 from this same storm system that brought the tornado warning out from Fayette and Hardeman County and moved north.
That's exactly right. They talk about the training of these storms and training where they go over each other and go over the same area over and over. And that's where all this rain is going to come from too. And I
can tell you something else, Brian. We may want to keep an eye on these storms that are south of Covington and Brownsville right now to the east, because those are doing the same shape. It's almost like this claw, this upside down claw, where the inflow of this air that is coming out of the south is fueling these things. If you look at the one that just went tornado warned for Madison County right now, it's got that same signature that we're talking about, the storms over in Arkansas to the east. It's got that big bend at the bottom of it. The ones over south of Brownsville starting to do the same thing. The one south of Covington starting to do the same thing. I have a feeling we're probably going to get warnings out of those before long.
We're going to have, you're right, Mike. We're going to have to keep our eye on these things. They look kind of light right now, but they have the shape. They're developing the shape, I guess you would say. The one that we're seeing right here, let's see if there's anything on this. It's pretty much total whiteout on this camera. They're trying to look on Madison County EOC's panning their cameras around there. They don't make windshield wipers for camera. Well, they do actually, but most of us, we don't buy the windshield wipers for the cameras. That's a tornado warning that we're looking at, though, which pretty much encompasses, I would say, a majority of Madison County, all the way from roughly east of Denmark up through the middle of McKellarfield and all the way up to Lavinia, and includes Huntington all the way. I have to zoom out. I keep scrolling into the middle of the Tennessee River at Springville, back down to Big Sandy, back into the middle of the river, Kentucky Lake, New Johnsonville, all of, well, I say all, a good chunk of Decatur County and most all of Benton County, except for the northern part. All draw a line all the way back down past Lexington and Henderson, and you got yourself a tornado warning. And there it is. It's right there. We're just kind of looking around, trying to see what we can see from any vantage point right here. The Henderson County Fire Department camera shows. I was
looking at that just a second ago. You can see that low hanging cloud there off to the side. And I wish they could pan that baby back to the right quite a bit, and we could probably see a lot better of some of that storm, because I think it's probably aimed more towards the east right now, and probably catching the bottom end of that hook that we're talking about that's in South Madison County. But this is a pretty strong storm that, again, is tornado warned, that is moving just to the south of Jackson. If you're around Highway 18, that's probably going to be an area right now. Let me zoom in a little bit more on my radar here. Yeah, if you are on Highway 18 going
Mm-hmm.
into Jackson, the city of Jackson, it's going to be right off to your east, right? Or, yeah, just barely off to your east, probably between Pinson and the intersection of Highway 18 and 45 in South Jackson. That's where this bad boy's moving through, folks. Be ready for some strong winds and possibly a tornado in that area.
Just catching up on some of the messages that's coming in there. I actually had 5 or 6 messages coming in. I saw some other large hail pictures. Dustin King has sent us a couple others. Yeah, that was that was a picture from Clarksburg right there. We're going to try and get some of these pictures up here in just a little bit if we ever get a relaxed moment. And golly, there's just a lot going on. And yeah, that picture that we're looking at here on the stream, you see those windblown scud clouds in there too. They're looking at the base of the storm and just kind of, off-centered from where the main activity would be taking place right here. I could pan it over a little bit, boy. That's coming from the City of Henderson Fire Department, according to that right there. Still a good hook on this storm coming through this. Well, let's take a look at this shot right here from Madison County 911. This is in South Madison County, the picture that you're looking at here. And according to the radar, this hook is round and about where this activity is, what you're seeing on this stream here. Again, if you are, that would be in the Penn.
Are you on the Madison County 911 video right now?
Yeah, it should be right near the in the Pinson area right there.
Right. That's the one I had just brought up here. And if you look to the bottom right, that is a pretty ominous looking cloud, and it continues to get a little bit lower and lower every time I look at it. You got the scud clouds like you were talking about that are over to the left side of the screen, but over to the right side, that's where we're watching that area of development where it just continues. And there was a little bit of rotation in it, not a lot, but it continues to just dip a little bit lower and lower as we watch it.
I'm going to leave this up here for a second. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking they're on the east side of 45, and we're looking across 45 to the west. So I think that's how this is positioned. Do you happen to know?
I do not. I know they're moving the camera right now as we're talking, so maybe they're listening to us.
Maybe listening, yeah.
And they're going to give us and I hope you guys are, because we want, you're giving us great information as well that we can pass along to all the folks out there. Yeah, this is panning over back to the other side again, and you're still seeing more of those low-level clouds. You were talking about those scud clouds that basically accompany these strong thunderstorms. Oh. But you see a lot of that. And then look at that one as it pans back over to the right. That's the one I was talking about that just continues, that wall cloud looking sort that just continues to get lower and lower as we speak.
Yeah, I think that's actually there looking in the direction of our 1035. It's crazy that you can identify an area based on its towers out there.
We do know the tower sites for sure.
Yeah, we know the tower sites around here and the ones that we're on. So this is definitely in that neighborhood of Pinson and out there by Old Pinson Road. So I do want to tell you, though, all of this area is under a tornado warning. Madison County, Chester County, up through Henderson, the majority of Henderson County itself. And then there's Carroll County. They've drawn this polygon all the way out and encompassed most of Benton County and the northern part of Decatur County. I want to update you on this stuff. It's coming across the river. It's kind of like it's not a race. It's a slow race. I can tell you that much. We're starting to see tornado. We're starting to see vortex signatures pop up on the East Arkansas storms right now. Lots of mid and low level rotation markers showing up.
Brian,
yes, sir.
Brian, check that camera view out again on 911. You can see something that's it almost looks like it's trying to extend out of the bottom of that cloud there.
Yeah, and it looks like it would be a very good place for it to do that too.
I'm seeing quite a few little small clouds start to emerge out of the bottom of that. Now that could be just that wind flow that's drawing them around, but that's a very, again, it's one of those where it's a very ominous cloud. Not seeing rotation really with that. You would normally see a lot more rotation in that area, but still, man, those are scary looking clouds.
We're going to keep that up there for a few minutes here, as long as we need to. A new tornado warning now for Mississippi County, Arkansas. Okay, we're almost to the Mississippi River, Mike. Got to tell you some of this stuff. This is really starting to remind me of something from 2021. At 6:37, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Bay, Arkansas. And in the terminology, particularly dangerous situation, take cover now. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. So it is now showing a vortex signature of 9. So this thing is blowing and going over here in East Arkansas. It's south of Jonesboro, which is also Bay is also in Craighead County. It's on a track through Caraway, Lake City, Manila. And Manila's had its share as well. Blytheville, and then Steele, Missouri, and that's going to be in Pemiscot County at some point. So which will eventually, that part of the storm system, these are trending off to the north, a sharp northeast, by the way. And I guess one of the good things is that, yeah, the activity is finally coming together, like what we have seen, like what we saw Sunday night, what we saw 2 weeks ago, when the storm systems come together and they start sharing that energy and combining energy and losing energy, and stuff starts fizzling out. So the line is just about here. What happens when it hits this air mass when it gets here in West Tennessee? That's a whole nother different story. We'll have to wait for that to get here, but still, everybody, again, it's just a reminder. We're not doing weather for East Arkansas, but we're telling you this stuff is coming. Heads up, be aware of this stuff. Right now,
let's remind them again, Brian, about that tornado warning that is still in effect. That is for Madison County. It's for now. It looks like the center of that hook is looks like it is now to the southeast portion of Jackson. But that is a tornado warning. Let's give you the stats on that one more time, just so you will be aware of it, folks. If you're in the area of Henderson County, Benton County, Carroll County, Madison County, Southeast Henry, Central Chester County, Northwestern Decatur County, that is a tornado warning again that is in effect until 7:15 p.m. 6:28. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bemis, 8 miles northwest of Henderson, moving northeast at 55. Now that's going to have possibly large hail, damaging wind, even tornadoes could be part of that as well. So that goes until 7:15, and again, that is a tornado warning for those areas. And again, the city of Jackson is included in that area.
And we were talking about Blytheville in Mississippi County a minute ago, right, Mike?
Right.
They now have a tornado emergency. Just minutes after we...
That's the one we didn't want to hear, and I see it now. The polygon just popped up on the screen. That's the E you were talking about, and I didn't want to say it either, but when you have a tornado emergency, that's matter of fact, folks.
Yeah. What is that on the camera? I just happened to click off of it and click back on it. This is still Southern Madison County EMA camera on the right over here. On the left, you're looking at the activity about to cross the Mississippi River. Gang, we're just an hour or so roughly off of this stuff that's moving across. The confirmed large and destructive tornado was over Lake City, Arkansas. This stuff is on a track toward Blytheville and Steele and Caruthersville. So just so you know, I wasn't going to say the E word, but since it's there, and it's worth reporting.
I don't know if you saw the text we just got from Kiefer, but it's out of, I think he said Lake City, Arkansas. That is a wide wedge tornado photo that is definitely on the ground, and we just got that photo sent in to us a moment ago by Kiefer.
Okay, so he did send it over. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lake City, Arkansas is where this big wedge tornado is on the ground, and it is definitely on the ground.
All right, we're going to have that up here in just a minute. I have some other pictures to share later on, but we'll get that right here. Gang, this is the stuff that we don't like, and we don't like to report. And really it's all you can say is it's about to move into the area. So brace yourself. don't get crazy or anything. You're running all over, making preparations and stuff like that. Get your supper ready, get that done, and just stay in place, stay right there where you are.
Well, I'm looking at live video from Connor Croft, who is over in Arkansas, right in the middle of that tornado emergency, and man, it has leveled some areas over there. The Connor right in the middle of that right now with his video, and he just pulled into an area where all the trees are down, homes are leveled. Wow. And this is, again, stuff that's going to be heading our way in the next several hours. He's having to dodge power poles that are in the middle of the road right now. If you get a chance to go to Connor Croft over in Lake City, Arkansas, the power poles, power lines laying across the road, very dangerous situation over there.
Yeah. Let me jump over that direction there. There we go. It was, there's a couple of things happening there. Purple polygon showing up over here. It's usually a different color on my other stuff. Is that him right there? Yeah, that's him. He is, he's what they call buffering. You got to love that. Folks are if you have neighbors in East Arkansas, especially folks way up in Blytheville and Steele and Cooter and Hornersville and all of this and the Boot Hill, if they're out doing something or working in the yard, it was a nice day to work in the yard. Maybe they're not aware of this stuff that's coming in. Call your family and friends and neighbors over there and tell them, on their cell phone. Maybe, hopefully they got the alert, but the thing about the alerts on the cell phone, you can turn them off. And, that's not really a safe thing to do. So probably need to go into your settings. Every phone's different. iPhones are different. Androids are different, and find the wireless emergency alerts and turn them on, because that's going to be one of the best ways to at least get it on your phone. Look, Mike, back down here in Jackson and Beach Bluff, real quick, where we're seeing this.
Give me just a second, Brian.
Yes, sir. Okay. We'll continue on right here. Let me see if we have any updated information on that tornado warning. We don't from the National Weather Service, not for the Madison County tornado. We'll actually take a look at some wind here from Beach Bluff, Highway 198, Maple Grove, and Highway 197. We'll take this thing full screen and show you here. All of this area here, you clearly see the inflow of what's going on here. Now here's a velocity product, and that is quite a bit of wind wrapping up here in the neighborhood of Ranger Road and also Mifflin Road. Highway 190, that's Beach Bluff Road. And Annie's Lane, Beach Bluff community, folks, be in your tornado shelter. Right now, if you're in these areas along Highway 197, I just have to scroll through. If you're watching it on the line, he's zooming around too fast. Well, there's a lot of area to cover. John Brown Road, Rocky Springs Road here. And where you see all of this yellow and now the greens are real tight right next to that. That'd be Trail Drive and Willoughby Road. Again, Beach Bluff Road right there. Highway 198's in there. There's Potts Chapel Road. This is going to be getting out there close to, Liberty Road and White Fern community. And, all of this area out here. So basically East Madison County, need to be in your tornado shelter. There's quite a bit of wind right there, as you can see, and right in the Beach Bluff community. And we've just gained some more, intensity on the radar there with this wind profile that's coming out of here. We're on the Memphis radar, so we're getting a fairly decent shot at this. At least 55 mile per hour wind gust right there. I'm looking over at my other radar product over here, and not seeing very much in the way of here in East Madison County, other than there is a hook and there is some weak rotation. Now, I have 1-inch size hail in this rotating thunderstorm over here. So
that is actually just south and looks like south and west, a little bit of Cotton Grove and that area where that hail core is. This is still a tornado warned area, folks. So keep that in mind. And that hail, and like we've said before, these tornadoes appear, Brian, for the most part, almost every one of them have been on the backside of these big supercell thunderstorms. once they start in the area, there's a lot of heavy rain, there's hail and things of that nature. And folks, as soon as that stops, they think, okay, I'm out of the woods. No, the tornadoes are a lot of times on the backside of these storms. So no, you're not out of the woods with these. So if you've seen these things, just stay aware that this still could affect you.
That's exactly right. Don't let your guard down, especially on the Madison County, Henderson County tornado warning. I do want to show you, for example, and we may experience this later on tonight. I'm going to take us over to Weather 2, and it's going to take you into East Arkansas, and here's Monette and Leachville. If you're looking at Weather 2 on there, you see this blue thing right here? We're actually looking at the coefficient product, the correlation coefficient. This is the drop in the radar that every time you hear me talk about it, I say, well, that's where it indicates there's something flying around in the air. This is what they call a debris ball. All right, so it's clearly marked on the radar. And we have a tornado signature of 12 now, so that's 149 max knots of wind right there. I cannot convert knots in my head, but one day I'll learn how to. The big thing is look out Monette and Black Oak right here. There's your rotating winds right there, and I'm showing this to you. So if you happen to be tracking this stuff, if you have your own little weather app and you don't know what you're looking at on that correlation coefficient, oh, well, what's that thing? Well, if you can watch that correlation coefficient and you can see that debris ball and see how it's holding together that whole way. It started in Bay, Arkansas, went up through Lake City, and is now going to track through Monette, Leachville, and Hornersville off into the Boot Hill, Missouri. But that's what that looks like, and just stick that in your back pocket for future reference. This is part of a tornado emergency where the latest information came in 5 minutes ago. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was over Lake City. This is going to be crossing the Mississippi River here soon into West Tennessee. There's still plenty of tornadic activity all the way down to West Helena, Arkansas, that will be heading this way. Now, the latest on the tornado warning for Chester County, that has actually been dropped out, but a tornado warning continues for Henderson, Benton, Carroll, Madison, Henry, and Decatur counties. As a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northwest of Mifflin. That was the area we were looking at right here. What radar site are we on? Because I still have my Weather 2 up, and I see a big drop in coefficient here over Beach Bluff. Mike, I'm not, I'm down in the 50s right there. I'm going to throw it back.
Try to bring that area back up again. My radar is still playing havoc with me. It
sure.
wants to do a lot of things that I don't want it to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens when you need it, and it tends to be a pain in the tail sometimes. What we can tell you, though, go ahead.
I was saying that I'm just now able to zoom in. Looks like, according to my radar, it is a little to the north of the Beach Bluff area, probably to the east of Cotton Grove, south of Claybrook. It's just now updated again. It has moved a little bit farther to the north, so just south of Claybrook is passed through White Fern. So Poplar Springs, Turtle Creek subdivision, Claybrook, any of those areas just to the west of Cotton Grove, that's where that signature is, where you could be seeing some circulation in there. Not seeing a big hail core associated with that spot, but that doesn't mean anything because that could intensify at any minute with these supercell thunderstorms.
We're looking at White Fern Community, what Mike was talking about there, Fowler Road, John Holt Road. Let's go back over to what we're looking at here at Beach Bluff and Liberty Road out in East Madison County. And then here we get back the Crucifier community where this started the other night, Sunday night, Mike, right. Over here in Henderson County. The White Fern Community, Russell Road out here, Highway 198. This is where this rotation is in this tornado right this minute. And like I said,
you're going to be crossing 412. So if you're on 412 coming out of Jackson or out of Lexington, anywhere in that, like I said, around the Turtle Creek subdivision, all the way over to Claybrook, that's where you're going to have to worry about. It looks like the center of rotation is at.
Yep, and it's slowly moving. It's trying to get there. I think it was moving at about 50 miles per hour a while ago. And and now we're seeing a little bit of an increase here. Well, I'm going to go back to weather 2 for just a second. I'm still over Beach Bluff. But when you are looking at this radar stuff and you see this just in one of the hooks, you can kind of tell that it is kind of sucking stuff in and up into the clouds, especially when you've got a pretty strong wind gusts and inflow right here. And Beach Bluff surely got its share of it in the last 15 minutes as this storm rolled through. Now, the tornado warning does indeed continue. Right now, no new information, at least not since 6:45. Which that was only about 5 minutes ago. Tornado warning just continues.
I'm shocked, Brian, that we haven't seen a warning coming out of this storm that just went through Brownsville, because that thing is intensified just to the north of Brownsville right now, and it's also developing that push from the south into the center of that storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a warning coming out of that pretty soon. If nothing else, a severe thunderstorm warning maybe coming out of North Haywood County.
It's definitely starting to pick up some wind over there, Mike. About 6 knots, 12 knots. We can see that showing up on the radar and the raindrops reflecting into the velocity product right there. So, and there's some wind gusts up there to 44 knots. Brownsville's picking up some wind for sure. It hasn't got supercharged to start rotating yet, but that could happen in 5 to 10 minutes time. I mean, just look what happened in East Arkansas in the last 15 minutes. So, right. Brownsville could get ramped up and ready to go here in a minute, and then we have a tornado warning. Right now, you're in the clear, and be thankful for pea-sized hail, because that's what you're getting down there in Brownsville at the moment with these little filled-in triangles like that. And folks in Brownsville as well, folks in Murray City and Alamo, get ready. You're going to get quite a bit of lightning, some gusty winds with this storm coming up from Brownsville. So there is that to worry about.
Yeah, that storm that's coming out of Brownsville got to be heading up towards the Alamo area. Bells, Alamo, you could be seeing some of this here in a little bit. And again, it's not a warned cell right now, but like I said, it's still got that bend to it where it's getting a lot of push out of the south. That southerly flow of winds is definitely feeding into that. The tornado warning again for the area we were talking about just a moment ago, that's heading up out to it's now, I guess, basically more into eastern Madison County and over into the counties north and to the east of that, heading up towards into Carroll County. That is still in effect, and I believe that tornado warning is in effect for just shy of 20 more minutes there.
A tornado emergency for Monette, Arkansas now has just been issued just a few minutes ago. Confirmed large and destructive tornado over Monette. Tornado emergency. That's the second time they mentioned that in that text. A particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Deadly tornado. Radar and spotter confirmed tornado. Gang, this is activity that will be moving into far northwest Tennessee very soon. This thing is tracking off to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. That was a tornado emergency for Monette, Arkansas. Tornado warning still continues here in West Tennessee at the moment with old information, but it looks like maybe, Mike, it might be losing a little bit of steam right here as it crosses the county line. It would be over be just to the east of Law Road, crossing Highway 412 right about now. It'll be crossing 40 in just a second.
Yeah, I was watching that same one. It's like you were talking about. It looks like it's lost a little bit of the punch. The southerly flow of winds into that storm, not as stout as they were just a little while ago. Again, that one north of Brownsville, man, it's still building. It's still gaining a little bit of steam. So we'll wait and see. But looking again to the south, nothing coming out of North Mississippi again, Brian. I would say that's good news. But it is not, I mean, we're not going to see anything else coming from that area. But all these storms that are trekking over from Arkansas that are moving our direction, you've got that tornado emergency coming out of Arkansas as well, just outside of Jonesboro, that is heading up towards Blytheville, Arkansas right now. those areas. Every one of those storms that are coming out of eastern Arkansas, every one of them, folks, are tornado warned right now. And all the way down to Forest City, all the way down to Marianna, Arkansas. That's what we're talking about with these storms. Then if you back over towards Searcy, still even more with that. And that's not part of the line itself of these storms that we were talking about that are going to be moving through with a very heavy rain that's going to stick around with us. We're talking about supercell thunderstorms that are forming out in front of this line. That's where that tornado emergency came from. Now it is kind of joined up, I think, a little bit, Brian, with that line of storms along that squall line with the frontal system that's moving in.
We'll have a new tornado warning to talk about here in just a minute. I can... all the old timers are saying, hey, can't convert knots. 134 knots. That's 150 miles per hour in the Monette storm right now. In just a little bit over it, maybe 75 to 80. It looks like it lost a little bit of intensity in that last update there. Still, you can see the winds right there on that radar picture. And there, again, on the radar, the debris ball is holding tight. Now it's in Leachville. That means it's at the state line now. It'll be into Hornersville and into Reeves, Missouri, which that's Dunklin County. And it'll be heading up through Reeves and Steele here in just a little bit. Now we do the new tornado warning that was just issued. I'm trying to figure out where it is. Blytheville has 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings. Mississippi County, Arkansas has 3 tornado warnings on it. One of them being a tornado emergency at this hour. 6:51 was the last update on the emergency storm, and the latest stuff to come out. And get ready. This is what's going to be crossing the river in just a bit. Confirmed tornado was over Cherry Valley. So there is another tornado in Mississippi County that's coming out of Harrisburg, Arkansas too. And that county, I can never remember what that county is. If that's Poinsett, that's Poinsett County there. That would be Lepanto in that area right there. All of this activity is going to hit the river. Now, the concerning thing, Mike, this thing is going to, if it stays on the northerly path, it will continue up to the Boot Hill, Missouri. Now, if it decides to take a right turn, which some of these things do, they're weird that way sometimes, Mike.
Well, you can say hi to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could. But, we've seen them do it.
I mean, about a trek. Yeah, you're talking about a trek basically up through Blytheville, maybe to the east a little bit of Caruthersville, Missouri, but then it makes a beeline towards Union City after that.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and it's very possible too that that hadn't happened. We're not saying that's going to happen. It's a possibility. So, in other words, people along the Mississippi River right now, Dyer, Lake County, Ripley, Lauderdale County, Tipton County, and down into Shelby County, gang, get ready. We're gonna have to ride this thing out here very, very soon. Now, each one of these tornado warnings that's at the Mississippi River. I'm going to tell you this, Mike. Confirmed tornado over Morrow, Arkansas. That's one warning. And a confirmed tornado near Vandale, Arkansas. That's one warning. Over Cherry Valley, that's another warning. There's also another tornado, Harrisburg. And again, the one that's over Leachville that we just got an update on 2 minutes ago. These are all confirmed tornadoes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's about to enter West Tennessee. I'm not trying to...
By the way, and not just that, but we still have the tornado warning that is in Madison County.
Yeah.
That storm has kind of moved on out of the Madison County area. It's now into, into Gibson, Carroll County, or actually towards the east of that, probably Henderson County, all the way up into Carroll County, and that is moving off to the northeast, but it is still a tornado-warned storm. But then, if you go farther north, we already have a tornado warning up in Kentucky for around the area of Bowling Green, just south of that, coming out of the extreme middle Tennessee area, north of Nashville. So these storms are everywhere, and they're going to continue throughout the evening. Like I said, our stuff here in West Tennessee, we're not done. So, folks, before you go to bed tonight, make sure that weather radio, your phone, like Brian was talking about earlier, get something that's going to give you a warning and wake you up if you decide to go to bed, because these storms, like we had just a moment ago, I think the tornado emergency has expired there, but every one of those storms about to come across the Mississippi River, trailing out of the south to the north, every one of those storms are tornado warned right now. So these are going to be moving into this area. We hope they die down. I don't think they're going to, because the looks of the storms that we've already had out in front of this, they haven't dropped just a ton of rain. They haven't, as a matter of fact, if I, let me go into, let's see if I can bring up this, well, it's not going to let me. I was going to bring up one of these cameras, see what the current temperature is in some of these areas right now. I don't think that temperature has dropped a whole lot. I think it's still probably in the mid to upper 70s, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Across most of West Tennessee?
I think you're right. There's a little secret button that I'll hit over here, and I can tell you exactly.
I would say mid to upper 70s across most of West Tennessee, even though we've had this rain and storms come through.
Yeah, 72 over at 78 still at Clarksville, 79 up at Murray, and 77 at Lexington, now 71 at McKellar Field, 72 at Oakland. We're still in juicy atmosphere mode here, 76 at Dyersburg Airport, and at Everett Stewart, 75 up in Union City there at Everett Stewart. So we're in the 70s. The dew points are high. It's rock and roll time here for severe weather, and hopefully we won't get rocked or rolled either, but that does not look like the case as this stuff is rolling in. And the tornado warning that you were talking about, the tornado emergency in East Arkansas, they allowed it, from what I can tell, has fallen below emergency limits, but it is still a reported tornado. They have extended the warning out until 7:45, it looks like. So that one still has a tornado in it. It's just, I suppose it's lost its intensity. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I was watching the video with one of the storm chasers out there, and he was going through an area that had been just flattened. It was level. Homes were gone. Power poles were laying in the middle of the road. We're going to see a lot of video, and it's one of those things to where when these happen at night, you can't really tell what the devastation is until the next morning when the sun comes up, and then you realize the area that you lived no longer exists anymore. It's been kind of wiped out. But that's what we were looking at earlier. There was still enough daylight out there, out of that tornado emergency coming out of Arkansas, to where that area had been flattened. Yeah. So this is going to be it's going to be some devastated areas from this, folks. Nothing to play around with.
No.
Again, if you are here in West Tennessee and you're listening, you're watching, we're going to stay on this as long as it takes. We're going to guide you through it. We're going to keep you updated. We're going to stay with you. I know there are a lot of folks that have been scared. We've heard it throughout the day. Folks texting and calling to the station saying, when's this going to start? How bad is it going to be? We can give you as much information as we can during that time, but we also will tell you we're going to be with you. We're going to stay with you. We're going to talk you through it. We're going to let you know where it's at, what we're seeing, what the radar is showing, what the weather service is saying. We're not going to leave you, folks. We're going to stay right here with you. We're going to hold your hand through all this stuff.
You're listening to live weather coverage, wall-to-wall severe weather here as we get ready to have an intense line of thunderstorms producing confirmed tornadoes all the way from Hernando, Mississippi, to the west there, up to Pemiscot County, Missouri, where there was just a tornado emergency to the west of Blytheville, Arkansas. You're listening to this activity here on WNWS Jackson, WDXI Jackson, and WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson. Lots of folks watching at ktweather.net, lots of folks watching at WNWS.com, and also on the Facebook page over at Talk in West Tennessee. If you have looked it up over there as well. We're everywhere. We're on the Roku. You're watching the radar. You're looking at what we're looking at. And right now, we're still seeing some thunderstorms across West Tennessee. It's still this tornado warning that continues. It's good news sometimes that the National Weather Service does not update these things. You say, well, they haven't sent anything in 30 minutes or 25 minutes. Typically, that's good. It's an indication that things are dying down. Up at Camden, that was 6 at 6:30 up in Camden. Golf ball size hail was reported about a quarter mile east of the courthouse there in Camden, actually. So that was a storm report that had come in there. Again, like I said, the tornado warning continues. and should probably continue here for northern part of Henderson County and Clarksburg and Huntington, all this up in Carroll County. And the polygon continues over to the northern part of Decatur County and also a good majority of Benton County. This tornado warning continues until 7:45, I believe, is until 7:15. I correct myself. So you got another 5 minutes on this, and it does appear that it has weakened a little bit. There's not really a lot of anything on correlation to report. There's not a whole lot to report as far as wind goes and wind gusts. There's 23 knots. There's some gusty winds, but I mean, hey, we've had gusty winds all day anyway. This is, nothing new to us.
And we haven't even mentioned the wind advisory, the flood watches, flood warnings that are in effect as well throughout. I think the wind advisory probably, I think it goes away at about midnight tonight, but we do have flood watches, flood warnings that are in effect for all of West Tennessee. That's going to continue over the next several days, folks, because just because this is the stormy part of this system, Brian, you know this as well as I do. This is what we were looking at when it came to severe weather, but we haven't even talked about the heavy rain that is going to be on the backside of this that is not going away. This rain's going to last for a couple or 3 days more, and it's going to train right across West Tennessee. There will be some breaks in it from time to time, but when you have this much rain with one system, you could see there were some areas saying up to around 11 inches or so of rain out of this, the center of that system, probably going to be right around the Mississippi River, around that area. But we're going to see a whole lot of rain even after this event is over.
Yeah, you're right. And the flooded zones that have already been under the gun with this stuff, over the past, I don't know, month, I guess, Reeves, Tennessee, O'Brien County, that area there, they're just now trying to get dried out good up here. And here we go again. I do have this to pass along to you. I do get some random texts and things from places of official note anyway. This one comes from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department. Prepared to seek immediate shelter. Multiple tornadoes on the ground with visual confirmation in northwest Arkansas. They probably meant to say northeast Arkansas, heading towards Dyer County. Either way, Dyer County Sheriff's Department's watching it. Everybody's eyes on this tonight. We're watching what everybody else is doing too, because we're trying to stay on top of these things. For instance, the tornado emergency, they just updated some text on that. And it says that will expire at 7:15. And that was, no, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. That was something totally different. Tornado warning for Henderson, Benton, Carroll, and Madison and Southeast Henry and Decatur counties expire at 7:15. This storm has weakened enough. Let me try this one more time. A tornado warning. This is East Arkansas again. We're still watching this stuff, gang. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was over Leachville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. That wasn't the latest information. They do have still ping pong ball size hail coming out of these storms in East Arkansas, at least on that one. Confirmed tornadoes up and down the river. Just clicking down through here, Lee in St. Francis County, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. That was reported just a few minutes ago as well there. And this list, Mike, I tell you, when you've got the list and it constantly updates itself, it takes you back to the top. It just got updated again. Apparently there's some really similar activity with large and extremely dangerous tornadoes in southern Illinois too, and now they have one in Cape Girardeau coming through there. So as part of this entire system that we've been looking at here this evening, gang, it's on the river right now. Get ready. Still some isolated thunderstorms, and we knew we were going to have those out in front of the main line. What it does here over the next hour is going to be a mystery. We don't know exactly what's going to take place, if these things are just going to keep on marching across like they have been, or if even if they're going to hold together. We don't really know. It would be nice if they did finally join and start sharing their energy and kind of spreading it out like they typically do in some of these things when they turn linear. That's
what I was looking at too. We want that thing to kind of lay down a little bit. Once it kind of crosses the Mississippi River, sometimes it goes more southeasterly with the direction of it. If it starts to what we call laying down a little bit, where it kind of drops down along the I-40 corridor instead of trailing from the southwest to the northeast, because that's what it's doing right now. It's still trailing from the southwest to the northeast. That's what's firing all these tornado warnings up over there in East Arkansas. Now, if it were to lay down a little bit, maybe some of that energy dissipates, but I think we're still going to see a lot of these tornado warnings popping up. I think we're still going to see some very severe thunderstorms that are going to be going along with this as well. But if you're looking at the same thing, Brian, if you look at the entire basically from the Boot Hill of Missouri all the way down to middle Arkansas, down to around Forest City. All those individual cells that we saw earlier are not individual cells now. They have kind of joined all together, and they have become basically a long line of storms. Those are still producing tornadoes. I can count probably 15 tornado polygons on my screen just between Kennett, Missouri, all the way down to Forest City, Arkansas. So these are still very dangerous storms, and they're going to be moving into West Tennessee over the next 3 hours or so. So we're not out of the woods. You got to stay right here, folks. We'll keep you updated.
Yeah, and so far I've not seen the green stuff start popping up. There are a few places, but mainly in Conway County, Arkansas, or in southwest Arkansas, as far as the flash flooding goes at the moment. Looks like there's some new information coming in here in just a moment. It looks like severe thunderstorm warnings now for bordering counties of the Mississippi River, and that would include Dyer County. Looks like there is a new tornado warning that came out about a minute ago. A tornado in ping pong ball size hail indicated by radar for Poinsett, Mississippi County, Crittenden, Cross, and that now gets back into southwestern Tipton County. Here you go, Tipton County, round 2 on the way. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Parkin. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Again, ping pong ball size hail included in that particular thunderstorm right there. So what I can tell you here, there are still confirmed tornadoes on the ground in East Arkansas. A lot of them are directly across the state line, across the river from Ripley and across the river from Dyersburg, and about to cross into the Boot Hill, Missouri. Now, I'm going to go back to correlation coefficient on the Memphis radar for just a second. I want to see how some of these are holding together. Again, the Lake City tornado emergency, we see that right there indicated as a big giant debris ball on the coefficient model there. So if we move it forward into the future, it's almost like it just dissipates altogether. It's like it gave up. Let's see, the timestamp on that was 6:48, 6:50. It's getting a little bit smaller. It's real big right there at 6:56, 6:58. 7:06. So it gave it a few minutes, and she's gone. She's just out of here, no more. It looks like possibly, though, it would have already crossed the into the Missouri state line there and digging into the Boot Hill of Missouri there. But for as far as that goes, that was the one that was. Stand by just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Was this brand new information? This is a little bit old now. They were updating some of these warnings over in East Arkansas. I don't even know where Columbia County is, but I guarantee you it's not anywhere close to us. Otherwise, we'd know what that was. What I can tell you, though, is that some of these, you see the pink polygons, these are confirmed tornadoes. There's 1, 2, this one right here, and traditionally on my Weather 2 radar over here, the orange one is the one that is the tornado E word. So, and now it's there like it's supposed to be. I don't know what was going on earlier. There is one in Forest City, Arkansas. Let's check on this one here. A confirmed tornado over Haines, Arkansas, or south of Forest City, and it's showing a 10 right there, and that'll put it right at 100 knots. If you, of course, you know when you do the math on that, what's it like 100 and I forget, 110 or something like that. It's something to that effect right there. And I'm still
And
getting.
if you're looking just south of Forest City, you can see what I was talking about with that southerly flow that's just feeding these things over and over and over.
Yeah.
You can see basically south of Forest City there for a moment, there's nothing. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 you see more thunderstorms firing up and feeding right into that same flow with that very strong storm, that tornado area there in Forest City, Arkansas.
Yeah.
And by the way, let me remind everybody here in West Tennessee, as of right now, all the active warnings, tornado warnings, have expired. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect that covers part of Dyer County. It actually goes across the river up to, I think, Tipton County as well. So the extreme northwestern portion of West Tennessee is still under a severe thunderstorm warning. But that's the only warnings right now that we have here in West Tennessee that I can see. Well, I'll take that back. I think we've got a tornado warning that does stretch across the Mississippi River over into what is that? Is that it's maybe just north of Shelby County, but it's just barely into western Tennessee there, and that's a tornado warning there.
That'd be probably.
But, other than that, here in this area, Brian, right now we are just in a few thunderstorms here and there.
All right, we're looking here. Trying to take a look and see what was going on. A lot of folks are getting concerned here at 7:19 on this April 2nd, 2025. It is a tornado night, and we are here. I'm Brian Thomas. Mike Dole's covering southern West Tennessee. I'm covering, I guess this would be northern West Tennessee or northwest Tennessee.
We're covering all of West Tennessee, brother.
we are together. We have joined up here, and look, from border to border, river to river, here we are, and we're talking about it because we don't want anybody to get hurt. We don't want anybody to get killed. We want you in your safe places. And, you know, if we have to get on the radio and we have to talk about some of these things, then, you know, that's perfectly all right. That's why we're here, and that's why we're passing this information along to you. It would appear, okay, so the camera shot changed over here. So now it's over on Gooch Hall and Martin. Let me go back to the radar and see what's happening here. Okay, so we're starting to develop a hail core down in Gibson County between Dyer and Trenton. From everything I can tell here, I'm going to back this radar up just a little bit because now we've switched to the Paducah radar, and with all of this stuff hitting northwest Tennessee, normally it would hit us first, and then the thing, as you said a while ago, would lay down. We're kind of very in a straight linear mode where it's all going to cross at one time tonight, and that's, I guess that's okay. I mean, I can't really complain. I don't have any control over it, but what I can tell you is that we're going to be covering multiple warnings here in just a few minutes. But yeah, there was some activity over here on this camera, so I just threw it up there. And looking back at the radar now, we're seeing pockets of thunderstorms. There's a pretty strong one dumping quite a bit of rain over the town of New Bern. This is in Dyer County along Highway 51 4-lane and US 211, or State Route 211, I guess I should say. As far as hail cores go, again, these are severe thunderstorm areas, and strangely enough, this particular area where these little storms are that we're talking about, they're not in the severe thunderstorm warning. It's out and ahead of it. So yeah, got a little hail core going on here at New Bern. Also, the one crossing out of Crockett County into Gibson County. It's going to be on a 15-minute track to Dyer. After that, 15 minutes to Sharon and up through Martin, and then you get to the state line. So this one is expected, according to the radar indication, 1.5 inch size hail right at the moment in that hail core to hit these places along that mark, moving off to the northeast. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. And at the same time, you've got that storm that has not given up yet. That one that was tornado warned earlier out of Madison County that moved up into Carroll County. That thing still hadn't given up yet either. It's just to the, it's probably going up through the Brewston Hollow Rock area right now over to the eastern side of Carroll County. That storm hadn't given up. I mean, it's still producing some pretty heavy rain. It's got a decent hail core in it as well. And you were talking about the one that's just to the, that's just come out of I believe, Gibson County that is traveling north. That's got a good size hail core in it. These storms are still strong, folks. They're just not warned right now. They're not severe thunderstorm warned or tornado warned. So we don't talk about them near as much, but they are still packing a punch. If they come through your area, just be aware of that. And then you have the one that just came out of Covington that is traveling to the north as well. It's just to the west of Brownsville. It's traveling up Highway 51 and to the east of Highway 51. That's making a beeline for Dyersburg. These are all out in front of all of these tornado warned systems that are coming out of eastern Arkansas.
That's absolutely right. And of course, these little popcorn thunderstorms do have a little bit of characteristic to them. And of course, you can expect that, especially with the environment, with the wind shear out there that we've had all day, and so just some of this activity in general. It's hitting this unstable atmosphere. It's been churning and churning, all afternoon, and now the bottom is falling out. One storm report was just let out a few minutes ago that this was reported at. I believe this was at 7:00. One person has been injured, a home destroyed, and one injury from tornado. This was located in Stoddard County, Missouri. Also significant damage from a confirmed tornado in Cape Girardeau County, and a tornado by a train spotter in Cape. Tornado reported near Cape Fire Station number 1, and these are the ones that are coming out. Now, also, there is a new tornado warning. This is New Madrid County and Stoddard County, includes the cities of Bernie, Missouri. A little bit further south, a new tornado warning that was issued. This is about 10 minutes old, roughly. That was for Craighead, Greene County, Mississippi, and Clay County. And the phones continue to go off. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm. It's dinging down here, this Trenton cell. And let's bring you up to date on that. That goes until 8:30. A severe thunderstorm was located near Dyer. Moving northeast at 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. This is radar indicated, of course, hail damage outside. Don't stand outside and all of this stuff. Towns that are going to get this severe thunderstorm, and Huntington may eventually get this on that cell too. I'm not going to say that just yet, because these things have kind of just
like it's more towards Martin.
Yeah.
It looks like it's got to be moving your direction. This is that same storm that I was telling you about earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing got warned later on. It just took it a while to get fed enough energy. Yeah. But now that it has moved farther north, it has finally gained that energy that I was talking about, and now it goes into a severe thunderstorm warning.
I'm looking at the hash marks here. Let's see, one of the hash marks is over Dyer, and that's where it is currently. So it's going to put it about just west of Sharon on the Obion-Gibson County line in about 15 minutes, and it would have already passed through Martin in the next 20 to 25 minutes. That's that severe thunderstorm warning for these counties, Obion, Weakley, and Gibson County here. Pretty good thunderstorm cell, pretty good lick on this thing. And so far, the Carroll County storm, it's showing very intense on radar. It's not warned yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it eventually gets to that point. Also, for the one back down in Ripley, we're seeing some development in this. All of these are very, very awfully close to the front end of this thunderstorm line of thunderstorms. So right. They're getting their fuel off of these storms. They're going to get gobbled up by this line of storms eventually. That's just how it is. That's how the energy is shared in the atmosphere.
By the way, these storms we've been talking about in Arkansas for the last 30, 40 minutes, they still have not made it across the Mississippi River yet.
No.
And they are still moving, and they're very rapid moving storms, but they're trailing more towards the north and northeast. So they have not yet made it across the Mississippi River. So like I said, I keep telling you this over and over, folks, before you go to bed tonight, just because the storm stopped where you are, do not mean that these storms are gone before, for the night tonight, because these things are going to fire back up again out in front of this frontal system is going to be moving through. So we're talking about probably maybe 9 o'clock or later. Before some of these storms get across the Mississippi River and into this area.
Yeah, it's just going to be slow moving because, again, all of this stuff has to come together in some form or fashion, and it is. But usually once all the energy gets absorbed, the jet stream gets a swift kick and it picks up and tries to move off a little bit faster from that. Now, I want to tell you, though, if you are watching the stream, we appreciate you for doing that, by the way. You can get it at talkingwesttn.com. It's on the Roku app. You can download that for Talking West Tennessee. That's a good hit of lightning right there, and you're missing out if you're not watching the streams. You can also get it at ktweather.net. This is a live stream. I believe this is looking south, and this is the camera. Mike, you'll be familiar with it. It's in northern Gibson County on Highway 45. And they've got it pointed towards the south, looking at this thunderstorm cell that's incoming into this area over here, Mike. I don't know if you've gotten your radar up and running yet again or not, but I do want to add this, though. Shear markers are also popping up in this thunderstorm cell, and that is going to cause a problem, especially with some wind situation here in the next few minutes. And let's see. I'm trying to get a lock on what the wind is actually doing. I need to switch back over to the Paducah radar right quick so we can eyeball this thing. 2-inch size hail between Rutherford and Dyer being reported by Doppler radar right now in that particular thunderstorm cell. Now, on velocity, there's some high winds. There's some, 50, 60 knots in there, which gets you up to about 75 roughly. So if it's 75 miles per hour, that is. And a decent hail core developing, so we can see there's updraft in this, and we see there's mid-level rotation in this storm. A pretty decent hail core. If you switch it over to the hail product, you can see that right there, Dyer and Rutherford. But when you go back over to the radar, now it's just nonstop lightning and this activity that's moving almost north, not due north. But folks who's in the line of this would be Rutherford, KenTenn, all of southwest Weakley County. That'd be folks near Greenfield. Sharon is on the way, definitely, Highway 45E and up through Martin and Skyhawk Parkway. And this is going to travel, it might even graze some of O'Brien County if it holds together, and touch South Fulton as it exits out of the state into West Kentucky. So that's what we're seeing. And the messages and the alerts still keep on coming. We're getting severe thunderstorm warnings now for pretty much all over the place. My concerns, I'm still watching some of these tornado warnings. I'm starting to see general tornado warnings back over here in Memphis. Shelby County has one now. The one you were talking about, Mike, a few minutes ago, that there's just a corner of it is overlapping Tipton County, and that is a valid thing. I'm trying to figure out the one that we were looking at earlier, the E warning. I think it's just there. It's supposed to expire at 7:45, so it has another 15 minutes. It had an update on it, too. It was 7 miles southeast of Seneth, or was it located over Hornersville? That was a tornado warning. That was for Dunklin County and Pemiscot County and Mississippi County, and also Craighead County, so all of our East Arkansas folks over there. Tornado and quarter-size hail was indicated by radar. So, and this storm had spotters on it, or chasers. It had those folks on it, and they were looking at these things not too long ago. As a matter of fact, you said that people were, look at this, very interested in, and you had several spotters on that over there on these storms. But right now, I'm looking at the Paducah radar. It's looking down the throat of this thunderstorm moving up through Gibson County. Gang, if you're in North Gibson County, get ready. 3 1/4 inch size hail. What is that, a watermelon? What size is that, Mike? I don't even know.
I don't think it's quite as big as a watermelon, but it's big enough. Yeah, I was watching the video coming out of KenTenn right now, and there's some very strong lightning, very heavy rain, and again, you're talking about that storm that's producing some of those very large hail signatures as well. So they've got a tough way to go coming up as it moves farther north. And towards Martin as well, by the way.
Yeah, we are definitely about to get smacked here. Now, of course, I'm in Dresden. I'm going to get the outer edge of this thing. And every time you hear a ding, gang, that is something somewhere in the vicinity of, to some severe extent. Now, they're coming fast and heavy into the weather center here as we kind of keep track of these things. So let's kind of tell you what's going on. nothing else going on tonight as far as what's on the radio other than what we're doing here. Mike Doles is covering southern West Tennessee. I'm up here in northwest Tennessee, and that means we cover all of West Tennessee. All of the stuff is starting to cross a river. There are storms river to river, and now we're looking at the KenTenn storm. Let's just take one more look at this again, Mike. It's almost white out on the camera over there. You can't hardly see anything. Yeah. But now this storm has intensified quite a bit. I'm going to pull the Ville product up here again. And there it is. Let's go over to weather 2 and get a better shot of it. So this is the hail core. Huge hail core right here. See the triangle with the 3 on it? That's 3 1/4 inch size hail. Possibility of hail 100%, possibility of severe hail 100%. I want to see pictures out of Rutherford and Dyer, hopefully after the storm has passed, preferably not with you standing outside taking pictures of it right this minute. Hail will continue to stay frozen for a little while, okay? This is going to be interesting to see because that is a huge hail core. It reaches from Yorkville all the way over to Highway 45W between Rutherford and Dyer. Mike, that is a huge hail core on this severe thunderstorm. It's severe thunderstorm warned for Gibson, Weakley, and the eastern part of Obion County, which this is going to include Sharon, Greenfield, Dresden, Martin, Reeves, Kenton, and all the way up to South Fulton as far as all of that goes. And Palmersville will also be part of the fun as well as we head through this thunderstorm warning. It's just a thunderstorm warning, though, but it is definitely enough to make note that do not go outside right now. Do not go out there.
Yeah,
I need to move my car. It's too late. You know,
if there's again, I always try to find some good news in any of this. Earlier, if you back up about 40 minutes ago, and you looked over into East Arkansas, you saw nothing but polygon after polygon after polygon all over the top of each other, just layered all the way down the eastern portion of Arkansas with tornado warnings. Now, if you look at it now, maybe these have dissipated somewhat, Brian, because now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 5 tornado warned areas coming out of East Arkansas instead of the 15 or 20 that we had earlier. Now it is diminished quite a bit. So maybe some of these storms are starting to do what we were talking about. Maybe they will play out enough to where when they do get across the Mississippi River, we won't have near the intensity that they were packing when they first fired up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And let's just hope for that too, because this is our second line of storms, very similar to what we had Sunday night. And it's almost a repeat, except today there was a few more extreme events, like a tornado emergency we've had within the last 60 minutes over in East Arkansas. But if it dies out, and we do hope that it does, then that'll be a win for us, and hopefully we're just left with large hail. Now, again, consider the hail factor for just a minute. Don't be outside in this. Don't be driving around in this. Officials have been talking. Get your emergency kit ready. Stay off the roads when there's bad weather. Always stay off the roads when there's bad weather. Good grief. It's not a good place to be driving when 3-inch size hail is falling, the size of, tangerines or something. And now there's something new. I'm not entirely sure. We'll get to that in a minute, though. So anyway, the problem is there's going to be severe thunderstorm warnings all over this area when this line hits here in just a short bit. And when it does, you need to be inside, because these things, they have extremely large hail cores in them. And this one right down here, and it's over Kenton now. And pretty close to Sharon as well. Again, it's almost taking not a due north path, but we'll call it a 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock path. So that's going to put this hail core roughly around the Skyhawk Parkway and in Martin here in just a short time. I mean, it's trucking. This severe thunderstorm warning continues, by the way, at 7:36. This just happened a minute ago. The severe thunderstorm was near Kenton. Moving northeast, now it's at 60 miles per hour. I told you it was trucking it, Mike. 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, radar is indicating now quarter-sized hail. of course, Memphis issued that warning and that update. Memphis is very far away from Weakley County. I bet Paducah would have a different take on that if they were issuing the warning. So, because from what I'm seeing right here, you don't see that big of a hail core when you're 50 miles away roughly from the radar site. So that is still taking place. These little popcorn thunderstorms out in front of all of this activity, and you don't put those types of thunderstorms in a rich atmosphere like what we have now to cause all of this mess and all of this problem that we've had today with these spin up tornadoes, and for the most part have been isolated. And we knew that was going to take place. We were going to have some isolated events. We was going to have some really extreme events. When the Storm Prediction Center forecast, for the day, okay, we might have a tornado day, and they put the little red boxes up there. When all of the boxes except for 2, that's 5 out of the 7, are in purple, you're going to have a bad day. And some folks have already had a bad day, as indicated by what Mike was watching a while ago. Some of the storm chasers out in East Arkansas this evening, looking at some of the areas over around Craighead County, I believe, where it appeared that, I believe what you said, the whole town was demolished or something. There was disaster everywhere.
It was the town. I know it was a residential area. It appeared to be. There were power poles that were snapped. I know I saw one home that was destroyed. I don't think he was in town. I think it was on a rural area.
Yeah.
But the power poles had been snapped. They were laying in the road. Power lines laying across the road as well. And the storm chaser was having to kind of dodge all that stuff. But when I first went to it, he had his headlights shining on a home that was basically gone. You could tell the debris and things like that. And again, over in East Arkansas, things have calmed down. Now, don't take that as a thing where, okay, well, it's calmed down a little bit, I'm going to bed, and I'm not going to worry about it. All the tornado signatures we saw earlier, because we had so many all at one time, a lot of those have been kind of changed into a bigger polygon now. So there are about 5 or 6 that are over in East Arkansas. Just about the time I was going to say that, I saw a new one pop up just a moment ago over to the south and west of Wynne, Arkansas, to the north of Forest City. So these things are still trailing over to the northeast coming out of Arkansas. They are just now the leading edge of that, just now starting to make it to the Mississippi River. So again, we still got a little ways to go before we start seeing all this die down in our area.
And Mike, I'm going to throw this graphic up here for just a second, and it's tomorrow's SPC out.
And over, and you don't give these rivers time to drain it off. They just kind of back up. Then the creeks and all these small tributaries around the area, they try to feed into that. They have nowhere to go, and so you start seeing these areas get flooded. Especially if they've been flood prone before, you're going to start seeing that. So it's kind of a double or triple whammy. We got storms tonight, tornadic storms tonight, possibly again some of those again tomorrow, and then a rain event all the way into the weekend. So man, are you talking about Mother Nature not being kind to, this morning, Brian, we got up and the temperature got up into the 80s today. I think Mother Nature was trying to tease us a little bit. Now she's trying to wipe us out at the same time, because then she feeds all this stuff into us. And this is, again, going to continue throughout the night, folks. Don't go to bed not weather aware. We're going to keep you updated.
Okay. And speaking of which, new tornado warning. It's 7:39. This is just a couple of minutes ago. It's still in the process of being sent. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located over Blytheville, moving northeast at 55. Here are the counties that are now under the tornado warning: Mississippi County, Pemiscot County, Dunklin County, Dyer County, Southwest Obion County, and Lake County. You are under a tornado warning until 8:30. All right, I'll tell you what I can tell you about it at the moment. Steele and Holland, Missouri. You're on Highway 164, Highway TT, or even along anywhere around Highway 412 or Interstate 55 along Steele, Missouri, in Pemiscot County. That's where this tornadic activity is. Now, this is radar indicated rotation. Okay, that means a spotter has not identified this. I'm looking at the map. I see there's a chaser out there. So if they see it, they're going to report it. I guarantee you, because they're all about saving lives too and trying to keep people safe.
Yeah, that chaser is traveling up 55 right now, traveling north. So yeah, he's in a prime spot to be able to see where this activity's at.
I'm trying to get an update over here on this other radar picture of correlation. It seems like there was something a little suspicious looking there, but again, this was like Steele and Hornersville in that area right there. Let me go back to the wind product, and of course the Rings is eating its lunch right now. Now near Holland, Denton, Steele, and Cooter, Missouri, and these areas here, which means also Caruthersville, across the river at Bogota and Lenox, and Findlay, and Dyersburg, and New Bern, all of these areas here, Tiptonville, Hornbeak, Ridgely, Windberg, these are all folks in West Tennessee now. This is the track that this storm is going to be taken here, and I'm seeing some pretty strong mid-level rotation still now starting to crop up with this thunderstorm that is tornadic. What I also see is some 1-inch size hail that's now starting to show up. The hail core, as far as that goes, what we're looking at, there is some lift in the atmosphere creating some large hail out of this, which, and you check the cloud tops too from time to time. We're looking at 56,000 foot right there as far as this hail core goes. They're really far reaching up there, so get ready for some large hail in the Boot Hill, Missouri here in just a minute.
Brian, I don't know if but those things normally cap out not far above 50,000 feet. I mean, there's only so far they can go up before they get sheared off in the atmosphere. But man, the taller they can get, the more they can feed. And not only are you going to see some very, very, very strong winds, some downdrafts, you're going to have straight line winds, you're going to have tornadic possibilities, and also then you get those hail cores that develop in them as well.
I'm going to throw this over onto weather too. If you're watching online, you can watch, at talkingwesttn.com. Also, ktweather.net. We're streaming on that YouTube page over there. And let me go ahead and show this to you on this side over here. So this is Weakley County, and you're looking at Weakley County. There's Martin. Down here is Sharon. You're following along. So what you're seeing right here, this yellow block right here, this is called giant hail by Doppler radar standards, and this would be right approaching. I see it says 2.25 inch size hail now being reported by Doppler radar there. Further back, it was something else, but this is called giant hail, and this is on a track toward this will be on the track toward the city of Martin. So again, it's along Highway 45. That's a Highway 45E for at the moment. So this thing is almost inside the city. So if you take downtown Martin and all that activity down there, what's going on in Martin? Give us just a second, and we'll try and throw that up there. So what we're seeing here is giant hail being reported by Doppler radar. That means stay in your house for one. But what I was looking for was some kind of rotation or something. There are several drops in correlation coefficient in this storm too, and fairly decent drops, and it may be possible because of the giant hail. usually it's an indicator of something else, but we don't see any definitive rotation on the radar picture itself there. Of course, I'm looking at the back end of it, and what you're looking at over on the stream is a live shot looking south into the mouth of this storm from the top of Gooch Hall at UTM. So that's what you're looking at over there. But and we'll get back on this tornado warning here in just a second. But just if you are in Weakley County, get in some shelter right now. Get out away from this hail storm. It's a hail storm. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to cause some problems for you here probably very soon. Now back over to the radar shot over in East Arkansas. Let's head that. This is the tornado warning, and folks who are watching online, the tornadic activity in the main line is now crossing the Mississippi River. So if you just needed any kind of verification of that, there it is. What we are seeing is some strong rotation. It's still over in the Boot Hill of Missouri, between Steele and Reeves, and that's right there on the Dunklin-Pemiscot County line. And they have it in one of those dead rings right now. It's kind of trapped. And sometimes this happens too, because the National Weather Service, they kind of change the pictures of what goes out. They look at different levels and all of this other stuff. So now the storm that you were just tracking has a giant black ring in it. You can't tell what the speed was, but I can back it up and get the latest picture there. So that tends to happen too. We have almost 60 mile per hour wind gust right there, is reporting 58 on that side. This again is a tornado warning. Current rotation is in the Steele and Holland and Cooter, Missouri area. This is Interstate 55. Let's get down here to this. Why are you reporting Missouri weather? Well, this is one giant tornado warning. We're watching this stuff come across. It is supposed to hit West Tennessee, and an entire line is on its way too, as far as that goes. All of this stuff is in the process of moving across the Mississippi River. So if you happen to be out at Eloise, in these areas, you need to be taking cover right now. You're inside the Polygon, the Midway community, the Rice wildlife area out there, Thorny Cypress, also Tumbleweed and Bogota, all of these areas, Caruthersville, Lenox, Nauvoo, Findlay, the city of Dyersburg.
If you're anywhere between Ridgely and Dyersburg, watch out.
Yeah.
Basically is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. You just draw that big line, that big polygon. And for the time, it cuts off and goes from Tiptonville down to New Bern, and it's kind of where it stops. Now, they haven't, forecasted the rest of Obion County, I should say, under this. Only a portion of it's under the tornado warning. But the update on this tornado warning, let's get you caught up on it. There's about 12 in front of me right now. I'm trying to find the one that is sitting right here before me. Okay, so the latest information we had on this was still at 7:40, and that was just telling you that the tornado warning was issued there. Flying debris, get in your shelter. Again, what is a shelter, especially if you have a standard stick-built home or a brick home? Well, it's going to be an interior room, probably a bathroom or something in the middle of the house, or even a closet in the middle of the house. But it's got to be in the middle of the house on the ground floor. If you have a basement that's good for you, you get in the basement instead and get down there somewhere safe. They always said in the past, they said, on the southwest corner. Well, that's not so sure about that. Just get in the center of the house in an interior closet or something like that. Get mattresses, put your football helmets on, all of this stuff. I don't care. Put pads on if you have to, shoulder pads and all of this stuff, because if you get hit by a tornado, you're going to get thrown around. And it's better to have all of that stuff on to protect your neck and protect your head and all of this kind of stuff right here. So that's what you do in a tornado warning. If you've got it available to you, use it. So Brian, go ahead.
If you're looking at these storms, this big long line of storms we were talking about that are they've kind of collected together, and that's kind of what we were hoping for. Instead of those individual supercells that were out in front of this line, they have kind of all incorporated into one long line of storms now. Which even though they're strong, it's better news than to have these big supercells out in front of a line. Then you get the double whammy. But if you draw a line basically from from the Mississippi River from, say, western Kentucky, all the way down the Mississippi River to Memphis. That line of storms is almost straight down that line. And they are just now starting to cross over the Mississippi into West Tennessee. Now, there are still some storms that are down in Arkansas that are still trying to fire up out in front of that part of the front. But I think the bulk of these storms have now joined into this one long line of storms that are going to be passing across the Mississippi River. And again, they're trailing to the northeast. Even though they're moving fast towards the northeast, they're not moving east very quickly. So you've got much more of a northerly trek of these storms and not much of an easterly trek. So that's why it's taken them so long to get into this West Tennessee area.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was writing some messages back. Of course, I have kids that live in Dyersburg and Dyer County and New Bern over there that are very concerned right now, and a number of other people up and down the Mississippi River who I know, kind of what's going on. Well, I think you said it best. The storms have conglomerated and have turned into a linear mode, which means there's a giant line of thunderstorms, and that is what you want. And it's the magic of the Mississippi River. It strikes again, Mike. I'm telling you, I swear there's something to it, where all of these things, they join up at the Mississippi River, all these supercells that we've been seeing all day. And these little isolated events that's been out in front of it, that's typical. That's typical of any kind of dry line setup that you would have, on a normal severe weather day. And here's the problem. There's so many fronts, and you got a low pressure. If you look at it on the big screen, you got this giant low pressure wrapping these fronts all the way up into Minnesota right now. At the end of that low pressure down in Texas is two more lows. So we're going to be stuck in a holding pattern.
You got a high pressure out in the Gulf that's basically steering these storms, because high pressure turns towards the clockwise, right?
Yeah.
So you've got the low pressure that spins it the other way. High pressure spins it one way. So it's the high pressure is feeding all this stuff up out of the Gulf, this warm, moist air. And they're stubborn. High pressures are very stubborn. They do not want to move. And so it's going to sit there and hold this line of storms for several days from being able to move across the country or move farther south. That's why we've been talking about these, not only the storms, but the flood watches, flood warnings, because that line's going to sit there. It's just going to keep feeding the Gulf moist air up into it. It's going to keep dumping that water on top of us over the next 3 days. So we've got flooding, which is on the way. We still have to deal with the storms tonight. We still have tornado warnings that are out there that are already creeping into West Tennessee. This thing ain't over yet. We still got a little ways to go.
Mike Doles here, Brian Thomas talking to you here right this second, and we are covering severe weather from border to border, river to river. This is West Tennessee weather. You're listening to it here on the radio, also online at talkingwesttn.com. We'll get into all of the legal stuff here in a minute. I want to stay with this tornado warning still just a little bit. Now, by the way, if you're watching online here at 7:56, what you're looking at is a picture off to the north and west, and that's off the back end of Hardy Graham Stadium at UT Martin. So that's the storm that just passed through there that had the 3-inch hail core on it not too long ago. Now, does it still have it there? Is it it's pretty sizable, I can tell you that. And there's a little pocket on the other backside of the storm too that has some hail in it as well. So that was
Brian, I'm going to be away from the mic for just like a couple of minutes, but I'll be right back.
All right, bring me a glass of water, okay? All right.
I'm going to bring you a snack.
All right, do that. I appreciate it. Yeah. There you are, Mike Doles. He'll be back in a minute here. It's 7:57 at WNWS Jackson, WDXI Jackson, and WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson. And anybody else on the line, I'm going to give you 10 seconds for a station ID. 10 seconds for a station ID starting now. I'll give you 12 seconds. Why not? Severe thunderstorm warning continues for these areas right here in West Tennessee, northern Weakley and eastern Obion County. At 7:41, this thunderstorm this goes until 8:30, by the way. But the thunderstorms, it picked up speed. It's almost out of the county. I don't know. They'll cancel that before that even takes place. Let's get back over here into East Arkansas, the Missouri Boot Heel, and Dyer County, and Obion and Lake County, where there is an active tornado warning. We do not have new information from the National Weather Service as of yet. Just so that you know that. We don't have any new information from those guys, at the moment. What I can tell you is some pretty intense rotating thunderstorms. If we can get back over to Weather 2 right quick, and we'll try and get an eyeball to that here in just a second. All right, sounds like a plan. All right, here we go. So let's take a look here just a moment, and bear with me. So this is the stuff crossing into Tennessee. First stop, we'll stop here in Trimble. There's some pretty heavy thunderstorms, some probably pea-sized hail located in this. At least that's what's indicated by the markers here. And that's going to spread into Obion and Trimble and Kenton and Yorkville and across northern Dyer County up and through Millsfield and these areas up here. That's our first stop along the line. Now, the line itself, here we go, rock and roll. Tornado warning for Alexander County, Carlisle County, Ballard County, and Mississippi County, and that's all north of the Tennessee state line. Here in West Tennessee, though, as we check a couple of more things here, and looks like what is going to be is possibly a severe thunderstorm warning. There are so many. It might be a tornado warning. I believe that's what it's going to be. It's on our list. We'll get to it here in just a second. So, tornado warning continues for Mississippi County, Pemiscot County, Dunkland County, Dyer County, Obion County, and Lake County. Currently, I say it's 7:39, so this is going to be about 20 minutes ago, the information I'm about to give you. The thunderstorm is located over Blytheville. I'll tell you where it is right now. Let's find it on the radar. If you're following along with us, you're following along at talkinwesttn.com. You're following along on our YouTube page at ktweather.net. That's ktweather.net, and watching the YouTube channel over there. We do see the pocket of rotation. If you're looking at it right here, here's Caruthersville. Here's Steele. This is Interstate 55. This is 412 Highway right here. Right? Yeah. Hayti and Hayti Heights, that area right there. Which direction is this going? Now, this is moving in there's some low-level rotation that was going on at Blytheville, and that was at 7:38. That's what prompted the warning, actually. So, as this thing moves off, Tiptonville. Folks in Tiptonville, take cover now. Folks in Ridgely and Windberg, take cover now. We do now have a new update for this tornado warning, was just released just now. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Eloise. Well, hang on just a minute now. That moved a little bit on us. See, we were watching a different pocket of rotation. I was looking up here at Steele, Missouri. There is a pocket of rotation, and let's go back over to Weather 1 for just a second. Now we'll get straightened out on these things. Either way, the entire area is under a tornado warning with everything that we've been watching here. So the current thing that we see, because Eloise is far west Dyer County. If you get down here to it, so it would be right here. This is Cottonwood Point. That's on the Missouri side. Here's Eloise right here. They're showing 87-mile-an-hour wind gusts one direction. That's straight line winds right there. That's really what that is. But you got to remember, all of these thunderstorms are joining up in a continuous line right now. There's still some rotation. I still see rotation here between Hayti and Caruthersville, which is outside of the polygon. And so what we're going to do to avoid this confusion, see, as you can see now we have new tornado warnings. I told you it was on the list. For Lauderdale County, this was the activity coming across the Mississippi River, and also Covington, and for Haywood County down here too. So kind of repeating the tornado warnings. We already had some earlier tonight for these areas. But back over here to the rotation side of these things, let me get back over to Memphis. See if we can get an eyeball.
And I walk away from the microphone for like 5 minutes, and we have polygons pop up everywhere with tornado warnings.
I know. At least none of them are confirmed on the ground or anything like that, Mike. That's a relief. because you asked that 45 minutes ago and everything was a confirmed tornado.
Right.
That's a relief for now, but hold on to your pants. Now look here, between Caruthersville and Hayti, there's still a good pocket of rotation. It's fairly outside of the polygon, though. They're looking at another pocket of rotation in far west Dyer County, which is moving off to the north and northeast, so that's going to impact Lenox and Highway 183. That's a Great River Road. I'm sorry, 181. That's a Great River Road, and Interstate 155, Tumbleweed area out there to the south and west of Ridgely. The Maddie community up Highway 78, Cunningham community. This is going to be in Pagoda. This is going to be in Tenemo and Miston and Owl Hoot and all of these areas. We used to roam around years and years ago, back when I was very much a younger person that could do that. And all of this activity is moving off to the north and east. Tiptonville, Blue Bank community, Windberg, Reelfoot Lake State Park, and Samberg. Pretty much get in your shelter right now. And some of these areas are outside of the polygon. Now, Lake County is under the tornado warning. I'm looking at Memphis radar, which is a closer look, I guess, if you're looking up the Mississippi River, Mike. And that's going to put that at about Chick community down there in the southern part of Dyer County, right on the river. And this is going to be, this is basically Eloise right here. This is where they said it was in the update that came out 4 or 5 minutes ago. So all of this, again, is moving to the northeast. Minglewood community, Tylersville, Richwoods, Band Mill, Big Boy Junction, and Findlay, and Tiger Tail, all under this tornado warning right now. This entire warning, if you are inside the polygon from West Dyer County up to New Bern, and then go from New Bern all the way up to Samberg, and then draw another line back down to Caruthersville, you're still under this tornado warning. This is what's moving across the river right now. I'm going to get back over to Weather 2 for just a second so we can kind of see. Go ahead,
Brian,
Mike.
if you get a chance, go over to the KenTenn camera, the one coming out of Kenton. You want to get a light show and even some of the flashes showing what is off in the distance. There's some thunderstorms that have popped up that are trailing basically towards that camera. That's the camera that's on 45 west, 45 northwest.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a chance, go to that camera and bring that up, because, man, you talking about a very intense thunderstorm trail that is coming up through there. And you can see even some of those low-hanging clouds way off in the distance,
yes.
The wall clouds we talk about. I don't know if you brought that up yet, because I can't turn around and see back behind me, but man, that's a light show.
That's a pretty gnarly looking setup right there. You see those low hanging clouds off in the distance, and I would assume that this is looking south and west once again, because this was kind of looking south a while ago when the main storm was coming through, and it was just getting rained down on. That's some awesome activity right there, and I'm going to go back here on the other end and look at the radar on the back end of this while you get the light show for a few minutes. And by the way, thank you. Yeah, that was sharp right there. Thanks to the Gibson County EMA folks and the Madison County EMA folks, and even the 7 folks who put all these emergency manager camera things in. Man, it's a good thing that they do, because we get a bird's eye view of some of this stuff going on, and it's just amazing that you can see for miles and miles and see all of this activity and where it's going. Now, gang, I do want to caution you, though, in this tornado warning that we still have right here. This is for Dyer County and Lake County and Obion County, this tornado warning, which continues. It's 8:06 now. The last update we had was at 7:58. I'm going to tell you where the strongest rotation is, and there's going to be some gusty winds in here, too. 47 knots, that's putting that rotation at about 60 mile per hour, I guess, if I was estimating here. If you're in the Armorel community, this is going to be in East Arkansas. As this activity makes its way across the river, it's one continuous line, gang. So you just have to bear with us as we process this here and try to keep you up to date on it. The newest rotation marker again was out at Heloise, they said, from the National Weather Service. And that right there, that is going to be 1.25 size hail. Let's see if I can do a little something different right there. That's a nice shot of lightning right there. Textbook. If you didn't know what lightning was, play the tape back. Man.
Well, every one of these shots basically is incredible with that view out of Kenton right now. It's just that's basically what you get with a supercell thunderstorm.
Yes.
It's dumping a lot of rain, a lot of wind, but at the same time, you get a heck of a light show out of those things.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Dyer County. Brand new severe thunderstorm warnings for this entire area. We'll cover most of this in here in just a short bit. Getting reports. She's got small hail in her hand right here. Not small hail. That's roughly ping pong ball size hail. And if you ever buy those big strawberries at Wally World, then you know exactly what size I'm talking about there. So that's coming out. That's what came out of the Weakley County storm that just passed into South Fulton and went through, I guess would be going through Graves County right now up into Kentucky. Now, your severe thunderstorm warning encases many counties, which is the the western half of Weakley County, all of Lake County, all of O'Brien County, all of Dyer County, a chunk of northern Crockett County, and north. Draw a line between Greenfield and Humboldt, and that's that half of Gibson County that's connected over there to Dyer County. So there's 4 or 5 counties right here, and even the north part of Lauderdale County is under this severe thunderstorm warning. That continues until 9 o'clock. The tornado warning that we still have active right now, and I don't want to neglect the folks down in Lauderdale County either. It's just not... It's roughly crossing the river right now, and I'm going to tell you, gang, you're going to get a lot of straight line winds out of this stuff. This is going to be the stuff that knocks the trash cans over and blows the awnings off and all of this stuff. I mean, we've got hurricane force wind gusts coming out of these storms to prompt either tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of rotation markers along this line of thunderstorms all the way down to Memphis. And the tornado warning, I'll tell you, this one goes until 8:30. This one is for Mississippi County and Tipton County and western Lauderdale County. And like I said a while ago, Mike, we're getting all kinds of photos and reports in and things from people all over. You do have no idea how grateful we are for this, which y'all are doing for us, you know. So I'm glad we can work together here. I do want to say there's some low-level rotation taking place right now, and I need to get back over to Weather 1. And unfortunately, Weather 1 feeds our video feed, but that's okay. We'll get back on that in just a minute. But I'm gonna get this down here. This track in southwestern Dyer County. So there's weather. I'm pull the marker up right here. This is going to be just to the south of Cottonwood Point, which is on the Missouri side. So if you draw a line south of Cottonwood Point there, trying to get my bearings over here, that's going to put you, again, at the Hales Point community. This is the Great River Road, the Highway 181 Great River Road there, the Bradley Road, the Tylersville community. You're still under an active tornado warning, gang, and this goes for a little bit longer here. Big Boy Junction, it's on a northeasterly track, so Lenox and Bogota, and you all are getting the wind gusts right now. I mean, it's really huffing it there. Now, there's some 40 or some 50 mile per hour gusts right there. There's still some rotation along the river there. There's some rotation out in the front of this area. Just a moment here. That doesn't go there. And Findlay. And also, folks around Highway 88, Dyersburg Airport, the folks community out here, Unionville and Key Corner, down into Lauderdale County here. All of these folks getting this activity from these tornado warnings. Down back into Ripley and Henning, we go again. They're getting round 2, Highway 19, and also the ARP community and Highway 87 out toward Fort Pillow. And these areas along Highway 51, you all are under a tornado warning again as well. Covington, all the way over to Stanton, is under a tornado warning. The majority of the activity here, and let's make sure that we're going to be on the Millington radar for a second. Yes, we are. So I want you to look at Weather 1 over. That's the map on the right side. That is a very hot, rotation right here between Wilson and this is right in the middle of the Mississippi River. So just to the west of Randolph and Gilt Edge over here in Lauderdale County, and southwest of the Fulton community in Lauderdale County. So this again is another active area of wind, and we can switch over and kind of see if there's anything being thrown up into the air. There's no debris balls that we can see. There's just stuff being blown around, and that is a good thing. Now, a little concerned with an area up around Luxora, and that's in Mississippi County, south of Toluca, and these areas here are north of Osceola. There is a pretty good drop in correlation coefficient right there. We'll put it back on the reflectivity, and it may just be because there is no activity there, and that's a good thing. Put it back on velocity. Well, all of these winds, gang, you gotta think this line of storms has now come together and now causing a straight line wind problem. There are pockets of rotation. Go ahead, Mike.
The polygon, by the way, the tornado warning polygon that was up around Dyer County and points north, that has changed a little bit. Now they have augmented that polygon a little bit. It no longer includes anything to the west of the Mississippi River. It's all in West Tennessee now for that tornado warning. That warning, again, includes Dyersburg, northern portion of Dyer County. That lasts for about another 16 minutes, but it looks like, of course, that's also part of a severe thunderstorm warned area. So that could possibly change and be extended. But right now, it is basically just for West Tennessee.
I'm glad you brought that fact up, Mike, because when that polygon changes, I can give you an actual update when that happens. At 8:11, so this is only about 2.5 minutes old, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Bradleytown, 7 miles west of Dyersburg, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Tornado indicated by radar. This is moving to the east. So if it's moving to the east, the polygon is slightly wrong, but again, it's a line of thunderstorms. Now it is going to march east, and I'm going to put a track on this for everybody.
And if it does that, it's going to do kind of what we were talking about, where it starts to lay down more towards that I-40 corridor that we were talking about earlier. So if it does that, it's going to lose some intensity for sure, because you have all those winds coming out of the south that are feeding these trailing ones that are going to the north and the northeast. So if it does start to drop a little bit, I think that's going to drop some of that intensity, hopefully.
Yep, and you're absolutely right. So I want to tell you, these folks right here, if you're in the path of this, so this storm, again, as the warning says, is moving east. We're not going to talk about the polygon right now. We're going to talk about the actual motion of the storm moving to the east. If you're in Richwoods community, Findlay, Middle City, Evansville, Jenkinsville, South Dyersburg, the city of Dyersburg, you should be in your tornado shelter right now. Folks a little further off towards the Vire community and Bishop and Roellen community and Good Hope, you're up in the next 10 to 15 minutes. You should be in your shelter right now. Take your safety precautions right now. That also includes Rehoboth and the Tigrit area down there. Stokes, Tatumville, and Lapata, you should be in your shelter within the next 15 to 20 minutes, or just go ahead and do it now. As this entire storm motion has now crossed the Mississippi River, and just about everybody in these counties, just go ahead and take your shelter now, because as the tornado warning, the polygon is showing you a certain thing, and then it tells you that the storm is moving east. So you need to kind of pay attention to this. If you live in the due east, region of the front of the area here that we're talking about, this storm warning, Elizabeth community, Wilcox, Neboville, Neboville, Eaton, Brazil, Yorkville, Curry, and Mount Orange, within the next 30 minutes, go ahead and start taking your tornado precautions. Now, these areas that we're talking about, we're moving into Gibson County, which is not under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until about 9 o'clock, I believe. And then you start getting into Dyer, Grizzard, and Rutherford, and Trenton. We'll get to you all, just kind of giving you a heads up of things right now. But the people who are in the immediate way of this right now, we're looking at Evansville community. This is just basically South Dyersburg. And also Dyersburg itself, the city. Vire community is out like you're going toward Roellen on Highway 104. Bishop, Roellen, Good Hope, Rehoboth community, getting closer to Tatumville now. This Tigrit community is just south of there. and across the county line there in that area. And La Pata, used to live in both of those locations in my past lifetime. Stokes Community and Wilcox and Neboville. So all of these areas, Mount Orange and Frog Jump, get ready. This is where now we're starting to see a little bit of pocket of rotation, Mike, just in the last radar update. So I'm going to retract this.
Is that the one that's just to the east of Newbern or west of Newbern right now?
Yeah, well, roughly. It's still in western Dyer County. This is going to put it out at Big Boy Junction, so that would be west of Findlay. So we're not even in the city of Dyersburg yet. The straight line winds, the winds out in the front of this system coming through, that's what Dyersburg is getting smacked with right now, but we're still seeing pockets of rotation inside of the main line of thunderstorms. I'm going to verify that with the radar here. And it's just going to be an in and out situation where you're going to see some of this rotation. You got winds blowing out away from
you're talking about basically inside that supercell itself.
Yeah.
Then it's just to the east of Findlay, heading back towards Dyersburg. Yeah, that circulation of that entire storm is basically, it started out kind of moving northeast, and now it's kind of swirling like it's wanting to go more easterly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has definitely lined up. And pushing in an easterly direction. I backed the radar up picture just a little bit there, and rolled it back, and it was crossing the river, and there were some winds going toward and some winds going away right there. That was as it was crossing there at Cooter, Missouri, and now Big Boy Junction. This is going to be the Ernest Rice area, south of Highway 104, Minglewood, Band Mill, Big Boy Junction, all of this area here. Just be cautious of this. There's nothing really being tossed up in the air, according to the correlation shot that we get from the Doppler radar. The folks back down in Covington, get your eyes up and look at the sky. Get ready, folks down in Garland and Burleson and Gilt Edge and Fulton communities down in Tipton County. Again, your rotation is now making it across the river there at island number 35 in the Wilson community. There across in East Arkansas. Back up the river, more pockets of rotation, seeing another one right here embedded inside this at Hales Point. This is still southern Dyer County and northern Lauderdale County, Edith Community and Knob Creek and Porter Gap. And new information coming in, which is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. Nankipo Community, here we are, and Double Bridges. So we're still in the very northern parts of Lauderdale County with another good strong pocket of rotating wind right there as far as all of that goes. Now,
yeah, Brian, I was watching the camera there, and the one in Dyersburg.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about that storm that was just over to the east of that. The trailing edge of this storm that was coming over towards Findlay and over towards Dyersburg. I was sitting there watching that camera. That thing went belly up real quick. There was a bunch of wind that started whipping that camera back and forth, and she's gone. So
that's those 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts coming out of that gust front. If you go back and look at the KenTenn camera, we're looking off to the south and west, and it's just like a 4th of July. There's no other way to describe it there other than a light show in black and white. And that's going to be a good indication of what's going to hit these areas once again, KenTenn and Rutherford and all the way up through here. Now, I'm going to tell you that the important thing and some of this to remember, and we have an update on this tornado warning that remains in effect until 8:45. We'll get this here in a second. Well, let's just go ahead and get it now, because there's too many little interior pockets of rotation here. Tipton County and southwestern Lauderdale County, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Montford or 8 miles north of Millington, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Tornado warning updated for this. This was updated for Dyer County. That was when we said it was at Bradleytown. Everybody should be in their shelters at this point anyway. If not, you need to get there, in a quick hurry. So let's go there. One other update here. There's multiple tornado warnings for Lauderdale and Mississippi County. Let's see if this was the one over Wilson we were talking about, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. One part of the storm can't jerk a knot in itself and get moving like the rest of it. One part of it's moving at 60 miles per hour and the other is moving at 35. And then here's one right here moving east at 50 miles per hour. So, you know, I don't get the science behind why parts of the storm pump its brakes like that, but it just does. But either way, if you're in front of this line, so everybody in East Dyer County, if you drive or draw a line rather from roughly, let's say that's going to be out Millsfield in that area up there, Lane community. So draw a line from Lane all the way down to Folks community, and you're east of Dyersburg. You should be in your tornado shelter right now, because all of this wind that we're looking at, that is what you're seeing there on the radar, and see how it's kind of laying down too. And we've been talking about this, Mike, the way the front, it gets a certain way and starts laying down. But now I'm going to take this velocity, this wind product, and I'm going to take it back a little bit. It's starting to get a bow in it. So what I'm telling you again, Dyer County and Gibson County, brace yourself. Get in your tornado shelter. And the crazy thing is that now they've dropped the warning just as soon as you get there. Maybe they're planning something. Maybe they know something a little bit more than I know.
Yeah, I noticed that. Now, that is still, by the way, part of a very large polygon when it comes to a severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses basically all of Dyer County over towards the east and then north all the way up to the Kentucky state line. So including Union City, Martin, and other areas. So they're not totally out of the woods. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas. Just that tornado warning has been allowed to expire.
And here's a frightening thing. 15 miles up the road from me is a little community called Linville, Kentucky. They have a new tornado warning that was issued maybe 15 minutes ago. That tornado was near that tornado was near Linville. They have a tornado reported up in Mayfield at this would have been about, let's see, that's 10 minutes after 8 right there. So they
headed towards Benton, Kentucky right now, it looks like.
Yeah, and that was a funnel cloud that they reported in the Farmington community. They've had it centered over Mayfield, of course. Well, Mayfield's, they've had a lot of attention in the past few years anyway with what they had received. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm really thankful that some of this activity is dying down. I'm looking at the Paducah radar, and it's looking down the throat at this Dyer County storm. And of course, we're sitting here talking about this gust front and how it's bowing out, and you get tons of straight line wind on a bowing storm like this. Right now, Roellen, all the way down to Bonnycord, Tigret, the city of New Bern, Trimble, La Pata, Edgewood, all of these areas in your shelter, get out of the way of the wind. And like I said, the Weather Service did have a tornado warning out for Dyer County, but in the last update that they sent, the storm was moving east at 50 miles per hour or some such thing like that. So folks in Halls...
That's the one that took the camera out. I was sitting there watching it, and it started... it started violently going side to side and then suddenly lost signal. So that thing went down pretty quick. And that's that straight line way, that bow you were talking about off the eastern edge of that storm that was moving through the Dyersburg area. Man, that's some pretty strong wind, 60 mile an hour plus probably.
Yeah. And still, even on the Doppler picture, we're looking at just base velocity. We're not even looking at the relative velocity, which is a totally different thing there. We have, we basically have a lot of wind picking up here. Can you take this for just a second and let me grab this over here for a second, okay? Mike, you there?
No, I ran away.
Okay.
No, I got this. Let me remind everybody while you're taking that break, Brian, about we still have 2 active tornado warnings for West Tennessee. We'll give you the first one. This one is a radar indicated. Again, this one is going to expire in about 18 minutes. We'll see if they let that happen or not. But this is a tornado warning that remains in effect until about 8:45. This is for south central Mississippi, central Tipton, and southwestern Lauderdale counties here in West Tennessee. That was one that was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was over Mumford, about 8 miles north of Millington. It was moving east at about 60 miles an hour. And that's what we've seen with a lot of these storms and tornadic type of storms. They're moving very rapidly. They've intensified in that speed over the last couple of hours or so. But 60 miles an hour moving east. We're talking about possible tornado golf ball size hail. Radar indicated rotation with that. Again, that one is going to expire coming up here in just a little while. Let me bring up the other tornado warning that is here for West Tennessee. This one is a tornado warning that includes the counties of south central Mississippi, central Tipton, and southwestern Lauderdale counties. That was brought in at about the same time. And again, basically the same thing. We're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds with that one as well. So a couple of tornado warnings that are still in effect. Those are covering West Tennessee. Let me make sure I got those right here. Let me bring this other one up. We got one that expires in 2 minutes. Okay, this is the other one. This one expires in just a couple of minutes. This one covers a portion of Tipton and Lauderdale counties here in West Tennessee. That remains in effect until 8:30. So again, we got a couple of minutes remaining on that. We'll see if they allow that one to expire. But the one that stretches over towards Covington, encompasses that area of Covington. That one is still in effect for about 17 minutes here in West Tennessee. And again, it could be producing much of the same thing, where again, with that storm, we're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. Now, if we're looking around the area past that, no other warnings out right now except for the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for northwestern West Tennessee. That is a warning that includes the areas of northwestern Crockett, western Weakley, Dyer, western Gibson, Obion, northeastern Lauderdale, and Lake counties here in Tennessee. Now, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. That's part of that storm we were talking about that was moving through Dyersburg that was very strong. We're talking about 60-mile-an-hour plus winds on the leading edge of that. That's kind of bowing out towards the east as well. Now up around Union City, the extent of that storm stretches all the way up there. Then I'm looking at this entire storm system that stretches all the way down that also encompasses the two tornado warnings that we were talking about just a moment ago. Now, this leading edge of these storms that were producing multiple tornado warnings, even a tornado emergency out of Arkansas, have died down quite a bit over the last several hours. They now have those, okay, they've allowed that one tornado warning to expire that stretched into West Tennessee. That one is gone. Thank goodness for that. We don't have to worry about that one for a while. But the one tornado warning still in effect for West Tennessee that catches the corner of Covington, basically. Now, we do have another tornado warning. This one is over around Forest City, Arkansas, and then there's one south of that down to the east of Clarendon. But these are still well away from us, but they are part of that long storm system that is still trailing towards the northeast. This is going to continue. This is going to continue for quite a while. It possibly will make its way into West Tennessee. We're starting to see what myself and Brian were talking about a little while ago, where that storm line was starting to lay down a little bit as it gets closer into West Tennessee and possibly even, I guess, kind of getting down towards that I-40 corridor. Brian, I think, is back now.
I'm back.
Well, I heard him say something.
Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah, I'm hanging out here. I had some very, very concerned folks, especially in Dyer County, and I'm still a little concerned too. We've been sitting here watching both of these radars, and it's a good thing to have the ability to have these, because one radar, actually the big one, will tell me all of this stuff too. But I can put them side by side, and I can see the rotation markers. There's quite a bit of rotation in the mid levels in the upper atmosphere. And we get that because it's a Boeing segment. Well, it's not even a segment. It's a Boeing line of thunderstorms. And the bow is really bowing up across, now pushing into East Dyer County. And there was some, I would say, low-level rotation starting to develop over the city of Dyersburg and pushing out over this. And I was looking at the the wind gust out on the front end of this thing, and it was telling it like 80 and 90 mile per hour wind gusts. And you got to think,
that's what took the camera out.
Yeah, yeah.
When I was watching that, I was like, well, that don't happen very often. This is a pretty strong wind.
Yeah. There, look here. Now right here, and I'm going to tell you, get in a shelter. Okay. Now this is going to be just west of the KenTenn camera. There is a 103 mile per hour wind gust being reported. That's at between Churchton and Cool Springs. And I used to live right there in that neighborhood. That is some extreme wind coming out the front of this thunderstorm. It's now you have a new tornado warning. Whoa, wait a minute. Now that's some crazy stuff I've never seen. New tornado warning for, just stand by just a moment.
This is out of that storm you were talking about, Brian.
Yeah.
This is that exact storm you were talking about. That is a tornado warning that basically comes out of the northeastern portion of that storm out of Dyersburg. And it goes all the way up through Union City and Martin. I'll let you give the details on that. But, yeah, that's the one you were talking about.
Okay, I put the KenTenn camera back up for a moment. Yeah, let's talk about this just a second, gang. It hasn't even updated on that one over there yet. I'm going to tell you, there's this Boeing segment, and now there's an inflow in the bow. So we're getting wind sucking into this thing right about in the neighborhood of Trimble. Now, here's the details on the tornado warning. Radar indicated rotation at 8:32. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Newbern, 13 miles northeast of Dyersburg, moving northeast at 55. Locations include Mason Hall, South Fulton, Dresden, Martin, Mount Pelia, La Pata, Latham, Cottage Grove, Ruthville, Sharon, Como, Locust Grove, Ralston, Schaffner, Rutherford, Templeton, Brundage, Terrell, Pisgah, Trimble, and Reeves. Take cover now. This is a new tornado warning. Go over to ktweather.net or go to talkinwesttn.com. Even go download this thing on your Roku and take a look at this stuff. This camera's shooting right down the throat of this storm that is this tornado warning that is moving out of East Dyer County and into Obion County and the northern portion of Gibson County. I'm going to tell you one more time, an active tornado warning now until 9:15. This is for Weakley County, northeastern Dyer County, northwestern Gibson County, Obion County, and Henry County. This goes until 9:15. It is an absolute light show if you're standing outside in KenTenn, Tennessee right now.
Yeah, it's amazing how you were just talking about that storm, Brian, and you were basically kind of commenting that it was amazing that we haven't seen some type of warning come out of that storm yet, because the stuff you were seeing, the signatures on radar, were indicating everything that this storm is showing right now, that it should have been probably getting a warning soon. Here it is. It is a tornado warning, and man, what a show that camera is giving us right now. For you folks who are at home, go to talk, the letter N, westtn.com, or go to your Roku, your Apple, your Fire TV, bring it up there, because, man, that is one heck of a camera shot, Brian.
Yeah, it really is. And I was taking a look at some of these. Man, oh, man. The text messages go crazy too. Of course, everybody's phones go buzzing. And now there is a brand new tornado warning. Look out. Just before I can even get the words out of my mouth, I'm going to write this to somebody. Stay put. If you're in Dyer County, East Dyer County, stay put right now. If you are, there's a new tornado warning. I'm just going to tell you. Henning, Ripley, Fort Pillow State Park, Gates, Halls, Murray City, Alamo, Friendship, anybody west of Rutherford all the way down to Humboldt, stay put. Or if you're not put, get somewhere safe right now. If you
These are all these storms we were talking about, Brian, that were trailing across the Mississippi River.
Yes.
And they're starting to get that feed back again toward the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
So these are brand new tornado warnings. As a matter of fact, you've got 3 tornado warnings, basically. You've got one that stretches all the way up into Mayfield, Murray, Benton, up into Kentucky. You've got the one that is coming out of northern Dyer County that goes up towards Martin, and then this new one that just fired up that is coming out of north of Covington, and that goes up to south of Dyersburg as well. So 3 tornado warnings kind of triple back to back to back.
Excuse me. Should have muted. Hang on. Do we have anybody on the ground in Gibson County or in East Dyer County at this point right now, or West Gibson County, East Dyer County, who is seeing any of this activity? Do we have anybody that is on the ground that could see anything right now? If you do, I'm going to ask you to do this. Call 731-242-2025. I want to put you on the air. 731-242-2025. If you're in Kenton and have a better view of this thing than this camera shot that we're looking at right here, call us number. Now, I'm serious. If you have something to report that you can actually see, even if it's some really large hail, now I really doubt that at this point, but winds and things and all that kind of stuff. That's what we're talking about here. 731-242-2025. This, I want...
the left side of that, if you look at that camera shot that you were talking about a moment ago, if you look to the left side of that, that is very ominous looking. Again, you almost have to go to the extreme left side of that camera angle. I wish it could pan over that way. But you're talking about a very ominous cloud right now over in that side. That's right. And it will be, let's see, that thing was supposed to come through here. It's 55 miles per hour. Let me see if there is a track on this screen. I'm just leaving that full screen over there. This is the active tornado warning. This is one we have a camera on. So we're going to leave that up on the stream right now. The Boeing segment that's coming in right here is between okay, now I do have some really strong rotation in the mid levels. It's not really looking at it at the lower levels, but if you're in Trimble, between Trimble and Kenton and Yorkville, if you're in these areas right here, you need to be in your shelter right now. Now I am showing a tornado signature. This isn't even near the core of the storm. It's all the way up north of Martin, along Highway 22. There's a TVS signature showing up there. I don't know if that's being misreported or not, but it shouldn't be because the radar receiver is so close to us here. Now, let me get back to East Dyer County just a second. Now I have low level rotation. This is going to be, that's that notch in the eastern part of the county. So this is exactly where my old house used to be. This is going to be on like Snow Farm Road. I'm not joking here. And along Tatumville Road, between Churchton and Tatumville. This is low level rotation we're seeing on the radar. I'm going to go ahead and put this back over here so you can see this. There's a two shot. Now, this is going to be Tatumville. This is going to be Edgewood, not Edgewood, but La Pata and the Snow Farm community. Churchton is right here nearby as well. And actually, this rotation marker, this is in line with Churchton. But everybody right here in this corner, this is where the tornado warnings are overlapping. That is a gnarly looking cloud that is moving in toward Kenton right there. If you're in Rutherford, Kenton, Reeves, take cover now. If you're in Obion, Trimble, take cover now. There's some mid-level rotation, some nasty rotation that this storm is putting out here just to the west of Kenton. We are looking right at it on the camera right now. We don't. Yeah, that left side of that camera, like I said, that is a very ominous looking cloud, and it's almost like the cloud is touching the ground over on that far left side. I'm just sitting here watching it for just a second. There's really, you can see it when the lightning flashes that far left side. Man, that is okay. Now it's starting to pan over that way. Yeah, here we go. Let's see what we can see. Clearly, we see the gust front. That's what you're seeing. All of these fancy clouds right here that go up, like about middle of the screen, off and up that way. But the concerning part is going to be right over there on the middle of the screen to the left, and right down there at the base of that. Super low wall cloud for sure. Yes, and as far as that goes, if this thing maintains its track, it will. Let's see where we can kind of put this thing. We are tracking tornadoes after all here. Wow. Good grief. That is a wall cloud. As a wall cloud in front of a gust front. This thing is going to march through these areas here. It's going toward Martin. It's going to go toward Sharon. It's going to go through Kenton here, obviously. I hope his camera hangs on to dear life. That's all I can say, because the winds out in front of this thing are just
I don't know what you call them, magnanimous. I mean, they're just extreme. There's so many extreme wind gusts right here. And you can see where they're really kicking up. And that's where this mid-level rotation marker is. Now, back here in the, not a couple of miles back here in the back of the storm is a low-level rotation marker, and it still has not gone away yet. And this is still in East Dyer County. That's going to put it on the county line right at Yorkville, right here. So Yorkville over to Rutherford, over to Kenton. This is Bell's Chapel Road out here in this area. And a new tornado warning is now in effect. NOAA's updated. Here it comes, the information at 8:42. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Kenton, 11 miles south of Martin, southwest of Martin. Hazard is tornado. Radar indicated rotation moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Let's see, what is this? Now there is a new update. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9:15. It's basically the same information we just had. It looks like they may have sent it twice. And there's no telling because we have overlapping warnings here. And let me pass this along, too, for folks in Martin and the Skyhawk Parkway, Highway 22 and Highway 45. Look out, folks, out in the between South Fulton and Martin. There is some mid-level rotation. There is some rotation going on over here, and this is inside the tornado polygon. This is not, this is kind of a branch off of the main line of storms. So really and truly, folks who are north of Martin right now and folks who are southwest of Martin both need to be on alert for this line of thunderstorms that's coming through. And it's going to be coming through like a freight train here in just a minute because we still have the 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts. A while ago, we had 100 out in front of this storm, still showing the rotation markers. Storm report come in from Dyersburg with a 62 mile per hour wind gust. I believe that. Mike can attest to that with the camera getting all confused and getting knocked out and knocking around. So there's one tornado warning, and look out, folks on the state line. This would be Linville again. This would be Linville Community, and that would be what is the thing up at all the way at the top? Not Dukedom and Latham area. Well, it may very well be. I have it in front of me, but there is a strong rotation marker on the velocity product. This is going to be due east of South Fulton. And that one just showed up here in just the last couple of minutes. Now, wait a minute. Let's go back down. Let's back up a frame. And this is going to be north of Highway 22. Now, Highway 45, and we're still north of Martin here. Something spun up really quickly right there, and it's kind of gotten sucked into the energy that's up there at the state line. And that's very common because now the rotation marker has moved even further north and east right there. There's something going on out here between Palmersville and Dukedom and Latham and along the Tennessee state line and the Linville community right there on the state line here in Kentucky. Really strong rotation marker right there. That is part of that storm. We are looking directly from the Kenton camera into the heart of this storm that is coming into the county here. I'm shocked that camera has held on as long as it has so far because that wind was not this strong just 5 minutes ago, and then it looked like all Hades broke loose, and this camera is getting pummeled with whatever is coming through there. Let's see if I can throw something else at this thing. Let's go up here. Let's see if we can back up a little bit. That's looking off to the northeast. Now they don't have it panned all the way around to where it needs to be off the top of Hardy Graham Stadium. So it'd be kind of hard to see that. A lot of folks are watching these cameras, though, and that's a good thing. It's, again, another fireworks light show at Hardy Graham Stadium this evening. Let me go check one more camera shot here. This is now, somebody's got control of it now. They're panning around. I have a due south look off the top of Gooch Hall at UT Martin. Let's just take it full screen here. This is due south. So what exactly is due south on the radar? Well, not Kenton, but it is in line with the activity that's coming this way. But here you have a color shot of everything going on in the atmosphere as you look south here. So this is the stuff that's approaching us here and will be here before you know it. What can I tell you as far as all of that goes? Most of the stuff, again, like we said, Kenton is getting hit by this stuff right now. Sharon is in line for this. And so are the folks out in New Home Road, Old Troy Road that runs east and west there, Davy Crockett Road, and folks in the Skyhawk Parkway. So we're looking due south toward the south leg of Skyhawk Parkway right here, if on that camera shot up there. So that's what we're seeing. Now, that's going to be Mount Pelia Road and the Mount Pelia community, Highway 45E, all of these areas that's in southwest Weakley County and western Weakley County. Sharon, now over in O'Brien community, they're getting pummeled really hard right now. It looks like some pea-size hail and definitely getting those 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts that we were seeing a while ago. Another thing
we haven't even mentioned really the one that's still in effect down around Dyersburg.
No,
over around Ripley, Gates, Halls. Those areas are also under a tornado warning right now. That tornado warning is in effect for the next 27 minutes. We're talking about another area with 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're talking about quarter-size hail out of that storm too, and that's a tornado warning storm. Tornado warning in effect there. All the way up through Gates, Halls, those areas. So if you're in that path, make sure you go to a place of safety. That's headed towards Dyer as well.
And I want to tell you, if you're in South O'Brien County, there's a good strong indication of rotation in the Reeves community. As a matter of fact, it has passed through the Reeves community. Looks like, I don't know what this is. Something is very, very much hitting his phone hard over here. Reeves community, south of Union City along Highway 45W. That's going to put you out here in the Mount Pelia community on the county line. That's Highway 216, and folks south of Highway 22, which would be Highway 431. And this is going to put it in the Martin community here. The Crockett community is where it is right now. This is another part of this rotating thunderstorm, which, and Mike, you're talking about the warning that's back further down south. This is an evolving ball of wax. I mean, I don't understand any other way of putting it, this thing, other than it's changing every few minutes. You know, you got one section of the storm that's getting worse than the other, and then it kind of tapers off. And like I say, you know, it wasn't even until later that I even see this pocket of rotation. It was crossing north of Martin, Highway 45, from out in all that farmland out there that's just north of Highway 22. So there was definitely something going on right there. It spun up, but it seems like that it kind of left about as quick as it showed up. But I'm still showing some pretty strong rotation markers on the radar. There's a double couplet right there. It's not a tight couplet, but that's going to put it just to the west of Sharon. It's going to put it south of Martin.
By the way, when you drop back down to the south portion of West Tennessee, when you look over towards Memphis, and then you stare back over into Arkansas, we're still seeing new tornado warnings that are popping up with that line of storms coming out of Marianna, out of Forest City, Arkansas, up around Wynne, Arkansas. And all of this is still trailing towards the north and east. So folks in Memphis, Collierville, over in Covington, Brownsville, those areas, you're not out of the woods. This is still coming your way too, as this continues to trek slowly towards the east.
And I want to bring your attention real quick. I'm not just stuck on the Weakley County tornado warning, but look, if you're streaming live here at ktweather.net, you're on the YouTube page, you're on Talking West Tennessee, wherever you might be looking at this, you have a red and you have a green, and these are awfully close together. And down here you have a triangle with a number 7. And what this means is radar is doing the math on this, and this is looking like a possible tornado. And this is going to put it, well, now it's going to put it north of Kenton and going to put it out towards the Mount Pelia area, which is generally the direction that we're looking here. I can't pan this other camera around, but if you happen to be in areas along Highway 22 or Highway 431, maybe the Midway area that covers between O'Brien and Weakley County along that highway there, and just generally in the city of Martin, you should be taking cover right now. You should be in your shelter wherever you might be. If you're northeast of Martin, you should be in a shelter right now, because now they have multiple tornado warnings For the Linville community, that would be southern Graves County, and it encompasses half of Callaway County to the east. So this line has recycled and has regenerated and has fired back up, and now we have multiple tornado signatures on the radar. Let me tell you where they are. We have a pretty strong one here just to the west of Martin, another one just to the southwest of Martin, and definitely low-level rotation to the north and east of Kenton. Folks, in Sharon and Martin and these areas up here that you're seeing all of this activity, take cover now. I'm going to put it back on the Gooch Hall camera for a minute because there's some really gnarly stuff going on the screen over there. Tornado warning continues. What do we have here? It's 8:53. There was an update, and we probably missed it just a little bit ago, but we've been holding strong with this, trying to track these storms and these tornado warnings.
There's a bunch of them that are moving up right now into West Tennessee. You got the tornado warning that is down around Dyer County for Dyersburg. Actually, Dyersburg probably is more to the west of this actual warned area, but Halls, Gates, those areas down in that section of West Tennessee, Tigert, Friendship, those areas, they are going to be seeing this tornado warning. That's affecting them all the way up to New Bern. Then you've got that other polygon, the one of the ones we're tracking right now too, that goes up around UT Martin. That's the one Brian's looking at around Gardner as well. Then you've got another one once you get up past Latham that goes into South Kentucky. Like you were talking about, Callaway County, around Benton, Kentucky, those areas. Man, this thing is just trailing all the way from southwest Tennessee all the way up into Kentucky now. If
you get a chance, turn around and look at your south-looking view from downtown Martin there. I'm going to talk about what's coming into the back end of East Dyer County and Southern Dyer County, Halls, and between Halls and Ripley right now, there's some strong rotation showing up, really strong winds. And I'm not even looking at radar anymore. I'm looking at velocity. I'm looking at nothing but pure wind here. And if you're in the sound of my voice and hearing this, you need to be taking shelter right now. Halls, Friendship, Gates, Murray City, in the Folks community, in Roellen. If you're in Tatumville, again, Tatumville, they just had storm come through there, in city of Dyersburg. Highway 104, Highway 412 corridor here all the way through Crockett County. Again, Tatumville, Lapata, Edgewood, Yorkville, Churchton, Dyer, Tennessee. Now we're over into Gibson County and Central and Spring Hill School and all of these areas. You're listening to this evening. Highway 104 running east and west. Be in your shelter now because there's some really strong rotation that's moving up from Ripley, and it's going to be affecting this really, really far northwest portion of Haywood County. It's sitting right on the county line as it sits right now. There's a good chance that it will probably track up between Folks and Friendship. So, bear that in mind right there. But there's also another pocket of rotation just to the west of Halls, if not sitting on top of the city of Halls. And that it would indicate that it is going to be, I'm trying to get a track on it, gang. I'm rewinding and playing it back and forth here. See where it is. Folks community, Dyersburg, again, Roellen community, New Bern, all of East Dyer County, get in your shelter. Yorkville, get in your shelter. Trimble, get in your shelter. Back up here to Martin Weakley County one more time, and here we go. Well, it's not one more time. It's not the last time. We're going to stay on these two things. These are the only two tornado warnings we have in West Tennessee. In West Kentucky, we still have $half size hail in a tornado located near Latham, 8 miles east of Fulton, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. That is one tornado update right there. At 8:50, this would have been a new tornado warning that came out about 5 minutes ago. A tornado was near Sedalia, 9 miles south of Mayfield, moving northeast at 65. Tornado indicated by radar there. Tornadoes continue to be indicated for Obion County, northern Gibson County, and here we are in the city of Martin, probably blowing tornado sirens and all kinds of stuff here, trying to alert everybody of this very, very nasty rotating thunderstorm. We see it here on the radar. A good chunk of rotating wind right here between Martin and Sharon. I'm going to switch back over to Weather 1 here Give me just a second for folks who's watching on the stream and everything. There's a lot of rain coming down at Hardy Graham Stadium. I'm not going to stick with that camera. I'm going to stick with this rotation here, though, that you see on the stream. Again, we're streaming at ktweather.net. And honestly, I'm going to have to do this here in just a second anyway. Let's go ahead and do it. You're watching continuous wall-to-wall coverage of severe weather across the Mid-South and the KenTenn area at ktweather.net. Also online at talkinwesttn.com. And we're on live right now at WNWS Jackson, WDXI Jackson, WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson, and stations listening down the line. If you happen to be on here with us tonight, trying to keep these people safe, we'll pause 10 seconds right now, 10 seconds for station ID on the KenTenn Weather Network. And Mike, I really don't know who's listening tonight other than, all of the people watching and the people listening. But anybody who's picking it up, this is life-threatening stuff that we're talking about. We're not messing around with this.
Yeah, we've got two very active tornado warnings right now here in the West Tennessee area. We've been following these all day long. We had the ones that started out as isolated thunderstorms that were moving up through the actually North Mississippi that moved into West Tennessee. Now this is a totally separate set of storms. These are the ones that join the line of the frontal system that's moving out of Arkansas and moving into West Tennessee. Brian, I'll give the one for the one around Dyersburg, and I'll let you cover the one in Martin after this one. But tornado warning that is still in effect for the next 16 minutes. This one includes northwestern Crockett, southeastern Dyer, southwestern Gibson, northeastern Lauderdale, and northwestern Haywood counties. This one was activated about 8:44 p.m. It is still in effect. A severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado was near Ripley, moving northeast. These things are moving fast, folks, 60 miles an hour, large hail, possible tornado. This was radar indicated. And again, this one is going to stay in effect for the next 16 minutes. Now, you've got one also that that polygon is kind of augmented a little bit. Mm-hmm. It has taken away the southern portion a little bit. So what do you got up there around Martin?
Let me jump on that right quick here. I will tell you this was at 8:58. So 2 minutes ago, tornado warning remains in effect until 9:15. And clearly we can see rotation on the radar. We'll catch you up to date on the radar in just a minute. Y'all just focus on the camera over there right now. 8:58, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Martin, moving northeast at 55. It's still radar indicated. Take shelter now if you haven't already. And really, if you are in line, and I'm going to tell you this because we have a lot of listeners, and I have a feeling that we have some folks even in West Kentucky who have picked this up. I have a very strong feeling of this. From Trimble, Tennessee, up to Reeves, up to South Fulton, up to Linville, all the way up to Kirksey, all the way up to Benton. Get in your shelter now. Now let's go backwards from Kenton all the way down to New Bern, to Dyersburg, to Halls, to Friendship, to Ripley. All of these areas, get in your shelter now. We are seeing three strong rotation markers over the city of Martin right now. I'm not lying here. Let me go ahead and I'm trying to figure out how to pair this up. I'm not going to tell you exactly where they are. South of Skyhawk Parkway. This would put it about Westview High School. Even south of that, I have three tornado signatures on radar right now. Number 9, and number 7, and number 6, north to south. The strongest one is between. That would be just off to the south and west by about 2 miles southwest of Skyhawk Parkway. So on the southwest side of Westview High School, that's going to put that right there. And then just a couple of miles further south along Highway 45, and then a couple of miles west of Sharon. These are tornado signatures. And then even another low-level rotation marker, and we clearly see the opposing winds on radar right here. It's 1.25 inch size hail, and this is going to be north of Martin. This is going to be up North Lindell Street on the north side, probably just, it's on the other side of the county line into Obion County, because Obion County crosses that area right there too. And it seems to me like we're getting a couple of more updates here as we go along. But all of these areas right here along Highway 45E between Martin and Sharon, get in your shelter right now. There's no other way to say it. Now, I'm going to say this again. We're probably, Mike, you've had problems hanging in there. I might have problems hanging in here too, because this area of rotation has now shifted. I don't know how fast it's moving, but it's trucking it. From where it was a minute ago, it has moved now across Highway 45E. I have winds of 41 knots right there in that part of the storm, and now it's on approach to Dresden. I'm not entirely sure what... I'm going to try and throw the east camera up here because that is... And what you see right there, it hasn't updated yet. But we're going to try and get a better look at this. And if you're watching online, just ignore that for a minute because the cameras, they take a second to update amongst all of this stuff that's going on. If you can imagine all of there's so many buttons to push and on all of this stuff. So now what you're looking at, you're going to be looking, this is going to be east of Dresden. Now the gust front is just now approaching the west side of Dresden, is coming into town. Still some strong shear markers showing up. They haven't updated on the Doppler over here just as of yet. I'm going to go back over to the other radar because we have all this strong rotation here from the state line all the way back down to the river, down to Ripley. It's hard to keep track of all of them, and it's just 2 giant tornado warnings anyway. So now we're kind of keeping up with the shear markers, and because that's how we get the indication here. Now we're seeing even more pockets of rotation. This is going to be just to the south of South Fulton. This is going to be entering into Dukedom. Again, here we go. Linville will be in line for this. Again, they'll get a double whammy here tonight. We have 1-inch size hail being reported to the north, and this will be to the north and east at about 3 o'clock of Martin. So this activity moving in, where in the world is all of this stuff going? It's moving due east. So there's that activity right there. And again, we were talking about stuff back down to Halls, and I'll let you cover this here in just a second when I get a minute to shut up, because now this activity here is coming into Dresden and has already pushed through Sharon. Greenfield's picking up on some of this too. Dresden, Gleason, and also Palmersville will be in line for all of this activity here in just a minute. Rotating thunderstorms, an active tornado warning. It's 9:05, and the last update we had on this tornado warning for Weakley County and Obion County was a little over 5 minutes ago. The storm is moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour. Again, if you happen to be, I'll switch over here to weather 2 real quick. If you happen to be in these areas, Cottage Grove, that's part of Henry County. Cottage Grove and Dresden and Como and Martin and all of the rural areas in north of Greenfield and Gleason. But still, even though you're not in the polygon, just go ahead and take shelter anyway. All under a tornado warning right now. All of these thunderstorms are rotating. And I will tell you this much information right here. About 20 minutes ago, a barn and shop was destroyed on Morella Road, and that would have been in north. I'm gonna say North Gibson County. That's about where they placed the marker there. Shear rotation markers showing up here. Martin, Sharon, they have not updated yet. I would be grateful if they would, so we would know where the actual spin up is. Let me go back over to this one-wind product pretty quick. Okay, so now the key of the rotation here, we got several pockets up here in this South Fulton storm along Highway 45 between South Fulton and Martin, now to the east of Highway 45E. So that's going to be hitting Dukedom and Latham, like Mike said a while ago. Also, here south of Martin along Highway 22, now coming to the house. Here we go. Dresden. We'll be picking up on some of this activity, here very shortly. So we're going to get a lot of high wind out of this. There's still some rotation, some, tightly wound markers right there. And that's going to be what's going to encompass this this tornado warning anyway. Now, I'm not trying to draw anything out here, but this got critical really quick, Mike, and we're still not done with it yet. Now, some of the radar activity is back down into Lauderdale County. Of course, we were talking about the spin-ups in Halls and Ripley. Are you watching any of that, too, as it comes up into Dyer County again?
Yeah, I'm still watching that polygon, that tornado-warned area. You've got several notches that are showing up on the radar right now. There's one right around Friendship, just south of Tigrit, over to the, the western area of Crockett Mills. If you're in that area, you could possibly be seeing some very strong wind in that area. But that polygon basically covers a good section of that area. It goes all the way up to just to the west of Dyersburg. They have not updated that here recently. Let me check on that. 7 minutes left in that tornado-warned area. So they could let that expire, depending on what they see with the radar signature. But right now, it looks like the main notch in this is right around Friendship, just south of Tigrit. And again, this is moving to the northeast right now at about 60 miles an hour. So we're going to continue to watch that, see if they allow that tornado warning to expire, because I haven't seen anything that they're indicating that they're going to extend that.
Right. I spun this camera around a little bit. This is a camera that's actually out in our, it says backyard, but it's out in the front yard. But it's got a picture of the north, looking north of town, because right now, all of the indications, here's what I have now, Mike. I'm afraid I don't want to click off this radar map just yet. I'm going to show you real quick. There are 5 tornado signatures in Weakley County. One low-level signature and one strong upper-level signature. And I'm going to put this camera back on. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm looking at my front yard up here. But everybody in the world who's watching online at ktweather.net, and here comes some more action, of course. I'm going to pull that pot down. This is going to be a new tornado warning for... we'll find out.
We've got a brand new one that kicked in. I think that's the one that's coming out of Dyersburg, or out of Dyer County, the one I was just talking about. That's the one that I was watching that notch in, and that's where they put it. They put it right at that notch, which is, let me bring this up, tornado warning. Radar indicated again, this is going to be for northwestern Crockett County, southwestern Weakley County in West Tennessee, southeastern Dyer County, and Gibson County, here until 10 o'clock this evening. A 908, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Chestnut Bluff. That's about 11 miles southeast of Dyersburg, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Ryan, that's the one I was talking about just a moment ago. I was noticing that notch that was in that one just to the side of Halls, Tennessee. Or actually just to the north of Halls, Tennessee. That is now moving towards the northeast, and again, moving along at a pretty good click. That one, they have extended basically that one tornado warning that was coming out of Gates and Halls. Ripley is where it started, moved up through Gates and Halls, over to the east of Murray City. They have now extended that tornado warning polygon to reach all the way up. If you're in the Dyer area, that is the next big area, I guess, it's going to be going through 45 West, Northwest. If you're in that area, seek shelter immediately, because, again, you may want to put a look on that radar signature down there with that notch, with that thunderstorm that's moving out of just to the, the northeast of Murray City right now, Brian.
Yeah, we're turn around and look at your TV if you're watching the stream. This is just what I'm looking at to my north and out the front yard.
I would not like that.
No, I don't like that either. We're just in there. I called while you were taking care of business right there. I called the wife in here. I said, look, there's all kinds of colors. Every time the lightning flashes or something happens. So far, we still have power here in Dresden. But I'm on the south end of Dresden. I'm looking north towards... just beyond that tree line is Highway 22. So the CVS, the E.W. James, and all of our main strip, our 4-lane is right there. But this is some gnarly looking activity. There's different colors of lightning flashes. We still have power. I don't know that this is a tornado, but this is definitely the front of this storm, and now it's just been slowly cruising its way across here. Not to stop the show or anything, but these are active tornado warnings, gang, and I can't confirm what that is because I'm too low of the tree line. So, if that thing was up
I don't like the look of it.
No,
that's for sure. If it's not a funnel cloud of some sort, it's sure trying to look like one.
That's right. It's 9:12 right now, which is a reminder for me to catch up some of this activity. Now, that tornado warning you talked about, Crockett, Weekly, Dyer, and Gibson County, that goes until 10 o'clock tonight. Quarter-size hail and tornado reported by radar there. Now, a new severe thunderstorm warning for Weekly County and Henry County with this activity that's taking place here. But, as far as all of this goes, I still, at this point, and I flashed it up there really quick a minute ago, there was a level 3, a level 5, 6, 7, and a level 5, just a line of tornado signatures at Doppler radar, and it's all intelligent algorithms and everything determine that there is 5 different spin-ups in this county right here. I'll do it one more time. I'll show you right quick. And the low-level rotation marker and the upper level, and they are behind by about 5 minutes. So what you're actually looking at, the green that's out in the front of that going towards Cottage Grove, would be the most intense as far as the spin-up goes in that particular part of the storm. Now, if I go back, let's go back to the tornado warning this would be in New Bern and Friendship. There is a very strong shear marker, and that's over Murray City right now. So folks in Alamo, Friendship, Murray City, I don't know. Mike Doles is on the other end. If you can look at that, the Alamo EMA camera, I don't know if they're showing anything or not, if you can even see anything. But it would be looking at it.
Let me see if I can bring it up here. It was on earlier. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's the Gibson County look. I'm bringing it up on my camera right now.
Mm-hmm. These overlapping tornado warnings.
Yeah, I can't make anything. Of course, we're getting the lightning flashes in the background on that camera view. I'm not seeing anything that was just obviously ominous that I can make out. But then again, when the lightning flashes are in front of the clouds instead of behind them to illuminate them, it's kind of hard to tell. And that's kind of what we're getting with that camera view right now. I know there's, I'm seeing one. Okay. That's more of a, that's just part of a thunderstorm cloud. Doesn't look like it is a tornadic signature as far as that cloud feature. But yeah, when those lightning strikes, unless they're behind it to illuminate the clouds enough where you can see the features as they get close to the ground, it's kind of hard to tell.
We have a tornado reported. Just now. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9:30. At 9:14, a confirmed tornado was near Latham, 9 miles east of Fulton. That's what we were looking at. Go back to that shot over there. That's what we were just looking at. Of course, you can't see a whole lot right now, but you could see that thing rolling in a while ago. Radar confirmed tornado flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Get in your shelter now if you're in Weekly County, Henry County, or if you are that is going to be Graves County and also Callaway County. There is also a tornado reported up there, confirmed tornado southwest of Benton near the Callaway County line, 65 mile per hour moving off to the northeast, damaging tornado. Spotters confirmed that tornado. Back to Gibson County, or not Gibson County, back to Weekly County rather. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. This is a radar confirmed tornado. What we're going to do here in just a moment is we're going to bring this correlation coefficient online here. And Mike, what's really frightening, this was updated at 9:07, and I'm going to tell you, that's downtown Dresden, what you're looking at there. These are the drops. Now that thing said it was, where did it say it was? It was near Latham, 9 miles east of Fulton. So that would have been further up here. Well, it's not very well defined on this radar, but I mean, either way, you have these tornado signatures all up and down this line right here. But this radar picture, this correlation coefficient was at 9:07. That was 10 minutes ago, and that was at that camera shot we were looking at a few minutes ago where this thing was just cruising right on through. And if you rewind it just a little bit more, that image is old. But either way, now we're still seeing drops in this activity out in the front of this storm system. This is going to put it just to the Dresden side of Como as you move into Henry County and up to the north there, south of Palmersville. So, and again, I'm going to repeat this too. A tornado is on the ground. This was confirmed by radar, and clearly it is there. And again, folks in southern Graves County, Kentucky, and Callaway County, Kentucky need to be in their shelters. Everybody in the northern part of Weakley County needs to be in your shelter. And I'm not entirely sure, if I don't go back to this reflectivity, if you are on the front side of this storm, let's say you're in Palmersville, Cottage Grove, and Como, you should be in your shelter anyway. Err to the side of caution. I don't trust this little drop in the radar right here. This is between Dresden and Como. That's Highway 54, by the way. So this is going to bracket this thing between Dresden and Como and Gleason. Some kind of rotation or something going on there in the front part of that storm. Now there is some degree of it still in the northern part of Weakley County. A confirmed tornado at 9:14. So this is only 4 minutes ago when this update came out. Was near Fulton, was near Latham. And that makes it roughly 10 miles east of Fulton, I guess, about 10 miles roughly. And all of this activity, the whole front end of this storm is just spinning. It has hit this rich environment now. And everything just continues to spin here. Now, again, Mike, I don't want to leave out the folks in Crockett County and and Gibson County either. I just happen to focus on this up here for a minute because it's just pretty intense up here along the state line, to be quite honest with you, Mike. Friendship.
Yeah, we're still talking about temperatures that are well into the mid to upper 70s. As a matter of fact, where I'm at right now, I'm looking at 78 degrees. It is after 9 o'clock at night. It is 78 degrees, and we've got these storms rolling in, so it's still feeding. Of course, I'm in southwest Tennessee, but you got to imagine that warm air is still driving to the north, so it's feeding, even though you may think up there it's 72, 73, whatever it is, but these temperatures still in the south are in the upper 70s, and that's what's being pushed towards these storms and help feeding the fuel that they need to get more intense as they travel.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and this camera here is going to catch up here in just a second. We're looking at an active tornado warning, just to kind of bring everybody up to date on the things that's going on here. National Weather Service, it's still pouring down rain out there right now. You can't really see anything. So let's go back to this other deal over here. The National Weather Service has continued their tornado warning, and this goes until, or that's the Gibson County warning. Let me see what they have done up here. This was at 9:14. The confirmed tornado was out there by Latham at that point. And looking at the wind profile here, oh my goodness, there it is. This would put it in the north of Palmersville community right in here, because we can see the bend and we can see where there's a bit of an inflow right there, even though it's not very well defined on radar with all of the rain. But it's again, Linville, Kentucky is getting hit again. It's right here at the state line, and you can see the bright green there on the radar opposing the red right there. So they're fighting back and forth. This is a spin here, and some of these markers could really afford to clear out of here and get updated. But that does confirmed tornadoes, and now the latest. That had, and I'll pass this along, the latest tornado warning. You need to check on this, whoever's listening, for Callaway, Marshall, Trigg, and Graves County, Kentucky. We'll go real quick at this. The tornado-producing storm was near Linville, 15 miles southwest of Murray, moving northeast at 60. Radar-confirmed tornado. So basically a debris ball there. Be aware of that. That's still part of this tornadic system that just came through Weakley County. So if you're
looking to the south still, Brian, I hate to cut in, but we've still got that tornado warning too. If you're in the Nobleville, maybe Hopewell, Dyer area. You still have that active tornado warning that is about to cross Highway 104, and that is going to sweep just to the east, I believe, of Trenton right now too. So any of those areas are going to be in that tornado warning. That's the part of that same system, Brian, you were talking about, that has traveled to the north to where you are. It's just a totally separate cell, but they just keep trailing to that direction.
Yeah, and on that particular storm right there, I brought this thing up over here. Highway 104, between about Tatumville and Central is where the peak of this rotation is from what we can tell here on the radar. And I'm going to jump back on this other radar over here and get down to that particular circulation. So we can see right there on the county line, the Crockett County line and the Gibson County line. That's going to put you up around Highway 188 that runs up through Central and by Spring Hill School, and take you all the way to Highway 104 that runs between Tatumville and Trenton. And that's where the circulation is in this tornadic thunderstorm at the moment. As it moves off to the northeast, from everything that we can tell, it was pretty strong mid-level rotation, and for the most part, the rotation is staying in the upper part of the atmosphere. Now we do, as soon as you say it, here come the updates. And now on the Crockett County, Gibson County line, we have a low-level shear marker, a pretty decent one at that, alongside a hail marker producing 1.25 inch size hail out of that particular thunderstorm right there. So here we go. The tornado warning continues for, I should say, for Gibson County and the folks in Central and Eaton and Brazil and that area right there. And we just had an update to something. I caught the corner of my eye over here. This was at 9:23. This is the tornado warning for North Central Weakley County, will expire at 9:30. The storm has moved out of the area, so we'll leave it at that. Now, let's focus a little bit here on this other thing that's about to come back into Weakley County and move across West Tennessee. Now, again, low-level shear marker has shown up in this area that I was telling you about, and this is going to put it at about the Spring Hill School area there in West Gibson County. Let me get back over here on weather too for just a second. I'll illustrate a little bit better. You have Highway 104 that's running right here to Trenton, and right here is this shear marker. This is low-level shear, which means this is stuff that the radar's seeing at the ground level. And down here is this broad rotation of wind, and it's gonna put you on Highway 188 pretty much. And now it has intensified. Look out, folks is in Trenton right now. Take shelter. Folks in Trenton, folks along, this is going to be Highway 45W here between Trenton and Humboldt. You need to be in your shelter too right now. Now we have seen even stronger rotation show up in the last radar picture, and I'm going to try and switch back over to, let's see which one is going to be better for that. It doesn't really.
Yeah, I flipped up the camera here of the Trenton area.
Yeah.
And you've got some very low-level clouds out to the. I don't know exactly what direction that is aiming, but you've got some very low-level clouds, and of course, with the lightning the way it is, kind of hard to make out what is in the distance. But definitely a very severe thunderstorm in that area, even though, like we said, that is a tornado-warned storm. So be on the lookout for that. That is coming out of the Trenton area right now.
Yeah, I punched that up over there, and surely they're looking off to the southwest. That would be in their vicinity. And I think this is stationed out there at the Trenton Fairgrounds, if I'm not mistaken. So they've got a bird's eye view right down the throat of this thing, kind of like how we did here earlier. But every time there's a lightning strike, it seemed like off in the distance, you can kind of see how things are highlighted in that respect. There's something very low to the ground, it could be coming a flood. It could be, what we all dread too. And by the indications of things over here, the low-level rotation that we're talking about, and that's that spin up that the radar actually sees at the ground level. And there's a pretty good wall cloud right there too. Now this thing, you got to think it's only a couple of miles away from this storm. This camera is, so it's getting a pretty good shot of things right now, and that's the best we can do in the dark. As we all know. But that shear is still, there's a pretty tight couplet right here, just to the south and west of Trenton, and with keeping that in mind, there, I want to tell you, this is moving off to the northeast, so this will impact the city of Trenton. and that long bypass around the east side of Trenton that is very well known as Highway 45, right down to basically the main drag, I guess you would say. So it's going to impact Trenton. It's going to, let's see, we'll put a little bit of a track on it. They're still calling it rather north and east, maybe a 2 o'clock, and that's possible too. So we're gonna angle that right up there between Bradford and Milan, which is going to be that community that just got hit. I guess it was either early in the month. No, it was been last month. It was our first severe event that we covered, I remember, that kind of put the hurt on one of the houses right out there on the 4-lane. I remember driving by it not too long ago, and they were still rebuilding from that. That's going to be between Bradford and Milan in that community out there. And I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's going to be something fun here in just a moment. Tornado warning. I do want to bring you up to date on this tornado warning. So the key part of this rotation, there's one tornado warning in West Tennessee right now. Everything below Crockett County seems to be kind of, standard, watered down as your severe thunderstorm stuff with your straight line wind stuff. We actually have...
there's still quite a few of the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for West Tennessee. You've got a polygon basically for severe thunderstorm warning for West Tennessee that stretches south of South Haven all the way down to Hernando, and that polygon reaches all the way up to north of Haywood County right now, just south of Dyer County or Dyersburg, and then goes back over into eastern Arkansas. So we still have that warning, which is in effect. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. And then again, you've got that tornado warning that is just a touch north of that.
Yeah, and especially looking at these warnings and having these cameras, somewhat conveniently placed in some of these parts, you got to give credit where credit is due. So I do want to thank Madison County EMA and the Gibson County EMA and all of these, and the Watch Coalition, who now has cameras scattered all over West Tennessee for these things right here. It's a safety thing now, and that's the direction that we're all playing with this. So, you got to thank them for, spending the money and putting these things up. Now, I do want to emphasize again, Trenton, City of Trenton, you should be in your tornado shelter now. As we go back to this tornado warning, let's see, the last update, we just had an update. Tornado warning remains in effect until 10 for southwestern Weakley County and Gibson counties. At 9:27, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Dyer or near Trenton. So they're looking at a little bit different, a little bit north. That doesn't track with my radar picture that we're looking at over here, but that's okay. We're gonna play along with this and figure it out here in just a second. Tornado warning again. Tornado over Dyer or near Trenton, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated tornado and quarter-size hail. I'm telling you, when I mean this low-level rotation marker, and it's still there, they are slow to update. But I see what I'm actually seeing is some pretty strong rotation on the south part of Trenton. Not just some right here between Dyer and Trenton. But let me take a look at our coefficient once again. Now it has some really strong mid-level rotation, Mike, just to the south of Trenton on Highway 45. Clearly there is something going on down there, and maybe they'll update us on that. They said the latest update, they said the key rotation was in Dyer moving off to the northeast, and that's going to put it on a line to Greenfield and Gleason and Bradford as well there. But I'm still not going to let the guard down just yet on the southern part of Trenton as I'm flipping through here, because I'm seeing multiple things taking place here. This picture was at 9:22, and that would have put it right about Trenton. This really strong shear. Now it's getting really muddy over here on this Trenton camera. I'm going to back out of that for a second and take you back down here. So where you see this, basically this couplet right here, and again, we have the strong mid-level rotation right here, which means the radar didn't pick up on the fact that maybe it's touching the ground. It's more, confined to the atmosphere and to the clouds. That's not you still have to worry about this stuff. These things can produce tornadoes and drop them down at any moment. That's the thing. But when you have this couplet right here, and you're, in the Gibson community or Trenton, and it's right here on the edge of the polygon, that means everybody in line here, which means folks along here, Highway 45E, again, between Bradford and Milan. Again, this is going to come up your road here in just a little bit. Tresvant, Atwood, Macklemooresville. I just have to be patient with this stuff because these storms have been cycling and downgrading themselves and then cycling back up, and it's just been a process, as storms usually do, and they use up the energy and then they get into another pocket and start processing some more. So we're looking really at two different pockets of rotation, and I would say right here in Dyer. Let me get back over to the radar and see what we can tell. See, it's a muddy mess on radar. You can't see a whole lot going on, but the thing about Doppler radar is it can see inside these storms, and it can tell you, make a lot of sense of things. Now, really not a lot of low drops in the correlation coefficient, which means there's not a lot of stuff being lofted up into the air. There's just really strong rotation in the atmosphere along the highway between Trenton and Humboldt, 45 there.
Right.
So do you have something that, and now we're showing another pocket, and quite possibly, Micah, no, it can't be because it's moving off to the northeast. Folks in Humboldt need to be looking at wind right now. They're not technically under the tornado warning, but just be cautious. There's something that looks like it's trying to spin up there out in front of this storm. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to make note that we don't have any tornado warnings except the one that we're talking about there in West Tennessee. Everything to the south and to the east of us has basically died down quite a bit, unless you drop all the way down to just south of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, which is well out of the way. So it looks like a lot of the intensity that was feeding these storms has backed off. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't have another tornado warning fire up somewhere, because we still have a lot of instability, but it looks like so far some of that is dying down. And I want to make mention as well, thanks to all the folks who have stuck with us tonight. We're not going to go anywhere right now. We're going to stay with this as long as we still have these warnings active. But over 50,000 plus have been viewing us tonight. It's staying with us, Brian, with this continuing coverage. So thank you to all you folks out there who trust us with your weather information.
Yeah, we do try our best, and this is an operation that takes teamwork, and that's what we're doing. You know, bouncing off of each other, and we've got sources. I have sources. He has sources, and he's looking at stuff. I'm looking at stuff. You know, we keep this machine moving and keep the information constantly coming out of here to kind of keep you informed of what's going on, just like this right here. Again, earlier I told you that just southwest of Kenton, a barn and a shop was destroyed on Morella Road by looks like a thunderstorm wind damage there. Another wind damage report in Obion County, building destroyed on Concord Road. I told you earlier, and we talked about this, Mike, that all of these 80, 90, 100 mile per hour wind gusts we were looking at earlier, even over in Weakley County on Highway 431, large tree down blocking Highway 431, and it caused a vehicle accident. So, wow. Yeah, so there's that. And, yeah, expect more of that, especially on these back roads. I'm showing 1.25 inch size hail between Dyer and Trenton. I'm also showing rotation between Rutherford and Dyer. It's on the lower level, and this is right now, gang, what we're telling you. These rotation areas of rotation. This is stuff in Gibson County, and again, it's moving off to the east and it's moving off to the northeast. So it's going several different ways here, but you just got to be cautious of this stuff, and you better not be out driving in it either. I'd really hate for that if you had gotten into trouble or gotten hurt for being out here. Now we have a new tornado warning, Mike. I don't know if you see that coming in, but I think it just came in.
Up around, looks like up around Paris.
Yeah, it wasn't there when I looked a minute ago, so it must be new.
Yeah, it looks like, and there's also one up around Murray, Kentucky as well, too, that's just to the south and to the east of Benton right now. So we got a couple of new tornado warnings that have just fired up here in the last few minutes. As a matter of fact, if you go up into even farther than that, if you could start going up north, basically, Brian, in Murray, Kentucky, you're going to see a trailing line of tornado polygons. I did not notice that earlier, but they go all the way, way up into, there's a brand new one that just popped in, too.
Wow,
these go all the way up into near Owensboro and just south of Evansville. These go all the way up north. So these storms are continuing to trail to the north. But that new one you're talking about is in Henry County. Tell me about that one.
Yeah, and check this out, too. Of course, they still report a tornado on the ground, in Callaway County and up through there, too. But a trained spotter spotted this tornado on the ground, and this was only 6 minutes ago. And there's still a tornado signature on that storm, and some of that's part of what came out of Weakley County just a little bit earlier. Now, the new tornado warning at 9:34, tornado warning for Henry County, a storm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles south of Murray, which, again, is this same area that we're looking at here. And that will say, let's see, that's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, indicated by radar. Tree damage is likely, is what they say. So just kind of reading that a little bit, but in the grand scheme, yeah, we are kind of seeing all this wind gust right here that's blowing out and away from the radar. Some of it's getting pulled in, some of it's getting blown away. But look, it's just a lot, and it's just ongoing. Again, like you said, it's shape shifting, which is typical with these linear storms like what we have and what we just showed you here on the radar with that long line of tornado warnings. Yeah, and it really is. And it kind of ends right here at, I believe it ends here at Trenton, as far as that goes. Now, I want to get back on this storm for just a second too, Mike. There's still some kind of activity going on down around Humboldt. Now we see some hail, some pea-sized hail starting to come in to the west of Milan. That'll be entering Milan. That'll be along Highway 77 out by the airports. We're seeing low-level rotation markers now approaching Highway 45E between Bradford and Milan. And also there's another mid-level rotation marker along the polygon line, which is about halfway between Trenton and Milan. So there's still some activity out here, and yet in Gibson County. So this is going to make roughly 3 different places. Now, this is kind of like what we had in Weakley County a few minutes ago. 1.25-inch size hail to the northwest of Bradford. And if you're in Rutherford and Dyer, there's some spin up right there, too. About anywhere from 55 to 60 miles per hour. That's 41 knots. So Rutherford and Dyer and Greenfield and Bradford, get ready because this activity is coming to you. By the way, Sharon and Greenfield and Bradford, you are in the polygon, which means you're under a tornado warning. All you folks need to be in your shelter. And, just hopes and prayers that this stuff begins to die down, because here comes round 2. And Mike, we talked about this. There was going to be more than one round of this stuff today. And it seems like Weakley County and Gibson County is getting it all in the same hour.
Well, I was talking about earlier that we weren't seeing anything coming out of North Mississippi anymore. Well, guess what? Now we're starting to see new storms forming just south of Hernando, down all the way down to Clarksdale, Jonestown, Water Valley, Oxford. Those areas, we're starting to see new storms forming there, and they are trailing, guess where, north, right into West Tennessee. So I had a feeling that was going to happen sooner or later, that was going to start refiring, and now it's feeding. I told you, we were sitting at 78 degrees a few minutes ago, Brian. We're at 74 right now. So you're getting that transition of this cooler air with a warmer air, and that's firing these thunderstorms up out ahead of that front that's coming across the river.
77 out at the airport. That would be the Carroll County Airport south of McKenzie on Highway 22. 77 out there. 81 at Darden is what we're reporting right now. 78 at McKellar Field.
Wow.
Are you sure about that? I don't know. It's a computer, so it can't be wrong, right?
Well, I mean, down here in Hornsby, we're at 74 right now. We had a few little storms blow through earlier. I've been lucky so far. I had that one little line of storms that came through earlier. Actually, probably a couple of them. Other than that, there's really not been much in the way of storms or rainfall here. But I think I'm about to get my round, because these things are firing up out of North Mississippi again. Central and North Mississippi starting to trail north. But like I said, the temperature has dropped a little bit here, so that could be part of it. We could be getting part of that cooler air starting to drift into this area, hitting that warmer air.
And here's a saving grace, kind of a relaxing feeling, aside from the lightning and thunder that continues in East Arkansas and Missouri Boot Hill. Kennett is at 66 this hour, 67 at Blytheville, and 66 at Dyersburg, as everything is kind of settled down over there, except for some really intense lightning and some downpours in the majority of East Dyer County, south of New Bern. 66 at Everett Stewart Airport, 77 at the Henry County Airport, as well as at the Carroll County Airport, and again, 81 at Parsons down here, and further south, as you say, 82 right up the street from you, 79 in Savannah and Selmer. There you go. So still plenty of fuel for the fire along the southern border counties, but tornado warnings still continue. It's 9:42 right now, and let me quickly bring you up to date on what we know and what we see. So the tornado warning continues, and I'm trying to it sounds like we're getting a flood out here right now, so I guess it's our turn for the water. Today,
I think we've got 18 minutes left in that tornado warning that is up there just south of where you are, that encompasses part of Carroll County and then on over to Gibson County, part of Dyer County, going north up to towards Martin. So only about 18 minutes left in that warning as of now.
Holy cow, wherever that was is outside the window. Everybody across West Tennessee heard that. Okay, so what we're seeing here along Highway 77, Trenton and Milan, we are seeing some updraft here because we're getting some 3/4 inch size hail out of this storm that is now over Milan, and that will be on its way up 79 Highway to Tresvant and Atwood and parts unknown between McKenzie and Huntington within the hour. Also, what we are seeing just to the north of that up Highway 45E, the shear markers still remain there. I'm waiting for those to update as well. This will be along between Bradford and Milan, and again, that same area that was just hit only a few weeks ago. A little bit further north than that, in the city of Bradford, there's a little bit of spin up, folks, who's in Greenfield, Gleason, and McKenzie. I mean, it's a dart game right now at this point, whether something spins up and something takes place here or not, because these storms are cycling their energy again. They ramp up, they slow down, they ramp up, and it's not uncommon to see different parts of the storm moving at different speeds as well. Has a lot to do with the motion of the energy too. But with all that science put aside, the important thing is we still have a tornado warning, active, 2 of them, as a matter of fact, in West Tennessee. And the last update we had was the one in the northern part of Henry County, which at the moment I'm not seeing a whole lot in the way of other than the strong wind that's associated with these things. Now down here in Bradford's a different story. Between Bradford and Milan, this is on approach, if not on top of Highway 45E, a drop in correlation coefficient here where something is lofted up into the air. There's stuff, again, could be leaves, could be, I don't know, your tax papers. I have no idea. It could be anything that's outside that could be swept up in a windstorm, but it is being reported on radar here, and it can be seen out of Bradford. Now, if I switch down to the Memphis site, which it should be able to kind of corroborate a little bit of that too, and is that on correlation coefficient there? Yeah, so there's a bit of a drop there too, but it's right opposite. The one that's closer, if you want to get a bird's eye view of stuff, is always going to be the Paducah side, especially in the northern part up here. And we can clearly see, well, down there is something going on, and it's just part of that line, Mike. It's of all of that wind that's blowing out and away. We're seeing a little bit stronger shear come up in the Bradford community. This is going to be out near Skullbone in this area out here too, here very shortly. Greenfield getting that 1 inch size hail out here, pretty strong stuff there. And some spin up with some updraft stuff causing some small hail in Milan and up the Highway 79 corridor there. Now we have a new tornado warning and it might possibly be out of this area. I'm going to roll it back here just a hair, and I think that's what it is.
I think you've got those overlapping polygons that are in southern Kentucky, probably.
Well, they get your eyes crossed after a while, just trying to follow all of these things along. But 2 active tornado warnings for sure, still covering the southern part of Weakley County from about Martin south down to Skullbone and down through this area over here. That would be there's a Highway 154 too. It runs between Greenfield and McKenzie right there. Back over to, I'm going to go back over to 1 for just a second here. So that would put all this area just really, really messy, muddy. Even the storm chasers are they're still out there tooling around out there on the roads tonight. And all of this stuff, this soup, it now is coming down on the backside of all of this wind. The wind is still very present as it moves through Henry County and approaching into Carroll County, Huntington. Now McKenzie's getting whipped up pretty good right here. Lexington and even Jackson's going to get a touch of this stuff here before long. We'll jump off of that camera right there. We just kind of looked at a couple of camera shots too to kind of get an idea of some of this stuff here. But I mean, as far as that goes, they really haven't updated the tornado warning. I kind of expect them to drop it off. I don't see a lot of significant stuff taking place. Most of the rotation is in the mid atmosphere. It's not at ground level at this point, but it's not just absolutely menacing strong enough on radar here where the returns came back, that could possibly warrant something else other than maybe a severe thunderstorm warning. And they do that because, severe thunderstorms do and occasionally produce tornadoes. That's why.
Yeah, and thankfully we still don't have a lot of any kind of bad signatures coming out of Mississippi right now, North Mississippi, that would be fueling these storms that are rolling in. Now, you're still going to see storms tonight, and like I said, we're not going to break away until we have to. But once we see these things die down enough to where we're pretty confident we're not going to see any more tornado warnings, hopefully, for a while. I don't know if you've noticed, if you go to the Millington radar, a big, long line cluster of storms that stretches out of Marianna, Arkansas, all the way up, kind of bows out, goes over to South Haven, up through Memphis, and stretches back over into eastern Arkansas. It just kind of bows out there. But there's still strong storms out there that are going to be kind of trying to power up and move this way. You were talking about Jackson. Yeah, there's still a storm down there, probably right around McKellar-Sipes, that is going to be moving in to that area. As a matter of fact, it's right around the Denmark area right now, so they're probably getting some heavy rain. Then you got some other small storms around Lexington, Henderson, those areas. But the bulk of the heavier rain right now, Covington, Brownsville, just to the east of Brownsville, and then with that active tornado warning that is still in effect, that's going to be at least another 11 minutes unless they let that die out or cancel it before that. That covers that chunk we were talking about a moment ago. Other than that, the one up just north of Paris, Henry County, that active tornado warning is still in effect as well. But looks like some of this stuff is dying down a little bit right now, Brian.
Yeah, it kind of is. And who knows, a lot of times, if it even hits the Tennessee River, if it dies down, it's liable to cycle up again, because we had plenty of potential energy in the atmosphere all over the Mid-South today to promote these bad storms. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about this too. Lots of concerned people, and we're trying to track these storms, storm after storm, and they get kind of hairy as you go along here. There was a question, is there a tornado in Dresden? Well, I'm not aware of a tornado in Dresden. Now, there was something quite frightening a little bit earlier that was that we could see here on the south side of Dresden, looking north toward, downtown, really. The rain is coming to flood right here, right now. I can hear it through these soundproof walls, but we don't have any indication that there is a tornado in Dresden right now. Now, Dresden is not even under the polygon as far as the tornado warning itself that remains in effect, and that goes until, again, that would be 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, is that right? Yeah. So, and I look over here, I do see 1-inch size hail, so we do see a little bit of updraft to cause some hail activity here. And folks who's watching online, and thank you for watching online, ktweather.net. If you're watching on Talking West Tennessee, watching on the Roku app, wherever you might be watching, man, we are all over the place and on top of this stuff, so y'all can stay in the know of what's going on here. What I do see, though, is very heavy rain. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This phone just keeps buzzing here, so that's brand new. Still some mid-level rotation. nothing at ground level, nothing at the base just yet of this thunderstorm. It's about to roll into McKenzie and the Henry community and Gleason within the next 15 or 20 minutes. Don't see anything in the way of that. There's just a lot of straight line winds that's coming through here. So no, I don't suspect that we have any kind of a tornado here in Dresden. I don't even see shear markers over in Dresden right now. There's just a lot of heavy rain though. And
a lot of overlapping severe thunderstorm warning polygons that are out there too. Probably what you're getting the dings on right now. A big polygon marker that shows up. Basically, it stretches just about from Dyersburg all the way over into Benton County. It covers Henry County, a good chunk of Carroll County as well. Basically goes all the way up to the Tennessee River. But that's one of the polygons. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for that entire area that also encompasses that tornado warning that is set to expire here in just a little bit. So we've still got those storms out there. Now, they're, like I said, they're not going away. It's just they have not, as of right now, shown enough signature to warrant a tornado warning out of these storms that are still out there.
And a couple of notes, too. Of course, if you listen to stuff I've done for a long time, I'm in the DNC subdivision in Dresden, and Mike Dole's there. He is... Where specifically are you in Hardeman County down there? He's in the southern part of the state. So
yeah, I'm not far from the Mississippi state line. Basically, between almost halfway between Bolivar and Selmer. Central Hardeman County over to central McNairy County, I'm about halfway in between that. So I'm seeing everything that's coming out of North Mississippi into West Tennessee. Also tracking what's coming out of Memphis over from Shelby into Fayette and Hardeman, and then on up into Haywood County and those areas. So you're catching everything from the north side. I'm catching everything from the south side, and we just kind of meet in the middle.
That's all we can do, right? So, and I want to tell you why I'm getting so much feedback on Dresden and Weakley County here too. And you already know this, Mike. Dresden has already had a double whammy in the last 5 years. Okay, so in where I am in this town, I'm pretty much 3/4 of a mile away from where it hit in 2021. Also 3/4 of a mile away from Highway 54. It's just down the street where it crossed and it went over and it put the hurt on the industrial park and the National Guard Armory. I'm right in the middle of these last two tornadoes. Yeah, people up here have a big concern, especially when they get hit with more than one storm, and so frequently too. And it's not just Dresden, it's not just Weakley County. It's all over the state because this weather has changed and evolved, it seems like, over the years. People are, on their toes.
Well, we're part of Tornado Alley now. If you back up 25, 30 years ago, if somebody said Tornado Alley, you said, okay, Kansas, Oklahoma. That's what you were thinking about, maybe part of Arkansas. But now Tornado Alley is West Tennessee as well, even over towards Middle Tennessee. It has shifted so much. You can talk about tornadoes. Folks in Jackson, when I lived in North Jackson just a few years ago, I was there. The tornado that hit Union came through my house. It took out Seabass, who does the midday show there at the station, and also the cheap seats at night. It wiped his house off the map.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen all these tornadoes that have come through the Madison County area, Jackson. There's nobody in West Tennessee right now that's immune from this anymore. No. Everybody, I guess, to the extent could say they have scars from these kind of storms. That's why everyone is so apprehensive now.
Yes.
When they hear something about these kind of storms moving into the area, they're just worried because they've seen it happen before and they don't want to see it happen again, Brian.
Yeah, and Mike Doles, who, again, like I said, he's down in Bolivar, south of Bolivar there, almost in Mississippi. But he's had plenty of experience with all those storms that roll up in the nighttime hours down there, and that's even the frightening stuff. North Mississippi and North Alabama is not a place where I want to be, especially this time of the year, because it's no different than Oklahoma City to me, or Norman, or any of those places out west. Not nowadays. But the problem is they get their fun out during the day, and everything we get might be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Well, you remember it wasn't about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Brian. I had got up on a Saturday morning. Everything was fine. It was a little bit of rain, a few thunderstorms. I went to a Walmart, the grocery shop. I left Walmart. By the time I got home, you were basically getting ready to wrap up the radio classified show. And what happened? I had a tornado warning right on top of me here in Hornsby.
Yes, you did.
And that was 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning. So these things happen. I mean, you got to be prepared for whatever time of day it is. It's just so much worse at night because a lot of folks are going to sleep. It's a work night. It's a school night. Folks don't want to be up late. They can't be up late. They want to be able to go to bed and rest and not have to worry about something. That's why we're here. We're going to update you if something bad is on the way, or if it's if there's impending bad weather situations. We're going to let you know about them.
And we're not wrapping this up. Don't get me wrong. Some stations may fall off. I'm not entirely sure, but we're not wrapping this up. We're going to carry this over past 10 o'clock. It's ktweather.net. If you're watching this, on like on the YouTube rather. A lot of people are on Facebook. I love people get on that Facebook page and they head over to Talking West Tennessee. They go over there and get on that thing and shout out and say all of the comments and all of that stuff. But these are the ways to keep people plugged into stuff and keep them active and keep their attention here, because this is important. We just only touched on the reports that we know of tonight as far as the severe weather that has actually touched down or has impacted some of these areas across West Tennessee, and of course the Missouri Boot Hill and East Arkansas. My gosh, East Arkansas was full of confirmed tornadoes on the ground an hour prior to those storms crossing the river in the last hour and a half. And
and when daylight comes, we're going to see a lot of damage, folks. And it's going to be in West Tennessee too. You didn't hear about them tonight. You heard about a few of them, but there are going to be areas that are going to have damaged roof, damaged trees down, those kind of things. It's just when it's dark, when it's late at night, you could have trees fall on your property. I had it happen to me many times out here. You don't know the extent until daylight comes in the morning. And I know we need to say prayers for those folks over in Arkansas, eastern Arkansas, because I know that there are going to be probably some deaths in that from what I saw earlier with the damage that we saw. So keep those folks over there in your thoughts and prayers, and here in West Tennessee as well.
And it's 9:59. We're going to throw the Henry County Medical Center. This might be the EMA tower. I'm not entirely sure. They're the ones getting impacted right now. They're still. Let me go back and no, they are not under the tornado warning right now, but they're getting kind of the brunt of this for the moment. But being that it is 9:59, I think they just took a power failure on top of that. Maybe they did. I'm not entirely sure. 10 seconds for station ID. Now, up and down the line, here we go. It's 9:59, the KenTenn Weather Network, and 10 seconds for station ID right now. This is WNWS Jackson, not WTJS, it's WDXI Jackson and WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson. Here it is, April 2nd, 2025, and what a day it has been. This is wall-to-wall coverage of severe weather, which continues across the KenTenn area and also the entire Mid-South, as we see some storms even beginning to ramp up once again now in central West Tennessee, specifically in Tresvant and Atwood and McLemoresville. As we continue our coverage here, I'm Brian Thomas, and we have Mike Doles, and together we're doing this thing and keeping you informed of what's going on across the entire area.
Something good.
Yeah, that's right.
We can say one thing that is good right now. This is the first time since we went live at 3:30 this afternoon that we have no active tornado warnings here in West Tennessee right now.
That's good. Let's try and hang on to that as long as we can. There was apparently there's been a lot of things going on, and we were just talking a minute ago about the things that we don't even know. There's folks driving up down the road. There's people who have jobs and folks who drive semis, for instance, right? It's like, do I need to take cover? What do you do in a case like that? And you're out on a stretch of highway and this thing is coming at you. Well, and there's been so many accidents, over the years and overturned things. Of course, Mike, you spent a lot of time, of course, in Jackson and up and down I-40. There's always something going on I-40, and especially if it doesn't matter if it's winter weather or if it's tornadoes, something is going to get overturned, on Interstate 40 when the weather gets so bad like it has today. And again, it's just addressing the problem too, that there's a lot of things that we don't really know about just yet that might have been out there. Now, I'm going to bring you up to date real quick on just what we have and what's in the area, what's in the fringes of the area, and that'll be just real quick. A confirmed tornado is still over Turkey Bay. Now, this is probably going to be at the Tennessee River. This is going to be up in Callaway and Trigg County. Yeah, so that's going to be right there at the Tennessee. Well, I should say, boy, I almost said Pickwick. That's not right. Help me.
No, it's a little north of Pickwick.
Yeah, it's quite a bit north of Pickwick. It's a little bit north of New Johnsonville too.
It is
Kentucky Lake. Yeah, right there. So that would be the Aurora communities and Canton and Cadiz and all this area right there. So that is a confirmed tornado. That's the only one at the moment, aside from. No, there is one more on there too, and that's going to be Owensboro. So there's a confirmed tornado up there. What we know in the last little bit, tornado was on the ground in Callaway County. That's just down the road, a couple miles outside of Murray. There was also grain bins damaged, a building damaged, barge tops blown into trees. Barge tops? This would have been in Carlisle County, Kentucky. So this would be southeast of Bardwell. That must be right there on the river. Barge tops blown into trees. Okay. And at this hour, what we do see on the radar, 1.5 inch size hail at Atwood, 1 inch size hail over between Gleason and McKenzie. I don't see any pockets of major rotation right now. 1 inch size hail between Trenton and Gibson. So these little thunderstorms, they're still pushing their way through. Some mid-level rotation too. At the moment, not a lot to worry about. This entire area is under a severe thunderstorm warning until, well, let's just say it's under severe thunderstorm warning. And now there has been a new mid-level rotation marker showing up in McKenzie, showing a little bit of promise of intensification right there south of Henry, Highway 79, and that'd be Mansfield, and cutting across out there, Highway 77 and 641 in these areas here. I see another confirmed tornado warning just popped up in the list for Kentucky. Some other little pieces of rotation, maybe some along Highway 70 between Atwood and Huntington. Some 1.5 inch size hail in the town of Atwood, and a little bit of rotation as we head through Gibson County. Just kind of telling you these things, what we're seeing here on the radar. And also one thing, gang, don't forget that there's straight line winds involved in this too. 60, 70, 80, 90. All of these wind speeds that we're talking about, these giant wind gusts, so much wind and so much jet stream in the atmosphere that causing these spin ups, for one, all of these tornado spin ups, and causing all that friction, causing all of those updrafts, and that means large hail, and that means funnel clouds and all of that other stuff too. Yeah, so and this continues all the way down to Memphis, Shelby County. Now we have water covering 1 to 2 lanes on eastbound I-40 before you get out at Watkins. That just came through. Yeah. So now they're getting water down there. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's the backside of this that we were talking about. Now, there are polygons basically that are severe thunderstorm warnings that basically stretch from northwest Tennessee all the way to southwest Tennessee. And they're going to continue probably throughout the evening. You're going to hear rumbles of thunder and things like that. Those are set right now. Both of those polygons are set to expire at about 10:45 this evening. But that's what you were talking about, Brian. That's where you have to start worrying about the water. That's where you have to start worrying about the rain, because we are going to get copious amounts of rain over the next several days. This is not just a one-day event. Tomorrow we could see more thunderstorms, some of which could be severe. They're going to fire up again, especially once the daytime heating kicks in. But we got to worry about the rain on the backside of this as well. The rivers are going to be full. The creeks, the tributaries that try to feed, try to drain off into these rivers. You got the Obion, you got the Mississippi, Tennessee. All of these are going to be trying to drain off. they're not going to be able to. They're going to get full. They're going to get to capacities of all these secondary areas, the Fort Deer, the Obion. Those are going to be trying to drain off into the Mississippi, the Hatchie. Yeah, it ain't going to happen.
No.
They're going to back up.
Yep.
So you got to worry about all this flooding that's going to be along with this system as well.
We were sitting here running the radar back. I was looking at weather too for just a minute and just looking at the wind. When the wind was coming across up here in northwest Tennessee a while ago, I'm not discounting the rest of West Tennessee. Don't get me wrong. This is just the event that we have covered so far. I didn't say the night was done. No, it's plenty more that will probably come out here. But in the wind event that we had up here and the tornado warnings, which is just insane how they were coming out left and right, in all of these tornado markers, it was just, this storm was producing all of this spin. And then another radar picture appeared. And then the spin, it concentrated in Palmersville, up here in this area along Highway 89. This is Palmersville Highway. So when you're looking at this thing on the radar, here north of town, and we'll play that video back too. I'm still not entirely sure what it was I was seeing out the front yard here and what everybody else.
Well, I don't either. Yeah, I was watching the exact same video that you were sharing on there, and I was, man, you talking about if it was not a funnel cloud, it wanted to be, because it sure acted like it.
Yeah, and there were so many. Now we didn't lose power here. Like I said, I'm on the south side of town, so I'm south of Highway 22. But I'm not quite out of the city limits where we're located here. But I can tell you that sitting here, and I'm sitting here watching the camera, and the camera doesn't do anything special. It sits there, it's locked, there's no settings to change. So none of the colors, none of the lighting was adjusted. Okay. But I've never seen so many colors in lightning flashes, and I'm not entirely sure that they're all lightning flashes, to be honest with you. I haven't had any reports from Weakley County Electric saying that, okay, well, we had, giant wind take out all these power lines, and you know how it does when you have funnel clouds and tornadoes that tear up power lines and stuff starts flashing. But I saw stuff that I don't see in lightning flashes. It looks like, it looked like Hurricane Katrina in downtown Jackson when I was living down there, and we actually had power flashes. That was the... Now, I have seen in those kind of severe thunderstorms before, especially when you have the illumination on both sides of the storm. If you have a good hail core in those, of course, a lot of times if you just see a storm that has a hail core from a distance without the lightning flashes, it's going to have a green hue or a green tint to it. Yeah. But if you have lightning flashes on both sides of it, that can tend to add multicolors to that cloud system. So you could have yellow, orange, blue, green, red, all kinds of different tints that are coming all around that storm. And that could have been what you were looking at. I'm trying to figure out, that was coming through about, it was about 9:00, wasn't it? That sounds about right.
I think so. Yeah.
We'll have to go back and check that out. Man, there's been so many pictures, and people have, look, they're picking up large hail out of the yard tonight. That's half a size of baseball or it's pretty big stuff. It's not like they just got a handful of sonic ice out of the machine. You know what I mean? This is actually decent stuff, ping pong ball size and all of this. So there's plenty of hail reports, lots of updrafts in this storm, especially in those supercells that were passing through Mid-South, the KenTenn area and all of West Tennessee this afternoon and this evening. But, it's still not over yet. Now, a couple of things you might need to kind of keep in check here, and I'm going to go back over to the Memphis radar for just a second and see what it is that we can see back down that way, because we still have stuff that's lifting off to the north and east in a lot of this. So there's plenty of activity still to come. Now, it might not be tornadic or anything like that, but at least not yet.
Still some severe thunderstorm warnings that are, there's one coming out of, and that may be one to have to watch for a little bit. One that's coming out of West Helena, Helena, Arkansas, over to the east of Marianna, Arkansas as well. That one's still trailing towards the north. It is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. That's going to be trailing up part of that same system that's going to be going up through Memphis, just to the side of South Haven, basically going north and east from there. But everything so far that we have seen here in the last 20 minutes or so is basically been the severe thunderstorm warnings and nothing tornadic. Right now, there's a hail core, it looks like, with that one that's coming out of West Helena and Marianna, Arkansas. Could have a hail core with that, but nothing showing tornadic, just severe thunderstorm right now with all of these systems that are still here in West Tennessee. So it's a good sign.
It is a good sign. It's a good start. I will say that there is a pretty good updraft on that storm that you were talking about right there. And it's causing this hail core and this, for the ice to build up. If we go back and take a look, here between the Hernando actually have a tornado signature, but it's not really associated with any kind of a spin up or anything like that. I'm not sure what is going on with the radar there, but the giant hail core back over there, nearly 2-inch size hail, back around just to the west of Evansville and also Tunica and Robinsonville, that area down there along the Mississippi River in North Mississippi. Of course, this activity, as Mike said, will be moving into Shelby County here in just a little bit. And then, of course, after that, where, Somerville and on to Fayette and Hardeman counties in these areas here. And as far as the rest of West Tennessee, that's kind of what we're kind of keeping our eyes on here. And still, looking at the Memphis radar, Mike, I'm seeing some low-level rotation markers beginning to show up. I'm looking at the max shear on some of these, 43 knots. That's 60 mile an hour, rather, roughly, I should say. Wind gusts there in Shelby County, moving into Somerville and that area into Fayette County along 64 Highway. Also, a little further up the road along Highway 70, this is going to put you around to the Stanton area. Stanton's right now just about to get all of the good straight line winds that's coming with this storm. And there's some low-level rotation out in the front of that right there near Stanton. So
and all of this area, by the way, is also still under a severe thunderstorm warning. So the National Weather Service has been keeping an eye on it. So they do know that these are still some pretty strong storms. It's just right now nothing that has triggered them to issue any kind of tornado warnings.
Yep, and some of our listeners, too, I was seeing some over here. There's Pam was giving us a shout out over here too on the YouTube page, and hi back to you. She still has family in the area, so and we're glad to have her. She was actually a UTM student not too long ago, and nice person too to know, and she loves the weather too. So she's been keeping an eye on this stuff too tonight. So I'm giving her a hello over there, and everybody's saying, hey, look, we're staying on top of this stuff. Now my question here is, we have all of these severe thunderstorm warnings. We have one overlapping another in Shelby County. We continue this one severe thunderstorm warning, and it's a little bit older information here, very generic stuff, but that one continues until, I should say, 10:45 for Northwest Tennessee. For Southwest Tennessee, that severe thunderstorm warning continues until 10:45 as well. And then the new one with all of this new and improved activity coming up from Tunica, the one Mike was just talking about, that thunderstorm warning goes until 11 o'clock. And now thunderstorm warnings beginning to enter into middle Tennessee with Houston and Stewart County. So there's that. So there's where the line is. Draw it from about roughly Clarksville all the way down to Memphis. And it's not laying down over the I-40 corridor tonight like we're used to it doing. It is staying pretty linear the whole way across. Just be careful of the bowing out. If you see looks like a bow in the radar, that's probably an area you want to stay away from, because the wind's just blowing out of that thing like crazy in that particular area. Stay away from bowing, what they call bowing segments. It's in the language and what the Weather Service uses to describe these things. But as Mike said right there, right now, just severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings in West Tennessee.
Yeah, and a lot of flood warnings that are in effect as well. Basically, anything that is around a river area. The Mississippi, of course, has got a big area, just gigantic polygons that go all the way up through from down around, well south of West Helena, Marianna, those areas, even stretching farther over into Arkansas. Almost the entire state of Arkansas is under some kind of flood warning right now. And then that stretches all the way up into West Tennessee as well, up through Covington, up to just to the east of Brownsville. And that flood warning stretches up through Dyersburg and all the way up to the Kentucky-Tennessee state line at Union City. So all of that is under a flood warning. I think those boxes are going to change. I think they're going to expand over the next several hours because we got more rain coming. That's our next big problem. I think it's just a lot of water that we're going to have to deal with, and maybe a few thunderstorms tomorrow, which could be severe, but we'll definitely be around. We'll keep an eye on all that for you, Brian.
Yeah, we'll be around. Mike will take care of all of the fun stuff before 2:00. Anything that breaks out, and we'll just kind of have to find our way around tomorrow. But by George, we'll be here. That's for sure. We're not going to let this. We're not going to let this thing die, and just kind of let it lay there. But if anything breaks out, of course, the whole terminology, how that goes. So we'll be around to cover these things online. We'll stream it. We'll get at the message out there any way we can. And yeah, as Mike was saying, I'll go over to the slides for just a second. On the other thing, the other machine over here, if the thing will go. Yeah, I got to put a Band-Aid on that. We can't have that happening. So that's the things that happen. That's the things that happen when you're live. You see the problems. Say, oh, wait a minute, we need to go back and fix that. So because if you don't fix that, they can't hear what you're saying, and that's kind of important. So now you're supposed to stay on top of this stuff, Mike. That's how that's
it's I hate to tell you this, but it's almost way past my bedtime. It's the problem.
Yeah. I think you have to get up 2:30 or 3:00, right?
No, actually, I don't. I think I've got JP Stovall's going to cover for me in the morning because we had I kind of talked to Tim earlier, and I said, "Look, dude, if I am up until midnight, I was up at 2:30 this morning. If I'm up till 11:00 tonight." We did this last Sunday. You remember that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Last Sunday, we were up until 11:00 or so at night. I went in Monday morning, got up at 2:30, went in to do the show, and I sat down at that control board, and I was like, why am I even alive at this moment? So it was one of those to where I told him, I said, if this is going to happen again, I'm going to have to sleep in a little bit. So I think JP is going to cover for me in the morning. If not, Kiefer Ingalls is going to do it. So they'll take care of everything. They'll bring you up to date on all the current information and what's going on. Got to thank all the folks out there, by the way, across West Tennessee and everywhere else that tuned in tonight on Facebook. Kiefer let me know earlier we were way over 50,000 people plus that had been tuned in either on Facebook or on the video stream or on, they were tuned in. We got so many different ways people can listen and watch. That doesn't even include the folks that were listening on the radio. So we got to thank all those folks who trust us enough to hang with us, listen to the information that we give you, and we appreciate your trust in us, and thanks for being a part of what we do here on Talking West Tennessee.
And I've got to tell you, too, especially the folks who are still tuned in to KTWeather.net, a lot of them have dropped off and said, oh, it's time to go to bed. No, look out. Wait just a second. Hold that thought just a second. We have a new tornado warning.
I see that up around Paris.
Yeah, here it is. I mean, it's just in the last couple of minutes.
I should have never said thank you and good night. I think that's what did it.
If you need to go to bed, hey, if you got to go, you got to go. So we do have a tornado warning for Paris, Big Sandy, and most of the towns here in the northern part of Henry County. So northern Benton County and Henry County, this tornado warning goes until 11 o'clock. The tornado was over Paris. Radar indicated producing quarter-size hail, and this will be another one of those things. Flying debris will be dangerous to those if you're outside. The important thing here, gang, is to get in your shelter. Hagler Ridge, Foundry Hill, Manlyville, Cottage Grove, Big Sandy, Springville, Old Springville, Crossland, Buchanan, India, Mill Creek, Purrier, and Big Sandy, the wildlife refuge out there, Osage, Sunnyside, Van Dyke, Whitlock, Springville, Spring Creek. Feel like I'm repeating myself there a couple of times, and that's very possible that happens. Conyersville, Porter, or is that Porter Court? I don't know. It's staggered just a little bit, but he said Purrier. So yeah, that's Purrier's in there too. All of these areas in Henry County and the northern part of, we have a little house over there north of Big Sandy too. So we've got this is going to the east, that direction as well. But it says it's moving off to the northeast. Of course, the entire storm system is moving off to the northeast. But the thing you got to know is the entire system is marching to the east. So as it marches to the east, you got to remember, if you get rain, you might get rain again, like Henry County is, like Paris is, and you're going to get some more rain after that too. And that's because these storms, even though they seem to be slow moving, they are trending over the same area, and that's what they do, especially with these types of systems that we're looking at, these linear systems that kind of hang in there and move slow. So, don't let your guard down just yet, and especially these tornadoes at night. There's enough indication here. There's enough lift in the atmosphere still to allow for hail to be produced out of this too. If you go over to the Ville product, there's a good chunk of hail right there along Highway 641, and that's going to be between Purrier and Paris, and that's active and ongoing right now. Even some hail to the south of there between Henry and Mansfield along Highway 79, and a little bit of a hail core there in Paris too. Somebody's going to get some pea-sized hail out of that. As far as the winds go, there is some spin up right there in the city of Paris, and there's still some degree of it too. And the radar just updated on me too, but that's okay because it does indicate and does show some mid-level rotation here in the atmosphere. That the radar's actually not seeing what's at ground level right there. So with that being said, the tornado warning is going to continue, and it's going to move off to the northeast. The thing's going to ride Highway 79 all the way to the lake. So folks at Paris Landing need to be in your safe place too at this hour, and brace yourself for these high winds that is about to overtake your area up here. And even still, gang, if you're looking back down to the south and west, we're still seeing new rotation markers begin to pop up in Carroll County, which is going to also.
If you look just north of Brownsville, you've got a little bit of a Boeing effect there. That is stretching just north of Brownsville, and then bows all the way back down to north of Collierville. And that I would imagine some of those straight line winds along that front are going to be producing some very strong winds, probably, 50, 60 mile an hour plus winds there too, Brian.
This gust front that you're talking about, I mean, you can roll the marker over there anywhere from 60, 75, almost, that's 80 right there. That's in and near the city of Brownsville as part of this system that's rolling through. Mike's absolutely right. Of course, we talked a few minutes ago about Stanton. Stanton's still getting some pretty high winds up and along I-40 there. And you can see where this storm system is blowing itself outward toward the east. And that's what you get with the linear storms anyway. Now that all the energy is combined, all the energy of the day is combined, and the storm system itself is just burning it up, that's where it's going. It's blowing it out. As far as an easy description to kind of make this relatable and make it all make sense, a lot of wind is the term here as far as that goes, and still some strong winds. And we were talking about the temperatures a while ago, and a lot of stuff, even when a cold front does move through, it's very typical to even have when the winds move around and start blowing out of the north, so to speak. There's still sometimes just as strong 40 or 50 mile an hour gusts when that particular thing happens like that. But the temperatures, of course, we've had our eye on the temperatures this whole time. I'm still reporting 79 at McKellar Field in Madison County.
I'm showing 78 degrees here again now. Down here, right on the, between Bolivar and Selmer in Hardeman County. So the temperatures have not cooled down. It's weird. I'm hearing thunder out here, and I have no storm anywhere close to me.
Yeah, I don't know where it would be coming from, unless it's north of you. Is it in Tune? No, there's nothing in Tune. It's miles away. That's 20 miles away.
There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing showing up on the radar, but I don't know. Earthquake, maybe.
Well,
maybe I'm just hearing echoes of the past or something a little while ago. But the winds on that frontal line, and it's weird. If you look at that frontal system that we're talking about, or that squall line, I guess we'll call it that, because that's not necessarily the frontal system itself, but that squall line stretches all the way up from Highway 412 just south and east of Dyersburg, and it bows all the way around Brownsville and winds up down around Collierville. So you've got this big bowing effect there. And if you look north of that, you're seeing all these broke up storms that trail off to the north and to the east. So you've got this one long line of storms that basically are together, that are bowing and trying to move more towards the east. And then everything north of that basically are broke up storms that are more towards the northeast. So it's weird how that whole line is looking right now.
Right. And I don't know what that is. Something new is coming in now. I haven't even had that thing potted up all night, but a new tornado warning, perhaps. Let's see. Might as well give it.
I'm seeing one, not here. Well, it may stretch up into southern Kentucky, up around to the southwest portion of where Murray's at, maybe, or southeast portion.
I have a feeling I know what it's about to be. I think it's probably going to be a tornado warning. I think I know that it's probably going to be right here. Yeah, well, I'm not even on the right map. Let me go over here to this map. So we're back down in Carroll County. This is Huntington. There's no tornado warning on the map yet. But what I've been sitting here watching the last couple of minutes, and I didn't have it up on the big radar over there. Let's go to Weather 2 for a second. So see this area right here, Atwood along Highway 70. What did the man say anyway? Hold on. Let's just listen for a second, because
the National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Callaway County, Kentucky.
Okay, so Callaway County's getting hit again. So I was wrong on that, but I have been keeping my eye on this one that getting a little spin up here between Tresvant and Atwood, and that's kind of a storm that had died down for a little while. That was part of that storm that had come through Trenton earlier, and then this stuff comes and goes on waves. It just rolls in and out, and that's typical, any kind of springtime thunderstorm. But even up in Henry County, where the tornado warning continues, now they haven't updated this tornado warning yet. And we're looking at the Paducah radar, so it's got a good shot at it, what we're looking at here. There is a tornado signature, which originally appeared along Highway 79 between McKenzie and Henry out in the farmland out there. And then the tornado warning came out in Paris, and now there is a new low-level shear marker to the north of Paris. Now, if I swing back over to Weather 1 for just a second, and let me get back up to that.
By the way, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one will encompass southwest Tennessee, basically covering let me just bring it up here on my computer. It's going to cover southwest Tennessee. I'm getting it also on my phone right now because it's going to cover part of Hardeman County. Severe thunderstorm warning. This just now went into effect for Crockett County, southeastern Tipton County. This is all of West Tennessee almost. Northwestern Henderson County, southern Gibson County, northern Fayette, northern Hardeman, northwest McNairy, southeast Lauderdale, western Carroll, Haywood, Madison, and Chester counties. That is a long thing. And let me make sure that this is, it's the exact same thing. Severe thunderstorm warning. That's why you have these alerts on your phone, folks.
That's exactly
because that would have woken the dead. That thing lit up like, of course, I had already seen it on my computer screen here. I got it there before I got that alert, but Man, a good chunk of West Tennessee now under a severe thunderstorm. That's that long Boeing line I was talking about of storms, Brian, that is moving out of Brownsville. It is going to affect the Jackson area here in just a little while, but everybody south of that as well. We're going to see some very strong winds with that storm. That's the one that's producing those 60, 70 plus mile an hour winds.
Yeah, and you're talking about that too. I was sitting over here looking. This storm is about to move into Kentucky, the one in Henry County. This thing is intensified as it is rolling into southern Callaway County, and that's why they have reissued or put out a new tornado warning for that county up there. But I had these up there, roughly 54 there, and up here there's another 50. So this storm right here at Kentucky Lake at Paris Landing, we're getting 80, 90 mile per hour winds right here, and they're rotating. And this is coming out of Buchanan. I've got a kid. Well, I've got a couple of kids that live over at Buchanan. So this is kind of, I wouldn't say it came out of nowhere, but it's kind of a little bit of a surprise that this thing is kind of ramped back up. Now, I want to get back on some of these other things that you're talking about. Now, I was kind of alluding to something that was going on down in Carroll County a few minutes ago. Remember that? And now right. About where the Carroll County Airport sits between McKenzie and Huntington, we are getting more stuff coming in here. It's going to be severe thunderstorm, I believe. Probably some of that down there. We're down to 70 at Carroll County Airport, but at the same time, I'm also looking at the possibility of something spinning up out of that thunderstorm now. I'm going to switch back over to the what we can see on reflectivity here, and it's very possible. I mean, there's not a well-defined inflow notch right there, just north of Huntington, north of the loop there. But if you put it over on correlation coefficient, it's not going to tell you a whole lot there, but what you do see when you look at velocity, you see these winds that are very close. And I mean, this is part of the front of this system is blowing through anywhere from 60 to 70 to 80 miles per hour. But then you also see opposing winds on the back side of this, and they're very close. So I was kind of keeping an eye on this as it's kind of slowly intensifying, I guess you would say. Something's getting ramped up and ready to go there. But as far as that tornado warning goes, we did have an update a couple of minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Paris Landing State Park. Tornado and quarter-size hail. And again, like I said, that one is making its way out. It's starting to develop a kind of a loose couplet up there. There's nothing really tight and well-defined up there at the state line. There's some weak rotation down here north of Huntington and Carroll County. Just kind of keeping an eye on this. I can see it on two different radars. So, when we were talking a while ago, yeah, we're not done yet. We're just, I beg to say, that we're just getting started, but there's definitely something going on. I've called up the Carroll County EMA, and the lightning has really picked up over there, since the last time we checked in with them earlier in the evening, where there's lightning, there's friction. So there's a lot going on in the atmosphere over here now, once again. I wouldn't be surprised to see at least a severe thunderstorm warning or maybe an extension of one, because I think this area is already under a severe thunderstorm warning. But we're seeing some spin up. Now I'm seeing some mid-level spin up right over here, just to the north and west of Huntington, on the front end of this line here. Well, it took all the lights out in town right there. That's something interesting there. Now, if you do get a chance to look at the Huntington EMA camera, go and take a look at that, and you can see all that activity up there. But something's ramping up right there, because now I even see the couplet has grown just a little bit in the last radar picture on Weather 2 over here, Mike. And now more. Now here come the flash flood warnings, Mike.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
One of many, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, those are gonna stretch over all of West Tennessee before this is all said and done. The severe thunderstorm warnings continue to pop up. We still got the one for Southwest Tennessee, and that's a pretty strong storm. You were talking about the winds off the leading edge of that line of storms. Now, it looks like they're going to move through. Once they get there, they're going to move through pretty quick. They're not far away from, they're basically about halfway. The leading edge of this is about halfway between Brownsville and the city of Jackson right now. So if you are in Jackson, give it about another 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. You got another strong line of storms about to come through that way. I wouldn't be surprised if there were to be another bigger warning come out of that, because you can, I don't know if you've clicked on that to check out the any kind of rotation, but there's a big notch that is developed in that line that is, let me try to zoom in on it a little bit here and see exactly where they, right to the, actually headed towards Humboldt, south of Humboldt right now. You may want to look in on that. It's just to the east of Bells, headed up towards the Humboldt area. That is a big notch in that line of storms that we were talking about that's got that 60, 70 mile an hour wind line with it.
It is definitely grown a little bit, and as far as the intensity with the winds blowing away from the radar, and looking at it, when it hit Bells, it grew a little bit more. Plenty of wind out there, in excess of, there's 30 knots there. Up here, there's 40. So, we're pushing 55, 60 miles per hour as far as that goes. And that's just coming through Milan and Humboldt and Bells. And I'm looking at what you're seeing there. And, went back and took a look at it from the Memphis radar site.
If you look at that one that's just south of Humboldt, you've got kind of a hole that has developed in there. That always worries me because it's on the south end of that of the bigger part of that storm that's going towards Humboldt right now. So those always kind of concern me when you see that hole open up in the bottom of that storm.
I wonder how much friction this thing is developing right here. There's the Madison County. This is the three-way camera that's very well coated in water. That's from all of the water that's come through there, like I said, on the lens. So it doesn't appear to have a lot of lightning associated with it. There's some strikes from time to time in that particular picture. But, as far as trying to get an idea to look back into that storm, maybe Humboldt will even have a look at that too. I think they've been locked in that same position for a while. So it's got some friction. It's starting to develop some small hail in it. That's for sure. That's for certain. We do definitely see the pea-size hail. It's leaving Brownsville and traveling on the way northeast to Bells, and will be in Humboldt here very soon. Very intense on that part of the storm right here as it moves into northeast Madison or northwest Madison County at this hour. Now I'll go back over to the Ville product, and you can see the hail cores. And look, pal, you still got a pretty strong hail core just a few miles not too far down the road from where you are. Well, it's closer to Collierville, but it has really hung in there. I can tell you that much. But that thing's pretty tall. Now, as far as how tall the thing is over in Moscow, or you call it Moscow. That's we're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's definitely Moscow.
Moscow, yeah. It's just, you're looking at 52.
If you meet people from there, they'll definitely tell you it's Moscow.
52,000 feet at there, just west of Grand Junction. That's along Highway 76, and also that's 64, right? No, that's 57. It runs east and west right there. Of course, Moscow. Say it real fast, and you can't understand it. So there's that.
Yeah, I only correct you one time. After that, you're on your own.
No, Moscow. As I down there, it's just like Tatumville. So, well, nothing going on in Tatumville at this hour for sure. But I am still showing quite a bit. Now, is this a new severe thunderstorm warning for home? Is that what I'm seeing? I think it is. I think we're going to continue to get these things, and they're just drawing polygons now across West Tennessee, and some of them are overlapping, pointing out, severe thunderstorm this and that, and now we're getting more and more alerts coming in. I'm starting to see some low-level rotation out in the, let me get on to the right picture over here, would be helpful if we do that. Just to the north of, this would be just to the north, McKinnon community, and McKinnon's going to be across the Tennessee River, but this is northern Benton County. So folks north of Big Sandy, this would be the Lick Creek area. out through here. Seeing some low-level rotation out of that cloud right there. The area that is still under a tornado warning, which goes until, let's see, what about till 11 o'clock. So you have another 20 minutes on this tornado warning. She's not done yet because she still keeps spinning up here. 1.25 inch size hail, plenty of lift to make hail and somewhat severe hail, what they call, that's mainly a confirmation or a definite when you say that. I'm going to switch radars over here to kind of get a back-end look at these things. Plenty of mid-level rotation all the way up and down this line. If you happen to be looking online at ktweather.net or online at Talking West Tennessee, let's see, several roads flooded in Graves County near Sedalia. That was a new report that had come out. 1 inch size hail on Poplar and Highland Avenue. That's in downtown Memphis area. And then still, when we're back here in west part of Madison County, now we're seeing low level. Now we got a brand new tornado warning. I can't get these things out. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Benton, Carroll, and Henry County until 11:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Vale, 9 miles northeast of Huntington. I got to switch radars back to Hopkinsville here for just a moment. Is this the same storm? This is the storm that I was telling you about 10 minutes ago, Mike.
Yeah, it is. It's the exact same one, and that one has just popped up here in the last minute or so. Talking about a tornado warning that affects North Benton, Northeast Carroll, and Central Henry County here in West Tennessee. That one is going to go until 11:30 p.m. When we thought that we were going to be able to go to bed, not so fast. Because these things are starting to pop up again. We were kind of worried about that. That's why we decided not to leave the air earlier, folks.
That's right.
We had a feeling that this was going to start to try to refire again. This is Northwest Tennessee, almost Northwest Central. So Paris, McKenzie, Carroll County, Benton County, those areas under a tornado warning again. And I wouldn't be surprised to see these storms that are even farther south even spawn up a tornado warning as well, because you got some very strong winds that's still associated with those.
You have to watch this kind of stuff, and we've talked about it all night too, Mike. These storms that cycle when they distribute their energy into different parts of a storm or throughout the atmosphere, and then they run into these what they call parcels of air, which are unstable, which are undeveloped, and then that energy gets into these parcels, and here we go. We're building this storm system back up. If it's a supercell, it's a supercell that cycles up and down and up and down. Well, this is the whole entire system, the whole linear system of storms, which is entering this pocket of energy, spending it, using it up. And then it kind of weakens, and then all of a sudden this thing grows back up. It's entering a new, richer atmosphere over here, this fresh pocket of parcel of air. How they talk about this. So we're back on the uptick cycle here of these storms, and very well producing tornadoes too, indicated by radar. Mind you, this is moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour again for Benton, Carroll, and Henry County. This tornado warning goes until 11:30. Now, an update, not really an update on the Henry and Benton County tornado warning. It still continues for another 15 minutes. It has not been allowed to expire, and a new tornado warning is being received. I'm not sure where that is coming in yet, but I'm sure we'll find. Might be Madison County, Mike, or it could be I'm not going to speculate here. We'll just wait. All of this stuff is just coming in as a flood. It would seem like, anyway. This is 2 minutes ago. That was for Carroll County. So it must have been something that had caught up in the buffer somewhere. I'm still concerned about this cell that's coming into your neighborhood down there, crossing through Moscow and Williston and Hickory Valley on approach there, Mike. And I'm kind of watching that myself. I'm telling you, these things are hitting at those pockets, and they're blossoming, as you said. Well, I'm going to let you take it for about 2 minutes, if you don't mind. I've got to get a glass of water.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're still watching. Let me run down those tornado warnings one more time for you. Now, this is for Northwest Tennessee, just before you get to the Tennessee River. There is a tornado warning. It's got about 15 minutes left in it. Before I go to that one, let me go to the one that's more active. That is the one that was issued just a few minutes ago. 44 minutes left in it. That is a tornado warning that is for northern Benton County, northeast Carroll County, and central Henry County in West Tennessee. That goes till about 11:30 p.m. And again, that is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over the Vale area. That's 9 miles northeast of Huntington. It was moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. That was a radar indicated rotation in that storm. So that one still got a little while to go. Now, there was another polygon tornado warning that was also that one just overlapped it, but it's got about 14 minutes left in it. It's just tapers off a little bit to the north, basically up to the Kentucky state line. That one is for Benton and Henry counties here in West Tennessee. And again, that one only goes on for a few more minutes. And then you got some severe thunderstorm warnings that are issued for Middle Tennessee, northwest Middle Tennessee. Then you have this long line of storms that are part of a severe thunderstorm warning that stretch all the way down, basically just about to the Mississippi state line. Those encompass all the counties of West Tennessee, all the way over to the Mississippi River. So if you're in any of those areas, as a matter of fact, I was looking at the radar, checking out right around the city of Jackson right now. Let me go to the camera that I've got. Let's see if it will bring it up. Yeah, this one is right there around the Jackson-Madison County General Hospital. And yeah, it's showing a lot of flashes right there. There's a good flash on that one. Brian might be able to bring that camera up when he comes back. But a lot of electricity in the air, a lot of lightning strikes, and very strong wind associated with that line of storms. That is moving into the Jackson area as we speak. So if you are in the city of Jackson, you're probably going to see some very strong lightning. You're going to hear a lot of pops, a lot of thunder, and you're also going to hear some very strong winds, some very heavy rain as that line approaches into the city of Jackson. As a matter of fact, if you're out in North Jackson right now, if you're out around the three-way area, it's already there. If you're on the bypass at I-40, it's already there. If you're in downtown Jackson, it's just now starting there. If you're in South Jackson, it's going to be hitting you here in the next few minutes. East Jackson, you're going to be seeing that here in a few minutes. And then this thing bows and comes all the way back down around the Whiteville area, stretching all the way down to just north of Hickory Valley. So any of those areas down there, you're going to be seeing this squall line of storms come through there here in the next few minutes as well. Bolivar, going to be seeing that. Selmer, Bethel Springs, all of you guys, Henderson, all the way up through Pinson, through Lexington. You still got to deal with these storms. They're on the way. It's just going to be a little while before they get to you. But don't forget, anywhere in West Tennessee right now, you're still going to see these storms. Let me see if they have updated anything on these tornado warnings. No, still basically the same thing. You have that tornado warning that is in effect, set to expire in about 41 minutes. That is for northern Benton County, northeastern Carroll County, and central Henry County here in West Tennessee. That tornado warning is in effect until 11:30 p.m., folks. So we are not out of the woods. We're going to have to deal with this for a little while. This stuff's been going on since about 3:30 this afternoon. That's when we got our first taste of the tornado warnings that started here in West Tennessee, and they have been basically nonstop. We had a little bit of break, thought we were going to be in the clear, but that has not been the case, as we have those two newer tornado warnings for the northeastern portion of West Tennessee. Showers, thunderstorms, yep, they're going to be hanging around a while. As a matter of fact, like I said, Jackson right now getting a pretty good gust of wind, some downpour of rain. Brian, my daughter, had just messaged me about 30 minutes ago and said they've been in the storm shelter for a while. They've been just kind of hanging out listening to us. So I'm not going to tell you what she called us. I don't know if I like the comparison to the person that she that she said we were, but you know what, we do what we can, right?
Yeah, that's all you can do. That's kind of our job. But I can tell you this much: it's been we thought it was going to go pretty easy during the afternoon. Not a lot going on in West Tennessee. Oh, it's going to get started at 3:00. Well, we weren't seeing any major stuff for a while, and then we started seeing major stuff. And it seemed like it was all at once. And I don't know if that was the 4:00 hour. I'm looking over here. We've been streaming for 7 hours, 21 minutes. So that'd be around the 4:00 hour, I guess. I do want to tell you, though, I'm looking at the Hopkinsville radar back down the throat of this thing toward Paris and Henry County and Huntington. We do have a tornado signature on the radar. Let's see, that as far as what it's actually picking up, we're looking at some pretty good wind shear here, 50 miles per hour, and low-level rotation at about, let's see, that's 1 inch size hail, and this is going to be in the very northern part of Benton County, right on the river, where this activity is right here. So folks who's going to be over in Dover and Cumberland City and Erin, you're up next for this as it moves into your area. Now back down to Carroll County and Huntington. Brewston, Hollow Rock, and Camden once again, and all the folks out in the country between Paris and Camden along 641 highway. You're in this tornado warning. Mansfield community should be in your, you should definitely be in your shelter at this hour. That's just, we're not even counting the severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect, and even more and more just keep coming at us here too. I'm having to hit the clear button on this phone, see if we can wipe some of that stuff out. I don't know who all we wiped out there, but it just gets to the point it gets so full you have to do that. But we do know the tornado. It just does. Yours does too. I know it. This tornado warning here, it's 10:53, and I'm trying to get a lock on what and when as far as these warnings over here go. 10:41 is when this tornado warning was issued for the 3 counties, Carroll, Henry, and Benton County. And again,
we've had the one expire that was for the one that bordered southern Kentucky that led up into Murray. That one has been allowed to expire, but the other one is still active for the next 37 minutes, and that's the one that's going to include northern Benton, northeast Carroll, and central Henry County. That one is still active. The other one has been allowed to expire.
I'm going to run down here to the Memphis radar for just a minute. I wish we had a good full power radar, like maybe Savannah, maybe around South Tillow or somewhere down here. It's kind of an underserved area down here, so we really could benefit from that. Now, I want to tell you about this area that we were watching down here. Is Jackson, Madison County is getting the wind gust right now. They're getting it. For about everything we can tell. I mean, the wind gusts, you could just see it right there.
Kiefer Ingalls, who handles our digital product there with Talking West Tennessee, he just sent me a text a moment ago. He lives right there near the hospital, and he said, yeah, the winds were just going crazy where he's at.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of the days of Katrina, when you get those giant wind gusts, you hear stuff breaking across town, trees cracking and tree limbs cracking off of trees, and it's stuff, that's 2 streets over. I lived almost in downtown Jackson for a couple of years there. And all of these high winds that would just come in, and you just get gusts of wind, out of nowhere, it would seem like. And when they say hurricane force, that's my comparison. They say hurricane force. I mean, that's pretty accurate there.
When you're hitting 70-mile-an-hour winds, yeah,
sure,
for sure.
But we're hitting 80 and 90 up here now. I mean, we're to the the point of this thing just blowing all the way out here. I'm looking at and earlier in the evening, oh my gosh, we were looking at stuff up to 90 and 100. Now, I'll tell you, if you're along Beach Bluff and Lavinia and Clarksburg and all the way out here, you might still be getting 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, on the backside of this, I mean, not so much. There are some some reports dialing back into this thing, you're getting 80 mile per hour wind gusts at three-way. I don't know that I believe all of that. The big to do right here is what's out in front of it. And yeah, 50 and 60 mile per hour wind gust is a little bit more believable than 85. So, just saying there. If you follow along with where the rain is and compare it to the wind product, it's a giant mess. And yeah, there is wind in that. We get further away from the Doppler radar site, it starts looking into the ground. So you do have to. It takes multiple pictures and tilts itself up on all these spins that it does. I don't know how to describe it to you, but it gets a better idea after each tilt up. So if you leave it on the lower level the whole time, it looks like there's 120 mile an hour wind in Huntington when there really isn't. Looking from the Memphis weather radar sites. That's why I got to switch radars and look the other direction. But the tornado, speaking of 100 mile an hour winds, I don't know that you're getting that exactly in Huntington right now, because we were kind of looking at this tornado warning that was issued a few minutes ago. Not to change things up here, but they haven't issued any updates, and sometimes no news is good news, as they say. I'm going to push this back over to the Hopkinsville radar right quick, and still a big Sandy now. Now this is you got to think, we were looking at the northern part of Benton County a few minutes ago. Now this is the southern part of the storm pushing through, and there's a notch along the Benton County, Henry County line there, and we're seeing several shear markers in this as well. But if you put it on the wind product, now you're starting to see the development of some updraft here, blowing away from the radar site there at Hopkinsville, so at Fort Campbell. So, and don't forget, gang, this area is still under a tornado warning for the next little bit. Now, the Weather Service has not updated this warning just yet. That's what we were just talking about, like literally 90 seconds ago. But still some hail being produced, so we know the updrafts are there. This unstable atmosphere, the tornado warning continues. I'd say the primary part of the wind is passing across the Benton County, Henry County line here at that particular point there. Now let me go back up here and I can kind of give you a better idea. That's going to put it at, that's Springville. I'm not sure why I didn't exactly know that off the top of my head. But yeah, that's going to be in the Springville community right there as it's coming into Benton County. Mike, this entire area, again, even all the way up to, this is going to be, I don't know, that's a county in southern Kentucky that's under a tornado warning right now. No, that's Stewart County. Sorry. That goes up through that way. So, land between the lakes, they're still under the gun right now. Looking back out to the south and west, heavy stuff coming through Jackson, Madison County right now, Mike.
Yeah, I've been watching that, watching video feeds and everything else of that. And like I said, Kiefer has also messaged and said, yeah, around the hospital area where he lives, very strong wind. He also said, man, it's dumping buckets of rain on top of them right now as well. So you're going to have that flash flooding. There is not a marker that shows up as far as a box right now when it comes to some of the areas of West Tennessee. When it comes to the flooding itself, like flash flood warnings, but we do have, of course, a lot of advisories in effect when it comes to flash flooding. So this dumping of this rain, this very heavy rain that is associated with this storm line that is moving through right now, definitely going to cause some flooding issues, especially flash flooding in low-lying areas that are already prone to flooding to begin with. So if you are planning on getting up early in the morning or maybe late this evening, like we said, it's already 11 o'clock. So if you're going to be out tonight or you're going to be traveling some of those secondary roads that may be prone to flooding or maybe even main roads that are, make sure you take it very slow and easy. Do not cross any flooded roads. Like the old saying is, turn around, don't drown. You do not want to try to cross any of those. And the main thing is you don't know what's under there. There may have been a road there. There may have been a culvert there. You don't have any idea if it's water covered, could be washed out. So do not try to cross those areas when you cannot see what is under that water to begin with. But this line of storms, very heavy rain, very strong wind stretching from Collierville. Then it kind of angles over into from Fayette County over into Hardeman County. It's coming through Bolivar right now, up from there all the way up through Jackson, through East Jackson, stretches on up all the way up through into Carroll County as well, out of Madison into to the east of McKenzie right now, and then on over into where that tornado warning is still in effect.
Yeah, and as this thing continues into the night too, gang, here we are at the 11 o'clock hour and just a minute past with a tornado warning still active in West Tennessee. We're going to bring you up to date on this here in just a second. For everybody listening down the line at 11:01, you're listening to Talkin' West Tennessee. This is the KenTenn Weather Network. We've been streaming live this evening at ktweather.net and on the Talkin' West Tennessee app and the Roku thing, and we're just about everywhere. But I want to give everybody 10 seconds, a chance to ID for anybody listening down the line here at 11:01. 10 seconds for station ID. This is the KenTenn Weather Network. So the tornado warning does continue until 11 o'clock this evening. It's still showing a good chunk there in Big Sandy, Mike, as it's storm's moving into town. With the wind starting to kick up there. That little chunk right there, what we're talking about between Mansfield and Big Sandy, so roughly in the Springville area right there, Highway 69, coming in there as we're looking at here on Weather 2, which is on the left side of the screen. That little red box right there is always indicative of some kind of updraft. The only thing that we're really not seeing right there is we're not seeing any shear markers close to the ground, so that's relatively good news. The shear markers we do see are staying in the air. That's the solid ones. And now this little updraft is getting a little red face over here, and we're not too happy about it getting upset and growing in size there. So we're taking a look at now at the hail product over here. We are seeing some pretty intense rotation just across the Tennessee River at McKinnon now on the back side of this storm, but which all that's telling me, though, is there's still plenty of energy and plenty of updraft that remains in these thunderstorm cells to give it, the lift to make a large hail, especially. Now, we tilted the radar up just a hair so we can look into the clouds, and now we are seeing that mid-level rotation anyway, and at least we get our nose out of the ground and kind of are able to look up at the horizon just a little bit. And this tilt is a couple of degrees up, or maybe a whole degree up. I'm not entirely sure, but we can see the left and the away and the forward rotation. This is going to be. I'm the wrong one to pinpoint that. Let me go back up here real quick. This is going to be in this neighborhood. This is going to be around definitely Highway 69 and Highway 69A. This is going to be Highway 641. At the Henry County, Benton County line. So if we go back down here, get ready, the Bain community, and also Lindsay Road, Cherry Lane, French Lane. That's the Big Sandy River area right there. Also Cedar Grove Road, Tom White Road, and of course the town of Big Sandy, which of course right there is getting positive lightning strikes, a lot of friction in the air, and this stuff is going to progress over toward off to the east and the northeast. Get ready, Holland Road, Cooper Road, and then you start getting even further out in the area here away from this, Little Sulphur Creek Road, just to name a few right here. Just out in rural Big Sandy. This area that we're talking about is under a tornado warning, and what we were doing is looking at the actual rotation on the radar on the left screen of the radar up here, if you could see that. And right now we're just looking at the thunderstorm cell itself in question here just to the south of Big Sandy, and Big Sandy's getting a flood right now as well. So we have plenty of rain, plenty of instability in the atmosphere. It's 11:05 and we're still going at this with this active tornado warning here in West Tennessee. Mike Dole's covering a good chunk of West Tennessee tonight, and I think his job is just about to get going here too.
As a matter of fact, I just started, as Garth Brooks would say, I just started hearing the thunder roll because I've got a nice little edge of that leading squall line that is just now starting to come through. It's already passed through Bolivar, starting to make its way over towards me here in Hornsby. And like I said, that entire line is kind of bowed a little bit because it still goes. It's kind of weird, Brian. If you look at this, it's in Bolivar, but at the same time, it stretches over back into Collierville, which is almost due west, southwest of Bolivar, and then it treks up north from Bolivar up through Jackson, and then up through McKenzie, Carroll County, up to where that tornado warning is just about. So this line of storms just is kind of defying what most of these storms do. Normally it's a long straight line. Sometimes it bows a little bit, but this one is just kind of doing its own little weird thing. It's already gone through Jackson, even though they still got a lot of heavy rain, some lightning and stuff over in that area. Most of the northwestern portion, all the way to central Hardeman County, getting a lot of heavy rain right now. And I have a feeling I'm about to get dumped on as well, as I've got the thunder and lightning going outside the house here right now.
Yeah. But, river to river and border to border, we've been covering this stuff all evening, and we kind of made this our jobs too. I wouldn't say we get excited doing this, because we really don't. Our thing is like all of these radio stations out here, we have a dedication to this. This is our job. I mean, to some degree, we know it's important to report on these things, and now we have all of these tools that we can disseminate the information, get it out there to a lot of people, many people on multiple platforms, all over the world at this point now, and people who are always in tune to these kinds of things, it's interested in these kinds of things, and stuff. What's going on in West Tennessee? What's going on in West Kentucky, East Arkansas? They have bad weather going through there tonight, and maybe they even get a live shot of something with, again, all of the technology that we have. We can look into this storm. We can look 3D into this storm and all of these storms, and we can kind of determine what is going on the inside of these things. Like, for instance, all of this friction in the atmosphere up in northwest or northern West Tennessee, at the Tennessee River, Big Sandy, all of these. This storm is getting into another atmosphere again, Mike, starting to pick up a little more steam, and it's getting a lot of positive lightning strikes. And as we saw a while ago, and we still continue to see on this radar loop that's frozen over here on Weather 2, it has changed just a little bit. Now I'm getting a very strong rotation. Now it's crossed over into Tennessee, crossed over the Tennessee River, I guess I should say. I'm going to discount that for just a minute. I'm still looking at something else back here in the back end of Big Sandy in the Camden area. I'm going to pass along a little piece of information that came in 3 minutes ago. A tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30 for northern Benton and southeastern Henry counties. This was an 11:04 severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 8 miles east of Springville, 12 miles southeast of Paris Landing State Park, moving northeast at 55. Tornado radar indicated rotation. So that was the storm we were watching a while ago, and is trying to put a ID track on that, so to speak. But in looking at this again, Mike, I'm still seeing some kind of strange activity that's possibly even firing up around Camden. It looks like it's about to fall into one of those dead rings on the radar where you can't see it, but we probably can if I switch radar pictures, though. I'm going to be kind of concerned with that area right there, because there's plenty of shear markers being reported by all of these Doppler radars around the area. We're going to get into southern Madison County here in a minute, and you're down in your neighborhood, Bolivar, and in the Middleton area, where all of these severe thunderstorm warnings are now popping up, and we'll have to pay attention to this area as well. But at the moment, like I said, everything that I can tell you, that the tornado warning continues. Is this a new tornado warning? There
is one that has popped up just to the north and to the east of the one we were talking about that was coming out of Carroll County, south of Paris. This one, I don't know if this is really a new one. It's got 20 minutes left in it. Let me see when this one was activated. if I can get my polygon to work for me here, and it doesn't want to. It looks like it came in 11:06. So yeah, just a few minutes ago until 11:30. Stewart County and northwestern Houston County, in Middle Tennessee. So
yeah, it branched off of that Big Sandy storm because it doesn't have a lot of area to cross right there at Big Sandy. The northern part of Benton County is relatively small, but we were watching that, and that means that tornado warning in Benton County, the tornado warning for the Carroll County portion was canceled. That's what we were telling you a while ago, because that was 7 minutes ago. It was near Springville, so it tracked its way across there. You can't drive 55 on 69 highway up there, but the thunderstorms and the tornadoes can. So it made it across the county pretty quick. It's over into Stewart County and in the Aaron community and that area. So that could potentially be come to expiration, or even they might even cancel it. I'm not entirely sure. I'm still kind of looking at what's going on down at Camden right this minute. And really, it's not a lot, I don't think. I think it was a false echo that was up there. But there was some stuff that was in and around between Brewston and Camden along Highway 70 there that was looking kind of concerning. And perhaps that was just something that was branching off from the Huntington storm that's about to come through the area again. Again, we keep talking about these thunderstorms that are training over these areas, over and over. We're going to turn our focus from that area right there. I'm going to keep Benton County on the back burner for now. And Mike, run down to Fayette County and Hardeman County and check out what's going on. Right up the street from you there.
Sorry about that. I had the camera brought up here for Hardeman County, actually in Bolivar, was checking out this line of storms that's moving through the city of Bolivar right now, actually just to the north. I was watching that camera from the hospital view there, and yeah, some pretty intense showers and thunderstorms right now moving through Hardeman County, stretching all the way over into Fayette County and the southeastern portion of Shelby County as well. So right around Collierville, up through the middle portion of Fayette County, all the way over into Hardeman County, Highway 64 going out of Hardeman County over into Fayette. You got some showers and thunderstorms there. All of that area, by the way, under a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, that's something that popped up a little while ago. You might have heard that alarm pop off on my phone. That was one. It still has pretty intense hail in that thing because we're talking about 1.5 inches hail coming out of these 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. That polygon is basically going to be in effect for those severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are going to last, if I can get this mouse to work correctly here. Every time I click on it, it wants to jump about an inch lower than where it was. All right, it is showing that these are going to be in effect until about 10:54 p.m. No, that's when it was issued, 10:54. Let me see here. When did they? Yeah, it was 10:54, but it's not giving me a cutoff time on that. Okay, doesn't matter. As long as the storm's there, that's how long it's going to last. So we'll just go with that. That polygon, by the way, goes all the way over into Hardin County. Encompasses Henderson, the city of Henderson and Chester County, all the way over to Savannah, and points to the east of that, even up through Lexington, Parsons, those areas. So these polygons are really big, and they encompass the bulk of West Tennessee right now. That's for a severe thunderstorm warning.
I just look at this gust front that's rolling into it's what the Watch Coalition has in your neighborhood down there. That's a pretty gnarly looking cloud coming in there. Of course, they've got it shooting right into it. And you can see it's lightning is just lighting up all the entire thing. Now, at the moment for your severe thunderstorm warning in that area of Hardeman County, this would be the Bolivar camera, right? I believe that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, this is the Bolivar camera here. Yeah, that's what's coming into town right there. Nonstop.
Oh yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah. nonstop. I mean, once again, here we go. We're getting into another rich atmosphere, a new parcel of air for this, all this negative energy in the atmosphere to, it even got so bright right there, it thought it was daytime. It turned it back to color. And here's a new tornado warning for somewhere. Always get it on my phone before I actually get it on the map.
Guess where?
Yeah.
Try Hardeman County.
Oh, the thing we're looking at right here. Okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the polygon starts just about where that camera is aimed right now, Brian. That is a tornado warning. Let me see here. For the next 44 minutes, this is for southwestern Henderson County, northeastern Hardeman County, southern Madison County involved in this, as well as Chester County here in West Tennessee too. Again, this is, we're talking about quarter size hail. Doppler radar indicated possible rotation. If you look at that in northern Hardeman County right now, just to the north of Bolivar on the radar, you're going to see, let me zoom in on that a little bit. You're going to see a big notch inflow in there, and that's what they're looking at. It's a pretty tough little storm that is coming through. You were watching that just a moment ago on the camera there, Brian. Yeah, this is now, here we go again. Mm-hmm. Just when you thought it was safe to maybe wrap it up and go to bed. No, here we go with another tornado warning. This one here for Hardeman, Madison, parts of Chester, Henderson County. So, yeah, we're going to be up a while.
Yeah, it would appear that way. And folks in Tune, again, this is where the inflow notch is showing right here just to the north of Bolivar. The Tune community, that's along Highway 45, going, that's Highway 18, I guess I should say. Silerton, folks in Silerton and Meaden, all of these folks, here we are. Everybody needs to take cover. This radar indicated tornado that has been reported, Beach Bluff, Pinson. It's on this direct track all the way up through here where the polygon has been drawn out. And that would also include Henderson, Tennessee. So the majority of Chester County at this point, just to the north of Fingers where they've ended the polygon there, all the way out to nearly Lexington. And now the rain is just coming down in Bolivar as this thing has just swamped this camera shot up here to almost every now and then it's almost to a whiteout condition because they have the night modes that come on these cameras and they don't leave them in color mode. It's kind of hard to discern what's going on. It looks like a million bugs falling down, from the sky, but it's actually raindrops going real fast. It can't keep up. But that's kind of what you get, with some of these things. And now the thing's getting slammed with the rain right here. And again, what Mike was
talking about with this tornado warning, basically Cloverport to around Tune. In those areas, and this thing is traveling off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour, so it's booking it, and any of those little towns in the way, like you said, it's going to be basically crossing over Highway 18. That's going to lead it on a line towards between Jackson and Pinson. Mm-hmm. So keep that in mind for you folks. You've already dealt with these storms again tonight. You've already dealt with tornado warnings. Well, you got more coming, folks.
And you said, that that's some interesting terminology. I just happened to click on the polygon here on this radar. Damage threat, destructive. This is a destructive storm. I'm not entirely sure I've ever seen that before, but, you learn something new every day. I was going to put a track on this thing, and right here where the inflow notch is, all the way to Lexington, you said it was moving at 50 miles per hour? Is that...
Yeah, and the weird part is a little earlier we would have said northeast, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This storm has kind of laid over like we were talking about, and it is moving almost more easterly than it is northeast. So you've got a direction maybe more towards Pinson and between Pinson and maybe close to Henderson. So it's kind of hard to direct where these things are going to go since they have kind of laid over a little bit and more on the line of what we had determined to be like an I-40 corridor kind of directed storm. They have now started taking that more easterly, northeasterly direction.
Mm-hmm. When you start rocking this radar back and forth and trying to determine a path, and you can't come up with a path because the storm keeps eating your inflow notches, and it moves to a different part of the storm and then it recycles again. it's hard to keep up with it. And then, it's on its way to Pinson, especially where where you expect the wind is going to be with the inflow. But, and now Pinson is just swamped with pouring down rain right now. The storm, it just overtakes. It's a weird animal that just the way it behaves sometimes. But if you are, and these folks in the polygon here, Deanburg, Parkburg, Pinson, Pinson should be any time within the next, here and there. You all need to be in your shelters at this point. Sanford Hill, Henderson, Tennessee, Mifflin, Beach Bluff, Jacks Creek, Luray, the Range Station, Russell, Crossroads, White Fern, Huron, Middle Fork, and Crucifier. So that little community, I know for sure, that'll make 3 storms that has hit that community this week in the last, So
the Crucifer area, which is not too far from Lexington, but when they have actually backed this down now. They're saying 45 miles an hour moving northeast. So I mean, all these areas we've talked about every one of these towns at one time or another since about 3:30 this afternoon. And all we're doing is just repeating some of these same towns over and over again because these storms keep trailing and tracking the same exact direction again. They start in one area, they start down, maybe over in southeastern Arkansas. They start tracking towards the northeast. Some of them move a little farther north. Some of them just go straight northeast. So we're just naming these towns over and over.
We got another good gust front also. It's not tornado warned, but it encompasses the majority of Benton County as it's pushing its way towards the Tennessee River at this hour. And I just brought that to attention because I see some pretty good rotation markers up in the atmosphere over here and just the strong winds that's related to that. And we've already been inside this storm several times that has trying to move out of West Tennessee, but again, like I said, it's not tornado warned. It's already in Middle Tennessee, so we tend to back off of those things a little bit. You just use extreme caution if you happen to be over in that area. But with
Meaden, Tennessee, if you remember, this has been probably almost a year ago. The area of Meaden, Tennessee got hit by a small tornado. There was a guy that was right across the street from a gas station there in Meaden. I remember because that's where I stop and fuel up almost all the time. But he had a house right across. He was remodeling it at the time. That I think it was like an EF1, EF2 came through there and took his every bit of the remodeling he had done on the outside. He was adding on to the house. It just tore it all to pieces. He just now got this thing rebuilt back to where he was at. Well, now we got a possible tornado moving through that's got to make a beeline through Meaden. So.
I was showing the cloud tops here at 55,000 foot over Tune, but along the Highway 18 between Tune and Bolivar right now. And the folks in Meaden are going to get a taste of this here very soon. And that's just a look at the cloud tops. Now, if I head over to the If I head over to the just a moment, stop that. We're looking at some really according to radar, large hail. But as far as the hail core goes, there's plenty of places to manufacture hail in the atmosphere right there when they talk about hail core. But when you're looking at the ground, what's falling, it equates to about 1 inch size hail. And a very strong possibility of that hail falling right there too. If we go back over to this other product over here, we can see the large hail. Now, nothing like giant hail, what we were talking about many hours ago earlier in the day, falling here at Bolivar and Tune and Silerton and Meaden. But nonetheless, there is some indication of some very large hail between Jackson and Beach Bluff. And let's go look at that up there. This is just a really big blob of a lot of activity going on, a lot of heavy rain that's falling in that area right now. No major updrafts of any kind, but the winds are kind of sticking out like a sore thumb. I'm looking at right here along. This is going to be just to the west of Highway 18, just south of Meaden. It's closer to Meaden than it is Tune, Tennessee. we're looking at 60 knot winds. That's pushing 80 right there, miles per hour, that is, and over 63 knots right there. So there's still some good, strong wind gusts, and some of that's also part of the updraft process here too. In this tornadic thunderstorm, it is under a tornado warning, gang. The Henderson, Hardeman, Madison, and Chester County. And again, the point of circulation that we're looking at here is kind of on the 3-county line: Chester County and Hardeman County and southern Madison County in the Meaden community. And Mike Doles can say the same thing there about this situation.
Yeah, and like I said, that area got hit probably within like a year or so ago. That same area, Meaden. So hopefully, maybe this is not something that is reaching the surface. We hope not for those folks anyway. But once that thing gets through Meaden, then it's going to, of course, cross over into Madison County. That takes it on a line over towards the Pinson area. So if you live in that area, you want to already be in your place of safety. A lot of areas, and we talk about this all the time, Brian, the fact that there are so many rural areas out there. You got all these little back roads that go through these areas. A lot of these folks probably already in bed, thinking that they were kind of out of the woods because the bigger storms already went through. But here we go with this other round of these storms that are coming through right now. And again, that tornado warning in effect for, I think it's basically just about out of the Hardeman County area. But who knows, because this is a line of storms that stretch all the way back to Somerville over in Fayette County. Yeah. And it goes up through Whiteville, and then all the way over into the Toon area, then up through Meaden, then over through Pinson. So this is a long trailing line of storms. You know, I mentioned that they were about to come through Bolivar. I could hear the thunder out here in Hornsby. I'm only about 8 miles outside of Bolivar to the east side, and that storm never made it to me, Brian.
No?
It got to Bolivar and then took kind of a northerly turn and then started back east again. So I still haven't had the storm get through here yet. It's still right outside of Bolivar, and it's still trying to make its way over towards me.
Yeah, and it should, pretty soon. Now, I did happen to pull this up, Mike. The City of Henderson Fire Department, I think they have a camera up there in town too. And a good chunk of this thing, a good look of this thing is actually heading through town right there. Nonstop light show. As far as the cloud formations go, nothing really impressive to talk about as far as things that might be trailing towards the ground and things like that. But nonetheless, I mean, it's just nonstop. Flashes of light. Not seeing a lot of cloud to ground. A lot of it is in the clouds itself. Jumping cloud to cloud here. But it makes for a really interesting light show, when we're sitting here and looking back off to the west from downtown Henderson, Tennessee, and we see this front or the front of this storm that's rolling in here. I'm getting something else here too. This is a new tornado warning, and we'll switch over to weather too and try and figure out where that's coming in from North Mississippi, Mike.
Yeah, it is. And
up in your neighborhood here, look out.
Yeah, here we go again. Now, this one is coming up out of North Mississippi. Like you said, it is breaching into the Fayette and Hardeman County areas on the north end of this. This is a tornado warning. It is going to be for Marshall County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Benton County, and northeastern Mississippi. And then you got southeast Fayette and southwest Hardeman counties in West Tennessee that are that are being affected by this one. That is until after midnight tonight, 12:15 a.m. We thought we were going to bed. Ain't happening, folks. 12:15 a.m. is when this tornado warning is set to expire. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Marianna, which is about 7 miles northwest of Walddoxie State Park. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Possible tornado, quarter-size hail associated with this storm. And if it continues on that trek that it's doing right now, hello, Hornsby.
Hello, Hornsby. Right. Yep. It's going to be at your front door there, pal. Let me tell you. I'm kind of surprised. I was looking at this radar picture over here. I'm going to try and switch to Madison County Southeast. I don't know that I'm going to get a good picture of what's going on here. Actually, I don't really see any rain falling right there. The radar is reporting that there's a flood coming down right there in southeast Madison County, but they have their radar, or they have their camera shot up. Nothing definitive in that camera shot, just at least not as of yet. I was seeing more action out of the Henderson camera than I was the other one, as a matter of fact, Mike. This is the tornado warning. I think the tornado warning is kind of filtering through the audio chain in several places here. I'm getting a whole bunch of them all at once. Constant light show in Henderson, Tennessee, if you happen to be standing outside. And I wouldn't advise it. I mean, this is just lightning all over the place. It's nonstop. And now I don't know what's going on here in Dresden. Maybe it's some residual stuff that has been coming through. Folks in Meaden, by the way, as we're looking here at Doppler radar, and I can't put it in the picture. I'll put it in the picture in just a minute. I'll go ahead and do it. We're seeing a tornado signature show up just to the west of Highway 18 at the county line, Hardeman and Madison County here in the Meaden community. Now, the polygon just updated, and I'll tell you what it says. At 11:31, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Chickasaw State Park, northeast at 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation of tornado and quarter-size hail. If you're in Meaden, Molesis, Pinson, Henderson, Tennessee, Beach Bluff, get in your shelter now. Get in the shelter if you're in these areas. Southern Madison County, which would include even Beach Bluff. All of these areas out here, we're definitely seeing something on radar here, and a strong indication of this action. Now we're looking at that's 60 knots, which puts your wind speed up in the 70s and 80s there, if you do the math on that right. So that's pretty strong stuff, and we are spinning here. I'm going to go ahead and put this on correlation coefficient for just a second. There's some streaks in here that's not really matching up with stuff. Anything kind of being tossed up into the air. That's not the case here, at least not yet. We're just going to keep an eye on the rotation, though. And if you are along, let's go ahead and get over on weather one, and we'll get down here to this street level stuff. Lots of lightning right there. I don't want to stay too long on it, though, because we'll try and get back over to that camera shot and see if there's anything that you can actually see coming into town. Pinson. This is where the inflow notch is now. Montezuma, Hickory Corners, Highway 100, Silerton, anywhere in this area, Meaden, Deanburg, and now Pinson, crossing 45 Highway there at Henderson and Pinson. This is where the inflow notch is. This is what we were just looking at, folks, in the 5 Points area, and even South Jackson, Bemis, southeast Madison County, Mifflin, Luray, Huron, Beach Bluff, Middle Fork, Highway 197, folks in New Friendship, even in Jacks Creek, Highway 200, Jones Road, Harts Bridge Road, all of these areas that we're talking about in south and southeast Madison County. Get in your shelter right now, Mike. It would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, you don't want to sit around and wait on this. These storms are serious. Again, we haven't seen a lot of these down here in this portion of West Tennessee yet. I had mentioned a little while ago, Brian, that we had warmed back up to 78 degrees. Remember me telling you that just 10 minutes ago?
Right.
Well, right now we're at 69 degrees. So
Wow.
It changed that much that quick. That's that frontal system coming through, trying to push these storms through into this warmer air. So that's why we're seeing these storms intensify as they start to make their way through southwest Tennessee now.
I was looking over here at the Henderson Fire Department camera shot over here, and I'm not too sure what I was looking at off to the left. There was some lightning strikes. It was highlighting something, and maybe it was nothing, but it's not coming down a flood right now. It in this part of Henderson anyway. You can still see, the clouds that are backlit by the lightning and the horizon over there and the curve of the earth. And you can see how low the clouds actually are to the earth right there. And this thing is looking west. This is a new tornado watch. A watch. We'll address that at some point here soon. Right now we are watching the camera in Henderson, Tennessee, looking into this tornadic thunderstorm that Mike has been talking about here, and giving you updates here from southern Madison County all the way into northern Hardeman County, and now running into Chester County here. And now on the Doppler, Mike, we're looking at even more growth in this in this thunderstorm cell. We're seeing quite a bit of rotation. Now it's getting tighter. It's seeing here in the mid levels of the atmosphere, the radar is seeing some rotation, and now the Doppler is reporting an actual tornado signature again, 60 knot signature, which pushes that to 80 miles per hour of a possible tornado right here in the town of Pinson, community of Pinson. That's going to put it in Molesis and Henderson, between these two areas right here, which puts that on a direct path for Beach Bluff and South Jackson, Bemis. All of you folks need to be in your shelter right now. I can't urge you enough to do this. All of this East Madison County, Southeast Madison County, and the folks in northern Chester County and western parts of Henderson County, get in your shelter right now, because this is actually a growing storm rotation that we've seen. It has come out of tune. It was kind of sloppy when it left tune, but since then it's kind of tightened up a little bit when it hit the Madison County line and Zunmeeden, and you need to be in your shelter right now as we're seeing different levels of rotation and even a tornado signature on radar right now. Get in your shelter, Mike.
Yeah, you're talking about a storm that's also here in the next few minutes, over the next several minutes, going to be making its way towards the Lexington area as well. So anybody in those areas, go ahead and make your plans now to go ahead and seek your place of shelter. There's no guarantee that this is going to stay tornadic when it gets to you.
Maybe he'll bounce back in a minute. I think he's still.
It's just now making its way through just to the north and west of Henderson, or north and west of Henderson. That is going to keep. And like I said, Lexington, that'll stay a good sized town that is in the way of that. And we're still continuing to track that one, that tornado warning that's in line to come out of North Mississippi and affect portions of the southeastern portion of Fayette County and the southwestern portion of Hardeman County. So we're going to keep an eye on that one, of course, because that one's going to be making its way up towards the Middleton area, and then possibly between Bolivar and Selmer, and may come right through where I'm at right now. So we're going to continue to monitor both of those. They're active tornado warnings. The one that I just told you about, that's for Fayette and Hardeman County, that's till 12:15 a.m. The one that is coming out of around Madison and Chester County, that one is in effect until, let me see here, until midnight. Until midnight for that one. And I believe they will probably update that here in just a little while. All these areas, by the way, also are under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's just they have popped these polygons in there for tornado warnings as well. So we're definitely going to keep tracking that one. That one coming out of North Mississippi has got me a little worried there, Brian, because that one's looking more and more like it wants to come and knock on the door here.
Yeah, I've got it zoomed in here on Grand Junction in the Salisbury community along Highway 64 here. That's running. I keep saying the wrong one. 57 runs east and west there, and up through Michigan City. That's going to be Highway 18 that runs up through Grand Junction there. I'm keeping an eye on it. It's got a pretty good hook on it right there. Let's keep an eye on that there for a second, Mike. I'll go ahead and tell you as far as what this tornado watch includes, because they have released this one just recently. This goes until 6 a.m. This is going to be for areas that are North Mississippi, pretty much all of North Mississippi. This is going to also include Decatur County, and will include Savannah too, and McNairy County. So these counties are going to be in that tornado watch. A high risk for tornadoes, a moderate risk for EF2 plus tornadoes, severe wind. The wind, the actual 65 knot and plus wind, so 80 mile an hour winds, risk is low. Severe hail is still moderate, and the risk for hail that's 2 inches in size and up is on the low side. So either way, stay indoors tonight. Don't go running out into this stuff. This tornado watch again. So pretty much 3 counties in West Tennessee for this tornado watch. It goes until 6 o'clock of the morning. And there's that right there. And of course, the storm that we're looking down here at Holly Springs in North Mississippi, we're going to have to watch this. This stuff is going to be moving into West Tennessee pretty tightly here and pretty soonly. Mike, I'm looking right here at the at both of the wind products on here, and it's showing some pretty good spin. I don't have a radar confirmation of a tornado vortex just yet out of this particular storm. I did for the Henderson and the Pinson storm. I don't anymore. I do have 1 inch size hail coming up through that area right now, and that one is still holding pretty good and pretty tightly. It's not letting go. And you got to stop and remember too, gang, this is the front of the storm. It's where this line was blowing itself outward, out towards the east, and now has finally gotten here, and it's parts of the storm is on its upper, cycling back through again as it's getting this unstable air mass here in West Tennessee, and it's gaining some juice. So it's growing here just a little bit. Some points though here in West Tennessee. I want to tell you, Mike, that Pinson with the 1 inch size hail right now. I don't see a whole lot in the way on coefficient right now that would indicate anything. Beach Bluff, some large hail also at Pinson right there between Pinson and Melissa's community. That's would be Highway 45 there. Other things that I could tell you too, the hail core would be right there on the Madison County, Chester County line. That's going to possibly be near Harts Bridge Road area right there at the county line there. Now over to the, I'm going to go over to the cloud tops for just a moment here. Still looking at some pretty top shooters here, Mike. We're looking at 53,000 feet, especially over the Pinson and Henderson storm that we're looking at right here. This guy is still moving and grooving. It's 11:43. The last update we had on this tornado warning came out at 11:31. But the information that we're giving you here in real time is the most current information we can get. Now, the one that you were talking about in North Mississippi, Mike, tornado warning remains in effect until 12:15. Marshall, Benton counties, and then Fayette and Hardeman counties in Tennessee. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over, I beg your pardon, it was over Holly Springs, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that there in particular, locations include Ghost River, Canaan, Snow Lake Shores, Brody, LaGrange, Holly Springs, Hudsonville, Higdon, Gilton, New Canaan, Early Grove, Grand Junction, Michigan City, Red Banks, Lamar, Atway, Hamilton, Mack, and Mahon. So that's these communities down here that we're looking at in all of the southern part of Tennessee here. And I'm going to go back over to the radar product and take another look at this inflow notch, which is still showing up pretty decently just to the north of Henderson, Mike. Yeah,
Brian, you're probably going to have to give me a few minutes because I'm like losing you quite a bit right now with.
Yep. He dropped out. Was that us? Let's see. We're locked in 99 there. He's got some fade going on down there because the thunderstorm is moving into his area, so he's probably getting no telling what down the line from where he is right there. But yeah, this tornado watch also expands past Nashville. For those of you who are traveling this evening or in the morning or any time you're trying to drive in this mess, I wish you wouldn't. That'd be good. Maybe you can save your travel time some other time. But you're looking at the line stops about at Crossville as far as where the tornado watch is, and draw you a diagonal line all the way down to southern Middle Tennessee, about Fayetteville, and back up to the north and east up there, which will put you. I can't see what that little town is there in Kentucky. That would be London, Kentucky. London, Kentucky, down to Fayetteville, Tennessee. That's where the tornado watch. It goes also through Muscle Shoals down to Tupelo and back down just north of Greenwood, Mississippi, over to the Mississippi River. And again, only includes 3 counties in West Tennessee, and that's the southeastern most counties, which include McNairy and also Hardin County and Decatur County. And Mike, if you ever bounce back in or are able to bounce back in, just jump on in and say something if you want to get on up in here, and that'll be fine. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's for folks crossing the Tennessee River at I-40, and that could include Perry County, Humphreys County, and Hickman County. Still, folks are concerned with what's going on in Dresden because we've had quite a bit of activity up here tonight too. Well, all that lightning, yeah, that we still have. As you can hear, it's still here. It's all over the place. You're going to get some rocking and rolling thunder throughout the night, I'm afraid, gang. I'm going to bring this radar picture back out. The heaviest of the rain is over Beach Bluff right now. Lots of positive lightning strikes out in Pinson and over the communities Luray and Huron. In the Mifflin community, there's 5 points, Highway 197 that runs north and south from Henderson up to Beach Bluff. All of these areas, Luray, Jacks Creek, get ready. This is going to graze the northern part of Jacks Creek here in just a amount of, well, anytime. Let's just put it that way. Let's go back down to the North Mississippi tornado warning, which also includes, this is now from Holly Springs, this is Tippah County, I think that one, if I'm not mistaken. I think I am mistaken on that, though. Bear with us here. And that's Benton County, Mississippi. Of course it is. Tippah County is too far over. It is not in the tornado warning. Also, folks in Middleton and Hardeman County there, Fayette County and Grand Junction along Highway 18, you're in this tornado warning. Now, if you're listening all the way down to the state line tonight, we still have all kinds of listeners all over the Mid-South listening to us and reporting on this activity. Thanks for sticking with us tonight, by the way. Here it's at 11:48. We're going to continue this into the night, this wall-to-wall coverage. I'm Brian Thomas, also along with, excuse me, it's been a long afternoon right here. Mike Doles, who is in Hardeman County, where the tornado warning is actually extends up into his county. And he's kind of concerned with what's going on right here. And Mike, if you're listening or if you can listen or not, in about 30 minutes, roughly about 30 minutes, this rotating thunderstorm should be in your neighborhood, at least in the Middleton community, along Highway 125, and that's Highway 57. It has a tornado signature of 7, which is a pretty elevated number right there. Some of the more extreme cases would be 13s and 15s and things like that. But hey, you're halfway there at that point. So what we're watching here, I'm going to put it back on the wind product so you can see this good gravy of a mess down here. 69 knots right here at Snow Lake Shores and at Ashland. If you can see that, this is going to be doing some either straight line wind damage or is going to be doing actual tornadic damage down here. This is Ashland and Canaan and Michigan City. A tornado signature indicates by radar that this is a tornado for all purposes out there. And when you have the reds and the greens so side by side, that's of course, is a good indication of what's going on too. It was kind of loose and when it left Holly Springs, and now the radar is starting to see this where it's in Hudsonville. This is in North Mississippi again in Benton County. But why are we doing that? Because this activity is going to be moving up into Middleton and Grand Junction and Hardeman County here very, very soon. And the folks down at Grand Junction and LaGrange and Salisbury and these communities, be in your shelter right now. You all need to be in your shelter, especially with a tornado signature of 7 right there. Again, that's pushing 100-mile-an-hour winds, especially when you're looking at 78 knots. I mean, if not 100, then it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 100. 11:51, and a new tornado warning has just popped up. Let's get this to you right here. A tornado warning, or is this a continuation? This is that's not quite an update. No, there is a new tornado warning. Here we go. I can't access it. New tornado.
I've got it for you, Brian.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I think I finally came back in here. I was having trouble getting this connection because it keeps dropping out. Tornado warning, Henderson County, southern Benton County, southeast Carroll, east central Madison, northeast Chester, and Decatur County in West Tennessee. That's until 12:30 a.m. So 12:30 in the morning. That is a brand new tornado warning. It's basically an extension of the one that was coming out of the area of South Madison up through Meaden and that area.
Keep on there for just a minute, Mike. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. Again, that is a extension of that tornado warning that was in effect. The one that was coming out of basically the Meaden area. That is an extension of that one. Basically, they have extended that one and created a new polygon for that tornado warning. And again, that one will continue for about another 38 minutes. Now, we still have the one for Fayette and Hardeman County. It's the one I'm keeping an eye on for sure. That's still got 23 minutes to go. That signature is still showing a rotation in that possible tornado with that one. That one will go until I believe at about 12:15, I think, in the morning is when they said that one would expire. 50 miles an hour northeast movement right now for that one. That one stays in effect till 12:15, yes, in the morning for northeast Marshall, northern Benton, southeastern Fayette, and southwest Hardeman. So the Marshall and Benton County in Mississippi, North Mississippi, and Fayette and Hardeman counties in West Tennessee. And again, that one until 12:15. I have a feeling they'll either let that one expire or they will extend that one as well, much the same as they just did that one that was coming out of the Meaden area. So we'll continue to watch that one. I have a feeling they're probably going to extend that polygon as well. Again, the other one that they just extended, that is the one that expires in about 37 minutes. That is a radar-indicated tornado. The one that was coming out of Meaden, they extended that one for Henderson County, southern Benton County, southeast Carroll County, east central Madison County, northeastern Chester County, and Decatur County. Again, that will go until 12:30 in the morning. So we got still a long way to go, folks, and hopefully my broadcast equipment here will hold out long enough, because for some reason the signal just decides to drop out just every few seconds, and I hear bits and pieces of everything, so I don't even know if I'm still on right now.
You are on. You are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I got a 99.99 on you, pal. So you were just hanging in there.
Yeah, it was. It glitches just every now and then, and I'll get the digitizing, as we say, where I'll get like 3 or 4 words and then nothing, and then 3 or 4 words and then nothing. But yeah, that's kind of what I was going. And I'm sure it has to do with this fact, this storm down here, and it's traveling through the area where our electric department is down here. So that could be part of it, because that's where the internet's based out of as well.
Yeah. I was looking at your storm down there. We were talking while you were in recovery mode a few minutes ago, about 5 minutes ago. This storm down here, it's got it's not a defined hook, but it has a curvature to it, and it's enough to make the algorithms go crazy at the National Weather Service. So we do have a tornado signature, and for all purposes here, we're going to consider this as a tornado, and this is going to put it along Highway 5 in North Mississippi in Benton County. And that Highway 5 connects to Highway 72 that runs through the northern part of Benton County. So Canaan community in Michigan City. This is going to put it on a 15-minute track to roughly the Salisbury community, Mike, and Middleton. And this will continue on in 30 minutes, should be about at Highway 125. So you are in this neighborhood. I know you are. Like I said, this is happening in the next 30 minutes. I need you to be safe. So
I'm still getting kind of bits and pieces of what you're saying. I heard you be safe, and that was about all I heard.
Yeah, be safe. Bye. No, so, no. I was saying is that this tornadic thunderstorm down here, about 15 minutes, is going to be at the Salisbury community, and that's on an almost direct track toward you, is it not?
Yeah. If it goes almost just to the, I guess the western side of Middleton, and it's still on a northeastern track, yeah, it comes right through here.
It's going to put you where the crossroads of 125 and 57 cross, and about 3 miles up the road. That's going to put you, I guess, on the other side of Middleton community itself. That's the projected path of this in the next 25 to 30 minutes. So take from that what you can. This thing is showing a long curve, a hook on it now, 2.5-inch size hail with it. Still the tornado signature is showing. That's going to update here very soon, I know. And now this thing is starting to get some shape, Mike. And like I said, it had a little bit more linear look to it, and now it's turning into a hook, like something you would see on a 1962 Doppler radar. I mean, it just has more colors on it at this point. And this is currently north of Ashland, Mississippi. This is in Benton County. This is entering the state of Tennessee. Lots of heavy rain and probably lots of lightning coming in right down on the state line, Grand Junction and Salisbury community. Also, the core of the storm, it's on the south side, of course, the side you can't see. So yeah, if you need to find shelter, or if you're anywhere in southern Hardeman County, get in shelter right now. If you're in Grand Junction, go ahead and take shelter if you haven't already. It's about to run out to the end of the polygon, which, with the situation that's currently at hand here, they should issue a new tornado warning for southern Hardeman County, which that's bound to happen here now. It's set to expire at 12:15. It's 11:58 right now. You're listening to live simulcast activity of severe weather here on April 2nd, 2025, heading into April 3rd here at Talkin' West Tennessee, and also on the KenTenn Weather Network at ktweather.net, talk, the letter N, westtn.com, and also, I mean, you could check us out right here on these radio stations if you're in the vicinity of any of this activity. And we've got to get back up to our other tornado warnings here in just a minute at WNWS Jackson and WDXI Jackson, and also WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson. And anyone listening down the line who might be carrying this is a life-threatening situation right here. It's coming up on the midnight hour. We'll pause for 10 seconds for station identification. All stations up and down the line. 10 seconds. This is the KenTenn Weather Network. Now back here, I'm Brian Thomas, and we also have, is he still there? That's the question. Is Mike Doles, are you still here, or did you happen to bounce out?
We kind of come and we go.
Well, this storm is intensifying, and I'm telling you because you are in the path of this. The tornado signature has now grown.
Now we're edge of that. Okay, sorry about that, Brian. Like I said, I just come and go. I'm going to take a break for a minute until this storm probably gets past, and we'll see what happens.
All right, we'll ride this thing out right here. If you're on the stream, that's great. We have the Talking West Tennessee. You can search it on Roku and download it to your TV. Mike's going to go see what's going on out the front door here in a few minutes. The Canaan community in Benton County, North Mississippi, seeing 3-inch size hail. This thunderstorm cell, part of the long line that we've been watching march across West Tennessee, has now jumped into this pocket of unstable air here in the Mid-South. And now our tornado signature, which by radar definition is a tornado, has jumped up from what was about 65, 70 knots. Now we're up to 94 knots. So these are winds in excess of 100 miles an hour associated with this thunderstorm cell. If you're watching online, you can see the hook echo on the left side of the screen. On the right side of the screen, you're looking at the wind product where you can see the greens and the reds and the scatteredness of what's going on here. The Tupelo radar is very, very far away. I was going to check that out, but it's not close enough. So the back end of the Memphis radar is looking at the thing, and it's doing a pretty good job. It's hanging in there pretty good because there's not a lot of interference as far as extra heavy downpours and stuff between Memphis and this area right here. So we're getting a good eyeball shot, so to speak, of this activity. I'm going to try and switch this over to base and correlation coefficients and see what we have in the name of drops right here. There's clearly there are some drops. There's some activity being picked up here with a 51% drop inside this hook. And in these areas right here, still 75. We see 82. Anything usually below an 80s is suspect. So we want to kind of keep an eye on this right here as it's entering the Canaan community. This is North Benton County, Mississippi. And now this is a new tornado warning. We talked about this a few minutes ago. This tornado warning for Tippah County, Benton County, Alcorn County, and that's North Mississippi counties, into Tennessee, Fayette County, Hardeman County, southern McNairy County, and southwestern Chester County. At midnight, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Canaan. That's 18 miles northwest of Ripley. This is the storm we have on the radar right now. We're looking right at this thing. It is a major to do. Wake your friends and neighbors up, and mom and dad and everybody else. This is a big one here. This is a radar indicated rotation tornado, which includes ping pong ball size hail. So in these later storms that we've had here tonight, this is all considerations. This is probably one of the more intense tornadic thunderstorms that we've seen all night, and it's here at the midnight hour when temperatures are still in the 70s and the mid 70s across the Mid-South in some places. This storm is rotating off toward the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, a tornado indicated by radar with ping pong ball size hail attached to this. This is North Mississippi, and we'll switch over here and I'll let you take a look at the what's going on here. We have this right here is basically what the radar is trying to figure out. Hey, what's in this storm? So you have the bright red, which is hail, could be pea-size hail, could be any of the smaller sizes. Then you have large hail, which goes up to this ping pong ball size and duck egg and all of these other sizes, golf ball and things like that. But the radar is reporting roughly 3-inch size hail over the community of Canaan in North Mississippi. This is on a northeasterly track, and as Mike Doles, he was on just a few minutes ago, and he'll be back on as soon as he can, as he's going to take shelter. This thing is holding a definitive shape, a hook echo, and gang, it's textbook as far as that goes right there. Still basically a tornado signature of 9, which means winds are in excess of probably, I would estimate, probably 110 miles an hour inside this storm. This thing is really spun up. It's really tight here. And so we're seeing this right here. And we've totally, there's multiple tornado warnings now in West Tennessee. There was one issued until 12:30 was the expiration for the Benton, Henderson, Carroll, Madison, Chester, and Decatur County areas up here. that we're also looking at. Now, we're on the Memphis radar ball here, and we're seeing 1-inch size hail still in this storm. It seemed like after it went through Beach Bluff, it lost a little bit of its development a little bit earlier. There's still some pockets in here of mid-level rotation. You see these little solid yellow circles right here, and you see the impact of wind on the back end of this right here. Now, is that enough is there any major activity going on in this? Not particularly right now, but you are going to be experiencing some of those really strong winds too. So that tornado warning continues. It will go until 12:30. The National Weather Service, they took their focus rather off of this one because it's not showing a lot of intensity, I would say. The last thing, the update we got for this particular storm was at 11:50. That's the actual time it was issued. It expires at 12:30. So folks who are in Henderson County and in Lexington, and folks who are still out in the Beach Bluff community at this hour, let's switch back over to here. You can see the city of Lexington right here is a big old windbag along Highway 412, and here's Highway 22 coming down, and this is going to be pushing off into the Natchez Trace area up here in northeast parts of Henderson County. Darden, folks, between Darden and Natchez Trace, everybody get in your shelter. It's been way too nice of a day. If you're out at the state parks, get in your shelter. You are in the tornado warning, and this tornado warning will continue into Decaturville and into Parsons. Is a pretty big chunk of wind, gang. Lots of rotation right here. I say lots of rotation, maybe not so much rotation going on as it is just the updrafts. It's enough to generate some pea-sized hail, is what we're seeing right here, located on the with the little triangles on the radar picture here. So if you're listening to the wake mom and dad up, and everybody else, all your friends who might be in these areas, the entirety of Henderson County, Clarksburg, Parker's Crossroads, Wildersville up here, Holiday. Here we go again, Benton County, one more time. Let's see if we can get this slammed through the county here before then it exits and heads into Hurricane Mills and south of Waverly and over into Humphreys County, that area over there. Over here in Parsons and Decaturville, get in your shelter right now. Darden, you should be in your shelter. Anyone along Highway 412 and 641 Highway 69, coming out of Benton County up there. Anybody at I-40 from Parker's Crossroads all the way to the Tennessee River, get in a shelter. If you're driving a truck, find some shelter. Find the truck stop, closer to the river up there, your normal stop, and get off the road. This is a dangerous situation. So you've got to keep an eye on this stuff. This is this tornado warning that still includes the entirety of Henderson County and the updraft core. We'll call it the updraft core here. Major updraft and uptick in winds just to the north and east of the city of Lexington. Lots of looks like would be large hail right here, also in this particular area. And if you happen to go to that product, there is some degree of hail, but not as much as our neighbors back down here in Henderson and Chester County, who's getting a little bit of more of a thunderstorm, maybe a round 2 thunderstorm moving into Henderson right here. But we're going to head back down to Bolivar here, and our multiple tornado warnings that are overlapping Henderson County. Here's what's going on. Here's the Canaan community, where they had first reported the second tornado warning. The other one is going to be allowed to expire. This is 12:09. The last information on the old one was let out at 11:58. The latest thing we have is the actual warning that was issued 10 minutes ago. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, it said it was located over Canaan. We're going to switch over to Weather 1 and here in just a second, so we can get down to some of this activity down here. Even on Weather 1, gang, it's 81 at Corinth still. 79 at Selmer. Savannah is reporting 79 at this hour. 81 in Bolivar. That's the last update that we had, 81 in Bolivar. But that came in, that might even be a little older at this point, and quite possibly the reporting station got knocked out by the weather. Let's zoom down here. Salisbury Community, this is where the Hook Echo is. It's crossing the state line right now. This is Highway 57, East-West Road. Get ready, Pocahontas. Get ready, Middleton, Highway 125. Mike Doles, get ready. This thing is about to track up to your backyard, gang. I'm telling you, this is southern Hardeman County, and currently over the Hopewell community here in Hardeman County. Now, this thing, the new tornado warning was issued when it was over Canaan. That was this area back here, and then crossed Highway 72. Here we are here, the Brody community, Mount Moriah, all these folks down here in this area. And if you're in North Mississippi, the roads would include Hopewell Road and Salisbury Road. Then we cross the state line, and here we are. This is Cherokee Landing Campground. Take shelter now. Mississippi Road. These are roads in southern Hardeman County. These are south of Highway 57. There's a big subdivision. This is probably going to be the Cherokee Landing Campground and the Cherokee area in general right here that's south of Highway 57. Crestwood is one of the streets, one of the roads there. Brotherton Road is a north-south road right here. All of these folks, Rogers Springs has a giant hail core right here. This is Sane Road and Foster Road and Taylor Road. And then there's some rural areas out here in southern Hardeman County, which would include Farrell Road, Porter's Mountain, Bowden Lane, and this is Adams Way. Here's Highway 125 and Bishop Road. This is Mike Dole's back door right here, his front door, and where hopefully he will check back in with us sooner rather than later here in a little while. I don't mind him. I don't blame him, I should say. Going and find a closet to get into. He probably got his LA Rams football helmet on. And as you should too, if you're hiding in the closet or your interior room down here. This is probably one of the more intense and more well-defined tornadic thunderstorms that we have seen this evening. Prominent hook echo on this thing right here. I mean, this is basically textbook is what they would call that. I want to try and switch over to velocity for a moment. And unless you zoom out, it does get kind of muddy right there. I'm going to take it down a notch. And that kind of gives you an idea. Still, we're talking about this rotation. Hopewell community, good grief, get in your shelter right now. And if you're anywhere along Salisbury right here and these areas, so Doles will be somewhere right along here. This is Middleton. This is Highway 125. Here's 57. Grand Junction's over here. Pocahontas is over here. And wowee, the latest radar sweep that just updated here. Now we're showing some really, really super strong winds in the Hopewell community. That's going to put us at, 64 miles an hour going one direction right there. And then some of your opposite at 35. Let's see, that's 35. That's the same direction. So that's what we can discern from that. I'm going to go back over here. Now what we're seeing on, try and get both of these up at the same time. Don't get confused. We'll have three different things going on right here, but they'll be easily explained here in just a moment. What we're looking at here, we're on the right page. And if, by the way, if you're tracking this weather with us as it crosses into the state of Tennessee, KTweather.net, you can click on the YouTube link over there. You can also download the Talkin' West Tennessee app on your Roku device and watch this on your 75-inch big screen or whatever you watch TV on. You can also go to talkinwesttn.com and look at the live feed over there. If you're a Talkin' West Tennessee fan, we got fans, we got radio stations, we got all kinds of stuff, and we're staying on top of this stuff as best as we can. And I think, between Mike Doles and myself tonight, we've been on top of this, as like, for instance, right here. And he's not on right this moment because this hook echo is looming a couple of miles down the road from him. So he's almost up in this area where you see the arrow right here on the screen moving around there. Now, we had some new messages coming in too. This is severe thunderstorm warnings. Those take second priority. So we're going to back out of that. We're going to show you this hook echo. This is weather 2 over here on the left side. You see see this very strong rotation right here. And this hatched circle down here is indicating rotation at ground level, which means there's definitely something going on down here. The Doppler radar has seen this, and the Doppler radar has done the math, and it says, hey, there is a tornado right here that's producing up to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Possibly, if I do the math a little more, probably 85 right here. This is at the state line, gang. Coming out of Benton County, Tippah County. If you're in the extreme northwest Tippah County, you should be in your tornado shelter as well. Where's this hook? Okay, the inflow right here is along Highway 57. We're just south of Middleton. Just south of Middleton right here. Weather 1 on the far right on your screen over there is showing the most intense that you could possibly see right here. But Weather 2 over here has the much better picture that we're looking at. And when you put those bright reds and bright greens together and side by side, and you have a shear marker right here at the ground level, and you have a TVS, you have all of this happening right here. I mean, that's just is confirmation, by weather radar as it can possibly be. Now, we do have an update on this storm that was issued a couple of minutes ago. At 12:13, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 8 miles northwest of Canaan, 15 miles west of Big Hill Pond State Park, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Still reporting ping pong ball size hail and a tornado with this storm. This tornado warning goes until 12:45, so you have another 30 minutes. We have another 30 minutes together on this tornadic thunderstorm right here. I'm concerned about it. This is the one that has really blossomed up and shown its head tonight, and this could be the one that's probably the most concerning of all of them tonight, being that now the TVS marker has now moved across the state line. Now we have winds up over 87 knots. So the if you're in this area, good grief, take your shelter right now. That's 100 miles an hour winds in this hook echo, in this rotating thunderstorm right here. 1 1/4 inch size hail being reported by Doppler just to the south of Highway 57. This is 125 highway over here running north-south to Middleton all the way up to Bolivar. And this thing is moving. This thing is trucking it. And it's moving off to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. 50 is pretty good for this storm right here. I know that, and now we have some very strong mid-level rotation that was previously reported. Now our hail core is up to 2 1/4 inch size hail. So now we are still hanging in there with ping pong ball size or chicken egg size or whatever comparable size that you can think of as far as what the hail is here. Middleton community, we're zoomed in on this right here. If you're following along on the video stream tonight, thanks for staying with us and thanks for watching here. This is important stuff, and now definitely a life-threatening situation. And we're concerned for our pal Mike Doles, who's right here in southern Hardeman County and lives in the Middleton community. This is a beast, a monster of a storm. I can't describe it any better than that. The Doppler radar is working 110% right now, and now we have a tornado reported. Here comes the new information. At 12:18, a confirmed tornado was located near Pocahontas, or 11 miles west of Big Hill Pond State Park, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. This is what we're looking at right here. This is Middleton, the Pocahontas community right here. Zoom out, I'll show you. Here's the pink polygon. Pink polygons are not good, and definitely not in this case. So if you live in southern Hardeman County, south of Bolivar, Middleton community, you need to be in your shelter like a long time ago. You need to be there right now. If you're in the Pocahontas community along Highway 125, Middleton to Bolivar, all the way out here into the eastern parts of Hardeman County, you should be in your shelter now. Now, this thing, the Weather Service said it was in Pocahontas, and here we are. I'm looking over here at, this is over here on Weather 1. Here's 57 Highway, east and west, and this right here, I guess they're saying that you're still going to get a lot of high winds no matter what if you're on the west side of Highway 125. But right here, Pocahontas, there's 40 toward the radar. There's 60 toward the radar. There's 40 that way. That calculates to over 100 mile an hour winds right here in the Pocahontas community. Lots of positive lightning strikes here, slowly shoring up. And it appears that, let's see, get a lock on this on the reflectivity side of this. There is your textbook hook echo. Heavy downpour right there. Folks in Selmer and Bethel Springs and Hornsby, get ready for this. Of course, Michael Doles lives in Hornsby, and he is standing by or he is taking his shelter. The latest radar update just went through here, and now you have a purple core, which is going to bring our hail core up quite a bit. Of course, it's a couple of frames behind always. I guess it takes longer to calculate ice than it does rain. Big, strong hail core right here is what we're talking about, and the hail being reported back from Doppler radar on Weather 2 was 2 1/4 inch size hail over here in this storm. Now, the hook echo continues to hold pretty steady right here. There's just a slight bit of weakening, but the rotation is still there. Do not let your guard down on this storm. This is a reported tornado here in the Middleton community. And go back over to Weather 1 here for just a second. Let's get back into the wind product. This is the Pocahontas community right here along Highway 57, not too far away. To the north there is the Hornsby. We're gonna head over into Selmer here in just a little bit. So you're going to get into McNairy County very quickly. And folks who's going to be in Sulphur Springs along the county line just to the west there need to be in your shelter right now. Pocahontas communities we're looking at here just south of Hornsby. There's 60 mile per hour winds right there. There's 30 right there. We've just got rotation all over the place here, gang. And that's what they're calling right here where the tornado is. So this is a confirmed tornado. Latest information we had came out 5 minutes ago. We relayed that here on the radio and online. A confirmed tornado was located near Pocahontas. This was confirmed by Weather Spotters, a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado. And that's the business that we've gotten into right here. So at the crossroads of Middleton, Highway 125 and Highway 57, and now it's on its way off to the east and the northeast, and that puts people in Verney Kirk Road in that community right here. Also up that road, you'll find Arthur Bird Road and Teague Road and some other areas right here, Felix Taylor Road, lots of rural areas right here, Sulphur Springs Road. Then you get back onto Highway 57. And as this trails off to the east and the northeast, you're going to see Sulphur Springs community is going to be, you are under the gun, and you should be in your tornado shelter right now. Weather 2 over here, Weather 2 radar, and I've just left it up over here, it just seems like. So we're still reporting a level 7 TVS, and that's going to give us, bear with me, gang, that's going to give us maximum peak wind was 105 knots. That's going to be a lot of wind right there. If you get 105 out of that, that's going to put it at 120 right there. That's the max peak wind. The other typical wind, though, is if you do 70, it's going to be like 80 knots. So anywhere from 80, upwards of 80 miles per hour winds in this activity that you're seeing right here. This is a tornado. This is a tornado reported, and it has been reported by weather spotters on the ground. No new information in the last 5 or 6 minutes since the last update, but if you're in the Middleton community and you're right here on the county line, you're south of Hornsby in this area, like how Mike Doles is. Get in your shelter right now. It's too late to get in your shelter. Do what you can to get in your shelter. Again, like I said, this is probably one of the more intense tornadic thunderstorms that we've seen this evening. I will need to go back up north here to Henderson County for just a minute, too. Tornado warning continues, and this was updated about 5 minutes ago. Tornado was located near Natchez Trace State Forest, and it's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Tornado and quarter-size hail and radar-indicated rotation, and that would put you along Interstate 40 if you're driving a truck. If you're out there driving, get somewhere safe, because this thing is crossing Interstate 40 pretty much right now as we speak. There's also 1-inch size hail involved with that storm right there. Tornado warning for most of Henderson County, which includes Parker's Crossroads and Wildersville and Holiday, Tennessee. There's an exit up there, and 641 exit. That's Highway 69. It runs through Holiday right there, and the Tennessee River is right there, and it'll cross over into Hurricane Mills in that area there. Now back down to where the tornado is reported. This one again, we were talking to you just a minute ago about this is a confirmed tornado in Hardeman County. Let me get the thing brought up here. Tornado warning remains in effect. Of course, tornado warning continues also for the northern portions of Tippah and Benton County. But southern McNairy County, Chester County, and Hardeman County, you all are under the tornado warning. And this is, again, confirmed tornado. And I stress it about my dear friend Mike Doles, who has taken shelter, and rightly so, he should have, with a tornado signature of 7 and wind gusts anywhere from 85 to even on the extreme side, 120 miles an hour, which is a confirmed tornado. Some good mid-level rotation taking place right here, 2 1/4-inch size hail. We don't want this thing to grow. We want this thing to cycle down. We want it to lose energy. But as we were looking here at the radar picture over the last little bit, and this is a new tornado warning that we'll be talking about here in just a moment that is now being issued. Just trying to give you the heads up to, hey, look out, this is coming at you here in just a second. We're rewinding Weather 2 over here and playing it back, as you can see on the left side of your screen, and you see that hook echo staying really good, really tight and knit right there, all the way to Middleton. And now here it is at the county line, and that's going to put you south of Hornsby. That's going to put you again over in that community was Sulphur, or is it Bethel Springs?
Yeah, it's Bethel Springs.
Okay, all right. And there's Mike Doles.
I decided to rejoin the group because I have a feeling, and I've been watching this, and thank you for your coverage because you've been doing a great job. I've been watching it from the comfort of a closet. Mm-hmm. And I was watching that trek right now. It looks like it's going to be more towards Selmer, up towards Bethel Springs. So it looks like it's going to be well to the south and east of Hornsby as it makes its trek towards the northeast. So I think Hornsby is out of the because I was scared, man. I'm telling you, it's one of those things to where when you know that it is that close to you, and you look at that hail core that's associated with it, and then you got the tornado on the backside of it, and it was confirmed, by the way. There was a confirmed storm spotter seeing the tornado on the ground, and just to the south, and I think to the east of Middleton. So they did confirm that earlier. But, it looks like it's going to be traveling off towards the northeast, and it will miss Hornsby. But folks in McNairy County along Highway 64, get ready. It's coming your way.
And I'll add to that now Doppler radar is reporting 3-inch size hail in the hook echo of this, and it is gaining intensity here. This could be something really nasty. Now your wind speeds are now up to about 80, 85 miles per hour here inside that area right there that you're exactly talking about. Now, the new tornado warning that was just issued, and I was telling the truckers to get off the road if you were along Interstate 40 up around Holiday and the Tennessee River. Now you have a new tornado warning with very strong shear markers indicating very strong rotation in the upper atmosphere there. Mike, and this is going to include, again, Benton County and Decatur County. This tornado warning goes until 1:15. Tornado and quarter-size hail being reported by Doppler radar. If you are in this area near the Tennessee River, on the west side of the river, you need to be in your shelter right now, all the way up to, and precautions need to be taken from Camden and New Johnsonville all the way down to Holiday and Loboville right there across the river into northern Perry County, Parsons and Decaturville. But the really, really bad stuff going on in that tornado right there is going to be where this green blob is right here on the county line, and that's going to put it, that's Highway 69 there, and it will eventually cross Interstate 40 within probably by the time I end the sentence, because that is where it's located right now in the Holiday community. And then the river is right there. So folks need to get off the road and get somewhere safe. There's truck stops over there. Get in the truck stop and get in their shelters over there. But down here where this reported tornado, it's 12:31 right now. Let's see if there was new information right here. Tornado warning remains in effect. At 12:30, a confirmed tornado was located near Big Hill Pond. Moving.
Right, that's near Middleton. Yeah.
Okay, so it is on the county line then, right? So
that's going to be on the McNairy Hardeman County line. Folks, let me see. It's already gone through Pocahontas. Trying to get my bearings. Okay, here comes another one in.
And that's perfectly all right.
I think that's part of the a brand new tornado warning that is in effect now. This is one that encompasses the one that we were just talking about. This is also for Hardeman. It's going to be for southeastern Henderson County, east central Hardeman County, McNairy County, Hardin County, southeastern Chester, and southern Decatur County in West Tennessee. That's part of that tornado warning that I just had down here in Hornsby. They have now elongated that polygon and have extended it through those other counties. So anybody in the McNairy County area, that hook echo that's showing that tornado that, again, storm spotters confirmed that earlier, that tornado is headed towards Bethel Springs. So if you are in the line of that, make sure you seek shelter immediately. That's going to be crossing over not only Highway 64, but then it's going to go on up and cross over Highway 45 as well as it heads up towards Bethel Springs.
Yep, and the rotation, the center of that rotation right now sitting on that county line.
Right, and it just keeps on trucking. And we also, I noticed there was another one, southwest Tennessee. You're not out of this yet, even when those go through, because there is another tornado warning that is coming out of North Mississippi that is, I guess, Hernando, Senatobia area. That is another one that is trekking towards the northeast, which may again affect Fayette and Hardeman County. So, they just keep on coming. The hits just keep on coming, Brian.
I'm sitting here and I was calculating the winds. We're looking at 116 mile an hour winds at Senatobia right now in that tornadic thunderstorm. I don't know if there's any spotters down there or not, but clearly in Tate County, that's where Senatobia is, and just to the south of DeSoto County, you're looking at some very, very strong winds. When you have that strong winds right there, it's not maybe not even a well-defined hook echo, but maybe it is. It does have an inflow notch, and we'll call it that. There's got to be a tornado right there, but they have not reported one visually as far as that goes. Now, the spotters, again, the one that has just come through your county, Mike, and now into McNairy County. It's on its way to Selmer. It's just outside the city limits at this point. And Bethel Springs, you right along that highway right there, 45, you need to be in your shelter a long time ago. And I'll tell you that the winds are already pushing up into the mid 80s right there in this hook echo. It's still showing very intense rotation right there. And again, weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. You need to be in your shelter. It says hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Doppler radar at the last scan anyway was reporting 3 inches, which is you can't rule it out. We've had some big hailstorms like this off and on during the night anyway. Last update here, you're still showing some really good rotation, Mike, and as this thing is crossing into McNairy County. And I'm afraid
actually right around Highway 64. So people in the Rose Creek area, that's going to be just inside the McNairy County line. That's where the center of that rotation is, around Rose Creek, between there and the city of Selmer. They're just going to keep on tracking northeast. That's going to put it right around Bethel Springs. So between Henderson and Selmer, you've got to worry about this as it heads on over and winds.
That's right. And the last shear marker that has just now appeared.
Thank goodness we don't see anything else coming out of North Mississippi.
Yeah, for the moment, right?
Yeah, how quickly things can change.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. I can't believe that, one thing after another, it just keeps tracking and it just keeps manufacturing, I just keeps building on top of, the next storm. It's sharing that energy as we've been talking about tonight. In the last radar scan, the Hook Echo that we're looking at here now entering the city of Selmer, we're still looking at winds up around 90 plus miles an hour, just inside that inflow notch right there, and where this hook is. This hook is it was really textbook a while ago, Mike. I know you've been watching it, but it's still maintaining its shape fairly well right here now. Of course, you see a lot of greens on the outside of this thing, so she's very well rain wrapped. That's going to make some things difficult unless you're on the south side of the storm looking north. That's going to be a problem for you. Now, the most intense winds, we're seeing 91 knots that way, and we're seeing, I'm looking at the peak winds over here where these things are, 91 knots that way, and that's going to give you, let's see, there's 23 that way, so 91 and 23, 90 and 20, that's 100 and what, 110? So when you do 110, that's 126 mile an hour wind. That's just right here on the city limits of Selmer. Folks, get in your shelter. Get in your shelter.
You're talking about 2-inch diameter hail too. So if you can imagine, you go to the store and buy a good sized lemon or a good sized lime, that's basically what you're looking at. You're looking at hail the size of a lemon or the size of a lime. That is going to be smacking down on you. And again, this thing is making a beeline for Bethel Springs now. It looks like it's going to skirt to the outside, the eastern side of Selmer. Like I said, it probably went up through the Rose Creek area. That's who's getting affected right now of Highway 64. It's going to head into Bethel Springs, and a lot of large hail associated with that. I don't know if you got a look at that hail core that is just to the north of that Hook Echo, that Hook signature for the tornadic area, but man, that's a huge hail core in that one now too.
I've got new language coming in right now. At 12:37, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Selmer, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You are in a life-threatening situation. If you're in the city of Selmer, get in your shelter now. Bethel Springs, Adamsville. All of these areas out here in McNairy, if you're in McNairy County and points northeast, get in your shelter now. Stantonville, just do it anyway. This is new. This is updated information from weather spotters on the ground. The National Weather Service says a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Selmer. At this point, it would be on top of Selmer. It would be coming into the city limits. We're looking at the returns on the Doppler over here. So this is going to very well indicate that these winds are in the city at this point. 3.25 inch size hail. So that's 3.25 inch size hail. And those giant lemons that Mike Doles was just talking about right there.
Baseball size again now.
Yeah, baseball size. So, and these rotating winds, okay, it is crossing Highway 64 in Selmer. Let me get over to this product over here.
Yeah, the one I'm looking at, it looks like it's crossing right there, Highway 64, just about where there's a bypass, a 45 bypass. It's basically 45 and 64 combined. There's a bypass around the city of Selmer. That looks like where it's crossing right now, at just about that junction.
Yeah, that puts you at Irvin Hester Road, and this is going to be Cherry Avenue. Cherry Avenue is going to be on the right of Highway 45. Highway 64, where the positive lightning strikes, it's going to be right there, exactly where Mike was talking about. And this is going to pass to the, it's going to pass really on the north side of the city, I guess, or at least not parallel this thing, Mike, as it's trying to push off to the northeast and the east at the same time. Selmer is going to get a smack. This is a confirmed tornado, so folks, I can't say it enough. Get in your shelter at this point. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was confirmed 4 minutes ago. Here we go, entering the city of Selmer, McNairy County, a confirmed tornado warning. That is the most current language that we have on this particular storm, Mike.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like I said, that hail core is extremely huge as well. This is a very quick moving storm too. There's not a lot of distance between Bethel Springs and Selmer. It is almost, Bethel Springs is kind of to the north and west of Selmer. So if this thing went through the outskirts of Selmer, say to the east a little bit, it's going to be going right through the outskirts of Bethel Springs as well, just to the east of Purdy. So yeah, you've got a lot of little communities in those areas that nobody really ever talks about. You know, they just know they exist. But Beauty Hill, Good Hope, Purdy, those kind of areas, that's what you're going to be seeing this storm going through, all the way up to near 40 Forks. Like I said, I know this area, grew up here, born and raised in this area. So you folks in areas like that, get to your place of safety immediately and stay there until this storm is over.
So the corridor along Highway 45, where it joins up to Highway 64, what I'm seeing right now, in doing the math on this, 126 mile an hour winds. The hook echo is still very prominent right here. We're at 3-inch size hail. Bethel Springs is getting all kinds of large hail right here and along Highway 45 between Selmer and Bethel Springs. This is going to roughly put it in the north part of the city, between Highway 64 and Highway 45, at least according to what the Doppler radar returns are showing. Again, these winds are packing a punch. Converted these things as 120 to 125 mile an hour winds associated with this storm, Mike. And you don't really see this every day, but the thing is, there's spotters on the ground and they're reporting this stuff in and trying to pass it along as fast as possible. This is very important information to be, handing off to you, especially when you have an active tornado on the ground in Selmer, in McNairy County, a tornado on the ground. Now, there's quite a bit of wind in the north part up here now, picking up in Bethel Springs, some updraft activity going on. That's going to be causing some of that large hail, and that's going to be causing 100-knot winds, putting it at about 110, 12 miles an hour. On the north side of Bethel Springs, as this thing plows through Selmer, and it really is. There's no joke about it. You can't mistake it. The thing on the radar, it's just there. And if you're in the path of this activity, please get to a shelter right now. I'm going over Morris Chapel, and Milledgeville, Saltillo. Let's see, these folks, Sardis. If you're out here in this giant area of the Polygon, this will take you all the way to Decatur County and across Highway 22 eventually. And Finger, Tennessee is in, even though they're on the outer edge of the Polygon, still go ahead and take your shelter there. Morris Chapel in Bethel Springs, Highway 199, and of course Highway 45 there. This is where it's crossing here in the city of Selmer. The Purdy community on the other side of Selmer is tennis ball size hail. That was the word that I was looking for earlier. That's 2.5 inch size. That was at least the last thing that was observed there. We continue to keep our eyes on this tornadic thunderstorm right now, Mike. You can't get away from this thing right now, and it's just kind of horrifying to see this thing on the radar. I mean, it's a bully of a storm. I don't know how else you can describe this thing, but still the winds are still maintaining pretty good. Now I'll say this much: the hook itself has lost a little bit of shape in the last couple of frames. I sure hope this thing gets absorbed or something, so it'll go back up in the clouds and leave us alone. These folks in the Selmer don't need that, but we are seeing a shortening of the hook. I'm still seeing quite a bit of here, just on the opposing side of the wind, 103 knots. That's not calculating the winds going toward the radar on this here. That would, if you did that, that would probably put it at 120 knots. And if you did that, that would make it 138 miles an hour in the rotating part of this storm, which is now pushing its way between, Selmer and Bethel Springs. Lots of intense wind associated with this area right here, Mike. I don't know if you're still hanging in there, but I mean, good grief. I'm going to switch over to the hail core in a minute. If you pick this thing up for a second. And he is out at the moment. So
sorry, Brian. This thing keeps cutting out like every few seconds. I know it has a lot to do with these storms that are coming through this area, but I can hear you for about 10 seconds, and then I lose you for 10, and then you come back for 10, and it's just a product of what we're dealing with these storms.
Yeah,
living down here in the country.
That's right. I get it. I totally understand. And I was just telling them about the massive hail core that we have. It just encompasses the city of Selmer and Bethel Springs and the Purdy community. We're looking at 2.5 inch size hail that's going to make a tennis ball. And now the latest update with the winds, so that's showing some mid-level winds. And I was looking at the max on that. Now it's not as impressive or as intense as what that was before, but and like I said, the hook has kind of cut itself back a little bit. It doesn't completely wrap around like the hook echo that we were looking at earlier in these radar pictures. But looking at the wind profile over here, now we're entering into that dead zone. While this storm moves, there's still some good strong rotation there in the city of Selmer and off to the north and east now that it's north of town, and this is going to put it to the east of, I'm not sure if there's a community right there or not, but it's going to put it to the south and east of Bethel Springs, and that's going to be that right there. I'm going to look around here for just a second. I don't want to get some of these things to get away from us.
Let me let you know about this other tornado warning that has popped up.
Yeah.
This is part of that same one that was coming out of North Mississippi. They have added a new polygon to this one. Tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. It's another one of those. It is a observed tornado. And again, a damage threat considerable. 1 3/4 size, which is golf ball size hail coming out of this. Now, this is part of that same tornado warning that we were telling you about earlier in North Mississippi. Right now, it is a warning for east central DeSoto County in northwest Mississippi, northwestern Marshall County in northwest Mississippi, and northeastern Tate County in northwest Mississippi. That's till 1:30 in the morning. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Independence, or 11 miles southeast of Hernando, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Again, that's that system we were telling you about, that warning that is coming out of North Mississippi. Guess where it's headed? If it stays on the same track of going northeast, that's going to take it into southern Fayette and back over into Hardeman County again. there you go, Brian. Here we go again.
Everybody gets at least their round 2 for the night. At least that's been the way it has been all day long. But this hook echo up here on Bethel Springs, now we're showing 2.5-inch size hail. That's still tennis ball size hail, and 66 knot winds. One way there's 71. I'm trying to figure out where the peak winds are, and the radar has updated once again. I'm going back here and looking at the mid-level. Now we're seeing mid-level rotation. I'm not seeing lower-level rotation or surface rotation, so to speak. But what we are seeing is kind of a disintegration of the actual hook echo itself, where it's not tightly hooked. Now it's just kind of an appendage. And you'll notice that on a Doppler radar update, if you look at it, it's kind of pointing off kind of to the south and the southwest a little bit. It's lost its hook shape. And when it does that and it starts trying to flatten out, that's good. Now, don't let your guard down. Reported tornado warning continues here for all of McNairy County and into Hardin County and the communities of Saltillo, Scotts Hill, Sardis, and up through Decatur County as well. There's still very, very strong winds being reported back to Doppler radar among all of this activity here. And we are looking I was actually looking at a radar picture here. There's one we're hitting 85 knots that direction. And the peak wind on the other side, not very impressive at the moment. So that's going to put us at about, if you total those two together, about 100-mile-an-hour winds, still affecting parts of McNairy County. Now, specifically between Adamsville and Bethel Springs, and that's going to put you along Highway 64, running yonder way all the way up to Highway 22. So,
brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. This one also coming out of North Mississippi. This is basically to the east, just barely to the east of the one that we were talking about a moment ago. This one is in effect until, it looks like just about 1:30 in the morning. Mm-hmm. This is a tornado warning for DeSoto County in northwest Mississippi, northeast Tunica County in northwest Mississippi, northwestern Tate County in northwest Mississippi, and south central Shelby in West Tennessee.
Got it update.
This is another one of those, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over North Tunica, or 16 miles southeast of Hughes, moving northeast at 40. So that's right beside the tornado warning we told you about just a few minutes ago.
And I told you on this McNairy County storm, do not let your guard down. And here's what happens. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Adamsville. This is language from the National Weather Service. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Adamsville, Savannah, folks at Enville and Saltillo and all up through all of these areas here. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris is going to get you if you're outside. Again, at 12:50, so this was about 2.5 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. The spotters are still on this storm that's now between Bethel Springs and Adamsville. It's going to affect Adamsville. Now, basically, 7 miles northeast of Selmer, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground at Adamsville, Mike.
Yeah, I'm losing you again. That's
okay.
This is driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy.
I understand, man. That's it. So, yeah, that's what we have right now. If you're in Adamsville, Crump, go ahead and get in your shelter. Let me move back over to Weather 1 for just a second. I just kept both of them up on the screen over here this whole time because just switch from one to the other. It so far has made it easier that way. Let's see. There's Selmer, and we needed to. What are we looking at here? We're looking at the right thing, but it's going to be right here. There's Purdy. There's Highway 199. There's Morris Chapel. There's Highway 22. And that is, this is right out here. Morris Chapel, Milledgeville, Enville, and Hinkle is also in the path of this. Lebanon, Shady Grove. There's Mount Zion. There's Morris Chapel, Leapwood, Mud Creek. All of these areas being affected right now. A large and extremely dangerous tornado in McNairy County. It's about to run into Highway 69, Highway 22. Out here's Route 224, 199. All of these state highways and county roads and all of these rural areas. Mud Creek, for instance, there in Milledgeville needs to be taking shelter right now too. Hinkle and Sardis. All of this area here, Center Point, Lula, that's up Highway 22. It's a little far north right there, as this thing is kind of on that track. So it'll eventually make its way into Liberty and Saltillo communities on the current path that it's on. And its last radar update right there is still moving fairly fast, and that is 20, we'll call it 27, and there's 64. Let's see, a little bit strong. So we're still pushing over 100-mile-an-hour winds when it's totaled all together, Mike. We're sitting here at on Highway 22, about to pass through this particular area here. Good Hope has already gotten hit by this. 40 Forks, Beauty Hill. I'm going to go back over to Weather 1 for just a second and get an idea. We're at 98, let's see, in excess of 98 knots going that one way, so we're still over 100 miles an hour. Even with all of the terminology that we're getting out from the National Weather Service right here, tightly wound, 90 knots that way, add that to another 15, and that's going to make 105 knots, which translates to 120-mile-an-hour winds in Adamsville right now. That would be along Highway 22. It will eventually cross Highway 69. These join up at Highway 22. This is out in the country north of Adamsville, out in these areas here. That's the current information that we have here. It's 12:57, and the latest, of course, came from the National Weather Service not too long ago, and we've already brought you up to date on that. And I'm going to tell you a couple of things. We got to get back down into North Mississippi very, very soon.
And I think I'm about to lose power here because the lights are flickering big time. I've got a big storm that's just over to the west of Bolivar that is right on top of me right now, so I may lose power any minute.
Understand. And we'll stick with this right here, too. Want to tell you, thanks again for following us here on the Facebook page, Talk at West Tennessee, and also online at ktweather.net. Still quite a few visitors and so many people who have tuned in tonight to see what's going on in West Tennessee, what's going on in their neighborhood. So, thanks for making us your source for all of this stuff. And it is stuff, and it's a lot of mess. The weather pattern got really messy this evening, and it got very severe, very quick in a lot of places, and we're not done yet. You're watching the KenTenn Weather Network. You're watching Talkin' West Tennessee. Don't forget you can download the Roku app for Talkin' West Tennessee and watch it on your big screen if you'd like to do that. We're also broadcasting live at WNWS Jackson, WDXI Jackson, and WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson. That's all Talkin' West Tennessee. River to river, border to border, and here we are. I'm Brian Thomas. Mike Doles is also, he is here and he isn't here. I have dealt with the thunderstorms earlier tonight. I didn't have as much activity, nowhere near as much activity as what he's running into there in very southern West Tennessee in Hardeman County. I will tell you this and bring you up to date from the information that I know, being here that it is 1 a.m. now. We're running the 1 a.m. hour, and this is going to be, we're talking about Byhalia and what is this, a double polygon? Here is a double polygon over these two areas. 2 tornado warnings. Let's see, that was a continuation of one at 12:51. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Independence, 13 miles south of Olive Branch, Mississippi, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This will eventually affect, again, Grand Junction, as Mike had been talking about last little bit right here. I'm looking at tornado signatures. I was just looking at tornado signatures with the number 10 on them, which is indicative of winds in excess of 104 knots, making that about 112, 115 miles an hour right there. Really strong stuff, and this is a tight couplet down here. I'm seeing surface rotation just to the north of Independence. The language, again, from the Weather Service, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. This was indicated by radar, so if you do happen to go over to the coefficient product right here, you can definitely see the drops in the radar along this thunderstorm activity right here, which would be in and around. Now, base velocity is always going to kind of give you a better idea because you see how tightly wound the greens and the reds are right here, plus a clear mid-atmosphere rotation shear marker right here that we're looking at, plus 2 tornadic. The algorithm has told us that we have one that's about roughly 90 knots, 90 miles an hour wind out of that part of the storm. Down here on this other end, we're still looking at maybe 70. So a couple of different pockets of rotation here. The strongest right here giving us roughly 82, 83 miles an hour as far as what's just right here in this couplet. This is a really tightly wound couplet. Again, Doppler radar confirmed this tornado as what we're talking about here in North Mississippi, which is on its way to West Tennessee. I'm going to let's bring us back up into West Tennessee. We're just trying to give you a preview of still what's to come tonight. It's 1 o'clock on April 3rd, 2025. I'm Brian Thomas. Alongside is Mike Doles, who and here's new information from the Weather Service issued 2 minutes ago. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Morris Chapel, 8 miles northwest of Savannah, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Weather spotters, that means people on the ground, see this thing. Morris Chapel. Now, people in and around Morris Chapel, that's Highway 69, Sibley Community, Lebanon, Chalk Road, for instance, right there. White Oak Creek, a little waterway that runs up through there. Also, other folks in the neighborhood here, Holtzville, Shady Grove, Five Forks, Hinkle, if this thing is moving off to the, takes a little bit more northern turn. Otherwise, Saltillo, the town of Saltillo will receive some of this too, as well as the Farmers Union Landing. We're getting closer to the river here, gang, pushing our way into, these are all northern portions of Hardin County here. And, I mean, for all purposes, this is now a Hardin County tornado. This is a confirmed tornado, as Morris Chapel is on the Hardin County side anyway. But along Highway 69 in Hardin County, this is where we're looking at this activity right now. Again, I'll repeat it again. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Morris Chapel. This is what you're seeing on the screen with all of these bright colors right here. This is moving off at 50 miles per hour to the northeast. So again, where's the polygon drawn? It's so Saltillo and Sardis. Looks like if that last image was correct, if I saw that right, Sardis has a very good chance. It's gonna reach out and grab you here, folks. In Sardis, Hinkle, Shady Grove, Liberty, Cedar Grove, down in these counties. This is going to now put you back into Henderson County, the Liberty community, and again, Saltillo and Sardis, Shady Grove, Hinkle. You all should be in your tornado shelters right now. If you don't have one, your interior room, the lowest level of your house, it could be an interior closet in the middle of the house. Get in the middle of the house though, and even in a bathroom, if that's the case, whatever you have to do to stay safe and get out and away from all of this activity here. So I tell you what, let's see here. Bear with us here. And let's see if we can do something just a little bit different, because we can get him back. I'm going to get him back on here. Yeah. Mike's experiencing those southern West Tennessee internet issues, which happens. That's what happens when you live about 45 miles out in the county, and that definitely can cause a problem, especially with your internet connectivity and trying to stay on top of these things. But he is going to be right back. I'm Brian Thomas. Here it's 105 at Talking West Tennessee and online at ktweather.net, where we're still streaming going on. We are at 9.5 hours. We have been locked on here doing wall-to-wall weather, it would seem like. We've been here working pretty hard this evening and still trying to keep folks up to date on things. Lebanon Community, Morris Chapel along Highway 421, Lebanon Loop, Highway 69, Five Forks, Shady Grove, all of these areas I'm talking about. Saltillo, the city of Saltillo. Sibley folks out here in the northern part of Sibley and Holtzville. Get it in your shelter. Get in your shelter right now. Let me get you an update on the tornado warning and all of the rotation and the stuff that we look at here. The last update I had was 5 minutes ago, so this is just a slight bit old. To confirm, large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Morris Chapel, and that was as of 5 minutes ago. So where is it now? I'll show you where it is now, and I'll also show you that where it's gonna be. It's still holding pretty tough. It's hanging in there. So if it's over Morris Chapel, it's over Lebanon Community. It'll be over Shady Grove and Hinkle communities. That's what this green and gray area is right here that we're looking at on the radar. That's Highway 104, Sardis and Liberty, and even Cedar Grove and Red Walnut and Montgomery. And we're looking at Highway 202. Eventually, it'll get up there to you. And then now we're looking at, if you zoom out a little bit, this is the southern tip of Henderson County, which we're getting into, where Sardis is and Liberty, and then Saltillo still in the northern part of, Hardin County there. Liberty Community over, quite possibly even Darden later on here in just a little bit. Trying to roll the radar back enough and far enough here to kind of clock this thing. So when we put this thing in motion and slide it forward, we do have one moving about 2 o'clock off to the northeast. And it's been pretty consistent with that for a while here now. So with that particular motion right there, Sardis, again, Liberty, Lickskillet, and Bath Springs would be the estimated locations on these things in the communities that they're about to get into. Now, let's go back up here and cover, let's see, that's across the Tennessee River. We do have some other things popping and hopping right here. There's again, quite a bit of lightning activity back in Henderson, Tennessee right here. What's going on in Henderson, Tennessee? I'm not entirely sure, but I just jumped the camera up there again at the Henderson Fire Department one more time, and something is taking place over there pretty good. We'll have to check out the reflectivity on the radar and see what all the action's about. But we just happen to be sliding the radar backwards a little bit and getting a little bit concerned about the tornado that's down in Holly Springs and Byhalia. I'll get out in a minute. Byhalia. And kind of get you an update on some of this other activity too. Now, it is 9 minutes past 1, and at 1:06, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Morris Chapel, 9 miles northwest of Savannah. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Again, that puts, this is actually a Nashville Weather Service tornado warning, but they are using the confirmed language in here too that was confirmed by weather spotters. So what they're doing is folks who are in the area along the other side of Decatur County and the other side of Hardin County. So that'll put you in Wayne County, Perry County, Linden, Tennessee, Hickman County, and Lewis County. All of these folks who's over in this area and along Highway 412 and 100, and I'm receiving another tornado warning. We'll check this out here in just a second. I'm still looking for some new information on what we do have. That's the only two. This is going to be a new tornado warning for Fayette and Hardeman County. The National Weather Service in Memphis has issued northern Marshall County and northern Benton County once again in North Mississippi. They just came out of this just in the last just the last 30 minutes, and now they're kind of getting round two as we get Mike Doles back on the phone with us here. Mike, here we go with tornado warning number 3 for you, I think.
I haven't seen it, and I may not want to know about it now.
You may not.
I see it now. Yeah, I see it now, just now popping up on the radar here, showing a tornado warning, radar indicated 49 minutes before it expires, and we're talking about basically northern Marshall County. So this is another one of those coming out of North Mississippi, affecting Fayette and Hardeman County, those two counties here in West Tennessee. And I was talking about those a little while ago. It looked like we were about to see the exact same thing that we saw a little while ago. That was coming out of North Mississippi. Now we got the same thing again. It's trying to come up through Fayette and Hardeman County. This one's got more of a direction for me this time, though. It's one of those where I think it's going to get me if it can. It's the way it looks.
Yeah.
Because this one's got more with that northeastern trek. That's going to be more inside the Hardeman County line than over into the McNairy County side this time.
I'm looking on the Doppler right here at the hook is very well defined in here, and in this particular storm, which it was well defined. Just because it went away for just a second doesn't mean that it's not there. I mean, clearly we saw that in the McNairy tornado a few minutes ago as well.
Right.
It's still showing a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Spotters on the ground. This one here is a TVS 9, which showing 110 plus mile an hour winds at Red Banks, between Red Banks and Sladen, Mississippi there, and Marshall County. Now, back out of that, let's go back up here for just a second. I need to touch on Savannah for a second. I say that was 1 a.m. Some information that came in. Spotters are still on the ground, going after this storm that has been impacting and wreaking havoc through Adamsville and down through, McNairy County tonight, and Bethel Springs and Selmer. We don't know the extent of the damage. I haven't seen any damage reports yet. Normally they're echoed onto my screen over here, and I don't see them coming in yet. But Saltillo, this thing is right on top of you right now. But the problem with this is now we're getting a little bit even further away from the radar ball, and so we're roughly in between all three of the ones that can actually see something. Looking here at Decatur County and crossing into Perry County, we're going to have to rely on these spotters, to cross the river bridge and all of this stuff, to keep an eye on this stuff, especially if it goes off into Middle Tennessee, which it has now. And Nashville has issued that confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado warning for those counties along the Mississippi River in Middle Tennessee. But the one that still continues now, the tornado that's over Saltillo here in North Hardin County, showing 2.5-inch size hail. That's going to be tennis ball size again. Looking at winds 110 miles an hour, showing up especially right there. And as far as the latest information, there is information on this tornado warning. It remains in effect until for the next 15 minutes at 1:12. This was just released, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles southeast of Sardis or 10 miles north of Savannah, which puts it in Saltillo, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirm. They continue to confirm this life-threatening situation, of a tornado that is on the ground. This is one of those long trackers, Mike, that that, the Weather Service always talks about it gets everybody concerned. And this is something to be concerned, because this thing is, making all kinds of damage as it goes along this path. And it started way back. It started way back in Hardeman County. So, yeah, if it travels 30, 40, 50 miles, that's considered long track. And that's what we're dealing with.
Down in North Mississippi. This thing has traveled across a couple of states now, and it is now crossing the Tennessee River as well. So, it's and I have a feeling that several of these storms are going to do the same thing. They're going to wind up being these long track tornadoes. They're still getting fed by that moisture that's coming up out of the south with that warm air. Right now here it's 72 degrees, but about 30 minutes ago, we were in the upper 70s. So it kind of fluctuates back and forth. You get that energy, it feeds the storms. They feed off of it. They move off. Temperature warms back up again. Then here come more storms firing up, like the ones we see right now that are also still coming out of Mississippi back into West Tennessee.
I just happened to glance over at Weather One, which is we're feeding both radars into the stream at this point. I looked over at Weather One, and I'm going to zoom in down here on Holly Springs and Byhalia. That's going to be very indicative of a tornado if it hasn't already formed and is actually on the ground. So this is the tornado warning. This is the one that's scheduled to meet you at your front door here eventually in the near future. And we're looking at winds there, 51 miles an hour that direction and 40 that way. I mean, they're clocking roughly 90 mile an hour winds in the Byhalia storm right here, just south of Highway 72 in Marshall County. I believe I'm in the right county. But this is the storm that has a track. It's on its way to Moscow and LaGrange, and here we go with Grand Junction again. Into the night we go, Mike, and this sucker has a lot of energy in it. It's definitely got the wind profile set up on it right there. Golf ball size hail I saw was just also reported with that. Let me give you a quick check on all of the stuff that's coming in here, especially this tornado warning right here. It's not part of the new polygon, but what they have said here is it's 10 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Red Banks. That was near Holly Springs. The new tornado warning polygon that was issued 7 minutes ago, it has not been updated, but we're going to continue to watch this because we're looking at yet another hook echo, and now we're seeing a TVS 9. I don't know what the scale is on TVS. I think it goes up to 20 or 25, but it's to the point where the Doppler radar can't tell how fast the storm's moving anymore as far as circulation goes. But we're still looking at winds at 110 miles an hour between Red Banks and Sladen. And this will impact the state line, Moscow, Grand Junction, and Michigan City within the next 15, 20, 30 minutes here. And the tornado warning that we're still dealing with, trying to get it out of West Tennessee, is over here north of Savannah. And the latest information that has come in there, it came in about 5 minutes ago. It's still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. The spotters are on the ground looking at it. It's producing tennis ball size hail at Saltillo and up through Scotts Hill and these areas here. It's just about going to be out of the area. And then we'll possibly have to deal with some activity out of what's going on over at Henderson, Tennessee. We saw a lot of lightning in a shot that we took 15, 20 minutes ago that we took live here. I'm not entirely sure that Henderson County is not going to be completely out of this stuff with this storm that's, I don't know, it's just kind of lingering over here. It's kind of like a root canal that needs to be, taken care of or something here, because this thing is just, these storms are just hanging on. And, when they talk about, we're going to get long track tornadoes and all of this stuff, we think, it's going to do it in the daytime, especially when they bump the time up, Mike. But, that's not the case today. We have once again turned into another North Alabama situation where all of this stuff happens in the dark, but our intense storms are falling onto the calendar tonight, and as we've headed now into, this is what, Thursday, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's Thursday. Still seeing that strong rotation between Red Banks and Sladen there in North Mississippi, Marshall County, which looks very similar to the other storm that just went through there an hour ago that we're still tracking as it crosses the Tennessee River, and it looks very much the same as the other one was. We're still in supercell mode, even though this is a linear storm, Mike.
Yeah, and I'm kind of hoping that this storm does almost the same thing that the other one did. Once it got into Hardeman County, kind of took a more easterly direction instead of a northeasterly direction, and kind of steered it away from where I'm at. So it's a possibility it could do that, but who knows with these storms right now, because one thing about them, they are not very predictable on their intensity, if they're going to stay that way, or if they are going to take just a true northeast direction, because they kind of flip-flop a little bit back and forth.
I was looking at winds 87 mile an hour away. We'll round that up to 90, and there's 65 right there. 90, 10, 11, 12, 15, 155 mile an hour winds. This storm that's along Highway 72 in Marshall County, as far as I know, has not been clocked. Yes, it has. It's been upgraded just now. I was fixing to say has not been clocked as any kind of a tornado, the naughty word, but it has been upgraded a step. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was over Sladen, 10 miles north of Holly Springs, moving northeast at 50. This is a particularly dangerous situation. I was just sitting here looking at this radar, and I said, it's still got a pretty good, now it's got a U-hook on it. It's definitely got strong rotation in it. I mean, just by glancing at the radar, you can see that now. But I was looking at the radar weather one over here. I was like, I'm surprised because I'm calculating these winds. It was up to, there's 78, there's 80 going that way right there. And over here to the other side of it is 65. So that makes 145 miles an hour. So this one may very well be even stronger than the Selmer and the Adamsville tornado that we were just looking at, Mike. This thing is now crossing Highway 72 in North Mississippi. There's 70 right there and 83 the other way. 78 is 50. Now we're up to 150-something mile an hour winds on this tornado that is should be tracking. Let's see where it is. This is tracking up to I'm trying to get you an idea. Grand Junction is in the path of this, so will be Michigan City. This is a very broad storm. If you're in these areas in southern West Tennessee, Moscow, along Highway 57 or even Highway 18, Grand Junction area, Salisbury, once again, Hickory Valley, get in your shelter now. This is a particularly dangerous situation of a tornado warning that is once again entering West Tennessee. Already seeing now we have a tornado emergency. This is the second one on the night. Let me give you the details, Mike. Tornado emergency for Sladen. Tornado warning remains in effect until 2 a.m. Marshall, Benton, Fayette, and Hardeman counties. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was over Sladen, 12 miles north of Holly Spring, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is Sladen right here. We've just been kind of picking at this thing for a little bit. It's also over on Weather 1 on the right side of the screen over there if you happen to be watching this stuff. Tornado emergency for Sladen, a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. A tornado emergency. This is the tornado moving into southern Fayette County and southwestern Hardeman County. This would be Moscow, Michigan City, Grand Junction, Sladen has a tornado on the ground. Again, I'll repeat it again. Large and destructive tornado. That's the language from the National Weather Service. You are in an official tornado emergency. Take cover now. Get underground. Do whatever you have to do to get out and away from this storm. You know where you are. You know where Sladen is. I mean, detour whatever you have to do to get away from this storm, get your pads and your football helmets on quick, because this thing is crossing the state line right now at Michigan City in Fayette County. And this is going to be all kinds of stuff coming in here. Mike Doles is still with us, and he is in Hardeman County, who also falls under this tornado emergency eventually. So what's your take on it, Mike?
I'm hoping that it goes away. That's what I'm hoping. Because that's got a much more defined line towards the area I'm at than the other one did. If it continues to move to the northeast the way it is right now, that's going to be basically on a direct path, very close to Hornsby. It may miss a little bit to the east, but it doesn't look like it. So this is not a pretty picture for me, for sure.
No, this is big stuff right here. And look now, the earlier storms were moving off at 60, 65 miles an hour. This particular stuff has slowed down a little bit. It's the slower ones that you really, 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 I mean, in my opinion anyway, the ones that you might, your attention might be drawn to. As far as that goes, I'm gonna give just a general. I don't know where the thing went off to. I'm gonna give a general track on this thing, if it'll let me. Yeah, this is a tornado emergency. We're looking here, North Mississippi and southern West Tennessee, and this activity goes until, I believe it was 2 a.m. So we're putting a track on this thing as best I can with the polygon, 50 miles an hour, and this is where it's slowed down. Okay, so 45 community, as we put this track on it, LaGrange, all of these people need to be jumping into your shelters right now, keeping your streams playing right here as best as you can. Grand Junction, Salisbury, Hickory Valley, Van Buren, Middleburg, Lisbon, Bolivar, Hebron, Lacey, Shandy, Searles, Hornsby. And this is all within the next 30 to 45 minutes. Pine Top, Silerton, Rose Creek again, Robertson, Masseyville, and Deanburg again, all within the hour. Boy, look at that couplet on the radar right there, Mike. If you're following along over there, that's just to the north and west of Lamar community, again on Highway 72. This will be crossing Wolf River, it's a tongue twister, Wolf River Refuge out there. I'll get it out in a minute. LaGrange community, let's put it that way. 45 community, Moscow, Grand Junction, again up Highway 18, and again back into your neighborhood, Mike, Hickory Valley, Van Buren. Keep driving up 18. I'm seeing 81 temperature. This is still a little bit old that's coming from probably one of those rural airports out there. Now, if you look up towards Oakland, and some of these things have not updated in a while, and I guarantee you some of the storms have probably knocked them offline as far as what we're getting as temperatures here. If you do check in at Bolivar is reporting 67. Dew Point is 67. That makes a humidity of 100% when you put those together. So Bolivar is still juiced up and ready to go for more storms. I'm afraid this thing is going to eat up some more of that energy up there that we've been talking about, Mike. About time it crosses the state line here in just a few minutes. But who is in the direct path of this is going to be LaGrange, Hickory Valley, and all of your neighbors there, Mike, there in Hardeman County. Yeah.
I'm debating on whether to get in the car and go to Selmer.
Well, yeah, exactly. You may have to, because what I'm seeing here, if I'm just being honest about all of this stuff, I mean, I'm seeing a very intense debris ball. It's been holding together since Byhalia. I mean, as far as that goes, I bet that's Holly Springs right there, isn't it? Just south of Byhalia. So this thing has been going on for the last hour. Like you said, this is one of those long track deals that come out of East Arkansas. Is this the one that came out of Tunica earlier?
No. There was another one farther to the east of that.
Okay.
Let me get off here and figure out what I want to do, because this is getting too close to home. And I'll give you a shout back.
I don't blame you. I'll be here, and
right,
see you. Bye. Okay. There's Mike Doles, and we're going to drop him right there. It's 1:30 at Talking West Tennessee. I'm Brian Thomas, and Mike Doles is with us, and he will be with us as best as he can. He's trying to get out of the way of this thing. I'd do the same thing. If it was the case, I'd leave the buttons on, and he could just run the show, and that's how we do it. But we're sticking together on this. This is a severe weather event we have not had in a long time, with tornado emergencies and all the terrible language that comes with all of this, as we're watching yet another tornado move from Highway 72 and roll up into Tennessee here in Fayette County, coming into the 45 community. Let's see if there's any new language on these situations now. It's not that hard to run across them. At 1:30, that's the time now. We haven't had an update out of that storm yet. Oh my goodness, and some quite a few rotation markers, and this is off of the Memphis radar. We're seeing all kinds of wind down here, prompting these TVS signatures. This would be in DeSoto County and Tate County, Mississippi. Again, another area that's already been hit once or twice tonight by tornadic thunderstorms. And here we go, West Tennessee once again. Now we have this tornado emergency, Grand Junction, Moscow, Michigan City, and Hickory Valley. And being how that some of these areas like Hornsby, where Mike Doles is, and he lives out in that community, go find some safe shelter in Bolivar. I don't blame him for running up the road and getting somewhere substantial and, getting out of the way of this. We continue to show some really strong shear associated with this, and not just that, but a hook echo. Looking for some new language from the National Weather Service. They do have storm spotters on the ground with this activity. I will tell you that this is the only tornado warning in West Tennessee that we have right now. And I was commenting earlier, maybe about 15 minutes ago, before this actually took place here, we might see some activity out of the some stuff that was going on up in Chester County about 20 minutes ago. We were looking at a camera. Now it might be 30 minutes ago. We were looking at a camera, and it was just all kinds of constant lightning. Lots of activity going on up here. And again, this might make round 3 or 4 for this portion of Henderson County in the last 24 hours. It's not just the flood. Look, we have plenty of flash flood warnings, so many, as a matter of fact, I could not possibly deliver all of these to you. Large drawn polygons, some of them from border to border, it appears, and then some of them are around other places. Just turning on the flooding polygons like that. Right there, take the radar away, you can see where all of the heavy rain has been getting dumped all evening since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So that gives you an idea of flash flooding. That's not the end of it. We've got plenty more where that came from over the next several days. Let's see here. Do we have new information on this tornado warning? We still continue this tornado emergency for Sladen, Mississippi. This is North Marshall County. Now this tornado warning will continue into southern West Tennessee, which would be the Moscow community and the Grand Junction in Michigan City. And for everything that we can tell right here, all of the elements are still in place. The wind profile over on Weather 1 is still showing really, really heavy winds right here at 60, 64. The peak winds is kind of what we're looking at, because you have to put those together and calculate them. We're gonna round up to 70 roughly to kind of give you an idea of this area of rotation. That's 70 that way. That's 70 the negative way. So we'll call it 130 to 140 mile per hour winds just to the west of Michigan City. A lot of positive lightning strikes, cloud to ground going on here, LaGrange and Moscow community, as this sucker rolls across the state line just to the north and west of Lamar and to the west of Michigan City. LaGrange, Grand Junction, this thing is on another path for Hickory Valley and Salisbury community. We just come out of this about, I think it was about an hour ago, at least at this point. And strangely enough here, as far as all of the activity that we've been experiencing tonight, this Mississippi, Tennessee tornado emergency, what we're seeing right here is the only one active in West Tennessee and North Mississippi at the moment. The other tornado reported that we watched exit Decatur County and Hardin County over there, that one has pretty much exited West Tennessee. It's over across the river. It's over in Linden in that area now. And so also, if I do this right, so the only other tornado warning in the country is Jessamine County and Fayette County, Kentucky. That's way up around Louisville and those areas up there. We're going to go back to the phone here and get our pal Mike Doles back on the phone. How are you? Are you doing what you need to do?
Mike Doles decided to go to Selmer.
Well, hey, that's a good idea too, because Bolivar is probably not a good idea now that you think about it, right?
Yeah, well, plus the fact that line, that storm track was going to be, it looked like more of on a beeline to Bolivar and Hornsby, which would have put it on a track right at my house. And I watched that other tornado, the one that came through to the southeast of me. That one had more of a line to go east of Hornsby. The one that we're looking at now, that tornado emergency, has more of a line towards the area of Hornsby. So I decided not to be in the line of that.
I suggest that's a great idea, Mike. I think you did well on that one. I was estimating some of these Doppler radar winds here. We'll call that one 56 one way and call this one, 70, 56 and 70. So 12. So 125, 130 mile an hour winds. This is coming into Grand Junction right now. LaGrange and Grand Junction tornado emergency continues. There was some updated information. I'm trying to get a hold of that, get my hands on that. Let's see. And perhaps it wasn't. There's a slew of, now that I see there are 3 separate tornado signatures on radar now, which indicates, hey, there's a tornado here. One is an 8, one is a 6, and one is an 8. So what that means, you have roughly 100 mile an hour winds right there. It looks like a tornado to Doppler. Again, right here, the 6, this one has about 70 mile an hour winds. And again, here's another one reporting 81 knots. That's going to put it roughly 90, or at least high 80s there. So, yeah, this thing is saying 3 times over, hey, I'm a tornado. This is a big deal, and this is the big stinker of the night. We are crossing the state line at Michigan City right now, tornado emergency, which continues. They haven't updated the information that they released at 1:23 this morning. It's still going to continue, tracking across Hardeman County, Fayette County first. But folks in Hardeman County, get out of the way of this thing. Folks in Grand Junction need to get in the basement as low down, even below the ground as possible. LaGrange, it's kind of slowed down a little bit, Mike. What we're looking at is, these things were running 60, 65 mile an hour earlier. And now this thing it's slowing down, and the ones that slow down tend to churn and a lot more, they kind of sit over an area a little bit more than what they should, and cause a little bit more damage too. We don't want this. We don't want this for anybody, but everything that we can tell here, Mike, this thing is, it's slowed down. Now, if they'll get some updated information here, we can get a motion on this. But right now, the core of this storm is forecast to kind of pass near Hickory Valley, which puts it on the edge of the polygon here in just about the next 15 minutes. Which that means it'll the Hook Echo will pass over Grand Junction and will ride up Highway 18. So it's probably good that you did get out of Hornsby and Bolivar and those areas over there. And I do have this information to pass along to you. Confirm. Now they've downgraded the language just a slight bit, but the tornado emergency remains nonetheless. At 1:39, that was just now, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was over LaGrange. 18 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving northeast at 60. So now she's picked up a little speed. And then maybe she pick up a little speed, it'll get out of here a little quicker. Now that's, knock on wood, let's try and do that. Nonetheless, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Now is radar confirmed tornado that is now officially in West Tennessee. Tornado warning continues for Fayette and Hardeman County. And as it is now exiting very northern Benton County, Mississippi, it is now a full-on Tennessee tornado, and still looking at all of this intense wind, Mike. So it does look like it's going to somewhat ride Highway 18 up a little bit, all the way to these areas along Hickory Valley and Bolivar, Mike.
Right. Yeah, I'm look for any damage that may be up this way too, because we had that one tornado that did go through just north of Selmer, right there, just about the intersection of Highway 64 and Highway and the highway going north. So I'm going to be looking.
Needless to say, there's definitely some issues with communications around there in southern West Tennessee tonight. The internet and all kinds of, look, when you have this much destruction taking place and services getting disrupted, you'll lose internet, you'll lose cell towers, you'll lose all kinds of stuff. And since Mike was talking there for a minute, even a new tornado warning has been issued. And this is quite interesting. Now they have issued a regular tornado warning for the tornado that we were just looking at. Now, Mike, this is going to interest you. A tornado warning: Fayette, Hardeman, McNairy, and Chester County, which will go until 2:30. So just a few minutes ago, they have the Doppler radar reports a large and extremely dangerous tornado was near LaGrange, 60 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving northeast at 60. Even in the regular tornado warning, they're going to say this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now, because they know this thing is still packing a Hook Echo on it, and it's still packing quite a bit of wind and upper level rotation here. And we're looking at two different tornado signatures on radar, about 60, 65 knots there, and another 65 to 70 to the other side of it. And I should say this activity, this really tightly wound activity, this couplet that we're seeing in the red and the bright green over here, with the very high winds is associated with this, showing up on the radar picture with like a minus 60 there, and over here is a 74. It's roughly 140 mile an hour winds. This thing is still holding together. And the tornado emergency, it's 1:44 now. Let's see, it looks like we missed this report. Did we? No. I'll say it again. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was over LaGrange at 1:39 a.m. And the latest tornado warning, a large and extremely dangerous tornado, was near LaGrange. So it's basically 16 miles southwest of Bolivar. It's on its way. It's got the pedal to the metal doing 60 up Highway 18. So people in Hornsby and along Highway 125 again, relatively the same areas that we have seen here come in tonight. Needs to be taking shelter like immediately in Hardeman County, and still getting all kinds of reports coming in here. This is a tornado warning. I wonder if this is the same one that we're looking at here, or have been looking at rather. A lot of these things take priority. We're still looking at all kinds of very tightly wound air right here, and again, where you see this couplet here, it's at Grand Junction and Salisbury. This is the tornado that they're talking about. This confirmed tornado, large, and this is just to the south of Hickory Valley. And so all these folks between Bolivar, Hornsby, and Middleton up Highway 125, you are in the path of this, and you need to seek shelter immediately. Right now, that's the only tornadic activity that lives in West Tennessee at this hour. Mike, I know you're traveling down the road and trying to get out and away of this. How far away are you from Selmer?
Looks like probably about another 3 or 4 miles.
Okay, so you're good and far out away from this thing then. That's good.
Just to the west of Selmer.
That's good. So Mike Doles is still in the house.
I did go through an area, Brian, that had a really, really horrible gas smell. Now, I don't know if that was something maybe that had been damaged with the storm that came through, but I mean, it was so bad. It was, well, there, and now I'm passing vehicles that probably are headed that way. A lot of flashing lights. It's almost like there was a gas rupture of some sort back that way, because it had that horrible gas smell to it.
Yeah.
And was going to be just about in line to where that tornado would have come through. And yeah, here I've got all kinds of lights and everything up here. So,
and probably going to see more.
Yeah. There ain't much doubt about that.
I'm still tracking this Hook Echo, Mike, and we're tracking this here on KTWeather.net, Talking West Tennessee Facebook page as we continue into the night. We're at 10 hours, 17 minutes. So, that we've been doing this. I want to tell you that this Hook Echo Doppler radar is now returning at a level 10. So now we've got into the teens here, and maximum winds, we're looking, was up to 131 knots, I guess is where it was clocked at that point. And what the thing actually returned was 106. So that gives us 121 miles an hour, but the peak winds that was inside the thing was 150. Now they may upgrade.
Brian,
go ahead.
Let me interrupt you. We've got some pretty serious damage coming into Selmer.
Okay.
They have got Highway 64 blocked off heading into Selmer right now.
Okay. Highway 64 is blocked off.
Yes. Okay,
so I'm going to take us back over to Weather 1 for just a second, and we're going to go.
You can hear the sirens. You listen real quick. Well, they just went flying by me going on the off ramp. I pulled over to give these emergency crews room to get by.
Where on Highway 64?
And everything.
Sorry, where on Highway 64 are they blocking the traffic from coming in?
Right here past that intersection that I was talking about, the intersection of where 45 and 64 both meet.
Okay, that would be right here then. So you cannot even get off of Highway 64 then.
You're not going to make it into Selmer going up 64. No.
Don't travel Highway 64. And with that being said, you can't tell what's going on Highway 45. As far as you know, the traffic's blocked over there too.
Well, 45, and I've got ambulances and everything going everywhere here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and they're all headed around back towards town. So apparently something was hit in Selmer.
Yeah. Right.
And like I said, I can't see much past all these lights up there. But definitely not going to be driving back towards Hornsby
no.
anytime soon either.
No,
so,
you just best be right there, and hopefully, I mean, looking back off to your south and west, you should probably clear this no problem. And I'm going to look to your south right down there below you. There's a little thunderstorm, but nothing really super major going on there that, as far as we can tell. The big thing is going to be this one, also right here. This thing has got to be doing some dang damage, Mike. This thing is, like I told you, this thing has got a punch to it right now. Let me see if we get an update on it. I can't get an update on it. Again, a tornado warning continues. Fayette County, Hardeman County, McNairy County, and Chester County. This goes until 2:30. And this was the latest tornado warning. And what we can clearly see on the radar, gang, if you are watching this here in southern West Tennessee, this tornado is tracking off to the north and east. So that means, folks, Hickory Valley, Hornsby, folks, South Bolivar, and further on down the line, you'll be getting into, that would be southern Chester County and possibly Bethel Springs, and then even possibly even affecting McNairy County again at Finger, Tennessee. So those are just some estimates. We are looking at about tennis ball size hail in the storm. Once again, with some very bright returns showing up on Doppler over here as 122 knots that way and 51 that way. If you compile those together, that would make almost 175. Well, I mean, no, that's not. You don't compile those together like that. That would be insane win right there. 51, 122. So yeah, that's that. If you did 175 knots, I mean, that's 200 miles an hour. This is the storm that we're looking at to the north of Salisbury, Mike. This is to the east of Hickory Valley. And these are some of the brightest returns that we've seen. That's 51 knots again. Like I said, 51 and 122. This was higher than the one that we saw coming through Selmer. So this storm could even have maybe now we're up. Okay, stand by on this one here. This is now Doppler radar is estimating 139 knots. That's what the Doppler radar is returning 130 knots as a tornado signature. So this is a confirmed tornado, and now we have extreme wind at the surface also being reported, and those things are just bright off the scale, man. I'm telling you, we're up from 150 to 170, knots. That's going to be pushing on up into like I guess just under 200 miles an hour. I mean, we're way over some hurricane force winds here. So this right here storm at Hickory Valley is a very dangerous storm. Get in your shelter, gang. If you haven't already, Bolivar, Hornsby, Middleton, all of Highway 125. This is going to be a monster storm. Now this is 153 right now. The latest information that we have on this storm is not a lot. There's no spotters out here on this particular storm in Hardeman County, south of Bolivar. And I don't have any reason to believe that Doppler radar is going to lie to us. But here's what we can tell you, though. The storm that moved out of West Tennessee, still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Linden. So that one is still ongoing. But this one right here, we don't have any new information other than what's on Doppler radar. I'm going to bring up the coefficient product over here. And let's see what we can see on that. And there is a huge drop of things floating in the air. This will be along Highway 125 to the west, putting it between Middleton and Hickory Valley with a tornado signature of 13. Again, it's a tornado signature of 13. Look, gang, anything more than a 4 is considered, above weak. But once you get up into these double digits, this is dangerous stuff. And we have rotation reported by radar at the surface. Doppler radar continues to report this. They have not. Now we have a tornado reported. Okay, here's what we need to pass along to you. They have updated the tornado warning. This is for McNairy and Chester County. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was 8 miles south of Bolivar, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. A particularly dangerous situation, once again, is same area that we keep going over and over, Mike. We keep talking about this, but the radar doesn't lie, especially when it's only about 50 miles, 60 miles down the road from you. So it's looking directly into this hook echo over here on the radar, and we are seeing major drops in right here in the neighborhood of this thing, indicating there's stuff flying around in the air just to the north and west of Middleton, Mike. I got to take a drink anyway right here. We're coming up on ID time here in just a moment, gang. 1:56. Let's see what other information we have available to pass along here. This was we just told you this information just a few minutes ago. The only active tornado warnings that are reported, confirmed tornadoes, would be this one right here in southern West Tennessee, and also the one over at Linden Perry County. So that's what we have going on here. Low-level rotation, real strong stuff reported at the surface, which is on approach to Highway 125, closer to Middleton, but I would say, I'm going to pull it down just a little bit. Sorry about that. Just between Bolivar and Middleton, specifically where there's major drops indicating there's something floating in the air. Stuff being tossed up in the air, and definitely spinning around with this rotating thunderstorm, for lack of a better word. And we put it back over here on the other wind product, and we can see those 62 knots right there, and we see some peak winds over here of 40. There's 50 right there. That at least makes 110 knots, pushing you at about 125 miles an hour. Just here on the lower tip of the hook echo, this tornado that is passing to the east of Hickory Valley now. It's coming very awfully close to Bolivar and Hornsby, and Highway 125 is where it is located right now. Let me get you some exact roads of where this is taking place here. This is going to be right here. This is a Hebron community. There is, I just saw 105 miles an hour being reported that way. And let's say 101 and 15 and 20. There's 78 right there. There's now that's updated on me. Bear with me, gang. There's 112 miles an hour that way. And we slide over here. There's 55. There's 62. So that's pushing 180 mile an hour winds. This is in the Hebron community. If you're listening here, Searles community, Porters Creek, Hebron, Searles Road, Peavine Road. We have a tornado on the ground here and winds in excess of 150 miles an hour, gang. You best be in your shelter right now if you're in Porters Creek or anywhere in this area. Still getting some severe thunderstorm warnings, but that takes way less priority than this right here. The Hornsby community, Hornsby is definitely going to be on the track of this. So folks along Highway 64 and in the areas of the Hatchie River right here and Hornsby Loop, so some of the subdivision areas in this neighborhood, folks, make sure to get in your shelter right here. This is pretty tough meat. Coming back from the National Weather Service's Doppler radar, 112 one way, and total that with the other one, that puts it about 180. This is off the scale, man. I hadn't seen anything like this since, well, ever. If I'm being quite honest with you, this is very impressive stuff. It's very dangerous stuff. It's not stuff to play with. So when I say get in your shelter, get in your basement, you much drop in the correlation coefficient there. The hook is still maintaining pretty good. The hook is almost on approach to Hornsby here. Let's put that back over on the wind for now. I'm going to go back over to weather 2, where the hook continues to churn, and we still see these very bright returns. There's 60 knots there. We're looking at 60 and another 60, so there's 120, and this is going to be just to the north, maybe a mile north of the Middleton community, maybe a couple miles north of Middleton. Has to be. The wind gust coming out of that, the max winds, again, 114 knots. At least the last time that the Doppler radar had scanned it, that's going to put you at 130 miles an hour. So there's that to report, and I'm getting confirmation 2 different places of 114 mile an hour winds, at least that inside this portion of the storm. Now we're up to 3 1/4 inch size hail being reported by Doppler radar between Bolivar and Hornsby. This will be along Highway 64 right here. And let's see, it is 201 right now. The last information we got was at 154, and I believe I already passed it along to you. I'm going to tell you this, though. You're watching KenTenn Weather Network, weather updated here wall to wall with Mike Doles. I'm Brian Thomas, and we are tracking this stuff.
Brian,
go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I tried to go around Selmer on the bypass 45 south to take it around, and it's blocked off there too. So you're not getting into the city of Selmer from the west side. So I'm watching way ahead of me up there, probably about a half mile up the road. There is nothing but highway patrol, blue lights, emergency personnel. I don't know exactly. I would say that's probably where that tornado track came through here around Selmer, but they have got the city of Selmer approaching from the west side blocked off. You will not go in that way.
Selmer on the west side is blocked off. Do not attempt to even try the back roads, the side roads, as far as we know. And as far as we know, 45 could even be impacted here too, with all of this activity that has come through in the last hour. It's prompt all this. You said that there was a gas smell about Rose Creek. Is that what you said?
Yep. Yeah, pretty close to that, and it was a very, very strong gas smell. I saw a lot of emergency personnel headed back that way as well, so that could have been part of that situation. It looked like utility company personnel, but then again, like I said, once you started to get into Selmer, they have 45 and 64. 45 loops all the way around. It's like a bypass that goes around Selmer, but that is blocked off on the south side. And then if you try to stay on 64 and go directly into Selmer, that's blocked off too. So you can't get in from the west side of town.
No entry on Highway 64 on the west side of town going into Selmer. Lots of activity going on over there, and that's where Mike Doles trying to get out and away from the tornado emergency that we have been experiencing. And now, Mike, I have to tell you this again. You are now under another tornado warning, and I'm going to fill you in here if I can, please, and appeal to you and everybody else who's concerned here with this. It's 204 WNWS Jackson, WDXI Jackson, WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson. Okay. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was 9 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar confirmed tornado. Yes, clearly we can see this on here. and we know that the winds have been over 150 miles an hour inside this tornado. Locations impacted include 40 Forks, Hornsby, Rose Creek, Pine Top, Bethel Springs, Masseyville, Woodville, Chickasaw State Forest, McNary, Lacey, Silerton, Hickory Corners, Montezuma, Bolivar, Hebron, Robertson, Purdy, Shandy, Finger, and Selmer. So I hate to say it once again, Mike, you better find a place to, well, let's see. What can you do? Exit to the southwest as best as you can toward Raymer if you can.
Can do that. Can't get out there.
You can't get out there. Okay. Well, it might be a bumpy ride. Now, what I can see from at least my vantage point here is this thing is going to track. Looks like it's going to go to the Tri-County area where all of the counties meet there, the county line. I'm thinking that, or at least my thinking is, if this thing stays on a northeasterly track like it is, it will barely graze Selmer. Now, that's a little premature to say that because it looks like it's about at least whatever the distance from Hornsby to Selmer is in your mind is going to be how far away this thing is from you and from Selmer again. But Bethel Springs, here it comes again. It's in Hornsby right now. I'm still seeing quite a bit of rotation and activity and all kinds of unwanted, weather stuff going on here, and still quite a bit of wind, Mike, involved in all this. I'm seeing 100 knots, pushing 110. If I look at it over here on the Doppler, right there, standing alone by itself, there's 104 that direction. The peak wind over here is 120. That's going to put me at 120 knots and roughly up to about 130 some odd with some change miles an hour wind that is located inside this storm, which is at Hornsby right now, Mike. And this thing, like I said, it's kind of east and it's kind of northeast. So it's going to follow along this polygon, at least the southern part of this polygon, all the way to Bethel Springs. We know that for a fact. That this is the track that it's going to take. 2 3/4 inch size hail that's a little bit bigger than a tennis ball is also involved with this activity here. And not to feed the flames here or anything like that, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for the exact same area, Grand Junction, Michigan City, and Sladen and Moscow, with tornado signatures on radar right now, and 3 1/4 inch size hail, which means this is another round of what they've already seen. And it is in the process of trying to develop some kind of inflow on the south end of that storm, just to the west of Michigan City. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. We are seeing some pretty strong mid-level rotation in that storm. So this thing continues, and it continues again. And now areas in McNary County are... and not just McNary County, but Hardeman County are getting hit again. Here comes double whammy as far as all of this activity goes. And this confirmed tornado that we were looking at here, 202, is when that information came out. It'll confirm large and extremely dangerous tornado. And this is for Hardeman, McNary, and Chester County. And it does indeed look like it's going to hit all 3 county lines at once. And that's going to put you, if you're looking at right here to the north, well, rather east, about 2 o'clock off of Hornsby. So to the northeast of Hornsby, right there, where all 3 county lines are, and just to the south of Silerton, this is going to be a thing that folks in this area are going to have to endure for a little while longer. And even if it is round 2, and this thing is slated to go through Bethel Springs, it looks like, at least that's the trajectory that this thing is on, Mike. I know I'm doing a lot of talking here with all of these things that's taking place, but I'm emphasizing over and over the importance of look, if you were in the shelter to begin with, you don't need to come out now and come out of that shelter, because the threat has not passed. there is another threat on the way. We're looking at weather 2 over here with the bright blues and yellows and reds on this side. This is the hook echo that we've been watching, and it still continues on. It's just about on the county lines, all 3 of them here in just a moment. Good, strong mid-level rotation involved here, so rotation in the clouds, and which could evolve into surface rotation too, or evolve rather. But folks in Hornsby, Bethel Springs, and folks in Finger, all of these people out here, especially in the rural areas of McNairy and Chester County, and of course Hardeman County, this thing is trying to push its way across Highway 64, and that's where Mike Doles is in Selmer, but he can't get through Selmer because something bad has happened in Selmer. We don't know what has happened in Selmer. Now, if you have information and you're listening to this broadcast, I will tell you this. If you have quick information to pass along to us, what in the world has happened down here, and maybe to even keep people away from the area, give us a call here, 731-242-2025. That's 731-242-2025. I'm sure an EMA director is probably not going to be very available right now with the amount of THPs that's in the area and police and all of this fire and emergency dispatch. Something bad has happened in Selmer, McNairy County. We don't know what it is, but if anyone has any knowledge of what it was, and it seemed like it went right through town, give us a call there at that number, 731-242-2025. Some new information that has come in according to this tornadic thunderstorm cell here. Let's see, this just came in just now. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located, where was this thing located? Near Masseyville, 10 miles west of Selmer, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, tornado and golf ball size hail. The latest radar return I got another double digit right here, so that's giving me 109. That walks it up to about 121 miles per hour in this area right here, and they're still blowing the sirens. It sounds like, Mike, they're firing them back up here, right? Yeah. So, and Mike Doles, who's been with us throughout this entire thing, as we're rolling on 10 hours and 42 minutes here, this constant nonstop broadcast of severe weather here in West Tennessee in the KenTenn area, we're still watching and monitoring this tornadic thunderstorm down in McNairy County with wind speeds that just seem like they were off the chart. It's something that you would see in Oklahoma City or Norman, Oklahoma. And Mike, as he was trying to escape and get out of the tornadic thunderstorm, which is coming through Hardeman County and is now making its way into McNairy County, has found out that Highway 64 into Selmer is blocked, and all side roads and entryways are blocked into the city of Selmer. You need to stay away from the city of Selmer. So that's one more thing you have to worry about. If you don't have to come south out of Jackson tonight, don't do it. Go home. Go somewhere else. Stay away from this tornadic activity here. And now we have some other new information. Now, this is a new tornado warning for Benton County, Fayette County, and Hardeman County at 2:12. Let's get the radar down here so we can eyeball this thing. Back to where we were, where the storm was crossing the state line. We have gotten focused on this other one up here, and very well so that we should have done that, because we're trying to warn people out of the way. Don't go into Selmer. Don't go into Selmer. Don't try 64 to get into Selmer, and just stay away from the town for now. Let these people do their jobs. Real bad stuff has taken place tonight along southern West Tennessee, and this doesn't get any better now with a new tornado warning, which is now starting to pick up steam, seeing a lot of updraft because here comes 2.5-inch size hail. We're seeing tennis ball size hail reported by Doppler radar in the neighborhood of Grand Junction in Michigan City. These guys have already been hit once tonight, and here we go again. Strong mid-level rotation in the clouds above, so we're seeing these updrafts, and it's not helping the hail situation for sure. Nearly 3-inch size hail at Hornsby right now. We're seeing Doppler radar winds inside the Hornsby tornado, Bethel Springs tornado, and that's what we're calling it now, since this thing has progressed back into McNairy County. Folks who are along Highway 64, you need to be somewhere in your shelter at this hour. Finger, Tennessee, now we have a double couplet coming into Bethel Springs, either side of Highway 64, north or south, and this is just across the county line into McNairy County. Let me go over to Weather 2 and get you some roads here. The winds are just off the scale over here, gang. We'll check up on those in just a minute. So here's Bethel Springs. Here's Highway 62, and what we're focusing on here, this is Rose Creek, who, by the way, has already seen their share of the disgust tonight as all of this nasty weather has come through here. Rose Creek is under the gun right now. We can see this on the rotation here with these opposing winds. You can see the big ball of green, and then here's the colliding winds right here. So we're seeing 70 mile per hour winds going one way and 60 the opposite way. So your center of rotation is going to put you right here about, that's going to be Hendricks Road, Rousey School Road, also Buena Vista Road. This is the area getting hit by this tornado right now, and it will be crossing Highway 45 at Bethel Springs within the next few minutes. Buena Vista Road, and let's see some information. Let's see. I had a question that they had a family member that's in Olive Hill. It's 34 miles from Selmer, and that person travels 64. Yes. And I will say this in response to that, they are getting round 2 in Selmer right now, because it really is in McNairy County, north of Selmer right there, coming into town. All of this activity right here is I mean, they're getting hit again. That's the bottom line of it. Again, we were measuring the wind speeds right here coming into Buena Vista Road and Bethel Springs. Quite a bit of activity. There's a 51 miles per hour right there. There's 50 the other way. That makes 100 mile per hour winds. It's approaching Highway 45 at Saxton Road and Masseyville Road and Otis Plunk Road. This is on the other side of 45. Anybody in Bethel Springs in your shelter now, should have been in your shelter 10 minutes ago or more. And then 40 Forks is in this warning as well. The community of McNairy, Beauty Hill, and Purdy, all along this area of, it's a frightening look at rotating thunderstorm winds. There's 67 right there, as the radar had updated, 67 that way and 64 that way. So it makes roughly 140 miles per hour. Once you total it all up at the end of the day there. Back down here, we got
Brian,
yes, sir, go ahead.
If you will, Brian, kind of give me an idea of where 64 comes into Selmer and then 45 goes back towards Jackson. Is that tornado signature kind of north of that area?
Yeah, the tornado signature is if you're a mile to the east of Rose Creek community, the tornado signature is right above that, and that would be Sandy Flat Road and Dowdy Road, and also Buena Vista Road is right there in that neighborhood. So if you were to go up 45 Bethel Springs, you'd be driving right into that if you were to do that this minute.
Okay, so is there anything to the west of that right now going back towards Bolivar?
Back towards Bolivar. Bolivar is about to get round 2 of another tornado down that way. Let's see. We have Yeah, LaGrange and Salisbury and your home area there is about to get hit once again, Mike. The hard rotation is coming into LaGrange and Highway 18 and 57 Highway right now. That's the only break in this activity that you get. Hornsby at this moment is on the back side of the rotation. So what is that road? Is that that's the county line right there. If you were to, we're receiving a new tornado warning. We'll get you that. If you were to go back to Bolivar and hit 18, you would probably make it to Jackson within the next. How long does it take you to get to Bolivar from there right now?
Oh, it would take a good 15 minutes probably.
You probably have time to do that, but make haste and get on 18 and just go. Because at this point, all of this activity, you won't be able to get up 45 right now. Everything, all the information that I have is that there is still a tornado on the ground and it's about to cross 45. I'm going to go try and look up this tornado, what's going on here. 214 was the last update, and that is somewhat old information. The latest thing we have now is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Masseyville, 8 miles northwest of Selmer. So that is what we're talking about right here, this Bethel Springs, the area right here that, that you're very near to. But if you were to reverse course on Highway 64, it's rain-free to Hornsby right now, according to the radar. If you get to Bolivar, you might run into the tail end of this tornadic thunderstorm that's also coming through Hardeman County. But, it's been hanging out in Grand Junction for some time now. So if you're going to go.
So I can make it back to Hornsby is what you're saying.
Yeah, you can get that far.
Storm free. Okay.
Yep. You can do that much, and from there north, you'll just be hitting rain if you were to go into Madison County. This storm extends all the way up to Finger now. I'm still seeing quite a bit of inflow here, and there's some wrapping going on along Highway 45. Now, Pinson has a little rain. Meaden has a little rain, a little bit heavier, but definitely don't go through Henderson, Tennessee. Don't go through Finger. You got to stay away from these areas if you're traveling out of there.
No, I'm headed west now on 64 back towards Hornsby from Selmer.
Okay. All right. Well, and travel safe as you're going there, because this is just more and more stuff. Now here comes another new tornado warning. This is the one that we were just kind of mentioning a few minutes ago. That was for the Masseyville area. We were talking how it was impacting Masseyville. It's coming into Chester County pretty good right here. Still in the Bethel Springs area, but really the heavy rain and the hail core that's also involved in this is over Finger, Tennessee right now. So that's going to cause some problems there. And anybody along Highway 45, and again, I don't know the condition of things going on in McNairy County or anywhere where these storms have previously hit. And now here we go again, Middleton and Grand Junction. You've already got a tornado signature. It's been pointed out by radar with winds at 55 knots right there and another 30. So you're pushing 80, 90 knots up to 100-mile-an-hour winds just in Grand Junction alone, again, under this tornado warning that we do not have an update on right now. It's fairly fresh. It's only about 10 minutes old at this point. But at 2:14, still a reminder for everybody out there, a tornado and 2-inch size hail located near Masseyville, 8 miles northwest of Selmer, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This is a storm capable of producing a tornado. It still has pretty good characteristics there just north of Bethel Springs, some strong rotation in the mid-levels. That's above the ground. And this will put it in between Bethel Springs and Finger, Tennessee, once again on this tornado warning here. So we actually have 2, 3 different tornado warnings that are active now at 2:22. At 2:20, this is new information. At 2:22, Mike, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Masseyville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is Finger, Tennessee, in Bethel Springs. We have it up on the screen right here. If you're watching it at ktweather.net, I'm going to try and pull it up on Weather One over here, and to give you a little bit. If you're looking at Weather One, you see 2 different pockets of rotation. You see some stuff down here in the southwest corner, and you see some stuff up here at Finger, Tennessee, in the northeast corner. That's 2 different tornado cells that's working right now. We're going to leave that right there. I'm going to go back over to the other radar, and again, I'm going to repeat what I just said. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Masseyville, 8 miles north of Selmer, which would put it roughly between Bethel Springs and Finger, I suppose, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, and that would put folks in the Enville community in jeopardy here. You need to be in your shelter. Sardis, and here are some other locations too: Pine Top, Masseyville, Adamsville, Reagan, Rock Hill, Silerton, Hickory Corners, Pleasant Grove, Middle Fork, Decaturville, Cerro Gordo, Thurman, Lick Skillet, Milledgeville, Perryville, Montgomery, Woodville, Warrens Bluff, Bath Springs, and Montezuma. All of these areas right here. A large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is developing. This is the language direct from the National Weather Service. These are not my words. And this is happening in North McNairy County in the Finger community right now. And even though this is radar indicated rotation, it is very evident on radar exactly what it is that we're looking at here, Mike. And I know you're traveling and trying to get around and get out from underneath this thing. I'm looking at 2 different tornado warnings here. That one, the old one with the tornado reported, that was not the latest one. The latest one was issued at 2:22, which is now 5 minutes old. This is a very long polygon. It includes most of Chester County. It includes Scotts Hill, Sardis, all of Saltillo. Here we go again. The same areas that have just been hit in the last few hours here: Parsons, Darden, and Decaturville. If this thing holds together like it is, and like it has so far, let me reiterate again. Now, in behind this, Middleton, Hardeman County, Bolivar, there is new update here, it would appear. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near LaGrange, or 15 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Includes tornado and ping-pong ball size hail indicated by radar. Take cover now if you're in the southern parts of Hardeman County, down Grand Junction, Middleton, and once again, Hornsby will be put on the course for this. But we've got to get Hornsby out of this tornado warning that we just got into, which we just had. And now we've got to worry about the one which is crossing Highway 45 or in the vicinity of 45 between Finger, Tennessee, and Bethel Springs. And I need to repeat this one and hype this one up because this is very important. I have 75 knot winds going that way. No, that's 82 peak knot winds going one direction as I'm sitting here doing the math on it. 82 that way, and then we add another, I believe that's going to be 20 there. And that's going to put us at about 110 and 115 mile per hour, just what's indicated by radar, right here between Finger and Bethel Springs. And what you're hearing there in the background a little bit is Mike Doles, who's been here all night. He's been tracking stuff too, but he has had to get out of the way of this, what was a tornado emergency within the last 60 minutes. And then he made his way to Selmer, where they had a tornado reported earlier, last hour or so, as far as that goes. and some major activity has taken place in the city of Selmer and in McNairy County. And it has involved just about every EMA personnel, police, and THP from around to go to that location, and they've blocked off any entry into at least the west side of Selmer. So that's as much as we know there. Mike has not been able to get into downtown Selmer from Highway 64. So I believe he's making his way back to Hornsby, at least that far. And as we've had to give him a heads up here too, making his way back near his home here, that there was still yet another tornado warning, which it's got some pretty good spin on it, and parts of it, has some pretty good gusty activity going on, like 95, 100-mile-an-hour winds in the southern part of that storm. We're keeping an eye on that for him and for all of the listeners down there. Here it's 2:30. And the strong rotation, 74 knots we're seeing here at Bethel Springs. Gang, this is nothing to play around with. If you are in Bethel Springs or any of these areas, you need to be in a shelter. Enville, Adamsville. Folks in Adamsville, the radar might appear that this thing is going north of you, and nonetheless, you're still in the polygon. So, take your shelter anyway. Northern Hardin County, that means Saltillo, under the gun again. Sardis, Enville, Reagan, and Scotts Hill, all in. That's going to be the base of Henderson County there. These folks need to be taking cover too. Now, what we can see on radar at this hour anyway, there are some drops still in and around Finger and Bethel Springs. There's a couple of pockets of where there's no activity going on, but there's also a few drops on the outskirts of this here down in the 50s and 60s. And generally, rule of thumb, anything below 85 or 80 indicates some kind of activity floating around in the air, some kind of parcels of, or I should say, particles. Could be leaves, could be trash, could be, just damage as far as that goes. But there's some slight degree to that there. So that's what we're seeing in this tornado warned storm. Again, with emphasis on this storm, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Masseyville. That's 8 miles north of Selmer, and this is the one that we're currently tracking right here. Again, in behind this one is another one that's making its way through Hardeman County. Where is it right now? Well, precisely. The rotation part of the storm is further down on Highway 57 that runs east and west between Middleton and Grand Junction. This thing it's still making its way through here, through this area up around Highway 125, the north-south road between Middleton and Bolivar. And some of the other things here updating on the radar. I was trying to get an idea. The latest stuff we had come out was 222 and 223, but we're seeing 90 knots, up to 90 knots on that storm right there at Grand Junction. Salisbury, 70, 80 knots. It's going to put you at 90-mile-an-hour winds, at least on the front end of this storm, blowing out towards the east from Middleton. It still has an inflow notch right here, and it has an extreme drop too along the front edge of this, along the Highway 57 at Salisbury here at the state line. So could be some just some fake return action taking place there, or quite possibly there could be something there. It is tornado warned. Again, this tornado warning continues. And now we have new information for this warning. It continues until 3 o'clock for southern Hardeman County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 11 miles south of Bolivar. It's moving east at 50. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail is reported here by radar. Take cover now. And that's the suggestion right now as far as that tornadic thunderstorm cell. The other information that we have on the latest tornado warning that was issued at 2:22, which is now 12 minutes old, was the activity moving up through Finger, Tennessee. And that was definitely bringing quite a bit of wind activity, and that would put it between Finger and still Bethel Springs. Now, it's on its way to Enville and Milledgeville. And up here on the other radar product on Weather 1, we can kind of see Highway 199, and also there's a county lines right there. And yeah, there was some stuff out kind of on the road where it. Yeah, he's talking to some of the officials down there in down around Selmer, or actually he was heading back to Hornsby into Hardeman County there. But look at the winds. Look at what the winds are being reported here, gang. If you're watching along or you're just listening, you want to take a look at what's going on. The Roku app for Talkin' West Tennessee is available for you to download. You can also just head over to talkinwesttn.com. That's a letter N in there, by the way, and look that up. You can go to the KenTenn Weather Network's website and click on the YouTube page over there. There's a live stream going there. Yeah, and we'll have to close that one down and bring it back up, that particular live stream, at some point here in the near future, too, because we have been doing this solid for the last 12 hours, tracking these storms across West Tennessee, and it's been one after another. And hopefully some of these words have, warned people out of the way and kept them safe, to some extent. I'm still not entirely sure what has happened in Selmer. Something bad. Yeah, there's Mike Doles. Come on in.
Yeah, I'm driving through an incredible hailstorm right now. I just made it back into Hornsby. I was talking to the Tennessee Highway Patrol, had an officer pull up beside me here in town. They were checking for damage on Highway 64. He said, yeah, you can't get into Selmer, so don't even attempt it. But they're just trying to check for damage right now on Highway 64. 64 was basically clear except for a little bit of debris. But, man, here in Hornsby right now, we have got a heck of a hailstorm coming. And I'm still up now. I'm meeting another officer. Hold on just a second here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got another highway patrol that was coming by me there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage all around here, apparently, because we've had, apparently, that tornado that came through Selmer has done some pretty significant damage. And then you've got some around Hardeman County as well, because I've got highway patrol officers and everybody else is driving around down through Hornsby right now looking for damage. So they know something came through. They just don't know the extent of all the problem right now.
Yeah. We continue to see still high winds and still being reported. Middleton community right now and along Highway 125. Did I get that right? I think I did.
Right.
Between Pocahontas, between Middleton and Bolivar is where this tornado warning is in effect, and includes that portion of Highway 64 between Bolivar and Hornsby. Mike, the core of the rotation, a lot of cloud to ground lightning at Highway 125 and Hebron. This will put it at Maxwell Road and Hebron Road, Peavine Road, these areas here. And the flash flood warnings now are still coming on. Where, like I said, they'll, unless it's something really significant, and we'll try and pass some of this information along to you here in just a second. There's no lack of warnings that's coming into these cell phones. So every little bit of information we get, we try to pass along to you right here. I'm looking at Weather 1, where we can see all of this broad rotation is still pretty kind of stretched out right here. It's entering the Middleton community again along Highway 125, Lake Hardeman Road, Maxwell Road. This is the Grand Valley Lakes community. Relatively the same area that had already been hit tonight by another storm. That would be including Hebron, Searles, Porters Creek, and Lacey community. What's that?
Well, I'm pulling into the garage. Let me call you right back, Brian.
All right, there he is. Mike Dole's on the phone, and he's going to get back with us and we'll see how that plays out here in just a minute. 2:39 at Talk in West Tennessee and online at talk, the letter N, westtn.com. The YouTube channel is still going over at ktweather.net. And like I said, here coming up in about maybe 35 or 40 minutes, we'll reset that channel because YouTube does an interesting thing. You can do 18 hours straight of severe weather, and it'll only archive 12. As far as historical purposes go, and really and truly, this is one of those things that needs to go down in the books because, it's well, I keep getting these new warnings coming in. These are things that go down in the books. It's important, especially to document some of this stuff and the things that just happen, with this strange weather that we have from time to time. Now, there's the Bolivar Hospital camera. There's just mainly rain. That's all you can tell there going on. Henderson, Tennessee, that camera, again, that one is pretty rained out at the moment. Folks who are in Jacks Creek, in Sardis, and Morris Chapel, and Saltillo need to be aware of all of this activity moving across here too. We've had tornadoes, and we've had damage in and around the area all over West Tennessee, it would seem like this evening. We've had our share. Mike Doles has had his share down there in Hardeman County of the stuff that has just been going on at one thing after another tonight. I don't know if this is the third tornado warning or the fourth tornado warning for Hardeman County, but there is still an active tornado warning. It looks like maybe and potentially, and we hope, with the exception of what's going on to the south and east of Finger, Tennessee right now, I'm still getting some pretty strong wind gusts coming out of that, and the winds are rotating, and that would be to the north and west of Adamsville and to the south and west of Enville, and of course, about 7 o'clock southwest of Saltillo. New tornado warning. Is that what I'm seeing here? Let's see what we can tell you about. It's 2:42. That's 2:32. That's two. Okay, so I'm just walking back through there. We may have to wait on this one. Just a second.
Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads.
Okay, that is a flash flood warning there for sure. So, with keeping with that right there, we do continue to watch all of these tornado warnings that have entered into the area tonight. We're looking at the warnings that have come in. The last thing that we saw come in was, I believe, let's see, that is a 331 right there. I was looking at one number, and that would have been, that information was old there. So the things that we were looking at here, some of the required things that we are required to pass along, especially tornado warnings. So at 2:40, there was a tornado warning for, it was only a few minutes ago, McNairy and Hardeman County. It says it ends at 3:40, so let's see. It should have updated on the radar screen over here yet, and has it? Yes, okay, so here are the details on that. A tornado warning remains in effect until, what did I say that was? McNairy and Hardeman County. This might be something separate here. At 2:41, a tornado warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. for southeastern Hardeman County. At 2:41, thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Pocahontas, or 9 miles northwest of Big Hill Pond State Park. Tornado and $50 size hail. That is going to be this storm right here. This one is what the one we're looking at here. If we go back to, let's go back over here to this thing. Still watching these pockets of rotation over here. When you can see that there's Grand Junction there. This is the areas that's causing us some distress at the moment. with a 7 right there and a 3 that's embedded inside the storm still. There's a little bit of bow right here in the Salisbury community. That's what they're looking at. And, of course, you see the bright reds and you see the bright greens, which in case there's 56 knots there. Over here is 58 knots, so 60 and 60 is 120 knots. Give it some change, 130 to 135 mile-an-hour winds along Highway 57 right here, just to the west of Middleton. This is moving off to the north. This is moving off to the north and east. This thing is actually behind just a hair. This thing should have caught up there. So let's get caught up here on this tornadic activity here. And that's probably why I didn't update either. In Middleton, this is where this activity is taking place. It is now blossomed back up. We still have 70 knot winds going one direction, and in the opposite direction, I can't really tell at this moment. But we can tell that we're up to hurricane force winds, especially when it gets up to 70 knots. At that point, what I can tell you is inside this storm is 1.5 inch size hail. There's a decent amount of low-level rotation in the Middleton community. There's a good bow in that line of thunderstorms, which could indicate some inflow feeding the fire of this tornadic thunderstorm right here. See, 2:41 was the time that information was released. At 2:40, that was the new tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northwest of Pocahontas, or could be 11 miles west of Big Hill Pond State Park, moving east at 45 miles an hour. And tornado and $50 size hail there, radar indicated rotation. These are back-to-back tornado warnings as they come out of southern Hardeman County, or pretty much the lower half of Hardeman County. And it would appear, gang, if you're law enforcement and listening to this and you're in McNairy County, it would appear that the Selmer and McNairy County is yet again under another tornado warning. They were just under a tornado warning and still remain under a tornado warning from the storm that passed through Finger, Tennessee, just a short time ago, and Enville and Bethel Springs. Now, there should be some updated information on that. And this is serious. This is serious. We were eventually going to get to it. We did not let it slip through our fingers. Let me tell you, listen up, gang. At 2:43, so now the information is about 4 minutes old, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was near Sardis. I say it again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is near Sardis, 13 miles north of Savannah, moving northeast at 50. Radar indicated rotation. This is way back over here. We were looking at this cell, and we kept saying, okay, Sardis and Saltillo, keep your eyes open for this one right here. And that's exactly what has taken place here. Tornado warning, again, a particularly dangerous situation. A tornado, a large, extremely dangerous tornado and deadly tornado is developing right here, indicated by radar. It's Saltillo and Sardis. And this tornado warning goes until, this will go here until, let's see, it's 3:15. It's 2:48 right now. And this tornado warning will continue until at least that time here in just a little bit, 2:47. Now I have a brand new update to this. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Sardis, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. You are in a life-threatening situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Saltillo, Bustletown, Wright, Adamsville, Reagan, Haney, Rock Hill, Hinkle, Roby, Pleasant Grove, Mount Tabor, is that Cabo, Middle Fork, Parsons, that's Parsons, Tennessee, Red Walnut, Decaturville, Enville, Scotts Hill, let's see, Cozette, and Cerro Gordo. All of these areas right here, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is developing. This is Sardis, Tennessee. if you're looking on the radar right here, it's up on the radar. Sardis and Saltillo is under the gun right here. This thing is very, very dangerous situation right here. And of course, it's far from the radar ball, far from the Memphis radar ball. But this is the activity that is now approaching the Tennessee River. And this is either a new tornado warning that's coming out now. All right, gang, here's what we're going to do. And you just have to bear with us because we have been on this thing for a minute or two. We're not going away. Clearly, we're not going away tonight, but I need you to bear with us here for just a minute. If you're telling your friends and neighbors and everything that's going on around the neighborhood and around West Tennessee tonight. Let's do this right here for just a second. We're going to take about 90 seconds right here. We've got to take 90 seconds right here because it would be important to do that. It's 2:50. You're listening to continuous wall-to-wall coverage of severe weather in West Tennessee on the KenTenn Weather Network and at talkinwesttn.com, at ktweather.net. We're not going anywhere. We just have to get up for a minute. Tornado warnings from Hardeman County into McNairy County, Henderson, Decatur County, Chester County, all the way to the Tennessee River. Stand by for a moment. Don't go anywhere. It's 2:53 now. You're listening to continuous coverage of severe weather in West Tennessee. Here at Talkin' West Tennessee, also online at talkinwesttn.com. Streaming live over there and streaming live on our Facebook page. Thank you for hanging with us. It's continuing to unfold here. Serious tornado situations across the entire area. It hasn't stopped yet. So let's jump right in here to this. And I'm sitting here, I'm looking at all of the notifications that's coming in. I mean, one county, one area is getting flash flood warnings. At the same time, we have new tornado warnings coming out. So we're going to start once again. Let's take weather 2. We'll put it on the air. So let's go down here. This is Benton County, Mississippi, and yet another tornado warning for Hardeman County. I swear this thing just updated in front of me just a minute ago. Let's I'm gonna get Mike Doles back here in the box for just a second. Hang on just a second, Mike. This thing has updated here. A tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Sardis, or 14 miles north of Savannah. This was just now released from the National Weather Service. This wasn't even the one that I was looking at, but since we're talking about it, take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is developing. This is for Henderson, Hardin, and Decatur County. The tornado was located near Sardis. Let me jump down to North Mississippi. This was a new tornado warning that came out at 2:47. Once again, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Holly Springs, moving north at 50. Once again, Middleton is back in this tornado warning. This is another wave. Let's go to Middleton right here at 2:41. So this is actually a little bit older information, but we still have tornado signatures in the Middleton community, in the Middleton neighborhood right here. If you happen to be looking at this, it was producing tornado and $half size hail in that right there. Now, let's move up to Bethel Springs and Selmer once again. Now we have an inflow notch right here. East Central Hardeman County, this was issued at 2:40. I'm not going to read the warning. Tornado and $half size hail, Hardeman County and McNairy County. That's all of this area right here. Here we go again. Selmer, hold on to your seats. You're about to get another dose of this stuff again. If you're looking on the radar over here on the right side on the wind product, that's 85 knot winds. So now you're pushing 90, 95 mile per hour winds heading back into Selmer right now. That's another tornado warning. This thing is moving east as far as everyone's concerned there. And then the one that was up the road in Saltillo, this is at 2:54. This was just information released now. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Sardis, moving east at 45 miles per hour. You are in a particularly dangerous situation. We have Mike Doles here, and we're bringing him back in. He's kind of been in the box for a second or two. Yes, it's there. Are you there?
I don't know. Am I?
I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder, man. Yeah.
Yeah. And I hated that you had to be the bearer of the one running all this out in front of everybody for a little while by yourself. I've been through a tornado in the past.
Yeah.
And I was not as scared then as I have been over the last 30, 40 minutes.
I imagine.
These tornadoes that are coming through here, I just saw some of the devastation just from the I guess debris that has been strewn around the area without even going into the town of Selmer. I don't know exactly how bad the damage is in Selmer, but they're not letting anyone in.
No one at all. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got the town basically blocked off where you can't get in from any direction. That I tried several different areas before I finally left, and you're not going in. Now, I couldn't get around it to go in from the east side, but I would imagine that they've got it sealed off over in that area too, because apparently a tornado came through there and it did quite a bit of damage. When I did leave and come back, the winds were blowing every bit of 45, 50 miles an hour. It was blowing me all over the road. There was no one on the road. Until I got back to Hornsby. And then the first person I met was a highway patrol with his lights going, and he asked me if there was debris or anything, if the roads were blocked. I said, no, the roads are not blocked, but, when you get to Selmer, you can't go in. He said, no one's going into Selmer. Oh. And that was basically his words.
Good grief.
He didn't tell me exactly what had happened, how bad the damage was from the tornado that went through there, but it apparently got into town. or the edge of town anyway, because once I got to the overpass of 45, I could see the roads blocked about a half mile ahead, which puts you basically inside the city limits of town.
Yeah.
So there's some sort of damage in there to where they're not letting people in. But man, these tornadoes just keep tracking. Selmer doesn't need anything else.
No.
I wish there was we could, blink our eyes, wiggle our nose or whatever to keep that from going through that area, but they don't need it. Luckily here, kind of dodged the bullet in Hornsby. I know there's some damage around here because when I was coming down the side road to get back here to the house, there's several trees that are laying over. There's branches and things like that all over the road. So we had some pretty good wind kick up here during the time I was gone. But, these storms are still firing up. They're luckily for Southwest Tennessee, it looks like a lot of these now are going to start being more towards North Mississippi and tracking more towards the east, and maybe dodging some of Southwest Tennessee, because I think we've had our fill of this. I realize we've been going almost 12 hours with nonstop weather coverage.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. And as we were just sitting here, I'm getting an alert for something. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about. It was very odd. Okay, so what I'm sitting here, I'm looking at Selmer once again, and I am once again seeing a couple of significant drops in correlation coefficient in and around the town between Bethel Springs and Selmer. Just kind of peering at it for just a little bit. I'm seeing winds in excess of 50 knots going one way, that way. Here, back over here, I have to take a look at this way. So maybe about 90 miles per hour once it's calculated, everything added up and totaled up there. But I am seeing these drop. I'm going back and forth between the inflow notch, which is over Selmer. It's feeding into the storm right there at Bethel Springs. It's a very odd looking thing. It's not a very like a hook design, a very sharp hook or anything like that. It's more, it looks more like a U or a W shape right there. And it is at where Highway 64 and Highway 45 intersect and cross there into the northwest of Selmer. There's plenty of
go ahead. That was where I just left from. And there were a lot of people there, Brian. I didn't tell you that, but there were probably about 7 or 8 vehicles. There's an overpass right there because 45 goes over the top of Highway 64 and then loops around to bypass around Selmer. But there were 5 or 6 vehicles that were parked with their flashers going under that overpass because nobody wanted to drive. Yeah. Everybody wanted to sit there and try to ride this out. And unknowing to them, 2 more of those storms were headed their way when I decided to leave, because I was sitting there with them and I was like, no, I can't do this. But yeah, they were still sitting there when I left. So hopefully those folks are okay. But these storms are almost taking the same path. I mean, the one before looked like it had taken that same path of that intersection right there of 64 and 45 just on the west side of Selmer. And now you've got another one that's basically going through the same area.
I'm sitting here watching the Selmer and the Stantonville and Adamsville areas right here on the radar. And like I said, I was going back and forth. I'm seeing all kinds of drops and correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing any tornado signatures on that storm right now, but Selmer is definitely getting slapped again with just something else. Okay. If it's not one thing, it's another, and they're getting the other right now. As far as what you can see, what you can visually see on the radar here, a number of tornado warnings still continue. I can count 1, 2, 3, and to us, that's a slew. That's 3 too many. And now 1 for Davidson County, as that one is in Middle Tennessee, and they're getting that one. I do want to start at Decatur County, though, and see if there are any updates. It's 3:04. I need to do this. WNWS Jackson, WDXI Jackson, and WBFG Parker's Crossroads Jackson. We're online at ktweather.net. And we're also, if you want to check out the YouTube stream over there, you can do that. We love our Facebook folks as well. If you want to go over to the Facebook and look at Talk in West Tennessee, type in the call letters WNWS, you can find us over there and follow us there. I got the IDs in it. Okay. There was a...
Now you are off tomorrow, right?
No.
Oh.
No, but
well,
we might.
I can hear in your voice that you're pretty tired. And of course, all of us appreciate all the hard work you do, especially when it comes to this weather coverage, because it is very tedious work. And a lot of folks think you just sit back and look at radar and just read off what they send, but no, it's not that. There's a lot more to it than that.
Well, so, we've all done our share of this over the years, and we're here doing a job and serving a purpose. It's a community, and we have a border to border, river to river community, as far as I'm concerned. And we're here to serve that, and that's what we are doing at this point. Even it goes outside of our borders from time to time too. So, And I do want to tell you, though, this just got updated a minute ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Selmer, moving east at 45, quarter-size hail, and a tornado indicated by radar. Take cover now. That's the advice from the National Weather Service. Before that, an update to the Tippah County, Benton County tornado in North Mississippi. That warning goes until 3:30. At 2:56. So now this is 10 minutes old. This information was a little bit older, but I'll give it to you anyway. The information telling you that the storm capable of producing a tornado located over Snow Lake shores, that would have been near Holly Springs. Now, with that being said, it's located in Ashland, and Canaan is getting hit again. And where does it go when it leaves Canaan, Mike? Can you guess?
Probably towards me.
Yeah.
That's normally what happens.
There's two good chunks on this thing too. On the north side of it, it's the one we've been watching here, Salisbury Community again, Hickory Valley again. That activity is going to move off toward your direction in Middleton and that there area. On the bottom side of this storm is a tornado signature over Ashland in Benton County, Mississippi, and that still has to cross at some point, and maybe it'll cross way before it ever gets to Selmer. We hope so anyway, and let's not, add to that fire either. There's some pea-sized hail being generated by some of these storms, so that's kind of a relief, even though we do have the tornado signature at ground level here, and that's reporting 53 knots, which would be in the 60 mile per hour range for wind. I am looking at the Selmer storm right now. What's going on here? There is just slightly off the radar there. I'm looking at the Selmer storm over here, and we've got good strong rotation in the atmosphere here. The wind coming down on top of Selmer and Bethel Springs is over 70 knots, if we're being honest here. And this is moving off to the northeast as well. And the final tornado warning, it was up in Decatur County. That information was updated recently too. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Decaturville, or southwest of Linden. Tornado and quarter-size hail. That one is going to fall off, and that's good. And it'd be just fine if some of these others would fall off as well. Mike, and there's still some spotty showers and thunderstorms elsewhere around the region. We look back toward Memphis, but I don't see anything particularly spinning up at South Haven or at Senatobia again, or Batesville, or any of these areas right here. Within 50 miles south of there, there's just scattered thunderstorms back off in the East Arkansas and Monroe County and Phillips County, Arkansas, in that area. But the line of severe weather and severe thunderstorms are still even a tornado warning in Ohio at this hour. So, and everything else all the way down through there is going to be severe thunderstorm warnings. And then you don't see another tornado warning until you get to Davidson County, and they say that even that one is capable of producing a tornado. It was near Nashville. But back into Selmer. Selmer's probably the most intense thing that we're seeing on the radar picture as of right now. Anyway, we're looking at this very strong developing couplet right here of opposing winds. Bethel Springs and Selmer. This picture hasn't updated just yet, but folks, in Adamsville, and it's interesting, they cut the polygon on the county line from about Enville all the way down past Stantonville to Mitchie. And that would be on Highway 22 actually. Flood warnings, we may address that at some point, but not soon.
And that's something I was going to bring up too, the fact that we have had so much rain with some of these storms that have gone through, because it's not just the tornado factor. Like the one that I just came through, not only was it a big hailstorm, but man, it poured down rain in just a matter of minutes to where the roads out here were just about flooded already. You would think that would basically calm some of these storms down, not having a lot of that real hot, warm energy to feed off of. You'd think they would kind of calm down a little bit, but it seems like they just feed off of that even more.
And I need to get some updates here. I'm not sure what has transpired on the weather software, but I am going to bring you up to date here in just a second, unless you have it in front of you. If you don't, just tell me that the latest tornado warning, they're preparing for the one that's coming from Bethel Springs and Stantonville and Selmer here very shortly. Let me bring up, I got to bring up a product over here on a web browser somewhere. So bear with me here just a second. I wanted to get an actual take on what's going on at one of these local airports down south here. We'll start right here. 75 at Corinth. That's close enough right there. So 75 at Corinth, Mississippi, and 64 at McKellar Field. And of course, Corinth is going to be your closest temperature indicator right there, Mike. Oxford University is showing 75 this hour. So
I'm showing 69 here in Hornsby. So, and by the way, that latest tornado warning, because I was able to bring the radar back up. When I got home, everything was powered off. I mean, the power apparently had gone out here, and it cut everything off, disconnected my internet, so I had to take a little time to get that back up. But the one we were talking about, or you were talking about, that is coming out of North Mississippi again, thankfully that is going to dodge the area I'm at. Looks like it's going to be trekking more towards the Selmer area, which they do not need for sure.
No.
But probably closer to Selmer and maybe even in between there to Savannah. Those areas probably going to be affected by that newest tornado warning coming out of Mississippi.
And that tornado warning, once again, is for Hardin County, the northern half of Hardin County. It goes for Hardin County and Decatur County until 4 a.m., which would say that was a tornado located near Selmer, moving east at 45, a tornado in quarter-size hail, Saltillo, Savannah, Olive Hill, Wright, Crump, Sibley, Phillips, Bath Springs, Five Forks, Pleasant Grove, Morris Chapel, Swift, Walkertown, Olive Hill, Bucktown, Cerro Gordo, Coffee Landing, Thurman, Milledgeville, and Adamsville. All of these areas should take cover now. That is the newest tornado warning that Mike was talking about right there. It's 3:13, and I don't have a new update on that tornado warning yet. It's 3:08 on this update. The tornado down there on that warning moving into Tennessee again was located near Canaan, moving northeast at 50. So that means, here we go, Canaan, Brody, Pocahontas, Lisbon, all of these areas that have just gone through one hit after another all evening, Mike, on these areas. I mean, but even the one right here in McNairy County, it's still showing some good rotation as it's trying to make its way into Adamsville and force its way into Savannah too, along Tennessee River here. It's going to be very interesting to see when exactly all of this is going to play out. It's not like when the old storms, okay, we watched these supercells and all this stuff, and when they finally hit the Mississippi River, they joined the line and then they picked up speed and they hauled their tail at 60 mile an hour and just marched across the states as quick as they could. This is not the case. We have too much in the way of low pressure here and a high pressure here and a front here, and these things that are stalling out. It's not getting in any kind of a hurry. And on top of that, we're seeing repeat offenders coming through the area. Not just the training factor of the thunderstorms and the rain that we have seen, but just hitting continuous pockets of unstable air, which is making these things, bloom up like, kind of like measles, I guess, if you really want to compare it to something, it's just like just like fireworks going off or something, and right now it's really strong in the Purdy community where that rotation is, and seeing some good, strong mid-level rotation coming into Adamsville, and folks in Stantonville also need to be heads up wise right now too along Highway 22. This is pretty.
I think a lot of people were caught unaware. If you go back and look at the bullseye, basically that was painted by the National Weather Service of where they thought these very serious tornadoes were going to be. The ones we're seeing now were just about out of that area. Mm-hmm. And so like Savannah, Selmer, even Bolivar was right at the edge of it. They were expecting the bulk of all these tornadoes to be more right along the Mississippi River, barely into West Tennessee or over into eastern Arkansas. But these things, we've had several tornado warnings that have been outside of that bullseye area. And I think that may have caught some people kind of unaware that was actually a possibility for them. They knew that, severe weather was possible, but just these long track tornadoes coming through Southwest Tennessee, I don't think they were ready for that.
And I'll grant them this, they did put out the high risk for the majority of folks along the Mississippi River. What they didn't expect is all of this mess crossing the Tennessee River. That's where they went from high risk to enhanced risk. So it almost sliced right down through Madison County to start with, where the risk areas were drawn. But if you go look at the latest Storm Prediction Center, that's what I'm feeding out to the web over here. This is what's forecast for today. The entirety of West Tennessee and most of Arkansas is under an enhanced risk for severe weather. And if I'm reading that right, that is for today. The following day, which is going to be Friday, a renewed enhanced risk covers just about the entire state of Arkansas, and that'll leave us in a slight risk for severe weather come Friday. And then Saturday, there's a slight risk of severe weather all the way from Ohio down to the Gulf of America, and the enhanced risk lies across southern Arkansas, about a third of the west side of Mississippi State, and northern part of Louisiana. So we're looking at more of this stuff. Maybe not as severe as what we're seeing tonight, but either way, it's going to be a pain in the tail for the next couple of days, having to deal with this ongoing problem and unpredictableness, I guess, uncertainty, I think is.
And the flooding on top of it.
And the flooding on top of it. That's right.
Yeah, and that's one thing that worried me about the folks in Selmer who's dealing with this, tornado again that's right up around Bethel Springs and moving off to the east. But the fact that this happened, at about 1 o'clock in the morning, this happened right in the middle of all this very heavy rain that's associated with it, and it just keeps tracking right over the top of them. So the ones who do need help probably aren't going to be able to get help because the storms just won't let up long enough for folks to be able to get into them.
No, that's right. And you've got to stay off the road, stay out of the way. Let these public service folks do their work, because, I mean, that's the only surefire way that anybody's going to get any help. You're just holding everybody up when you're, please, I mean, I hope you're not out rubbernecking at 3 o'clock of the morning, but if you are, take yourself home and leave these people alone. You know, there'll be plenty of time for all of that mess some other time, but now is not the time, especially, you know, immediately after something like this has happened. And we're still dealing with all of this bull coming in one wave after another. I
was actually surprised how many people were on the road at 1 o'clock this morning. Actually, around 2 o'clock, because that's when I left to try to dodge this storm here. So about 2 o'clock in the morning, I met quite a few cars. Now, granted, it could have been them waking up saying, "Hey, we're in the line of this storm. Let's get out of here. Let's go somewhere better, somewhere safer." It could have been that. But again, like I said, there was, 5 or 6 people sitting under a bridge in vehicles with their flashers going. Well, I would think either, that to me, it was like they had got out and was doing something. Yeah. And wound up having to just sit there and park and try to wait it out.
I was sitting here. Was tooling around over here trying to get some more information if I possibly can. I'm not getting a whole lot of information, especially out of the Selmer Police Department on social media. They haven't published anything. McNairy County has not published any information as far as what is going on or what the status of things are in that town over there.
Let me look on my social media.
Yeah.
And see, because I've got several family members that live in that area, so I may have some posts. Okay, here it is, pictures sent from Selmer. This is out of the Hardeman County community page. It has definitely a photo of a tornado on the ground in that photo. There's buildings damaged. Looks like possibly a gas station that's been destroyed. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to try to get this picture forwarded to you, because this is an area with a lot of cars, maybe a parking lot of some sort, but it's just everything right there is flat. The cars are all squished together. This is out of Selmer.
Lord.
This one on the it says there are casualties and rescue efforts, and those people, that's my town, I feel helpless. One of the posts here on social media. So yeah, Selmer did get hit, and that's a pretty good tornado. The one that did this moved all these cars around, took down utility poles, flattened buildings. It looks like a bomb went off. You know how we say that from time to time when we see these strong tornadoes go through an area. That's what it looks like. It looks like literally that a bomb went off in that area of Selmer.
So this the Hardeman County community page,
right?
That's actually what they. Oh wow! Okay. So
are you seeing the photos now of that?
Yeah, I threw a Google at it, and that's first thing that came up. So I was I was sitting here kind of staring this down for a minute. I can't believe it. They caught that in the lightning, clearly. That is, I mean, that's astounding, Mike. I really hate it for these folks down here. And now I hate to be the bearer of bad news. And here we go again, Mike. It's 3:23, 3:19. We had a new tornado warning just come out just a little bit ago. An update. The tornado was over in Adamsville is what it was saying. 3:23. Now this is brand new information. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Pocahontas, 7 miles southwest of Big Hill Pond State Park. We've said that 2 or 3 times tonight about this particular area. This will include Tippah and Alcorn County in Mississippi, Hardeman, McNairy, and Hardin County. And again, this goes another tornado that goes until 4:15 tornado warning. That is a little bit up the up the road here, we were looking at Adamsville. Again, that was one we were commenting on. And here's the new tornado warning for Savannah that came out at 3:09. And they were tracking the one coming across from Selmer, which still, if you are watching this, there's still some pretty strong rotation south of Anvil, and it would be crossing the county line right now. Seeing some mid-level rotation is pretty severe as far as that goes too, with 50-mile-an-hour winds at the upper levels. But seeing only enough lift at the moment to cause pea-size hail, and, even pea-size hail was probably going to be a relief compared to all of the updrafts and all of the activity that we've had the rest of the night taking place here. Mike, it's just been one of those speechless days. I thought May of 2003 was bad, and that was probably